The young man carried the weight of his family's expectations on his shoulders and was about to begin a brilliant journey as a beastmaster. Yet the moment he set out, he found himself face-to-face with a colossal monster. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Grey Eagle. The intercom crackled. After traveling 3 days and nights, we are approaching the central belt of the Endless Sands. We will arrive at Shanghai Academy in roughly 3 hours, so please make final preparations. This is your captain, Dingbanting. The cabin, lavishly decorated, buzzed with excited chatter from 2 or 3 dozen teenagers, their young faces lit by anticipation. At last, 12 years of study, all for this day to open our soul seas and become beastmasters. Exactly. So, what kind of companion beast are you planning to contract? I decided ages ago something with lightning affinity. Ideally an electric mouse. Amid the lively debate, Bai Wushang sat to one side, the corners of his mouth curving in a faint smile as he listened. His smile faded when he glanced down at the girl sleeping soundly in the crook of his arm. With a helpless sigh, he nudged her sleek black head. Xiao Xiao, wake up. You've been out for ages. Mu Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes, cheeks flushed with drowsy pink. Have we arrived? Not yet, but almost. If you sleep any longer, my arm's going to fall off, Bai Wushang grumbled. Unconcerned, she pouted. I was dreaming about a fishbone bird. It tasted amazing. When he said nothing, her eyes darted mischievously. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Wushang, let me massage it for you. I studied bone setting. My technique is first-rate. Bai Wushang sensed danger. Sure enough, after 2 squeezes he was gritting his teeth in pain and shoved her hand away. Forget it. Use that time to figure out how you'll explain ditching school to your cousin. Xiao Xiao clutched his sleeve, aggrieved. I don't want to go to Qinghuan Girls Institute. You and Tianxing are both headed to Shanghai Academy. Why am I the only one packed off to Qinghuan? Bai Wushang pressed a hand to his forehead. On the surface Xiao Xiao was sweet and obedient, but in truth she was a willful firecracker, forever landing him in trouble. The family had already arranged for her to attend the more suitable Qinghuan Academy, yet she had snuck aboard this ship bound for Shanghai. Her cousin, Mu Tianxing, 3 years her senior, heir apparent to the Mu clan and a star student at Shanghai, was famously strict with her, almost harsh. Once he discovered she had switched schools without permission, she would catch an earful. We'll deal with that later, she said with unfounded confidence. Tianxing won't throw me off the ship now that I'm here, right? Bai Wushang opened his mouth to lecture her again when the previously smooth airship suddenly shuddered. Cries of alarm filled the cabin. Look outside, what is that? He followed the pointing fingers and froze. The once clear sky was being devoured by ink-black clouds. Jagged violet lightning writhed like mad spirits, thunder booming so loud it rattled bones. A thunderstorm? His heart skipped. No storm forms this wide in mere seconds. A shrill screech cut through the clouds. A vast shadow emerged, crimson eyes locking onto the airship. Lightning flashed, revealing the beast's terrifying form and stealing Bai Wushang's breath. A gigantic raptor dragon's head, avian body spanned nearly 100 meters. Featherless, its body was sheathed in violet dragon scales that gleamed like forged armor. Its head resembled the legendary dragon's, complete with golden horns. Its obsidian beak was edged like a blade and stained with fresh blood, proof of a recent kill. Most frightening were its massive talons, gleaming with a cold light capable of tearing the ship's armored hull apart. A violet thunder dracoeagle? Mu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. How could a creature of that rank be here? Something's wrong, Bai Wushang said, forcing himself calm. Its eyes are blood-red, completely enraged. What could push it to leave its nest and roam the sands? The beast clearly saw the airship now. Murder flared in its gaze. With a thunderous beat of its wings, it dove straight at them. Everyone strap in. Full defense, overload mode. Captain Deng's voice rang out as the Great Eagle lurched, engines roaring to accelerate away. The Grey Eagle was the Academy's newest model, faster than most complete-form flying beasts. Under normal circumstances, a voyage through the endless sands would be perfectly safe, yet this Dracoeagle had likely crossed into the ultimate stage of evolution. Students panicked as the massive predator closed in. Some of the girls were already sobbing. Scree! A single slash of its electrified wings ripped into the hull, cleaving the ship in two. Instinctively, Bai Wushang threw himself over Xiao Xiao in an effort to shield her. The next instant the world spun. Darkness swallowed everything, and Bai Wushang's consciousness slipped away. Bai Wushang was trapped in an endless dream. In it, there was a man named Qin Long who had lived on a world called Blue Star, a place without monsters, without war, and filled with quiet harmony. As a programmer, Qin Long spent his days hunched in front of a screen, leading an ordinary, yet busy 997 life. Then came the night that killed him. After 2 sleepless days, his bloodshot eyes stared at the code for a bug fix in a game called Food God. Exhaustion flooded over him, his eyelids grew heavy, and at last he never woke again. Death was not the end. Qin Long's soul turned into a strange, transparent form that drifted aimlessly through a lightless fissure, like duckweed tossed by unseen currents. Time lost, meaning there perhaps a single year passed, perhaps 100. At last a blinding light appeared. Through it, Qin Long saw a young boy lying among jagged rocks, blood gushing from countless wounds and staining the ground beneath him. The boy's chest rose and fell so faintly, he seemed moments from death. A powerful pull radiated from the dying youth, drawing Qin Long in. His soul slid uncontrollably toward the boy's skull. No, something was wrong. Bai Wushang jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his back. That blood-soaked boy was unmistakably himself. Brother Wushang. Brother Wushang. Mu Zioxiao's familiar voice trembled beside him, thick with sobs, as if calling a loved one back from the brink. I can't die. I refuse to die. A fierce will to live flared, and Bai Wushang's dim spirit snapped to clarity. Inside his mind he sensed another presence, Qin Long's soul slowly seizing control of his body. Words he had only recently learned, transmigration, possession, rebirth, exploded in his thoughts, and icy terror shot from his feet to his scalp. Perhaps the years adrift in the void had strengthened Qin Long's soul, every struggle left Bai Wushang weaker, his own consciousness being devoured piece by piece. He knew that once he was completely swallowed, nothing of him would remain. Even if I die, I don't want someone else living my life in my body. Clenching intangible fists, he hesitated only a heartbeat before charging straight toward his own heart. Memories flooded back. 16 years ago, Bai Wushang had been born in a remote wilderness village. Until the age of 6, he lived a simple, happy life with his parents, ordinary, but warm. Disaster struck when he turned 6. A princess of the Abyssal Blood clan awoke from a 30,000-year slumber in an ice coffin and craved vast quantities of the blood of young boys and girls to restore her strength. The clan's vassals, eager to please their ancient princess, slaughtered nearby settlements, hunting every child of the right age. Bai Wushang's village was among the targets. He watched, powerless, as his parents died trying to shield him. That moment of despair was burned so deeply into his mind that he could never forget it. Just as the Blood Clan princess tore open his throat to drink, the angel legion of the Holy Court arrived through a spatial rift. The six-winged guardian seraph, Aspod, led the charge and drove the Blood Clan back, rescuing Bai Wushang when he was already at death's door. His life was spared, but the cost was grave. That princess was one of the oldest of her kind, her bloodline so pure it was almost unheard of. Her saliva carried an ancient, deadly toxin, and once her fangs had pierced him, escape was impossible. The blood poison was brutally aggressive, like countless tiny tentacles burrowing deep into the body and greedily draining its life force. When the time was ripe, it would burst outward, blooming into a six-petaled scarlet flower. In that instant the victim's soul shattered and nothing remained. Even a legendary six-winged guardian seraph would be helpless against such an ancient toxin. Unable to watch a child die in agony, the compassionate Lord Aspode had spent enormous power to cast 5 sacred wards, sealing the poison deep within Bai Wushang's heart and keeping him alive. Yet he warned that the wards were only a stopgap, able to protect him for no more than 15 years before their strength ran out. Now Bai Wushang's very soul was on the verge of being devoured, and he had no time to worry about what might happen 5 years from now. The final wards could be his only chance at life. His crimson heart thudded steadily. In his incorporeal state, he could clearly see a circular screen of light deep inside the organ, a cage in which a pool of red fluid oozed with chilling malevolence. Sensing his presence, the fluid instantly morphed into a blood-striped python, its tongue flicking as dark gold slit pupils glared at him with unmasked greed, hunger, and hatred. With a resonant hum, 2 talismans covered in golden sigils appeared, transforming into chains that speared through the serpent's body. The python shrieked, then burst like a bubble and reverted to formless red liquid that drifted once more within the cage. Bai Wushang's spectral hand brushed the 2 golden talismans' core of the sacred ward's power. 5 had existed, but 10 years of attrition had left only these 2. My life or death hinges on you now. Gathering every ounce of will, Bai Wushang detonated one of the sacred wards inside his body. Outside, dusk was settling in and the sun was about to shed its last pale rays. They were in a desert canyon. Pebbles and boulders littered the ground alongside wreckage from the shattered airship and broken limbs of the Diada, ghastly sight. Bai Wushang lay on his back, blood streaming from countless wounds. No, Brother Wushang, you can't die, Mu Xiaoxiao sobbed, tearing strips from her clothes to plug his wounds while calling his name again and again. Suddenly, countless golden motes seeped out of his body, sweeping through him in wave after wave. The jagged gashes closed before their eyes, mending at a speed visible to the naked eye until not a mark remained. Gasping, Bai Wushang jerked upright, his gaze blank. Thank goodness, you're awake. I was so scared I'd never see you again. Mu Xiaoxiao cried with relief, throwing herself into his arms and weeping. He muttered, quickly gathering his wits and examining himself. Aside from his tattered clothes, not a single scar remained. He was in perfect health. It was clear that his own consciousness had regained control of his body. But where had Qin Long gone? A flood of memories brought his plan back to him. The sacred wards possessed astounding purifying and healing power, bane to anything evil. If he burned one and detonated it inside his body, it might expel Qin Long. Risky, yes, but he had had no other choice. To his surprise, a transparent crystal now hovered in his mind, slowly revolving. Instinct told him it was the condensed soul essence left behind after Qin Long's consciousness had been erased. It looked like a freshly baked, delicious cake, irresistibly drawing his attention. With a soft pop, the soul crystal shattered between Bai Wushang's fingers. A surge of searing energy rushed into his body, sprouting in his sea of consciousness like a seed breaking through the soil. His spirit power skyrocketed at a staggering pace, and every cell vibrated with joy. In the center of the once murky space, a tiny black sun materialized, rotating in place with measured rhythm. A soul vortex? Bai Wushang's eyes widened. Have I really awakened my spirit power? He recalled the classroom lectures and still found it hard to believe. Normally, a trainee master couldn't awaken by themselves. They had to wait until their 16th birthday and rely on a special awakening array to open the sea of consciousness and condense a soul vortex. Spirit power was the very hallmark of a true master. This world was ruled by extraordinary beings: Zerg, beastkin, witches, fae, angels, demons, vampires, giants, ghosts, countless races in a brutal hierarchy. Humanity was weak by nature, and only the few who awakened spirit power could form contracts with these creatures and command them in battle. By capturing, nurturing, fighting, advancing, and evolving their beasts, masters ascended, allowing humankind to claim a foothold in this supernatural realm. Every human child's deepest wish was to awaken spirit power and bond with a companion beast. In that instant, Bai Wushang crossed the threshold from mortal to sacred, setting foot on an entirely new path. Self-awakeners are called innate masters, only 1 in 10,000, he pondered. With my original talent, that should have been impossible. It must be because I absorbed Qin Long's soul essence, pushing me past the limit. The thrill quickly turned to concern. Would this method leave hidden dangers? He looked down and was startled by the changes. His 5-foot frame had grown several inches, his shoulders widened, and his skin glowed with a healthy sheen. Most striking of all, an ancient book the size of a dictionary hovered beside his right shoulder. Its cover was carved with intricate sigils, its spine far thicker than any normal volume, and it radiated a mystical light. At that sight, Bai Wushang finally accepted the truth. This was the Book of Oaths, also known as the contract tome, an energy construct forged from spirit power and vital essence, the symbol of a master. Its primary purpose was enabling its holder to forge beast contracts with extraordinary creatures. In addition, the Book of Oath contains a self-sustaining pocket realm where contracted beasts can live. The Book of Oath. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes went wide, her mouth rounding enough to fit an egg. Brother Wushang, how did you become a summoner? Bai Wushang gripped the softly glowing tome and fell silent. Everything about Qin Long and the parallel world would stay locked in his heart. Once such a secret escaped, disaster would follow. To survive, I triggered the last Holy Guard spell, he explained in the simplest terms. It healed me, but the backlash awakened my soul power. But that shortens your life even more, doesn't it? Mu Xiaoxiao's face went pale. Everyone in the Mu family knew what he had endured as a child. Bai Wushang nodded. Only one guard spell remains. It might hold for 3 more years. When the seal fails, the blood poison will return. Determination flashed in his eyes. Still, I won't surrender. From today on, I'll fight with everything I have. Until the very last second, I refuse to bow to fate. Mu Xiaoxiao hesitated before changing the topic. If you awaken on your own, you're already at peak spirit tier, right? Grandpa said those who rely on the awakening formation convert 16 years of mental strength into soul power, so they start anywhere from early to late spirit tier. Self-awakeners jump straight to peak spirit tier and even get an extra chance to summon their life-bonded beast. My life-bonded beast, Bai Wushang murmured, then suddenly looked up, frowning. Night was deep. A crescent moon hung overhead, thick clouds hiding most of the stars. Since reaching peak spirit tier, his body and senses had changed dramatically, and faint, unfamiliar howls drifted through the hills, putting him instantly on guard. Xiao, summoning a life-bonded beast demands total focus. It's dark now, and hungry things will be roaming. We need a safe spot to lie low. Okay. She nodded and tapped the jade pendant at her throat. But if danger shows up, don't keep shielding me. This pendant is a family safeguard. Bai Wushang noticed a clear crack across the pale green lotus jade. It protected me when I fell from the airship. She whispered, clutching his torn sleeve as tears welled up. Everyone else died horribly. When I saw you covered in blood, I thought I'd lost you too. It's all right now. He ruffled her hair, voice gentle despite the ache in his chest. After the disaster at age 6, he had been taken in by a woman, then quickly transferred to the Mu household. From 6 to 16, he spent most of his life in the Mu estate, practically family. Mu Xiaoxiao, a direct descendant with average talent and a playful streak, never stood out among her siblings. The two grew up together, and he always treated her like a real little sister. Shaking off the emotion, Bai Wushang refocused. In the dim moonlight, he searched the wreck of the floating ship, pried loose 2 metal rods a meter long and 3 fingers thick, and gave one to Mu Xiaoxiao as a makeshift weapon. His body now rivaled an early juvenile extraordinary creature, but the wilderness was unpredictable and his combat experience thin. Caution was essential. Stay close and keep your eyes open, he said, raising a newly lit torch. Holding Mu Xiaoxiao's hand, he stepped into the waiting darkness. Night lay over the valley like a pool of ink. The track was rough and uneven. Though no trees grew here, the terrain twisted and folded on itself, with countless winding paths ready to swallow the unwary. Strange howls echoed more and more often, and Bai Wushang, unable to pinpoint their source, decided to spend the night in a low cave. Survive until dawn once daylight returned. Finding a way out would at least be possible. Brother Wushang, the airship went down, and everyone on board had already passed the first screening to become reserve masters. Shanghai Academy won't just leave us here, right? Mu Xiaoxiao blurted, trying to steady her nerves with small talk. It was her first trip far from home. With night so deep and visibility so poor, uneasiness gnawed at her. Reserve masters are strategic assets wherever they are. With so many dead, the Academy will definitely send investigators. The question is how fast they realize something's wrong. In theory, the ship carries a locator beacon. Bai Wushang paused, then added, still, we need a backup plan. We can't rely solely on a rescue team. We have to find our own way out. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted but said nothing. She had tricked her personal guards just to sneak aboard. Now she was paying for that impulse. Had she been too reckless? Plap plap. Footsteps rounded the bend ahead, growing louder in the silent night. Bai Wushang froze, snuffed out the torch, and pulled Mu Xiaoxiao against the rock wall. They held their breath. Another survivor? He wondered, but the gate sounded wrong, uneven, like a lame man bumping into the walls. Yet the steps kept drifting straight toward them. He raised the metal rod in his hand, muscles tensing for a strike. A tall, gaunt figure emerged from the darkness. He wore tattered archaic robes, his arms tucked stiffly into oversized sleeves. Filth clung so thickly to his skin that his features were impossible to make out, and a reek of dead fish rolled off him in waves. Lines of text flickered across Bai Wushang's vision. Name, starving zombie. Wild species, netherworld zombie-type corpse clan. Life stage, juvenile, early phase. Bloodline quality, common bone, 1 star. Status, ravenous. Intelligence, extremely low. Traits, dark adaptation infection. Skills, corpse claw bite. Gourmet cells, 1. What in the world? Bai Wushang's eyes widened in shock. As though catching a scent, the figure halted and snapped its head around. Ah! Mu Xiaoxiao screamed, drained of color. Under the dim moonlight, a blood-smeared face came into view, skin rotted away. Features twisted beyond recognition, plump, white maggots wriggling in and out of the raw flesh. Zombie, Mu Xiaoxiao stammered, her hand trembling as she pointed at the creature, the metal rod quaking so violently she could barely keep hold of it. Roar! The zombie's turquoise eyes bulged with excitement, as if they might leap from their sockets. It hadn't tasted tender flesh like this in ages. It growled, bared its long fangs, and lunged. Clang! Bai Wushang stopped hesitating and brought the rod crashing down on the starving zombie's skull, splattering white and red across the ground. His strength was nothing like it had been the day before. The ruthless blow dropped the creature at once. After a few twitches, it lay still. Hunt successful, Gourmet Cell 1. A thin red message scrolled across his vision like a stream of bullet comments. Bai Wushang shook his head to be sure he wasn't imagining it, forced down his confusion, and turned to Mu Xiaoxiao. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Mu Xiaoxiao whispered, her face pale with shock, and, beneath that, shame. As a scion of a great clan, she knew this was only the lowest, most worthless kind of hungry zombie. Even a trainee beastmaster could best one alone. She shouldn't have panicked like that. Bai Wushang sensed her thoughts. He had brushed shoulders with death more than once, so unfamiliar danger no longer rattled him. Mu Xiaoxiao was different. Born with a half-gold spoon in her mouth, she had never faced fear on this scale, so the shock was inevitable. Bai Wushang ruffled her hair without another word. He couldn't shelter her forever. She had to grow on her own. He relit the torch, and they pressed on. This time he left the flame burning. Earlier he had doused it only because had mistaken the figure for a living person and chosen caution. They killed a few stray zombies along the way, and Bai Wushang began to piece together the truth of their surroundings. The valley was likely a zombie ravine. No birds, no beasts, only the undead. No wonder the whole place felt lifeless. Zombies, especially the lowest tier hungry ones, looked terrifying with those green eyes, yet they were actually blind. They relied on smell and hearing, shunned sunlight and fire, and only prowled at night. The darker the hour, the livelier they became, hiding underground or in caves come daylight until the next nightfall. At last Bai Wushang found a suitable cave. Together they rolled a few boulders over the entrance, leaving a narrow gap for air and for a view outside. Phew, it's nearly midnight, prime time for zombies. Bai Wushang stretched lazily and lay down on the dry ground, two makeshift torches flickering nearby for warmth and comfort. Good thing we found shelter. If not, would be fending off packs of hungry zombies, maybe even stronger ones. Outside's a mess. Yeah, today felt like a dream, Mu Xiaoxiao murmured. She lay down beside him, blank eyes fixed on the rocky ceiling, her small face lined with exhaustion. Get some sleep. Don't push yourself. He'll stand watch. Bai Wushang sat up after a short rest. You're not a beastmaster yet, so you don't have my stamina. Your nerves have been stretched tight all day, you must be worn out. Mu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, found no argument, mumbled acknowledgement, and turned over to sleep. Seated cross-legged beside the fire, Bai Wushang let his mind drift and began to ponder a single question. Just what was that attribute panel? In his 16 years of life, Bai Wushang had never heard of anyone with such an uncanny gift, something even stronger than the fabled great appraisal art. Before entering the cave, he had tested it several times in secret. As long as a zombie was within 10 meters, the moment he fixed his gaze on it, a detailed status screen appeared in his vision. Stranger still, a mysterious Symbiola golden knife crossed with a silver fork had materialized on the back of his right hand. He had shown it to Mu Xiaoxiao, but she could not see it at all. It seemed to exist only for him. Frowning, Bai Wushang stared at the glimmering emblem when a faint, ethereal voice whispered in his ear. Activate the feast god altar? He jerked his head up and looked around, but the cave was unchanged. Mu Xiaoxiao still slept soundly in the corner. Activate the feast god altar? The voice repeated. This time he realized it was coming from the emblem on his hand. Feast god altar, feast god, the words felt oddly familiar. Then it hit him. Before Qianlong died, he had been patching a bug in a game called Feast God. Could it be like in Qianlong's memories, every transmigrant from Blue Star arrived with a cheat of their own, and this one, originally Qianlong's, had somehow fallen into his hands? Bai Wushang's heart hammered with a mix of excitement and unease. Taking 2 deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down. After confirming that Mu Xiaoxiao was fast asleep and unlikely to wake soon, he tiptoed to the cave entrance. Every so often a hungry zombie shuffled past outside, but none noticed the hidden hollow. Once he was sure it was safe, he fixed his eyes on the knife and fork emblem again. Activate the feast god altar? Yes, he answered silently. Darkness flooded his vision like a tide. The next instant, blinding light returned, and he found himself standing inside an abandoned, ancient hall. The chamber, roughly 300 square meters and perfectly circular, was a ruin. Shattered columns lay strewn across the floor, while spiderweb cracks veined the walls, speaking of untold years of decay. Along the outer ring stood 13 pitch-black statues, some vaguely human, some insectoid with jointed limbs, others reminiscent of dragons, each grotesque in its own way. Bai Wushang's gaze settled on the center of the hall, where a massive square bronze cauldron rose, mottled with rust and the scars of age. He was about to step closer when he noticed something strange. Looking down, he saw that his body was semi-transparent. He pinched his arm and thigh. They felt solid, yet there was no pain at all. This isn't my real body, he thought, just my consciousness, a spirit projection. How do I get out of here? The question had barely formed when his vision went dark, then bright again, and he opened his eyes back in the real world. Bai Wushang glanced around and found almost nothing had changed. Time flowed just as it did outside. Once certain, he stepped onto the gourmet altar again and headed straight for the center of the abandoned palace. A bronze square cauldron stood there, exactly as tall as he was. With 2 loop handles and 4 sturdy legs, its shape was plain yet imposing, its bluish-gray surface glowing with an ancient sheen. Leaning closer, Bai saw the metal covered in tiny engravings, a 3-legged golden crow spreading wings wide enough to blot out the sky, an earthbound python coiling around an entire sacred mountain, a primordial giant with 50 heads and 100 arms looming over the land. Thousands of such images crowded the bronze, each one a creature from myth. What kind of cauldron is this so old and mysterious? Circling it once yielded no new clues, so he rose on tiptoe to peer inside. The interior was pitch black, as though it swallowed every ray of light. No matter how he squinted, he saw nothing. Staring too long sent a chill through him. That deep darkness felt like a bottomless maw waiting to snap shut. Heart racing, he looked away. Since the cauldron sat at the altar's very center, it had to be important. What did it do, and how could he unlock it? After a long, fruitless pause, Bai gingerly touched the bronze. Instead of cold metal, it was searing hot, as if fresh from a forge. At once the cauldron rumbled, vibrations spreading until the whole palace shook. Alarmed, Bai tried to pull back, but a powerful suction clamped his right hand to the bronze no matter how he struggled. Diagnostics in progress. Previous bearer Qianlong deceased. Rebinding initiated. Target verified. Bai Wushang determination. Sole host of this altar gourmet. Altar activating 3060, 100 activation complete. Lines of tiny text scrolled before his eyes, leaving him stunned. Was this a system or something else? Remembering his time as Qianlong, Bai regained his composure. The suction vanished. He drew back his hand, and a mass of 7-colored flames surged from the cauldron. bathing the ruined hall in dreamlike light. First activation detected. Extra reward unlock gift of the food god. Award granted. Tier 1 gourmet chest 1. A backpack-sized chest, gleaming like flawless white porcelain, appeared within the rainbow flames and hovered in midair. A gourmet chest? Is this some kind of lottery? Even as the question formed, the text shifted. Gourmet chest contains special items from the food god to aid the host's growth. 10 tiers exist, from 1 to 10. Higher tiers yield rarer items. Extraction odds for a Tier 1 chest extraordinary recipe 98.9. Gourmet tool 1. Food god secret art 0.1. Incredible, the thing can read my thoughts and answer straight away. With that, I asked silently, hello? What should I call you, system, food god, or something else? In the abandoned palace, Bai Wushang waited quietly. A minute passed, then another, yet the air remained deathly still. He frowned, realizing that the gourmet god's altar wasn't an artificial intelligence at all, but a rigid system that only answered set questions. He chuckled and shook his head. Since he had already crossed into this world, it was pointless to chase after ultimate truths. Right now, the only thing that mattered was figuring out what the gourmet god's altar could do for him. His gaze locked on the rainbow-colored chest as curiosity surged. What exactly can the first-tier gourmet chest's extraordinary recipes, tools, and secrets offer me? 3 golden lines materialized in the air. 1. Extraordinary recipes. Top-tier culinary formulas crafted by the gourmet god, intended solely for extraordinary beings. Their effects range from healing and advancement to gene mutation, physical enhancement, power amplification, and even beauty, helping the host raise the strongest possible pets. 2. Gourmet tools. Special items infused with the gourmet god's power, most of which are single-use consumables. 3. Gourmet secrets. Mysterious techniques created by the gourmet god. Once mastered, the host gains unique abilities for handling ingredients. Bai Wushang read every word, adapting to this unusual form of communication. Suppressing his questions, he chose to open the chest and see for himself. He reached into the 7 colored flames. To his surprise, they felt cool. The porcelain white chest landed in his hands, silky and cold, its material impossible to discern. Without hesitation, he lifted the lid. A blinding burst of light forced his eyes shut for several seconds. Excitement welled up. What treasure awaited him? When the glare faded, he saw only a single sheet of yellowed parchment. He picked it up carefully. Densely packed golden characters covered its surface, completely unreadable. The next instant, the parchment vanished. A stab of pain shot through his temples as foreign knowledge flooded his mind. Recipe: tempting mouse. Ingredients: 1 fresh mouse corpse, any species, mid-infant stage, dead no more than 3 hours, body largely intact. Black bamboo leaves, 10 g. Phantom grass, 5 stalks. Mesmer bloom, 1 flower. Clean water, 300 milliliters. Soul power, latest stage apprentice level or higher. Procedure: 1. Remove the viscera and rinse the mouse. 2. Stuff the belly with black bamboo leaves and stitch it closed. 3. Crush phantom grass and mesmer bloom, add them to cold water, and stir until the liquid turns purpler. 4. Place the mouse in the pot, simmer over low heat, and continuously infuse soul power. 5. When the liquid has fully reduced, remove from heat. Notes: a delicacy with lethal allure for snake-type creatures at the infant stage. Actual effectiveness depends on how precisely the recipe is executed. So this was an extraordinary recipe. Bai Wushang stood there, processing the information in a daze. The tempting mouse seemed designed for a single, straightforward purpose: capturing snakes. In this supernatural world, alchemists, smiths, talisman makers, and array masters could produce similar effects with herbs and minerals. Yet a recipe that resembled human cuisine, demanded strict ingredients and intricate steps, and was meant solely for extraordinary creatures. This was the first time Bai Wushang had ever encountered such a thing. If that extraordinary recipe truly grants advancement, evolution, or mutation, it could herald an entirely new school of cultivation, one that belongs to me alone, a treasure trove of limitless wealth. Bai Wushang's hands trembled uncontrollably, blood surging through his veins while every cell in his body leapt with excitement. His goals were simple: grow stronger and survive. Only the powerful can dictate their own fate, instead of becoming someone else's prey. He drew a deep breath, clenched his fists, and reminded himself to exercise restraint, to let go of greed and wishful fantasies. The future will always lie ahead. His focus must remain on the ground beneath his feet, growing step by solid step. Once calm, Bai Wushang addressed the altar again. Are there any other ways to obtain a gourmet god's chest? Notification: the standard method is to sacrifice gourmet cells. A first-tier chest requires 100 gourmet cells, a second-tier 300, a third-tier. Gourmet cells are special genetic tissues found in extraordinary creatures. The rarer and stronger the creature, the more cells it contains. They are extracted automatically upon killing the creature and are the only acceptable tribute for the gourmet god. Additional note: Only the host or a contracted pet beast can harvest gourmet cells. Once gourmet cells are harvested from one member of a race, other individuals of equal or lower rank yield none. Higher-ranked members grant only the difference between what was previously taken and their total cell count. So you earn gourmet cells by slaying extraordinary creatures and then trade the cells for chess scenes from his earlier battles flashed through Bai Wushang's mind, and he suddenly understood. No wonder I got one gourmet cell after killing the first hungry zombie, but none from the second, third, or fourth. The fifth was a mid-stage juvenile, so it gave me another cell. That explains it. The altar's explanation was straightforward, and Bai Wushang quickly grasped the logic. He currently possessed only 2 gourmet cells, far from enough to redeem even the lowest tier chest. He asked about other options, such as the gourmet god's gift, but the altar gave no reply. He glanced at the 13 surrounding statues and found no further clues. The altar seemed designed solely for drawing chests. He experimented a while longer, even trying to bring outside objects into the altar, but nothing worked. Forget it. My real body is still in danger, so we'll stop here and go back. Darkness dissolved into light, and Bai Wushang returned to reality, regaining control of his body. Inside the cave, Mu Xiaoxiao was still asleep. The firelight flickered, and all was calm. Bai Wushang gathered his thoughts. The gourmet god's altar will be my greatest trump card. I must never reveal it. The eyes that identify extraordinary creatures are probably an auxiliary effect. Let's call them the eye of cognition. We'll study them later. As for the recipe of the tempting rat, I need to gather the ingredients and cook it to verify its real value. For now, I'll meditate and restore my strength. When daylight comes and the corpse horde withdraws, the valley should be safe for a while. Then I'll perform my life bond summoning. With a pet's help, they'll find a way back to the academy. Inside the cave, Bai Wushang sat cross-legged by the entrance, eyes closed, palms turned upward, and began to meditate. Meditation was the most common method of cultivation for a Yuju. It could restore or increase soul power and, once mastered, even replace sleep altogether. Bai Wushang dared not slip into full immersion, so he stayed in a light trance, keeping part of his attention on the outside world. Time passed, second by second. Boom. A thunderous crash tore through the valley's silence like a boulder smashing into the ground. Bai Wushang jerked awake. The sound came from right nearby. He peered through a crack in the rocks. Under the wan moonlight lay a massive brown-black wild boar, collapsed like a mound of rotten flesh. Its bloated belly twitched, broken tusks jutted from its snout, and bloody foam gushed from its mouth. Name: Tusk Boar. Wild species: Beast Realm Terrestrial Tusk Boar. Life stage: Late Juvenile. Bloodline grade: Mortal Bone, 3-star. State: Dying. Intelligence: Low. Trait: Reckless. Skills: Boar Charge, Skyward Stab. Gourmet cells: 9. What happened? Mu Xiaoxiao whispered, having been startled awake. Probably fell off the cliff and almost killed itself. Bai Wushang guessed, though unease gnawed at him. Zombies were most active at this hour. A fat boar landing here was practically a midnight buffet delivered to their doorstep. He wanted to curse fine, show up for takeout, but why crash land right in front of our cave? If the zombies discovered them along with their free meal, they'd be doomed. In the darkness, pairs of bluish-green eyes swiveled toward the boar, converging like eerie flames. More than 20 hungry zombies of varying sizes soon surrounded the carcass, their guttural snarls overlapping in a grim chorus. They jostled together, and each swipe of a claw tore away a chunk of bloody flesh, which they scarfed down like starving ghouls. The scene was nightmarish. Bai Wushang clamped a hand over Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth, terrified she might scream and turn them into easy targets. Thud, thud, thud. A cloud of dust rose in the distance as a burly humanoid silhouette charged toward them. Every footfall made the ground quake. Like an armored tank, it barreled into the zombie pack, snatching up a zombie with one hand and flinging it a dozen meters away as if it were a stone. In moments, the ordinary zombies around the tusk boar were wiped out. Roar. The creature threw back its head and let out a blood-curdling howl. Any zombie still daring to inch forward collapsed like a stunned shrimp, quivering uncontrollably. Bathed in silver moonlight, the monster stood just over 2 meters tall. Long hair draped over a naked body that gleamed with a metallic sheen from head to toe. From the neck down, it was a masterpiece of brutal sculpture, each contour radiating raw power. But the moment you met its gaze, your scalp would prick, every instinct screaming that this was a creature born for slaughter. Its humanoid face was crisscrossed with scars, as if shredded by blades, and its emerald eyes burned with undisguised savagery and murder. Bai Wushang took one look, then dropped his gaze, afraid it might notice him. He silently reviewed the data he had just seen. Name: Armored Ghoul. Species: Nether Realm. Zombie type: Corpse Clan. Life stage: Early Mature. Bloodline quality: Common Bone, 7 stars. Status: Enraged. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Night Vision. Infection: Metallic Skin. Skills: Hardened Claws, Skull-Crushing Punch, Iron Headbutt, Venomous Fangs. Gourmet cells: 35. So I really did lure in a heavyweight. Bai Wushang pulled Mu Xiaoxiao deeper into the cave and froze, a sheen of cold sweat gathering on his back. Ordinary zombies have poor senses and fear light and heat. They would either miss the cave or refuse to approach it. This evolved armored ghoul was different. It was already mature, and fire or sunlight would barely phase it. All he could do now was hope it didn't notice them. He prayed in silence. Big guy, I'll call you brother, all right? Finish your pork and go home early. Nothing helps digestion like a post-meal nap. After chasing off the lesser ghouls that tried to steal its food, the armored ghoul relaxed a little. It crouched beside the boar's corpse and started eating. The wet splatter of blood and the crunch of breaking bones made Mu Xiaoxiao's face turn paper white. In no time the creature had stripped the rest of the tusked boar clean. It straightened up, still looking unsatisfied, as though it hadn't eaten its fill. Its gaze swept the clearing, and the lesser zombies wished they could bury themselves in the sand. Suddenly it tilted its head. Those emerald eyes locked onto the cave where Bai Wushang hid, and a cruel grin spread across its face. Bad news. Bai Wushang's heart lurched. He yanked Mu Xiaoxiao backward just as a thunderous boom rocked the cave. One punch from the armored ghoul shattered the boulder at the entrance, and half its body lunged inside. It had caught the scent of human flesh. Stone chips whirled as Bai Wushang snatched up his metal staff and hammered at the creature's head. In 2 or 3 seconds he struck at least 10 times, every blow full force. Only the clang of metal on metal echoed back. The skin between his thumb and forefinger split, but the ghoul's skull remained unmarked, its eyes blazing even fiercer with anger. Look out! A razor-sharp claw shot toward his chest. Every hair on his body bristled. His pupils shrank to pinpoints as he twisted aside at the last moment, dodging the fatal strike. But his shoulder was raked open, 5 inky gashes marring his flesh. The wound wasn't deep, yet the blood that welled up turned black at once, proof of the potent toxin on the ghoul's claws. Fortunately, Bai Wushang wasn't worried about poisoning. The ancient blood plague sealed inside him made his body highly resistant to lesser toxins, the only benefit he had gained from that past catastrophe. What now? How am I supposed to survive this nightmare? Bai Wushang racked his brain for everything he'd ever learned. An ironclad ghoul was the natural evolution of a hungry ghoul. Thanks to its metal skin trait, it boasted near impenetrable defenses and monstrous strength. Even transcendent creatures 2 levels higher found it almost impossible to break through. It was a nightmare to face. Another wind-laden punch howled toward him. Bai Wushang clenched his teeth, raising his metal staff to parry. Crack! The staff snapped in 2, and the remaining force slammed into his gut, hurling him several meters back until his spine slammed against the stone wall. He dropped to one knee, coughing violently as bright blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Was he really going to die at the hands of this monster? The thought filled him with bitter frustration. The ironclad ghoul screeched, giving him no time to breathe. Its 10-centimeter steel talons flashed as it charged like a rabid beast. Stop! Mu Xiaoxiao stepped in front of him, eyes red, arms spread wide. With a crisp snap, the lotus pendant on her chest burst into powder, and a translucent suit of armor wrapped around her. The ghoul's claws raked the barrier, sparks spraying. Stunned to encounter something harder than itself, it paused, then went berserk. Steel talons, iron fists, even its fangs pummeled the transparent armor. Xiao Xiao! Bai Wushang roared. The pendant's armor could withstand the ghoul, but only for a limited time. After a full minute of the monster's frenzied assault, the shield vanished, revealing Mu Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked, bloodless face. The crazed ghoul spread its jaws and lunged for her throat. In that moment, Bai Wushang loathed his own weakness. Blood veiled his vision as he fought the pain, seized the broken half of his staff, and readied himself to charge. Whoosh! A single white snowflake drifted down, reflected in his pupils with blinding clarity. Time seemed to freeze. The ghoul's crimson fangs hovered millimeters from Mu Xiaoxiao's neck. The next instant promised an eruption of blood and the monster's ecstatic feast. Suddenly, a blue light blossomed beneath its feet and raced upward past knees, hips, torso, arms until it enveloped the creature. Bai Wushang stared in disbelief as the once rampant ghoul became a solid block of ice, its savage snarl forever frozen. On its status panel, one word remained: dead. In the dim cavern, a slender arm extended through the entrance and waved once. The ice statue shattered, crashing into glittering fragments. With the obstacle gone, Bai Wushang finally saw the figure standing at the mouth of the cavia, woman of breathtaking beauty. She stood about 170, a black skin-tight catsuit tracing the clean lines of her slim waist and generous curves. A purple tachi was slung across her back, and the razor-sharp aura she exuded made it hard to meet her eyes. Silk black hair spilled over shoulders, framing features so finely cut they bordered on unreal. Most of all, the obsidian eyes, clear as glass, that branded themselves onto one's memory. The only flaw, if one could call it that, was the utter absence of emotion on that dangerous face. It stayed as placid as a still lake. Pardon the interruption. An airship went down nearby. Are you the survivors? Her lips parted slightly. The voice was cool but courteous. Yes, and you are? Mu Xiaoxiao snapped out of her daze, relief flooding her chest when she realized she'd been rescued. Jiang Lingyue, second year, Shanghai Academy, the swordswoman answered evenly. I was on my way back to campus when I picked up the rescue request. Thank you, thank you. If not for you, we probably wouldn't have lived to see sunrise. Mu Xiaoxiao bowed deeply, her gratitude unmistakable. A soft chirp drew their attention. At the woman's feet sat a small blue creature, eyes glittering as it curiously inspected the cave. Bai Wushang glanced over. Name: three-tailed ice flame fox. Classification: beast realm mammal type red fox variant. Life stage: complete form, early phase. Bloodline grade: commander class, 3-star. Soul power insufficient for full analysis. A three-tailed ice flame fox fully formed. The term stirred no memory. This was outside Bai Wushang's knowledge. The creature was roughly the size of a puppy, fur sleek and lustrous, 3 fluffy tails swaying in a rhythm that was disarmingly cute. So adorable. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with unfiltered delight. Jiang Lingyue took it in stride. Ice Flame Fox. My companion. After sweeping the cave, her gaze settled on Bai Wushang. She stared for a good 10 seconds before raising an eyebrow animation on her otherwise blank face. Your first years, right? Why can I sense soul power on you? Are you a natural awakener? Caught off guard by her acuity, Bai Wushang offered a vague reply. An accident. Realize a lucky break awakened it. Then where's your life-bonded beast? Haven't had time to perform the summoning yet. Jiang Lingyue mulled it over, brushed a finger across her storage ring, and tossed him 2 pills. The red one crush it and apply to the wound. The green one swallow it. You've got half a night left, you'll be mostly healed by dawn. First thing in the morning, form your life contract. After that I'll escort you back to campus. She turned to Mu Xiaoxiao. You take the sleeping bag. Get some rest. Thank you, Senior Jiang. Bai Wushang recognized the medicine at a glance. Blood restoring pellet. Essence nurturing pellet, both pricey. Easily worth 100 gold apiece. No need. The academy pays me for the mission. Her tone was neither warm nor cold. Without waiting for a reply, she ruffled the fox's head and gave it a silent order. Stay with them, little ice. Keep them safe. I'm going to sweep the valley for other survivors. With a light step she slipped into the darkness, and the graceful silhouette melded with the night until it vanished from sight. Inside the cave, the petite blue creature lost all interest in playing the moment its master left. Bored, it flopped onto the ground, curled into a ring, tucked its nose beneath its fluffy tail, and soon soft snores drifted out. Brother Wushang, Senior Jiang, is amazing. Now that the danger had passed, Mu Xiaoxiao was clearly in high spirits, her eyes shining with admiration. She's only 1 year ahead of us, yet she took down that armored corpse in a single blow. She might even be catching up to Brother Tianqing. Yes, and that Frostflame Fox is strong, very strong. Bai Wushang nodded, his expression grave. Don't let its cute appearance fool you. With that, he fell silent and focused on tending his wounds. The green rejuvenation pill melted on his tongue, and a warm current rose from his core, flowing into every limb and bone. It felt as if his entire body were wrapped in gentle heat, indescribably pleasant. At dawn the desert had yet to warm, a light breeze drifted by. Bai Wushang opened his eyes feeling refreshed and alert. A quick self-check told him his internal injuries were almost healed. The external cuts had scabbed over and merely itched. In a few days he would be fully recovered. Over the breakfast provided by Jiang Lingyue, Bai Wushang recounted how their airship had crashed. He also learned that Jiang had found nothing during her search the previous night. The two of them were indeed the only survivors. Once we're back at the academy, I'll file a full report, Jiang Lingyue said after a pause. The school will handle the aftermath for the students who died. As for the violet thunder wyvern that attacked you, there isn't much we can do. The academy may investigate why it showed up, but they're unlikely to try hunting it. After all, that beast isn't an ordinary ultimate-tier creature. Most of our instructors aren't on that level. Bai Wushang nodded, he understood. He and Mu Xiaoxiao had suffered directly, yet he couldn't blame Shanghai Academy. In the end, everything came down to power. An ultimate-tier creature is terrifyingly strong, a sovereign wherever it roams, king of all beasts. The violet thunder wyvern is an ancient giant with exceptionally pure blood, said to feed on heavenly lightning. Even among ultimate-tier beasts, it ranks near the top. From the start, Bai Wushang had never expected the academy to hunt such a monster for the sake of a few uninitiated trainee masters. That simply wasn't realistic. If there's nothing else, you should get on with your life summoning. Jiang Lingyue gave a faint smile and walked out of the cave. Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao hurried after her. They found an open stretch of ground nearby. Bai Wushang sat cross-legged while Mu Xiaoxiao watched from a distance. Junior Bai, to keep things simple, I'll give you a quick rundown. Standing beside him with her arms crossed, Jiang Lingyue explained. Your oath tome should now hold 2 soul sigils, 1 black and 1 gold. The black sigil is a standard mark gained each time a master's soul power rises 1 major tier. It can only be used for on-site contracts. The gold sigil is what sets self-awakened masters apart. It's a life sigil, superior to the ordinary kind. Feed it with soul power, and a life-summoning array will appear. The circle positions itself in the center, scans space at random distances, and selects the transcendent creature most compatible with you, then forges a pet contract. As Jiang Lingyue finished speaking, she lifted her wrist, and a massive icy blue book of oaths appeared out of thin air. Its pages fluttered, and within the golden gleam a sigil hovered. The dull sheen of the gold showed it had been used before. So you awakened on your own as well. Senior Jiang Bai Wushang blinked, then understood. No wonder she was so powerful at only a year older. Being among the best of the self-awakened explained everything. Bai Wushang closed his eyes, steadied his mind, and sank his consciousness into the sea of awareness, summoning the book of oaths that floated in the vortex of soul power into the real world. Because no contract had yet been signed, his book remained plain and archaic. Unfazed, he focused on it, letting threads of soul energy stream from his body into the book. A black and a golden soul seal drifted inside its inner realm, pulsing like a heartbeat. At his mental command, the golden seal shot out and settled firmly in his palm. Focus your will and pour as much soul power as you can into the golden seal. Don't stop until you're completely exhausted, Jiang Lingyue instructed. Whatever you summon will at least match your soul tier, so empty your reserves. Bai Wushang nodded and began channeling soul power into the golden seal. 10 minutes, 20, 30 time crawled by. Jiang Lingyue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, surprise flickering in her eyes. Even those with deep reserves could barely last half an hour during a lifebound summon. Yet Bai Wushang showed no sign of fatigue. A full hour passed before beads of sweat dotted his forehead and his lips turned pale. Huff huff, his eyes snapped open. He panted heavily, gaze full of anticipation. A circular summoning array more than 30 meters across blazed before him, pulsing with intense golden light. The vague outline of a beast emerged, and the radiance shrank, pouring into that silhouette. Bai Wushang felt a living presence link itself to him. All three observers turned, and even the usually languid ice flame fox stretched its neck for a look. A rabbit-like creature appeared, smaller than the three-tailed ice flame fox. Pure white fur, a crescent mark on its brow, rosy ears standing upright, and large silver-white eyes gave it a lively charm. Is that a moon rabbit? Jiang Lingyue murmured, frowning slightly. The array's traces melted away like water, leaving only the snow-white bunny on the tawny sand. Unafraid, it swept its silver gaze around, recognized by Wushang, and pattered toward him on its stubby legs. Still seated, Bai Wushang watched the little creature hop lightly into his lap. Chigu, it chirped softly, tilting its tiny head to gaze at its new master. For the first time, Bai Wushang realized extraordinary creatures could be this adorable. Running his fingers through its silky fur and watching it close its eyes in bliss, he smiled. After 16 long years, he finally had a pet of his own. The dream he had nursed for so long had come true, and his once lonely soul had found a companion. Joy washed through him like a tide. Is that really a moon rabbit? It's adorable. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she leaned in, ready to touch it. A moment ago, the little white rabbit had been resting quietly in Bai Wushang's arms, but now its ears shot upright and tiny fangs flashed. It clacked its teeth in warning, its furry body coiling into a tense ball. Easy, she's a friend, Bai Wushang murmured, gently stroking the rabbit's back, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. Mu Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand in embarrassment. Only then did the rabbit relax, burrowing into Bai Wushang's embrace and nuzzling his chest with its downy head. Congratulations on contracting your pet, Jiang Lingyue said, studying the creature with a slight frown. The bond looks solid, but it's a pity moon rabbits can't evolve naturally. Their growth potential is limited and might slow you down. Is that so? Bai Wushang gazed at the translucent status panel hovering before him, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Name, Gemini moon rabbit, normal form. Contracted race, beast realm mammalian type, mutant moon rabbit. Life stage, peak juvenile. Bloodline quality, elite grade, 1 star. Mood, delighted. Intelligence, above average. Traits, silver moon eyes twin symbiosis. Skills, moonshadow clone, moonlight baptism. Gourmet cells. Contracted partner to host, non-huntable. Outwardly, it was the textbook image of a moon rabbit's snow white fur, ruby eyes, something anyone could recognize. Yet what Bai Wushang saw through the eye of cognition told a very different story. In the transcendent world's food chain, moon rabbits rank at the very bottom. The nighttime planes team with them. They have almost no combat ability and only a few basic healing and evasion tricks, barely qualifying as support pets. Few tamers choose them, usually only those with modest talent who adore fluffy creatures, most of them women, keeping the rabbits as bedtime companions. He never expected even Senior Jiang's sharp eyes to miss the truth. Bai Wushang chuckled inwardly. Like her ice flame fox, this little fellow was a variant. By definition, mutation is a rare phenomenon in which a transcendent creature diverges from its original bloodline during growth. It may be innate or triggered by environmental factors after birth, and it is one of the most intricate fields in transcendent biology. In practice, mutations fall into two categories: beneficial and harmful. Not every variation makes a creature stronger, some leave it weaker. When the deviation is minor, such as a new skin color or an extra organ, the individual differs from the base species, yet the change is small enough that its racial classification remains unchanged. Conversely, if a mutation is so extreme that the creature's appearance is completely altered and its traits and abilities stand in sharp contrast to its original race, it will be reclassified and often regarded as an entirely new species. In fact, most species have emerged in this way. Mutation is the driving force behind the explosion of biodiversity. Bai Wushang's eyes fell on Jiang Lingyu's frostflame fox, and using the attribute panel as a reference, he ventured a bold guess. It had probably belonged to the red fox lineage, but a massive, clearly beneficial mutation had turned it into a brand new breed, perhaps the only one of its kind in the world. He could roughly infer the direction of the mutation. Either its fire affinity had been reversed into ice, or it possessed flames imbued with the power of ice. There was even a chance that fire and ice now coexisted within the same body. But how on earth had this Gemini moon rabbit mutated? Bai Wushang scrutinized the little creature cradled in his arms. It looked no different from an ordinary moon rabbit, except for one extra trait: twin symbiosis. What did that even mean? Did another rabbit's soul share the same body, or could it transform into a second form? His thoughts were a mess. Whatever the case, the little one had clearly undergone a favorable mutation. In the juvenile stage, a normal moon rabbit's bloodline would rate around ordinary grade, 2 stars, yet this Gemini moon rabbit had leaped 8 whole sublevels to elite grade, 1 star, far above the usual ceiling for its age, and even outclassing many adults. All right, don't be so discouraged. Jiang Lingyue assumed Bai Wushang's silence meant he was dissatisfied with the pet and frowned as she reminded him, a life bond summon is about compatibility first, talent and potential come second. This rabbit may never become your most powerful fighter, but it will definitely be your closest companion. Bai Wushang blinked and hurried to explain. That's not it, I'm thrilled to finally have a pet. It's just that everything from awakening my soul power to forming this contract happened so fast, I'm still a little dazed. Since Jiang Lingyue hadn't noticed anything unusual about the rabbit, Bai Wushang saw no reason to expose his secret. He quickly changed the subject. Jiang Lingyue's expression softened. Her clear eyes glanced at him before she said, enough talk. Pack up, we need to reach the academy before noon. Right, got it. Bai Wushang stood up and tried to store the little one in the Book of Oaths, whose cover had now turned a striking silver white. But the rabbit refused to leave him, insisting on snuggling in his arms. After several attempts, Bai Wushang gave up. Truth be told, he was happy the creature relied on him so much. Xiaobing, Jiang Lingyue suddenly called out. The previously languid three-tailed frostflame fox perked up at once, planted its forepaws firmly on the ground, and let out a piercing howl. Oh whoa! Rings of blue, icy mist billowed up around it, encircling the fox and spinning faster and faster. After a few seconds, the icy haze dispersed, revealing a massive three-tailed ice flame fox, 7 or 8 meters long, standing tall with its head held high. An ice crown rested on its brow, and its amber eyes projected unquestionable authority. Its silky coat was spotless, as though dust itself respected the creature. Even words like sacred or regal felt inadequate. Bai Wushang's gaze lingered on the fox's 3 tails. They began a light blue at the roots and deepened to an oceanic sapphire at the tips, a gradient so beautiful it left one breathless. This was its true form. Jiang Lingyue tapped the ground, sprang onto the fox's back like a swallow, and said apologetically, Xiaobing doesn't like anyone else sitting on its back, so you'll have to hang on to its tails. Jigu, nestled in Bai Wushang's arms, the little rabbit's round eyes widened as it stared at the stunning fox that filled its entire view. Through their bond, Bai Wushang felt its amazement and its envy. If you put in the effort, you might grow this big someday. Then you'll never have to worry about a mount again. Gigi. The tiny creature stamped its foot, vowing to try its hardest. Under the blazing sun, the golden desert stretched endlessly as the blue three-tailed ice flame fox raced ahead, sometimes leaping, sometimes streaking like the wind. Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao each clung to a fluffy tail, half suspended in midair, experiencing a ride as thrilling as any roller coaster. Along the way, they passed migrating hordes of black ant beasts, spotted a gray rock python waiting in ambush beneath the sand, watched cloud hawks snatch steel-thread finches from the sky, and even caught a distant glimpse of a rare sphinx. At last, far on the horizon, a magnificent azure city shimmered into view. So this is Shanghai City's vintage architectural style, Mu Xiaoxiao breathed in awe. Weathered dark green ramparts soared into the clouds, stretching for thousands of li like a sleeping azure dragon across the horizon. Even the colossal three-tailed ice flame fox looked like an ant beside this titanic city. As they drew nearer, the road widened and leveled out, and the crowd thickened. Young people in fitted battle gear streamed past, riding every kind of companion beast, some bounding along the ground, others gliding through the air, creating a vibrant, noisy scene. Bai Wushang noticed something. Among the dozens of extraordinary creatures around them, the three-tailed ice flame fox was hardly the biggest. Yet whenever people saw the fox, or rather, the black-clad, sword-bearing woman resting on its back, they tensed and pulled away. Looks like Senior Jiang has quite a story, he thought. Two Fortimaturtle black iron giants flanked the gate, steel tridents in hand, fully armored and imposing. Black iron giant contracted species. Wilderness realm giant type metallic giant clan life stage. Late ultimate form bloodline rating. Commander class, 6 stars. Insufficient soul power for complete analysis. Ultimate form that's absurdly strong, Bai murmured. Stop right there. A burly middle-aged man blocked the road. Even at several meters, Bai could feel the iron-blooded aura rolling off him. Uncle Tai. Jiang Lingyue jumped down, greeting him, and signaled Little Ice to let Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao dismount. Oh, it's you, Little Jiang. The man's aura vanished at once. He gave an embarrassed chuckle. Getting old, me eyes aren't what they were. Haven't seen this little fox for 2 months, and almost didn't recognize it. He eyed Jiang Lingyue up and down. Your aura feels denser. Don't tell me you've broken through to Qian general level? The academy's in for a ride. Just a lucky advance, Uncle Tai. Jiang Lingyue replied calmly. Luck's part of strength. At your age, I could only stare in envy. Uncle Tai laughed, stroking his short beard, then glanced at the two behind her. Who are they? New freshmen. We ran into trouble on the road, so I brought them back. Bad timing, then. The awakening ceremony ended this morning. You'll have to get them processed and apply for an extra session after a few more pleasantries. He waved them through. Inside, bustling streets unfolded, shops, food stalls, training halls, everything imaginable. The academy must have just welcomed new students. Festive decorations were everywhere. Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao followed Jiang Lingyue, wide-eyed with curiosity, while the three-tailed ice flame fox, now a miniature version of itself, strutted gracefully along behind them. The moon rabbit was curled up inside Bai Wushang's lapel, its tiny body swaying gently with his steps, completely undisturbed by the festive clamor of drums and gongs outside. Up ahead, Jiang Lingyue moved with light, rhythmic strides, guiding the pair through the maze-like streets. After a few turns, she suddenly looked back and asked casually, "So, what do you two think of Shanghai Academy?" Mu Xiaoxiao blinked, thought for a moment, and answered earnestly, "My cousin studies here, but this is our first time on campus, so we only know the basics. We've heard the competition is fierce. Anyone who manages to graduate becomes a rising star in the Great Qian Dynasty and enjoys great prestige." Jiang Lingyue nodded, a subtle, knowing smile on her lips. Exactly. As one of the 4 great academies of the Great Qian Dynasty, Shanghai offers the best faculty and the richest cultivation resources. Getting in is like strapping on a growth accelerator. Use it well, and you can soar, turn from worm to dragon, and leave everyone else behind. Her tone suddenly cooled. But as someone who's been through it, I have to warn you. All of that comes at the price of a brutal elimination system. She paused, locking eyes with them. Do you know how many freshmen from last year me intake advanced to the 2nd grade? 1,000 maybe? Mu Xiaoxiao ventured, uncertain. We started with 2,230, Jiang Lingyue said evenly. Only 275 made it. Nearly a 90% attrition rate. Mu Xiaoxiao's smile froze in shock, and even Bai Wushang was momentarily stunned by the figure. Our dean likes to say his ancestors built this academy to use 99% sand to polish the 1% gold, Jiang Lingyue continued. From the moment you set foot here, be ready to give everything you have, otherwise you'll be shown the door. No wonder my family warned me against Shanghai, said the risks were too high. Mu Xiaoxiao murmured, finally understanding. Bai Wushang's thoughts ran the other way. This was natural selection in its purest form. With his own life already racing the clock, the initial shock gave way to a flicker of anticipation. If he couldn't overcome man-made trials, how could he ever hope to defy fate itself? Half an hour later, the spacious, bright administrative hall was bustling. After giving a brief account of the airship accident, Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao completed their registration and officially became first-year students at Shanghai Academy. Jiang Lingyue collected her task reward and left with Mu Xiaoxiao to apply for an auxiliary awakening ritual. Bai Wushang stayed behind and watched as the clerk's expression shifted from neutral to stunned, then heard him blurt out, "What? You awakened on your own?" The hall was grand and the ceiling high, so the words echoed beneath the dome and reached every corner. People nearby turned, their curious gazes converging on him like spotlights. Bai Wushang sighed softly. He disliked being stared at like some rare specimen, but kept his composure and asked, "Is there a problem?" Ere the clerk scratched his head, embarrassed by his outburst. "It's just that, including you. This cohort now has 3 self-awakened students." 3. Bai Wushang arched an eyebrow. "Yes, unbelievable, isn't it?" The balding staff member scratched his head in astonishment. "I've worked here for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anything like this. 3 self-awakened students in one entity, that's practically unheard of." He paused, his expression turning serious. "If you don't mind, I need to verify your soul power level and actual age, and set up a basic file for your bonded beast." Is that all right? Sure. Bai Wushang agreed without hesitation. Please follow me. The employee rose and politely gestured toward the stairs. As they climbed, he explained, don't think I'm trying to make things difficult. Once your status as a self-awakener is confirmed, the Academy will give you the highest tier of freshman resources for 3 whole months. That's a significant benefit, so we have to be thorough. I understand. Bai Wushang nodded, then asked curiously, does the Academy really rank new students? What are the criteria? I can't share every detail, the staff member replied over his shoulder. In short, every freshman enjoys 3 months of free support. The resources are split into 4 tiers, C, B, A, and S. C, B, and A match the early, middle, and late stages of initial soul power, while S is reserved exclusively for self-awakeners. He grew more animated as he spoke. Normally we see a self-awakener once every 2 or 3 years. Even the last few years have been odd, but this year we have 3. The Academy's going to be in an uproar. Bai Wushang halted. That corridor's a dead end. Oh, sorry. The employee snapped back to reality. I got carried away. This way, please. They entered a room of about 100 square meters filled with an array of instruments and devices. 2 or 3 technicians were busy polishing and calibrating the equipment. When the staffers learned Bai Wushang needed self-awakening verification, they exchanged surprised looks, but wasted no time. Maintaining strict professionalism, they brought out the necessary tool, a soul power crystal. It was a head-sized sphere of flawless white crystal, gleaming like pure jade. Gazing at it, Bai Wushang felt a sudden wave of familiarity. Unbidden, memories surfaced of the woman who had adopted him at 6 years old, the one he regarded as a mother in all but name. When he'd been a little kid, he used to treat all this lab equipment like toys. Bai Wushang swept his eyes over the familiar instruments and allowed himself a faint smile at the memory. If she hadn't suddenly written to say she was now teaching at Shanghai Academy and suggested he enroll here, he might have headed for Qilong Royal Academy, instead a school officially ranked number 1 and backed by the royal house of the Great Qian Dynasty. He wondered how she was getting on. Once he was settled, he'd have to find time to visit. Lost in thought, Bai Wushang pressed his palm against the crystal sphere and released his soul power without holding back. The white crystal flared instantly, bathing the room in light. 2 clear lines of text appeared in the center. Soul power, 10,086. Bone age, 16. The staff member Hood escorted him and read the numbers again and again, then looked up, bewildered. For peakling practitioner level, isn't 7,000 enough to pass? Is the device broken? Why is it reading so high? Impossible, another technician muttered, equally stunned. We've used it all week and it's worked fine. A value over 10,000 matches the early stage of the soul attendant rank, doesn't it? Maybe we should test him again. A third suggested. 5 minutes later. Soul power, 10,120. Throats went dry. Every technician turned in unison to stare at Bai Wushang, as if he were some kind of monster. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Wushang edged back a step. Their naked curiosity was downright scary. Do you realize you've just broken a school record? One of them asked, voice trembling. In more than a century, no self-awakened student has ever started with soul power comparable to an early soul attendant. You're unbelievable. Bai Wushang blinked. So what am I, exactly peakling practitioner or early soul attendant? One technician clicked his tongue, thinking aloud. You're still technically peakling practitioner. Your physique must be extraordinary. Your capacity far exceeds others at the same level. Your total reserve has already crossed the early soul attendant threshold, though the quality is still lower. When you really break through, your soul power might match a mid-stage soul attendant. You'll always have a deeper pool than your peer. That's terrifying. Sounds pretty good, Bai Wushang said, smiling. So I've passed the assessment, right? Absolutely. They nodded like pecking chickens. One of them added eagerly. Could you summon your lifebound pet for our records? Academy rules: we keep files on self-awakened students for research purposes. Bai Wushang lowered his eyes, patting the bulge beneath his jacket. Galaxy, time to wake up. The name had come to him on the road. Those silvery eyes reminded him of a sky full of stars, so had chosen Galaxy, hoping shed shine with her own endless light. Jigu? A pair of pink ears appeared first, then a dazed little head. The bunny blinked up at him, confused about waking up with a brand new name. The technicians crowded closer, their eyes even wider than Galaxy's. Tubular long ears, pom-pom tail, snow-white fur, silver star-specked eyes, crescent mark on the brow if I'm not mistaken. This is a moon rabbit. Lao Zhang, drop the if I'm not mistaken, it definitely is. Back at the front desk, the clerk's fingers flew across the holokeyboard, registering Bai Wushang's class certification. There's a minor issue I need to discuss with you. She looked up apologetically. Although the Academy assigns freshmen to 4 resource tiers, class numbers are so small that housing is only divided into A, B, and C levels. We never built a separate dorm for class. She paused before continuing. Normally, class students stay in the A-level dorms, but this year's intake is unusually large, and those rooms were claimed this morning. The best I can do is place you in a B-level dorm and give you an additional stipend. Is that acceptable? Sure, no problem, Bai Wushang said with a nod. Excellent. Congratulations again on becoming an class student. She produced an ornate little box from a drawer. This is your identity wristband. All your basic data is encoded inside. It serves as both your pass and your key to the campus. Please keep it safe. Bai Wushang took it. The device was a sleek black chip, 2 centimeters across and less than 2 millimeters thick, its surface shimmering with a muted metallic glow. Lay it flat against your left wrist, the clerk instructed. It will bond automatically and won't come off, even during intense activity. He did as told. A faint current tingled across his skin, and the chip melded seamlessly to his wrist. He shook his arm hard. It didn't budge. When he held still, the chip even shifted color to match his skin, making it almost invisible. Technology really has come a long way, Bai Wushang muttered, turning his wrist over in fascination. The clerk grinned. It may look tiny, but it packs hundreds of functions: communications, navigation, digital keys, data storage, a coin marketplace, and more. Everyone on campus has one. Just tap it, and a holographic screen appears. With her patient guidance, Bai Wushang mastered the basics in under 15 minutes. Staring at the floating blue interface, he felt as if a new world had opened up. This wristband is fantastic practical features and so easy to use. Indeed, we're all grateful to its inventor. She's transformed our daily lives. She straightened, adopting a more official tone. Today's schedule is simple. Freshmen awaken their soul power and have their resource level confirmed. After that, you're free for the afternoon. Head back to your dorm to rest. At 6 o'clock the academy will send the next set of instructions, so watch for the notice. She walked him to the door and added, the campus is enormous. Until you have a suitable pet for transportation, I suggest taking one of the academy's shuttle cars. With your class privileges, they're completely free. Got it. Thank you. Bai Wushang stepped outside and nearly winced at the glare. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The sun blazed overhead, the air thick with heat. Even so, the paths were crowded with students and their beasts, young men and women in their prime, pets of every shape and size at their sides. Has my long-awaited life at the academy really begun? Bai Wushang gazed at the picturesque campus, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips as his mood instantly brightened. He found a comfortable spot, closed his eyes, and let the warm sunlight wash over him while a gentle breeze brushed his cheeks. After a couple of minutes, he raised his wrist and woke his smartwatch to confirm his details. Name, Bai Wushang. Student ID, 202-10115. Aptitude rating, rank. Freshman dorm, Sector 11, Tier B, Building 477, Room 101. He keyed the address into the map function, and the route appeared 32 kilometers away. The distance made him whistle in surprise. Scrolling to the submenu, he selected escort vehicle. Dozens of models popped up, and he tapped the fastest single-seater. With a soft chime, the screen displayed a red message, summoning vehicle. Please remain where you are. Moments later, a sleek, bullet-shaped capsule car glided toward him in silence, stopping precisely at his feet. Barely 2 meters long, the jet-black pod was completely unmanned, piloted solely by an AI system. He held his watch to the side scanner. Once his identity was verified, the door lifted upward. Squeezing into the snug cockpit, he buckled up as the voice assistant instructed. Bai Wushang wondered how safe a fully automated vehicle could be. Wouldn't high speeds make collisions unavoidable? His doubts vanished as the pod rolled forward at a calm pace, weaving flawlessly around obstacles before dipping into an underground tunnel. There, it suddenly shot ahead, the surge pinning him to the seat and setting his pulse racing. 10 minutes later, the vehicle emerged at ground level, coasting between rows of low, uniform buildings before halting in front of one. A metallic sign reading 477 caught his eye, and he stepped out as an electronic chime announced his arrival. The dormitory looked nothing like the vintage brick buildings he had imagined. Constructed from metal plates and bricks, it resembled a compact fortress, sturdy, secure, and strikingly distinctive. Roughly 30 meters tall with only 5 floors, it housed 4 units per floor, accommodating 20 students in total. After using his watch to pass 2 security checkpoints, Bai Wushang finally entered his new quarters. The 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bath layout spanned more than 100 square meters. Minimalist decor gave the space an understated elegance, and every essential amenity was in place. The most eye-catching feature was the soaring ceiling over 5 meters high, clearly designed for students whose contracted beasts took up considerable room. This is just a tired dorm. How extravagant must the attire be? He muttered, though the spacious apartment already felt luxurious to him. Looking down, he noticed little Galaxy curled up on his chest, fast asleep, a few crystal droplets of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Bai Wushang chuckled, guessing the mutant creature still kept the moon rabbit's nocturnal habits and was simply drowsy during the day. He gently placed her on the soft bed and gave her fluffy ears a playful pinch. Leaving the bedroom, he headed straight for the bathroom. 2 grueling days on the road had left him reeking of sweat. Even if little Galaxy didn't mind, he certainly did. After a refreshing shower, Bai Wushang cradled the tiny rabbit and indulged in a blissful nap. He woke feeling invigorated, the fatigue of the past 2 days completely gone. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to explore more features on his smartwatch, a rapid series of knocks sounded at the door. The moment the door swung open, Bai Wushang found himself staring at two strangers. "Can I help you?" he asked, giving them a quick once-over. The first was dressed in a sharp blue suit, polished ankle boots, and sported a slick-back pompadour. A round face and slightly chubby frame lent him an air of well-groomed refinement. The second wore a close-cropped buzz cut. Tall and powerfully built, his muscles spoke of serious training, yet his sun-darkened skin, faded clothes, and rough hands hinted at a simple, down-to-earth nature. "Hey man." The chubby student swept a hand over his hair and flashed a dazzling smile. "We're on the same floor. I'm Ouyang Yuan from room 103. The darker-skinned young man scratched his head shyly. "Hi. I'm Shabulu, from a nomadic clan. I live in 102. Ouyang Yuan thrust out his hand with enthusiasm. "Since we're all freshmen and practically next-door neighbors, it's better to be friendly, right? We can look out for each other around campus." Realizing what was going on, Bai Wushang shook his hand. "I'm Bai Wushang. Nice to meet you both." "Great, brother Bai." Ouyang Yuan slung an arm over Bai's shoulder and waggled his eyebrows. "Full disclosure, I'm in the family jewelry business. If you need gems or want to sell any, come to me first. I'll give you the best price, never gouge my own brother." Bai Wushang chuckled inwardly. With a character like this around, life at the academy would never be dull. "All right, the four swords of mountains and seas are still one short," Ouyang Yuan declared, sweeping his arm dramatically. "Let's knock on 104. The trio headed to the end of the hall. Ouyang Yuan raised his voice. "Hey buddy, we're your neighbors. How about grabbing a bite together so we can all get acquainted? Who the hell is making that racket?" The door flew open. A student in loose training gear stuck his head out, glaring daggers at the three. He was strikingly handsome, but a chill of hostility clouded his refined features. "Sitachi?" Ouyang Yuan froze, his smile stiffening. "Nice, you two know each other," Shabulu said with a sheepish grin. "Spare me," Sitachi sneered. "First they dumped me in a tired dorm, and now I've got you for a neighbor? Ouyang Yuan, don't think that just because we once sat in the same classroom we're the same kind of people. If you don't want trouble, stay the hell away from me. Got it? With you too. Instead of wasting your time drinking and goofing off with this dead weight, you'd be better off meditating or cracking a book. With your measly mid-level spiritist soul power, the academy will toss you out sooner or later." Bang! The door slammed so hard the frame shook. In the living room, only Shabulu and Bai Wushang were left, staring at each other, while Ouyang Yuan's face darkened by the second. "Did he just try to tell us how to live?" Bai Wushang was the first to speak, amusement in his voice. "Sitachi, huh? Quite a character," he added, shaking his head. "Arrogant, though. Did I say something wrong?" Shabulu muttered, looking lost as he cracked his thick knuckles. "It's not your fault." Ouyang Yuan drew a deep breath, forced down his anger, and patted Bai on the shoulder. "So the Shanghai Four Swordsmen are down to 3. Brother Bai, mind if we hang out in your room? Dinner on me." "Sure." Bai agreed at once. Inside room 101, the three of them sat around a small round table. "There's a gold coin mall on our wristbands. Most of it's junk, but the food looks good. Let's give it a whirl." As he spoke, Ouyang Yuan tapped away on the holographic screen. He ordered a full set of cookware, then piled on all kinds of exotic ingredients. Anything that flew in the sky or swam in the water found its way into the cart. When the order was placed, Shabulu glanced at the total and nearly popped his eyes. "Good grief, why is it so expensive? Over 200 gold coins. Are we eating solid gold?" Bai Wushang was just as stunned by Ouyang's extravagance. In the Great Qian Dynasty, 100 gold coins could keep a family of 3 fed for a month. This single meal was worth more than 2 months of living expenses. "Brother Shah, you just don't get it," Ouyang said solemnly, spouting nonsense. "We're beastmasters now. How can we keep eating ordinary grub? Cut ties with the past, premium fuel only. Eat well, grow strong muscles." "Is that so?" Shabulu looked conflicted, sensing something off yet unable to argue. 20 minutes later, a deliveryman in a green uniform knocked on the door. Using a special storage belt, he set the cookware and steaming dishes on the table, then handed over the bill. Ouyang signed and paid without a blink. "All right, dig in. Hold back on the booze, but eat till you drop." Ouyang called. "Brother Shah, try this pickled cabbage and beef hot pot while it's still bubbling. Hind leg of a thick mountain bull, tender, juicy, fatty, but not greasy. Dip it in devil pepper. Wow, the kick is unreal. This tonic soup is simmered with limbo mud chickens. 1 bowl warms you up, 2 clear your head, 3 make you feel like a dragon. Don't be shy, drink up. Come on, brothers." Hey, race to the very first meeting of the Shanghai 3 Swordsmen. Cheers. Several courses later, they had loosened up considerably. When the buzz finally settled, Bai Wushang, crunching on peanuts, asked offhandedly, "So, what's the story with that Sitachi guy?" Ouyang Yuan set down his chopsticks, took a silent gulp of fruit wine, and felt it slide down his throat. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly. "Have you heard of the 6 great clans of the Great Qian Dynasty? Shabula shook his head in confusion, but Bai Wushang's eyes flashed. Although the Mu clan could not compare to the top houses, it was still a first-rate family, so he had learned all the basics long ago. The Wu, Zhong, Xiao, Kong, Duanmu, and Situ clans. Wait, could Situ, Qi really come from the Situ clan? Ouyang Yuan shot Bai Wushang a surprised look. He hadn't expected anyone to know. He reorganized his thoughts. That's right, the Situ clan, renowned for its bloodline gift, the Cloak of Invisibility. Their patriarch, Situ Xuanzi, commands a king-rank iron-winged scythe beast. 30 years ago, the Scarlet Dragon Emperor personally granted him the title Scythe King. His name alone shakes the realm. He paused, voice lowering. Situ Qi is the Scythe King's youngest son. Spoiled since birth, arrogant beyond measure, and he despises commoners like us. No wonder he's so brazen. Bai Wushang nodded thoughtfully. How do you know him? It's a long story. Ouyang Yuan's expression clouded with memories. When I was a kid, my family scraped together a fortune to get me into a martial hall. Turned out he was there as the chief apprentice. He gave a bitter laugh. He's gifted, learns fast, and works hard. I was mediocre, sometimes lazy, always at the bottom of the class. But is being a poor student a crime? I never bothered him, yet he kept harassing me, trying to get me kicked out. Ouyang Yuan tightened his grip on the cup. In the end, I had to leave. Their backing was too strong. I never dreamed I'd meet him again at Shanghai Academy. For someone of his rank, the Scarlet Dragon Royal Academy would suit him much better. Resignation crept into his voice. I watched his awakening this morning. Initial soul power, late spirit stage, solid A-class talent. But he arrived late. All the A-class dorms were taken, so he was stuck in a classroom right next door to mine. What rotten luck. He downed another mouthful of fruit wine, misery etched on his face. Brother Bai, Brother Sha, don't underestimate the gap between mid and late spirit stage starting power. From now on, cultivation speed scales with that baseline. With equal resources, he'll only pull further ahead, not to mention his whole clan backing him. Bai Wushang coughed, guilty, and glanced at the other two. One was wolfing down his food. The other sat there, dejected, brows knitted in worry. If we're going to be friends, I can't keep hiding my initial soul power from them. Bai Wushang paused beside the table, picked up a crystal radish, and, looking slightly embarrassed, said, I never got around to telling you actually. I only ended up here because all the ranked dorms were full. What? The chunk of meat in Shabulu's hand froze in midair, his bulging cheeks stopped mid-chew, and he stared blankly. Instead of answering, Bai Wushang turned toward his room. Inha, come out and say hi. The little ball of fluff on the bed slowly opened its eyes, rolled twice across the sheets in satisfaction, then leaped gracefully into Bai Wushang's open arms. Here, eat this. Bai Wushang offered the crystal radish, figuring a rabbit-type beast would never refuse vegetables. The small rabbit clasped the radish with its furry forepaws, sniffed it, and, once it realized it was food, its silver eyes lit up and it began to nibble in delicate, ladle-like bites. With Inha in his arms, Bai Wushang stepped out of the room and met two stunned faces. A moon rabbit? Ouyang Yuan shrieked, petrified on the spot, then sprang from his chair, words tumbling out. Brother Bai, you actually have a pet beast? All the freshmen had only awakened their soul power. The academy hadn't arranged contract ceremonies yet, so there was only one way someone could already own a beast. That's right, Bai Wushang admitted openly. We're under the same roof and see each other every day, so there's no need to hide it. I'm a natural awakener, and this is my life-bonded beast, Inha. Whoa, Brother Bai, you sure kept that under wraps. Ouyang Yuan hollered, his expression ridiculously exaggerated. Let me see, let me see. Shabulu slammed his bowl and chopsticks down, his huge eyes gleaming as he thrust his broad face toward the moon rabbit. Uft. Inha spat a precise glob of saliva at him, then hopped onto Bai Wushang's shoulder, clutching the radish like a nimble sprite. Is this little thing really a transcendent creature? It looks so fragile. Shabulu scratched his head, unfazed by the spit on his face. What do you know? It's a support-type beast. Ouyang Yuan glared at him first, then rubbed his chubby hands together and pasted on a flattering smile at Inha. Come here, sweetie, let uncle hold you. Over here, over here. Uft, uft. Inha fired two more disdainful shots of saliva through the air and utterly ignored the strange uncle. Bai Wushang hadn't expected Inha to be this cheeky and couldn't help laughing out loud. Embarrassed, Ouyang Yuan dropped his hands and stopped teasing. Instead, his eyes danced with excitement. Brother Bai, your beast is so human-like. I'm curious. What face will Situ Qi pull when he finds out you're a natural awakener? Will he still act all high and mighty? Huh, don't. Bai Wushang waved his hand, cutting him off. I only awakened by chance. As for Situ Qi, he told us not to bother him, so let's avoid unnecessary trouble. Brother Bai, ever the modest one. Respect. Ouyang Yuan clasped his hands in mock salute. Then his expression turned earnest. Still, be careful. Shanghai Academy is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This morning I saw a red-haired girl, must be a fellow first year, also a natural awakener. Her life-bonded beast is a little flame sparrow that supposedly carries a trace of true vermilion bird blood. Ferocious stuff. Your moon rabbit would be roasted in a heartbeat, so don't provoke her. I saw her too. Shabula chimed in. Before she even summoned her beast, some guy tried to hit on her because she's pretty. He barely said, "Hey, beauty," before she burned all his hair off. Poor sap. That brutal. Bai Wushang instinctively touched his own hair. He had no desire to go bald at his age. Beep beep beep. Just as Bai Wushang silently added the red-haired girl to his mental blacklist, the wristbands on all three of them vibrated. Huh? It's 6 o'clock already? The academy just sent a notice. Bai Wushang opened the holographic screen and began to read carefully. A notice quietly swept through the freshman dorms of Shanghai Academy. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., all freshmen must gather in the Central Plaza. The freshman trial will begin, and the secret realm Sea Island will open so you can form a contract with your first pet beast. Be punctual at arrivals will face the consequences. Shanghai Academy Academic Affairs Office. An addendum followed at once. Travel light. Do not wear any protective gear, and do not bring storage rings, talismans, potions, or the like. Sha Bulu immediately frowned and asked, "So, what exactly is this Sea Island secret realm?" Ouyang Yuan shot him a surprised look, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You don't know?" He set the notice down and explained. Shanghai Academy gets its name because it controls two secret realms. The best known is Chongshan Mountain. The other is Sea Island. Sha Bulu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Actually, I'd like to start with what a secret realm is. Brother Sha, you're missing some basics." Ouyang Yuan sighed, but he still went on. "The land we're standing on is the transcendent continent. Some call it the transcendent plane. It's an immense, exceptionally stable world." He paused to make sure Sha Bulu was following. "This world isn't alone. In the surrounding multidimensional space, billions of other worlds exist, some barren, some teeming with life, all kinds. Chongshan Mountain and Sea Island are two small worlds Shanghai Academy has claimed. The first is a cultivation sanctuary for masters and their beasts, and is the school's greatest treasure. Most people enroll just for access to it. The second is a special island-type subspace where the Academy has raised large numbers of juvenile transcendent creatures. Each year it's open so freshmen can contract their first pet." Sha Bulu nodded, a deep rumble in his voice. "Got it." Excitement flashed in his eyes. "So tomorrow we get our own pets?" "That's the plan, but it won't be easy." Ouyang Yuan's expression turned grave. He glanced at Bai Wushang, who had been listening quietly. "Brother Bai, you've probably heard competition here is fierce. No matter how talented or well-connected you are, fail the Academy's requirements and you're expelled on the spot." Bai Wushang nodded. "A senior mentioned that on my way here." "It's true." Sha Bulu clenched his fists, resolve written all over his face. "I'm not afraid. I came to become a powerful master. Nothing else matters." The next morning, at daybreak, the alarm rang right on time, and Bai Wushang opened his eyes. After receiving the notice last night, the three had ended dinner quickly and returned to their rooms to prepare. Back in his room, Bai Wushang first played with Galaxy, hoping to uncover something special about her, but found nothing. He then split the night in two: deep meditation in the first half, solid sleep in the second. Aside from Galaxy occasionally bouncing on the bed and disturbing him a little, everything was perfect. Even the scars the iron-armored zombie left had faded to faint marks. Cradling the drowsy Inha in his arms, Bai Wushang met up with Ouyang Yuan and Shabulu, and the three of them boarded a shuttle that carried them toward the central plaza. "Wushang, over here." Mu Xiaoxiao was standing alone on a raised platform along the main thoroughfare, anxiously scanning the crowd. The moment she spotted Bai Wushang, she waved enthusiastically. "Brother Bai, you've got another friend here?" Ouyang Yuan asked with interest. From the outline alone, he was sure she had to be a petite beauty. "Mu Xiaoxiao. We grew up together. She's practically my little sister," Bai Wushang explained while looking for a route through the sea of people. The plaza was packed shoulder to shoulder, buzzing with laughter and low chatter like a carnival. It took quite a while before Bai Wushang managed to squeeze through the throng with his two roommates and reach Mu Xiaoxiao's side. After brief introductions, Bai Wushang went straight to the point. "Xiao Xiao, how did the soul power awakening go yesterday? What's your initial value?" Dimples appeared as Mu Xiaoxiao giggled. "It scared me half to death. I thought I'd be at the bottom. But my soul power actually pushed past the mid-stage spirit user level. It's only a fraction over the threshold, but mid-stage is mid-stage. Now Tianqing can't nag me anymore." Bai Wushang let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected her to reach mid-stage, so this was already better than had hoped. "Since you're officially a master now, no more 3 days of diligence and 2 days of slacking. When it's time to train, train seriously," he reminded her, tapping her lightly on the head. All right, I know," she answered cheerfully. Minutes ticked by, and 7 o'clock arrived. Whoosh! A piercing cry split the sky. The plaza fell silent as more than 2,000 students lifted their heads to look. A raptor with nearly a 20-meter wingspan streaked in like lightning. Before anyone could see it clearly, the creature tucked its wings and dive-bombed, skimming just above the students' heads and sending waves of fear through the crowd. Bai Wushang happened to be directly beneath it, and In that fleeting instant, glanced at the creature's information panel. Name, Wyvern. Contract species, Beast realm, avian beast type, Wyvern clan subdragon species. Life stage, complete form, mid-tier. Bloodline grade, commander class, 1 star. Soul power too low to view full details. A wyvern? Bai Wushang was stunned. He hadn't expected to see a dragon so soon. Even if it was merely a subdragon, wyverns were still ferociously powerful. Despite its size, the beast wove gracefully between buildings and finally settled atop a massive stone pillar at the very center of the plaza. Gone was the earlier savagery. It folded its bat-like wings and crouched obediently. A long-haired woman in a gold gown and a metal mask slid lightly from the wyvern's back, radiating effortless confidence. From her elevated perch, she gazed over the dark mass of people, and the enticing curve of her red lips hinted at amusement beneath the mask. Let me introduce myself. Xiao Wanlong, one of the 10 elites of Shanghai, currently ranked 3rd. But you may also call Meth Steelforge Master. What? She's one of the 10 elites of Shanghai. A wave of astonished cries rippled through the crowd. No way. We just got here, and we're already seeing a legendary elite. Hey, did you hear the key point? She said she's the 3rd C-top, 3 of the 10. Thousands of freshmen stared wide-eyed as hushed whispers surged like a tide. Shabula glanced around in confusion and poked Ouyang Yuan. Yuanzi, what exactly are the 10 elites of Shanghai? Bai Wushang leaned in as well. Eager to listen, his last-minute transfer had left plenty of gaps in his research. Ouyang Yuan rolled his eyes, but lowered his voice. Shanghai Academy keeps a heroic ranking of its 50 strongest Tamers. The ones who claw their way into the top 10 are called the 10 elites, each with a personal title. Are they really that strong? Shabulu scratched his head. Strong? That's an understatement. Ouyang Yuan sounded exasperated. Inside the academy, the 10 elites outrank regular instructors. A typical teacher's combat power tops out at early mature stage, but the higher-ranked elites are likely mid to late mature. They could wipe the floor with most of the faculty. He drew a quick breath and continued. More importantly, the 10 elites form the 10 Elite Council, a special task force that reports directly to the headmaster. Depending on their seat, they wield escalating privileges and can even shape academy policy. In a sense, their will is the academy's will. Got it. Finished. Ouyang Yuan gazed wistfully at the woman in the golden dress on stage. Just look at those curves, that regal air. I wonder what breathtaking face is hiding behind that mask. Whoosh whoosh. The wyvern perched on the stone pillar suddenly raised its head and let out 2 low roars. The sound wasn't loud, but it rippled outward like a shockwave, pressing on everyone's very soul. Conversations died instantly. Silence fell like a curtain. Dragon's might? Bai Wushang stiffened, feeling galaxy in his chest stir and peek out cautiously. I will be in sole charge of this year's freshman trial. Xiao Wanlong's voice was clear and sweet, yet brooked no argument. Listen carefully, no interruptions. Save your questions until the end, and whatever you do, don't disobey. Otherwise, she patted the wyvern's wing. It understood at once, snorting heavily as it glared at the crowd, promising swift punishment to any troublemaker. Satisfied, Xiao Wanlong nodded and activated a holoscreen on her wrist. Her slender fingers danced across the light as she began the briefing. This freshman trial centers on one thing: forming a bond with a companion beast. I know you've just become official Tamers, and you're itching to claim your first partner. The Academy understands that, which is why we've prepared a special realm, the Sea Island Secret Zone, to give everyone a chance to contract a beast. In the island's secret realm, more than 50,000 species of extraordinary creatures roam free. From the common varieties you see in any wild forest to the rarest, most coveted breed spirit beasts, demons, ghosts, undead, insectoids, name it, the realm has it. Xiao Wanlong's voice rang out like crystal chimes, her flawless cadence fanning the excitement of over 2,000 freshmen. Everyone held their breath, hanging on her every word. However, her tone suddenly shifted, and her eyes swept the crowd like blades. The Academy's founding principle is clear. Every resource here is reserved for the best. We have no room for failures. The air grew heavy in an instant. This trial isn't just about taming a companion beast. It is a game of survival. Anyone who falls short of the passing line will be expelled on the spot, no exceptions. With her hands clasped behind her back, Xiao Wanlong continued in an icy voice. Here are the details. The 2,578 freshmen present will be divided at random into 26 teams and dropped into 26 separate zones of the island realm. Anything you find inside treasures, aged elixirs, extraordinary creatures may be hunted and claimed if you have the skill. Cooperation is allowed and competition is encouraged, but maiming or killing is strictly forbidden. Break that rule, and you will not only be expelled, you will answer to the board. She paused, eyes sweeping the crowd once more. The trial lasts 15 days. You will go in light, with no armor, potions, storage rings, or any other aids. All watch functions will be temporarily disabled. Before you enter, each of you will receive a dimensional backpack containing a change of clothes, a fine-grade dagger, a special sachet, and a distress talisman. The sachet will keep extraordinary creatures from attacking you for the first 5 days. The talisman can be crushed in a life-threatening moment and will form a protective barrier around your body. Be warned, once the talisman is used, your trial is over, and an instructor will extract you immediately. If the trial ends early and you have already formed a beast contract, you meet the minimum requirement and pass. If not, you fail and will be expelled. Anyone who contracts a beast and survives the full 15 days will earn a perfect clearance and an additional reward of 10 points of arcane energy. Xiao Wanlong twirled a strand of hair, her tone relaxed yet unarguable. That concludes the briefing. We will now take questions. Raise your hand if you have one. She lifted a slender index finger. Think carefully, I will answer only 3. A forest of hands shot up at once. Even Ouyang Yuan joined in enthusiastically. Her gaze roamed the crowd before she pointed casually. You, the short blonde with glass, what's your question? The blonde boy froze, looked around to make sure she meant him, then stammered. Arcane energy, what exactly is it? Xiao Wanlong's hand stopped mid-twirl, her voice turning icy. I told you to think first. At least half the freshmen here could answer that for you. And you've just wasted one of our precious questions. Her gaze skewered the blonde boy. If my senses are correct, your starting soul power is barely at the early spirit tier. Forming a beast contract will be hard enough for you. Yet you ask about the perfect clear reward. Aren't you aiming a little too high? The yellow-haired boy's face turned scarlet. His fists clenched, yet he dared not lift his head, letting the scornful stares around him prick like needles. Xiao Wanlong shook her head in mild disappointment, but still kept her promise to explain. Secret energy is Shanghai Academy's most valuable cultivation resource. You can trade it for training time inside the secret realm called Chongshan Mountain, where both beast and master grow at a staggering pace. Remember this, every student here, including the 10 elites, covets secret energy. Whenever you get a chance to earn it, fight with everything you have. Her gaze swept the crowd again and finally landed on an unmistakable figure. Second question. You over there, the guy in the pink miniskirt, twin ponytails, and lipstick, with a full beard, no less your taste is distinctive. Ask away. Although Bai Wushang was too far to see the man's face, an eye-searing image had already formed in his mind. Shanghai Academy truly hid dragons and tigers. Every sort of oddball showed up here. Senior, do you have any crucial advice for this freshman trial? The cross-dressing giant asked. The deep baritone leaking from that outfit sent goosebumps across the crowd, but the question hit the mark. Xiao Wanlong might reveal something extra. Interesting question. Xiao Wanlong thought for a moment. Make full use of the first 5 days of guaranteed safety to map out the terrain. Students of average strength should form teams early, 2 or 3 members at most, because smaller groups reap better rewards. She paused, her tone turning grave. One more thing. The arena isn't filled only with juvenile extraordinary creatures. A few mature ones are prowling as well. Stay alert at all times and treat this as true wilderness survival. If you don't even have time to crush a distress talisman, you could really die out there. Her words plunged the hall into brief silence, and many freshmen faces grew solemn. After giving them a few minutes to absorb the warning, she clapped her hands for attention. All right, last question. She pointed toward the back. You, the bald guy. Isn't that the one little Flamefinch burned bald yesterday? Ouyang Yuan muttered. The bald student stood, his voice brimming with resentment. Senior Xia, how will the trial handle self-awakened candidates? I hear there are 3 this year. If they aren't restricted, anyone who meets them is doomed. Their starting soul power is higher, their bodies are stronger, and they get an extra life-bound beast. We can't compete. That's right, it's unfair. Several students shouted in agreement. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the topic to swing toward him. Xiao Wanlong waited for the noise to subside, then spoke calmly. The academy has already made arrangements for that. Xiao Wanlong paused, her crimson lips curling into a brilliant smile while a hint of calculation flickered in her eyes. All first years who already have a life-bonded beast, please gather over here. Mu Xiaoxiao jabbed her elbow into Bai Wushang's ribs and blinked her almond-shaped eyes. Your turn to take the stage, Brother Bai. Beside them, Ouyang Yuan chuckled lewdly, the look on his face enough to make anyone want to punch him. Bai Wushang sighed. Public attention was the last thing he enjoyed. Wasn't it better to grow stronger in the shadows? He carried far too many secrets to stand willingly under the spotlight. One misstep could make him everyone's target. This senior sister is definitely up to something, he thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. While he hesitated for a few seconds, 2 figures had already slipped through the crowd toward the stone pillar at the center. Bai Wushang drew a deep breath and forced himself to follow. Excuse me. Thanks, excuse me, thank you. The packed crowd parted, countless sharp gazes tracking him like searchlights. Reaching the base of the pillar, he finally saw the other 2 awakeners clearly. One was a tall red-haired girl with skin like porcelain. Her looks were no less stunning than Jiang Lingya's. Scarlet waves cascaded down like living flames. She resembled a blooming fire lotus, radiant yet pure, delicate yet resolute. The other was a slender boy of plain appearance and ordinary clothes. Only his long hair, coiled and pinned up, stood out. A composed, Scholarly air lingered between his brows, as though he were a frail student versed in the classics. Don't channel your soul power. They'll lift you up, Xiao Wanlong said. Her fingers flickered through a secret technique. Bai Wushang felt a layer of formless light wrap around the three of them, raising them into the air. The moment they landed atop the pillar, before anyone could speak, Xiao Wanlong flipped her hand and produced a cyan orb. 3 streaks of azure light shot into their bodies. Bai Wushang's face darkened. Senior Sister Xiao, what are you doing? As the light sank in, the galaxy on his chest vanished as bound beast forcibly pulled back into the oath scroll, no longer summonable. The other two showed similar reactions, staring at Xiao Wanlong for an explanation. Relax, she said with a smile, avoiding their question. Turning to the sea of students below, she raised her voice. Everyone, take a good look. These are this year's 3 self-awakened students, Bai Wushang, Luo Yuan, and Zhu Qin. Remember their names, and remember their faces. Just now, following Academy protocol, I sealed their life-bonded beasts myself. During this trial, they'll enter the mystic realm barehanded, just like the rest of you, unable to rely on their contracted partners. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Still smiling, Xiao Wanlong scanned the field. Of course, even so, they remain exceptionally gifted. The Academy won't interfere further. With that, she lifted the hem of her golden gown with one hand, placed the other over her heart, and offered an elegant noble's bow. This concludes the Academy's briefing for the freshman trial. Standing close, Bai Wushang clearly saw a playful curl at the corner of her lowered lips. From this moment on, I'm exercising my privilege as one of the Shanghai 10 elites to add a few rules to the trial. Xiao Wanlong rose to her feet. Her clear, lilting voice swept across the plaza, freezing the excitement on every freshman's face. The crowd that had been eager for the secret realm to open now stared wide-eyed, as if they had just heard the impossible. New rules? Is that even allowed? A playful smile tugged at Xiao Wanlong's lips as her gaze drifted over the stunned audience. Don't you think the current rules are a little too rigid? No fun at all. I want to give the winners more rewards and add a bit of excitement for everyone else. She produced a data sheet and held it up. Hey race, what I've received. Out of this year's 2,578 freshmen, there are 1,357 in crank, 1,072 in brank, 146 in a rank, and only 3 in shrank. All right, hey race the deal. Her voice rose, carrying a dangerous enthusiasm. Starting on day 6, you're allowed to hunt one another. Eliminate any participant, and you'll earn bonus mystic energy. She lifted a slender finger and counted off. Knock out a crank student, you get 1 extra point. A brank earns you 3. And a rank is worth 10. And if someone takes down and shrank, she paused, smile widening. Congratulations, you'll pocket 100 bonus points. The announcement detonated like a thunderclap, and the plaza erupted in chatter. Bai Wushang felt the corner of his mouth twitch. He cursed inwardly. This isn't adding a dash of fun, it's turning the whole trial upside down. Last I checked, surviving 15 days only granted 10 points. Now anyone who bags in a rank gets the same payoff. Who wouldn't be tempted? Worse still, my own 100-point bounty makes me a walking treasure chest. Anyone who brings me down is in for a massive payday. Are you absolutely Sereno killing? The red-haired woman spoke suddenly, her voice cold enough to bite. Correct. No killing, and no crippling injuries either, Xiao Wanlong replied, her grin intact. The frail-looking scholar pushed up his glasses, brow furrowed. Isn't this new rule a little too targeted at the 3 of us? It is, Xiao Wanlong admitted cheerfully, studying his expression. But let's get one thing straight. This secret realm primarily offers high-quality spirit beasts you'd never find outside, and it doesn't cost you a dime. Second, competition weeds out the weak, giving the strong even more mystic energy. The 3 of you awakened on your own, you're already the cream of this year's crop. If we let you bring your bond beasts, the trial would mean nothing to you. Even without them, your physiques and soul power far outclass ordinary students. The Academy is simply forcing you onto the same starting line. The rest is up to you to explore, temper, and grow. Her tone hardened. Besides, you're all holding life-saving distress talismans. If a little pressure knocks you out, you're just wasting your talent. The Academy has no shortage of gifted quitters. Understand? I understand, Luo Yuan murmured, nodding thoughtfully. Oh, and one more thing. Xiao Wanlong suddenly remembered something and added to the crowd. All bonus rewards hinge on a flawless clear. If you fail halfway, you get nothing. Keep that in mind. Bai Wushang's eyes flickered and he breathed a little easier. That sounded much fairer. Otherwise everyone would simply scheme to knock out the others and cash in on every kill instead of lasting until the end. 10 minutes later, a swarm of staff flooded the central plaza. One teleportation array after another lit up, brilliant light dancing over the flagstones. Before long, 26 glowing portals encircled the plaza, arranged like a constellation. The island's secret realm is about to open. Everyone be ready. With his newly issued dimensional pack on his back, Bai Wushang took his place before the portal that matched his draw and waited quietly. During the brief lull, he sent a faint telepathic message to Milky Way, still trapped inside the oath book, telling her not to worry about him. Island Secret Realm. Trial Field Number 9. Bai Wushang dropped from a height of about 2 meters, lost his balance, and landed in a sprawling heap. What's going on? Why am I being airdropped, huh? His muttered complaints cut off. The expected pain never came. Instead, he sank into something thick, springy, and surprisingly comfortable, like a giant sponge. Instinctively, he grabbed at what lay beneath him and felt a fistful of long brown fur. A muffled grunt rumbled above the back of his head, followed by a hot, fetid gust of breath that washed over his face. In that instant, blood surged to his scalp, his mind shivered, and every instinct screamed that a deadly threat was right behind him. He turned his head stiffly and came face-to-face with a brown giant bear, massive body, coarse fur, dagger-like fangs, muscles bulging everywhere. Next to it, Bai Wushang looked like a stick. Thank heaven the bear's eyes were still shut. Mouth half open, it continued to snort even though Bai Wushang was lying on its belly and had just yanked out a tuft of fur from its chest. It merely grunted, showing no sign of waking. An attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Slumber Bear. Wild species: Beast Realm, Terrestrial type, Sleep Bear Clan. Vital stage: Early mature. Bloodline quality: Mortal Bone, 9-star. Status: Deep Sleep. Intelligence: Low. Trait: Narcoleptic. Skills: Colossal Swipe, Mount Tai Press, Body Slam, Death Toss. Gourmet Cells, 45. What kind of luck is this? I knew the drop would be random, but dumping me straight into a bear's den chestifer, point blank, full contactus, insane. Bai Wushang's throat tightened. He was on the verge of tears. This isn't an ordinary bear, this is a slumber bear, and an early mature one at that. Its bloodline rating is 2 stars higher than an iron-armored zombie's. 1 casual swipe could leave me coughing up blood. 2 an IDB paste. Senior Xia, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the phrase very few? You said there would only be a tiny number of mature beasts in the realm, so why did I run into one the moment I arrived? Fortunately, the creature beneath him was a slumber bear, a beast that spends nearly 90% of each day asleep and is almost impossible to rouse. Bai Wushang silently rejoiced. Otherwise, he might have set a record for the quickest elimination of any self-awakened candidate. Pressed against the bear's dense fur, he could feel the steady rise and fall of its breathing. Bai Wushang knew that if he truly woke it, the giant would fly into a rage and tear him apart. The sachet he carried would be useless. The fragrance only works if you avoid provoking a transcendent creature in the first place. And few beings value their dreams more than a slumber bear. Anything that disturbs its rest is a sworn enemy. Holding his breath, Bai Wushang inched away, each movement as light as a feather. Only when both feet touched solid ground did his pounding heart ease a little. Then he broke into a sprint. After racing 2 or 3 kilometers through the dense forest, he finally slowed, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and gulped in huge breaths of air. Safe at last. Once he calmed down, Bai Wushang surveyed his surroundings. Towering ancient trees rose like pillars, their trunks so thick it would take several people to encircle one. Sunlight filtered through layered leaves, scattering mottled patterns across the forest floor, while insects and birds filled the air with lively chatter. He paused to gather his thoughts. Before entering the secret realm, he had confirmed that Xiao Xiao, Ouyang Yuan, Shabulu, and the others were all in different trial zones. Even Zhu Qin and Luo Yuan, the 2 fellow self-awakened students, had not entered Gate 9 with him. That meant he didn't have to search for anyone, look after anyone, or feel too much competitive pressure here. He could focus on steady, solo growth. With secrets like the Eye of Cognition, the Transcendent Cookbook, and the Divine Chef's Altar, Bai Wushang had no intention of teaming up with strangers. His physical abilities and soul power were among the best of all the candidates, more than enough to act alone. He stretched his muscles and began forming a plan. First, he would scout the area, gather as many materials as possible on the first day, craft a few traps and support tools, and start preparing to cook a dish he called Temptation of the Rat. Bai Wushang gathered his thoughts, glanced left and right, and climbed a tall tree. From the crown, he scanned the horizon. In every direction stretched dense, unbroken forest, and the sun above was no real star, just a shimmering projection. Figuring out the layout of this trial ground in a short time is going to be tough. He frowned, thought for a moment, and finally chose a random heading, one step at a time. Dagger in hand, senses wide open, he moved swiftly between the trunks. Unlike the arid, endless dunes, the humidity here was high. After only a few minutes, his face was sticky with a fine mist. A clump of grass-like plants, shifting from blue to green, was growing on a nearby trunk. Heavenly bamboo? He leaned closer, clicking his tongue. One of the main ingredients for basic wound salves. A specimen this big would fetch at least 20 gold coins. Carefully, he pried it free with his dagger, roots and all, and stowed it in his dimensional pack. The Academy-issued pouch was the smallest model, only a cubic meter of space, just enough for herbs, produce, and meat. Better keep it. If I get hurt, I can mash it and slap it on. If not, I'll sell it when I leave. He continued on, collecting useful herbs and edible fruit while noting the extraordinary creatures hiding in the shadows. Flower bamboo mice powderwing butterflies. Wait, that firecrest tortoise is mutated. The flame on its head is blue. Rare, but still too weak. Not what I'm after. With his soul power at the peak of the spirit tier, the strongest beast he could contract was a latest stage hatchling. These early or mid-stage juveniles were far below his threshold. My criteria are simple. First, the bloodline can't be too low and must have room to grow. Second, its current stage should be late hatchling or peak hatchling at least. Anything weaker won't survive this trial. That's the ideal anyway. Reality may be less accommodating. He knew that at other academies or within certain clans a novice beastmaster's first companion was usually provided by elders or mentors. After a brief acclimation, the contract was simple, quality was decent, and difficulty low. Shanghai Academy, however, treats the first contract as a formal trial and even built a dedicated secret realm for it. Students have to find, identify, subdue, and bond with a beast on their own, survive in the wild, and learn to cooperate or compete along the way. In Bai Wushang's view, the system has pros and cons. The downside is obvious. Every student must secure a beast through strategy or even hand-to-hand combat. The risks are high, and many will likely fail to form a contract and be eliminated. The Academy's greatest advantage is its flawless contracting platform, a chance that rarely comes around. For students blessed with talent or luck, this means more options and greater possibilities, and the odds of securing a high-quality beast soar. Growing side by side in such an environment also forges a tighter bond, making betrayal almost unheard of. Swish! Suddenly the grass off to the side rustled loudly. Faint laughter, mixed with the hoarse roars of a struggling animal, drifted through the leaves. Bai Wushang frowned, moved closer, and hid behind a tree to observe. Haha, after staking this spot for an hour, we really did catch a thunderhorn bull. Nana, my trap-building skills are unbeatable, right? The man in gray crowed, pointing at a huge pit. Thunderhorn bull? Bai Wushang's heart lurched. A 6-star mortal bone beast with a rare lightning attribute. In a 2-stage evolution chon at the juvenile level, it was top tier. Brother you're incredible, giggled the girl in a blue-printed dress, bare shoulders trembling with mirth. Haha, once it exhausts itself, they'll form the contract. My success rate should be 80 to 90%, the man declared, confidence brimming in his voice. Brother Nana draped a slender arm across his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Could you let me contract this thunderhorn bull first? Huh, but Nana, didn't we agree I'd get the first one we caught? Mwah. She kissed his cheek and cooed. You're amazing, surely you'll snag something even better. I don't know why, but I felt an instant connection the moment I saw this bull. Please let me have it. The man stiffened, ears flushing red. Well, if you like it that much. All right, he stammered. What a gullible kid, so easily swayed, Bai Wushang thought. Moo, moo, moo. In the pit, the thunderhorn bull thrashed wildly, its crashes echoing through the woods. Brother it's still so strong it won't get out, will it? Relax. The trap's 2 meters deep, no way it can climb out. Bang, 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 bang. Bai Wushang couldn't see into the pit from dozens of meters away, but the escalating noise told him the bull was going berserk. Without warning, after a thunderous crash, a yellow bull burst from the pit, leaping a meter or two into the air before slamming down onto solid ground. So it's just mastered air step? Interesting. These two are in for a rough time. The thunderhorn ox was clearly still a calf, barely over a meter long, and at best midway through its juvenile stage. Even so, its full-blown fury was terrifying, head lowered almost to the ground, blue arcs of electricity crackling along its horns, blood-red eyes bulging, and thick forehooves raking furrows in the earth as it prepared for a lethal charge. The woman in the blue dress covered her mouth and staggered backward, her face white as paper. Brother it's loose. We're in trouble. Fan's knees shook, but after a brief moment of panic he snapped back to his senses. Nana, hurry. Up the tree. He grabbed her, shoved her toward the massive trunk, and scrambled after her, clawing at the rough bark. Boom. They had climbed only 3 or 4 meters when the thunderhorn ox slammed into the tree. Its curved horns punched 2 fist-sized holes in the trunk, and the whole tree quaked as if it might be ripped out by the roots. Ah! Nana screamed, nearly losing her grip. Hold on. Nana, don't let go, or we're finished. Fan braced her heels with his shoulder and shouted hoarsely. Thud thud, the ox snorted, backed up, charged, and crashed into the tree again and again. Branches and leaves flew everywhere. The trunk, thick enough for 2 people to encircle, began to split and tilt. It can't hold. The tree's going to fall. Nana cried, her voice cracking. Don't panic. Fan forced himself to stay calm. When I say 3, we jump, then run into the brush on the right. It's already worn itself out, there's still a chance. Ready? 3, 2, 1, jump. The huge tree, more than 10 meters long, crashed to the ground. The pair hit the earth hard, rolled several times, and ended up sprawled and breathless. Fortunately, the fallen trunk lay between them and the thunderhorn ox, blocking its path for the moment. Fan glanced back, joy flashing in his eyes. He yanked Lin Nana up and bolted toward a patch of dense undergrowth. Moo! The golden ox stamped, stepped into thin air, and vaulted 2 or 3 meters, clearing the obstacle in a single bound. It stamped again, mastering the new trick at once, and closing the gap even faster. Hidden in the shadows, Bai Wushang murmured to himself, decent talent on that calf. Still, he felt no urge to intervene or try to tame it. No need to rush. It's only the first day. I have plenty of time to find a better pet. If it were late juvenile, I might be tempted, but mid-juvenile ill pass. Bai Wushang stood quietly, ready to slip away. 5 minutes of entertainment was enough, and he doubted the pair could escape, especially with one dragging the other down. Ah, Nana, why are you pulling me? Just 2 steps after he turned, Fan's startled shout rang out behind him. Curiosity got the better of Bai Wushang, and he glanced back. Suddenly, the woman in the blue dress seized the corner of the gray-robed man's coat and shoved him hard. Traveling at full speed, he lost his balance and slammed onto the ground. Moo! The thunderhorn bull barreled forward like a moving mountain, its fury overwhelming. Its razor-sharp horn pierced straight through the man's chest and abdomen. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. He spewed a mouthful of blood, clutched his belly, and writhed on the ground in violent spasms. Teetering on the edge of death, he forced his head around. Bloodshot eyes stared in disbelief at the shrinking figure of the woman in blue. The light in his gaze faded. Nana, you actually betrayed me. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he crushed the rescue talisman at his waist and slipped into unconsciousness. A milky white hemispheric shield sprang up and locked around him. The thunderhorn bull rammed it twice, and when the barrier held, it swung its blood-stained horns toward the fleeing woman and thundered after her. Watching from a distance, Bai Wushang's brow knitted tight. How vicious. The gray-robed man had protected her the entire time, and she still sacrificed him for her own survival. Bai Wushang loathed people like that, pretty faces hiding poisonous hearts. A minute or two later, an instructor arrived atop a flying pet, cast a greater heal to stabilize the man's wounds, and airlifted him away on a special stretcher. Bai Wushang watched the dark speck fade into the sky, shook his head, and continued exploring the forest. 10 minutes passed. Along a narrow woodland path, Bai Wushang had just plucked a dream-scent flower when he heard hurried footsteps drawing closer. Looking up, he saw the same blue-skirted woman, filthy and exhausted, racing toward him with a yellow beast trailing in the distance. Am I seeing things? How can she be here again? For a moment, Bai Wushang thought he was dreaming. Head deliberately headed in another direction. It really is her. The thunderhorn bull still hasn't caught her, and somehow circled around to my side. Bai cursed under his breath, scowled, and slipped deeper into the trees, determined to avoid any contact. Help! Somebody help me! Lin Nana spotted a human silhouette ahead. Despair gave her one last burst of strength, and she sprinted harder. Bai Wushang ignored her and quickened his pace. Don't run, please help me, Lin Nana sobbed, tears streaking her dirt-smeared cheeks, her voice heartbreakingly pitiful. Bai Wushang stayed unmoved and broke into a full sprint. As a self-awakened student, his soul power and his physical gifts ranked near the top of the class. He quickly left Lin Nana far behind. She couldn't fathom why he wouldn't help or how he ran so fast. Her body was spent, her mind fogging from lack of oxygen. Even so, she still refused to crush her own rescue talisman. She wouldn't lose that badly. The bull's heavy snorts closed in. In mortal fear, Lin Nana pushed herself past her limits once again, forcing her legs to chase after Bai Wushang's disappearing shadow. Up ahead, Bai Wushang suddenly skidded to a halt, his expression twisting in frustration. A dead end lay right in front of him. A low, steep hill no more than a few dozen meters tall blocked Bai Wushang's way. Its smooth rock face looked as though it had been sliced by a giant blade, offering no chance of a climb. He scanned the area. Dense thickets bristling with spikes formed a barbed wire barricade in every direction, impossible for anyone to cross with ease. I got careless, Bai Wushang muttered through clenched teeth. Took an unfamiliar path and walked straight into a dead end. He turned. In the distance, that irksome flash of blue still bobbed into view. Seriously? Won't that woman ever give up? Anger flickered across his face. The only escape lay in doubling back, but that meant running into the woman in the blue dress and the rampaging thunderhorn bull beside her. With her stubborn streak, she would never let him go without roping him into fighting the beast. Annoying, Bai Wushang drew a long breath and headed back the way he'd come. He could have hidden in the bushes or climbed a tree, but that felt far too craven. After weighing his options, he decided to strike first, dodge if possible, and if not, kill the bull. Thunder-type materials always sold for a good price. Moments later, he reappeared in front of the woman. You came back to save me? Thank you, thank you. Hope flooded Lin Nana's face. Exhaustion crashed over her, and she collapsed toward him. Bai Wushang reacted instantly, stepping back 2 paces and letting her fall. Lin Nana hit the ground with a thud, tearful eyes brimming with confusion. Why didn't you catch me? She fumed inwardly. How can you let a delicate, beautiful girl fall face first? Heartless brute. No sense of chivalry at all. Expressionless, Bai Wushang glanced at her, then stepped cleanly over her and fixed his gaze on the yellow brute behind her. Name: Thunderhorn Bull. Wild species: Beast realm terrestrial type, Thunderhorn lineage. Life stage: juvenile mid-phase. Bloodline grade: mortal bone, 6 stars. Condition: enraged, exhausted, lightly wounded. Intelligence: very low. Traits: irritable, weak, electric current. Skills: charged rush, lightning thrust, air step. Gourmet cells: 18. The bull stopped when it spotted the stranger, panting as it glared. Bai Wushang pulled a scented sachet from his pocket, holding it openly in his palm. Look, he said as if the beast could understand. I've got a peace sachet, and I haven't provoked you. How about moving aside and letting me through? The trail was narrow. The Thunderhorn Bull filled more than half its width. If Bai Wushang wanted the main road, he'd have to squeeze past. Mu the yellow bull sniffed the sachet and backed up 2 steps. But the instant it saw Lin Nana struggling to her feet behind him, its eyes went blood red. Mu. Electricity crackled around its twin horns as the beast charged. Beast. Bai Wushang cursed. Had been watching its every move. The moment its expression shifted, he knew trouble was coming. With man and beast practically nose to nose, there was no room to dodge. Bai Wushang clamped both hands around the bull's horns and wrestled for control. Perfect. Let's see how strong I really am now, he thought. The eye of insight showed that this Thunderhorn Bull knew no lightning skills beyond its weak current trait, which couldn't harm a human body, so he dared to grab its horns barehanded. Blood surging, Bai Wushang dug in with all his strength. After being shoved back 2 or 3 steps, he held his ground and locked the bull in a dead stalemate. That guy, what incredible strength. He can actually match a Thunderhorn Bull. Who is he? Lin Nana stared, stunned. The profile of Bai Wushang looked familiar. A straight contest of strength. This was a man's kind of romance. Excitement bubbled in Bai Wushang's chest. Sure, I'm taking advantage of the bull's fatigue, but it's built for raw power and am still holding my own. Once I get a pet beast, I won't be able to risk myself like this. Masters aren't supposed to fight hand-to-hand. Mu. Already furious, the Thunderhorn Bull saw its prized strength neutralized by an ordinary-looking human and snorted steam. It tore free, backed up a dozen paces, lowered its head, and charged. The wind-up gave it even more speed and force, but the distance also gave Bai Wushang time to react. With stamina to spare, he slipped aside and let the bull shoot past. While its upper body was buried in the shrubs, he circled behind it and sprinted toward the main road. I remember now. He's one of the 3 self-awakened cadets. Bai Wushang. In a flash, Lin Nana put the pieces together. Anyone who could stand toe-to-toe with a Thunderhorn Bull had to possess enormous initial soul power. Damn it. I was too far back to see their faces clearly on stage. She cursed inwardly, then shouted, Brother Bai? Senior Bai? Don't leave me. I can't run anymore. Do your best. Stop clinging to me, Bai Wushang called over his shoulder, his voice drifting through the trees. It was only the first day of the trial. Eliminated students earned nothing. He wanted no entanglements with the woman. Better she keep the bull's attention while he escaped. Lin Nana collapsed onto the ground. Watching the Thunderhorn Bull pull its head from the shrubs and shake off the leaves, despair filled her eyes. Why? How can he be so heartless? She bit her lip and pulled out a rescue talisman, ready to crush it. But the bull only cast a cold glance at the girl in blue, pounded the earth with its hooves, and turned to chase Bai Wushang. In its limited mind, she was already easy prey, but the man who had challenged it was still alive and kicking had to pay. Bai Wushang looked back, startled to see the enraged bull thundering after him. Stupid beast, what's your problem? The one who provoked you is right there, why chase me? He had broken through on the assumption the bull would choose the woman. Chasing him made no sense. Had it lost its mind? A few thoughts flashed through his head, and he made up his mind. If that's how it is, fine, a night we're having beef. A small yellow calf panted through the thick undergrowth, its hooves scattering dead leaves as it chased the figure ahead. Time and again it almost closed the gap, only for the person in front to burst forward and vanish into the distance. Moo, moo, moo. The Thunderhorn Bull bellowed, its eyes blood red as it squeezed out the last of its strength. Every few steps, Bai Wushang glanced back, afraid he might accidentally shake the beast off. Even at full health, this bull had struggled to keep up with the girl in the blue dress. In its current state, catching a fully awakened runner was impossible. Bai Wushang had been slowing down on purpose, letting the bull hang on his heels. At last he heard its breathing grow ragged, the heavy snorts almost rattling the air. Its pace was slipping. He scanned the trunks around him. Several bore tiny cross-shaped cuts, his own marks, proof the area had been mapped and, in a pinch, a way to find his bearings. Almost there, stubborn bull. You've wasted enough of my time. Now you can pay in meat. He stopped beside a slim, brightly colored tree whose emerald leaves almost glowed with life. Hearing the bull lumber closer, Bai Wushang pulled out 2 stones he had picked up earlier and hurled them. Thuds rang out. The bull grunted in pain. Its hide was thick, but with Bai Wushang's strength the blows still stung. One more taunt was all it took. Rage eclipsed reason, and the Thunderhorn Bull charged. Good short temper, low brains. Easy bait, Bai Wushang muttered as he dodged. The bull thundered past him, unable to break, and smashed the slender tree clean in two. Bai Wushang turned and sprinted away from the clearing. Something the size of a basketball plummeted from the broken trunk and burst on the ground. A deafening buzz followed. Swarms of fist-sized insects poured from the shattered husk, filling the air and boxing the bull in. Still dazed from the collision, the beast blinked by. Wushang was gone. Instead, a cloud of enormous, whining insects surrounded it. Their bodies were black, blanketed in reddish-brown fuzz. Translucent wings beat furiously, and each abdomen ended in a thick, glinting needle pointed straight at the bull. The warning lacked conviction. Hooves pawed nervously at the soil. With a sharp, collective crack, the swarm fired. Bean-shaped barbs peppered the thunderhorn bull's hide, followed by a string of muffled explosions. In a heartbeat, its flesh split open. Screaming, the bull turned to flee. Hidden in a dense forest 200 or 300 meters from the fighting, Bai Wushang smeared himself with scent-masking herbs. The sharp, grassy odor instantly concealed every trace of human scent. Flattening himself behind a massive ancient trunk, he peered through overlapping leaves and fixed his gaze on the distant battlefield. Poutai Beziarly larval, social, and extraordinary hovered in a tight cloud above the ground. Each one was the size of a clenched fist, its abdominal stinger flashing coldly in the sun. The barbs were exceptionally penetrating. Though non-venomous, they exploded on impact with the force of a small artillery shell. Even a peak larval beast known for its defenses would steer clear of a swarm like this. A cold grin tugged at Bai Wushang's lips. Stubborn ox, one more volley will cost you half your life. You're exhausted and bleeding, let's see where you run now. Enraged by the loss of their hive, the Poutai bees refused to let their quarry escape. After a brief hover, they unleashed another dense barrage. Explosions rattled the air, flesh flew, and the massive Lijiao Nyo finally crashed to the ground. Its last struggles were feeble, its life force drained away like an ebbing tide. Still unsatisfied, the bees circled the carcass and unleashed a third volley, blasting it into smaller pieces. 20 minutes later, the swarm departed with the shattered remains of its hive. Only then did Bai Wushang step from hiding. The air reeked of blood, thick enough to make a person retch. This thick-skinned brute was too much for me alone. Teamwork is definitely faster. He studied the mutilated corpse. Not a patch of hide remained intact, and white bone gleamed through shredded flesh. What a waste! 18 gourmet cells, gone. Because the Lijiao Nyo had fallen to the bees rather than to his own hand, he would gain no gourmet cells from the kill. He crouched with a knife and began to dress the carcass. Field dressing extraordinary creatures and harvesting anything useful was a core skill for every beast master. Bai Wushang had learned only the theory. This was his first real attempt, and his movements were clumsy. Fortunately, the Lijiao Nyo was a straightforward beast-type monster. Apart from its uncommon lightning attribute, its anatomy was simple. The eyes, hide, phallus, and tail were blown to mush and worthless. The best trophies were the intact thunder horns, the tongue, and several undamaged internal organs. He'll take 20 gene of hindquarter, too. Tonight we'll see how Lijiao Nyo tastes. After a long session of butchering, he rose, patted his bulging dimensional pack in satisfaction, and left the bloody clearing. Night fell. Inside a crude stone cave, a campfire blazed, sending the faint aroma of roasting meat into the air. Bai Wushang sat cross-legged beside the flames, weaving an old vine into a mouse trap. Ironthorn grass, lamb-fat flour, natural sap, silverwing bird feathers, and a 10-year vine together, they gave the trap enough toughness that even a mid-larval rodent-type creature would struggle to break free. Baited with cheese flour, its lure would be irresistible. Aside from ambushing the Lijiao Nyo, Bai Wushang had avoided provoking other beasts during the day. Instead, he explored the trial grounds and gathered fruits and herbs, building up an impressive stash. All I need now is a complete mid-larval mouse corpse. The other ingredients are ready. I have to finish the recipe Temptation Mouse as soon as possible. His plan was clear. Once he mastered Temptation Mouse, he could lure and harvest a large number of snakes, collect gourmet cells, gather venom to boost his combat power, and greatly raise his odds of bonding with the pet he truly wanted. At daybreak, a sliver of rosy light split the sky and spilled a soft glow over the land. The lurking beasts and wandering spirits melted away in an instant. Under the newborn sun, the trees stood tall and green again. Birds filled the canopy with clear, bright calls, and the whole forest sprang back to life. Moist air, laced with the faint scent of wildflowers and grass, drifted around him. Bai Wushang drew a deep breath, tamping down his anticipation as he headed for the 5 mousetraps he had set during the night. He parted a thick patch of grass, grabbed a coarse vine rope, and tugged the first trap from the soil. It felt far too light. 2 quick shakes confirmed it empty. With a small frown, he replaced the bait with fresh cheese flowers and reset the trap. Trap 2 waited beneath a nearby fruit tree. As he approached, a faint rustling came from inside. Nice, something's in there. Peering through the woven vines, Bai Wushang spotted a gray creature roughly 30 centimeters long, darting about in panic. Name, Grey-furred rat. Wild species, beast realm mammal type, gray-furred rat clan. Life stage, early juvenile. Bloodline grade, mortal bone, 2-star. State, restless. Intelligence, very low. Trait, bacteria carrier. Skills, burrow gnaw. Gourmet cells, 2. A common extraordinary rat, but its only early juvenile won't meet the requirements. He sighed, then shrugged. Still, it proves the trap works, and 2 gourmet cells are better than none. He carried the trap to a stream and quickly drowned the rat the fastest way to handle it. Hunt successful. Gourmet cells 2. Total, 4, 96 to go. Long road ahead. Muttering to himself, Bai Wushang deftly skinned the rat and pried out its fangs. Both could fetch 5 or 6 gold coins, and every bit counted while he was short on cash. 3 traps left. I just need one good catch. Hope renewed, he moved on. Trap 3 held a speckled rat, but it too was early juvenile and useless to him. Trap 4 had been shredded, claw marks clear in the splintered wood, likely a latestage or even peak rat. A handmade cage like his never had a chance. At last, Trap 5 delivered what he wanted, a mid-juvenile specimen. It was a rock rat, barely 20-odd centimeters long, its coarse fur a mottled gray-white. The bloodline, though, was decent mortal bone, for star solidly middle tier for its life stage. Rock rats possess razor claws and sharp teeth, favoring burrows dug into large boulders, a habit that often wrecks human buildings and earns them a nasty reputation. When Bai Wushang arrived, the creature had already chewed a hole in the trap. A minute later, and it might have escaped. Bai Wushang snatched up a jagged stone shard, jammed it into the breach, and sprinted toward the stream with the rock rat in tow. Reaching the water, he forced the creature's head into the icy current without hesitation. The rat thrashed wildly, claws raking deep grooves in the mud. Rock rats feared water even more than ordinary rodents. Within 2 minutes its struggles ceased, and every sign of life vanished. Hunt successful. Gourmet cells 8. Carrying the intact carcass, Bai Wushang returned to his crude stone shelter. From his dimensional pack he laid out ingredients and tools, ready to prepare the dish called Temptation Rat. Following the recipe, he slit open the belly with a sharp dagger, removed the organs, and rinsed the cavity clean. Estimating about 10 grams, he slipped in several leaves of ink bamboo, then used gathered silkworm threads and bee stingers to stitch the incision shut. Grinding dreamgrass and trance blossom posed no challenge. For a pot, he had an iron Gorda melon's-eye sphere nearly half a meter across. Though its flesh tasted awful, the metal-like rind could withstand high heat for a short time, making it perfect for campfire cooking. He wrenched off the thick stem, exposing an opening the size of a human head. After scooping out the pulp and rinsing the shell, he poured in roughly 300 milliliters of clean water. The powdered herbs blended with the water, their blue and red hues swirling into a deep violet within minutes. All smooth so far. Next came a slow simmer. He lit a pile of wood chips and adjusted the flame to a gentle burn. Once the rat was submerged, he balanced the iron gourd over the fire. I still need to infuse it with soul power, he muttered, apprehensive. It's a bit like alchemy, but I've never heard of anyone doing it with food. What will it change? Cooking for people was second nature, but this was his first time preparing a meal for a transcendent creature, and nerves crept in. Holding his right palm near the rim, he released soul power in a steady flow, watching every ripple inside the pot. The moment the energy left his body, it sank into the violet broth like a cat drawn to fishy scents. As the heat rose, he channeled more and more, and tiny bubbles surfaced. After about 5 minutes, the iron gourd glowed red hot, and the broth boiled furiously, the violet liquid seeping into the rock rat's flesh and dyeing it crimson. Moments later, the broth's pull on his soul power vanished. No matter how he urged it, nothing more would enter. Is it reducing? Eyes wide, he extinguished the fire. With bamboo chopsticks he lifted the finished product, stunned by the rat's transformation. The body had swollen slightly, every strand of fur a blazing scarlet. The once lifeless eyes now shimmered with a deep purple, giving the creature an eerie, almost demonic appearance. Transcendent cuisine. Temptation rat complete. Recipe completion, 76. No special effect triggered. Effect 1, Serpent summons. Draws juvenile serpents for approximately 57 minutes within a ground radius of 3,000 meters. High chance to attract early stage, low chance mid stage, very low chance latest stage, 0 chance peak stage. Effect ends once consumed. Effect 2, Serpent's ecstasy. A juvenile serpent that successfully devours the dish experiences intense euphoria, losing mobility for 310 seconds. Turning a recipe into a gourmet dish, and even getting a rating from the altar now, that's a pleasant surprise. Lines of small text flashed across Bai Wushang's pupils, and his spirits immediately lifted as his thoughts raced. So there's something called a completion score 76%, he frowned slightly, unsure whether that was high or low. It made sense though. Water quality, flame temperature, exact measurements, even impurities in the cookware hadn't controlled any of these details perfectly, so a margin of error was normal. The altar offered another prompt. The dish's completion scoring an overall evaluation of a transcendent food directly affects its final efficacy. 60% is passing, 70 average, 80 excellent, and 90 perfect. A perfect grade dish can trigger the food's profound truth and grant an extra special effect. Bai Wushang skimmed the information. Got it. The temptation rat is ready, and its effect is active. Time to set up the hunting ground and wait for the snakes to walk right in. A strange, fishy odor wafted constantly from the crimson rockrat meat, like rotting seafood mixed with medicinal herbs, sharp and unpleasant. Because the dimensional backpack was just a normal storage item that couldn't stop time's passage, Bai Wushang wrapped the rat tightly in fresh lotus leaves and sprinted out of the cavern. Had already scouted the surrounding forest and had a perfect hunting spot in mind. An ancient mountain fruit tree standing alone on a low rise, its branches withered and leaves long gone. With a flick of his dagger, he pried open the dry bark to reveal a hollow trunk wide enough for a person. After confirming the hideout was usable, he tied the wrapped temptation rat to a vine and hung it from a branch at roughly 2 meters above the ground. Bait in place, Bai Wushang smeared himself with odor-masking herbs, crawled into the hollow, and retrieved the net, wooden fork, and bamboo pole head crafted the night before. From the inside, he pulled loose bark across the opening, barely covering it. To keep his field of vision clear, he chiseled a dozen small holes around the cavity, creating gaps through which he could watch the outside world. The entire setup took only 6 or 7 minutes. The old tree stood in an open area and on a slight elevation. Snakes couldn't cross over from other trees. They'd have to approach over open ground, giving him plenty of warning and letting him strike first every time. His plan was simple and direct. Backed by his powerful physique and natural immunity to most venoms, Bai Wushang was confident he could handle anything short of a late-stage juvenile beast. They're coming. Before Head even caught his breath, a small snake appeared off to his right. It had a conical head, thick at the base and tapering forward, its scales alternating bands of yellow and white. The body was no thicker than 2 fingers, yet it moved with startling agility, swaying and darting straight toward the bait. A buttercream snake, mortal bone rank, 2-star, non-venomous, mild-tempered, fond of insects and rodents. These facts flashed through Bai Wushang's mind in an instant. The eye of cognition swept over it and confirmed that the early-stage hatchling posed no threat. The pale, cream-colored body slid forward, drifting into striking range only 2 or 3 meters away. Bai shoved aside the bark concealing him, slammed his wooden fork onto the serpent's spine, gripped its neck with his left hand, and gave a sharp twist. The crisp snap of bones told him the head was broken instantly. Hunt successful, gourmet cells too. He stowed the severed snake in his dimensional pack, scooped up a fistful of gray soil to blot out the blood, and slipped back into the hollow tree. Barely half a minute later, 2 more juveniles wriggled into view: a spotted shell snake and a mud snake, both bottom-tier common species. Bai dispatched them with ease, a clean double kill. For the next half hour, the bait kept luring serpents from the undergrowth, every one of them an early to mid-juvenile. Bai handled them without breaking a sweat. Well, a whole family. He smirked at the 3 copper-thread snakes slithering in together. All of them were early-stage juveniles, practically gourmet cells delivered on a platter. A bloodline snake glided over mortal bone rank, 4 stars, mid-juvenile, mildly troublesome. Bai's eyes narrowed. Better not get bitten, or the wound will bleed like a fountain. A moment later, a 3-meter horned boa muscled its way out of the grass, its arm-thick body gleaming bronze under the sun. Mortal bone, 6 stars, and it's already this big in the early juvenile stage? What on earth has it been eating? Bai tightened his grip on the wooden fork. Trying to ambush me? Too clumsy. Those 5 gourmet cells are mine. At first, Bai ducked back into hiding after every kill. Soon, though, the serpents were coming in droves, one every minute or 2, sometimes an entire clutch at once. He would finish one wave only for the next to arrive before he could even catch his breath. The snakes were extraordinarily agitated, and despite Bai's presence right beside the bait and despite the scattered corpses he had not yet stored, they kept hurling themselves toward the source of the scent. 5 minutes left before the lure wears off. 37 down. Bai rolled up his sleeves. His red tunic was half soaked in blood, and small cuts dotted his arms and thighs. But they were only minor bites. Low-grade venom couldn't touch him. Then the ground trembled. A crimson python 5 meters long and as thick as a man's thigh burst from the soil, its scarlet triangular head aimed right at Bai Wushang, forked tongue hissing. Even at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, he could feel the heat radiating from the red python, like a mobile furnace. Instinctual danger signals tightened every muscle in his body while his eyes locked onto the giant. Name: Fireball snake. Wild species: Beast realm Reptilia fireball serpent. Life stage: late juvenile. Bloodline grade: mortal bone, 5 stars. Status: alert, ravenous. Intellect: low. Attribute: fire poison. Skills: fireball, scorching hide, serpentine constriction. Gourmet cells: 15. Fireball snake? Damn. Bai's face paled. A 5-star mortal bone at the late juvenile stage already edged him out in raw physique. his advantage was gone, and the gap might even run the other way. What worried him even more was its ranged attack, Fireball. The spell took time to charge and traveled slowly, but a direct hit meant serious injury at best, instant death at worst. And there was Scorching Hide. Once triggered, orange-earth flares would spread across its scales, raising the surface temperature above 300 degrees. Paired with Serpentine Constriction, it could pin its prey and then burn it alive, its signature move. No, whether at range or in close quarters, I have no way of beating a fireball snake right now. In front of the mountain fruit tree, the fireball serpent and Bai Wushang faced each other. Orange-earth flame patterns flickered faintly across the serpent's scales, and vigilance mixed with greed in its vertical pupils. It sensed the threat posed by the human, held back from rushing in, let its gaze shuttle between the lotus leaf bundle and Bai Wushang, and slapped its thick tail against the ground faster and faster, clearly about to lose patience. Bai Wushang tallied today's haul in his Minther Tisik snakes, 74 gourmet cells, far more than he had expected. He shook his head slightly, decided not to clash head-in with the fireball serpent, and began to inch backward. Seeing its enemy retreat, the fireball serpent could no longer hold back. It lunged forward, its gaping maw snapping straight at the lotus leaf packet. A thought flashed through Bai Wushang's mind. Once the serpent swallowed the food, it would enter serpent's ecstasy and be immobilized for a few seconds. Should he strike then? He tightened his grip on the dagger hidden in his sleeve, but still could not make up his mind. Just as the fireball serpent was about to clamp down on the bundle, the unexpected happened. The shadow beside the fruit tree rippled like water, and a jet-black little snake condensed out of the darkness. Its eerie vertical pupils flashed with a cold light as it blurred into a black streak and sank its fangs into the fireball serpent's head. SSSS, the fireball serpent shrieked, reflexively igniting the orange-earth flame patterns on its body, but the glow faded after only a few seconds. Its head drooped in midair, eyes blinking in bewilderment and terror, while its massive body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Severe paralysis? Through the eye of cognition, Bai Wushang read the changes in the serpent's status. The black snake released its bite at once, raised its head and leapt, flicked its tail to sever the vine that held the bundle, caught the packet as it fell, and landed lightly on the ground. Only then did Bai Wushang glimpse its stat sheet. Nether Viper, Abyssal Reptile Type, Late Juvenile, Mortal Bone Grade, 7 stars. It carried Paralytic Venom and Dark Adaptation, and had mastered skills such as Shadow Dive, Intimidate, and Shadow Assault. Gourmet Cells, 21. Nether Viper? Bai Wushang's heart skipped a beat. This species was exceedingly rare. They were supposed to dwell only in deep darkness. What was one doing here? He had no time to ponder. The black snake gobbled the packet in just a few bites, like a starving spirit. SSSSSS, the effect was instant. The Nether Viper shed its former coldness, eyes half closed, and tongue flicking happily. Its upper body rose high while its tail patted the ground, totally immersed in an altered state of euphoria. Information about Nether Vipers flashed through Bai Wushang's mind, and his blood surged. He could hold back no longer and sprang forward. Swish, the silver dagger flashed like lightning, slicing the black snake cleanly in two. SSSSSS. A moment earlier it had been lost in ecstasy. Now searing pain snapped it back to reality. The Nether Viper stared in disbelief at its sundered body. Malice, hatred, and fury flashed across the Nether Pit Viper's eyes. It fixed Bai Wushang with one last murderous glare before the upper half of its body melted like black wax and slowly sank into the shadow pooling on the ground. Not good. Bai Wushang's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected the creature's life force to be so stubborn. Even on the brink of death, it could still activate an escape skill. If it got away, Head Never Sleep, Easian assassin-type, transcendent beast lurking nearby was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. Acting on instinct, Bai Wushang lunged forward, both hands locking onto the serpent as it slipped into the darkness. The Nether Pit Viper froze in disbelief. Someone dared touch it directly? Did he think its venom was a joke? The Viper whipped around, and its hooked fangs pierced straight through Bai Wushang's palm. He grunted in pain, blood spurting, yet he tightened his grip, using the surge of agony to haul the serpent back out of the shadows. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Viper stared at him, cruel delight flickering in its eyes. In its mind, Bai Wushang was already finished. Its paralytic toxin could fell even large beasts in seconds. Once the poison hit, it would sever his carotid and watch him die in despair. For seconds, 5 seconds, confusion spread across the serpent's gaze. Why wasn't this human reacting? Before it could work it out, a dagger flashed and cleanly slashed its throat. Hunt successful. Gourmet Cells, 21. Phew, finally done. Bai Wushang exhaled, swept the area for threats, then hoisted the limp corpse. Clutching the slick, ink-black body, his eyes burned with excitement. With this paralytic venom, my chances of capturing late-stage maybe even peak juvenile pets just doubled. The Nether Pit Viper was an unusual snake. Its combat power was mediocre, but its neurotoxin was fearsome. Even creatures many times its size would lose the will to fight within moments of exposure. Bai Wushang hadn't expected the temptation rat to lure in such a prize at the last second. Had charged in on impulse, and it had paid off. A latest-stage juvenile nether pit viper carried enough toxin to knock out most peak juveniles and even threaten early mature-stage beasts. It sprayed twice, just now better check what's left. He pried open its jaws, cut out the fangs and venom glands, and squeezed them gently. Not much, but if I'm careful I'll do. After a moment's thought he added, he'll carve some hardwood into short spears, coat a few with the paralytic venom, the rest with a mixed serpent poison. The daggers for other chores like cutting meat, so he'll leave it clean. Hiss. The fireball snake on the ground flicked its tongue weakly. Almost forgot about you. Bai Wushang smacked his forehead and walked over to the crimson python. The fireball snake had gone from deep to moderate paralysis. It could only flick its tongue and twitch its tail. Full mobility was still a ways off. To be honest, a latest-stage juvenile, mortal-bone 5-star fireball snake is pretty solid. It can naturally evolve into a mature explosive fireball snake, and eventually into a full-form meteor serpent. Maybe I should consider contracting it. Bai Wushang knew that if he formed a contract right now, his success rate would be well over 90%. He crouched beside the defeated fireball serpent, examining the beast that still radiated faint heat. Its orange-eared scales glimmered weakly in the sunlight, and its thick body was as wide as an adult's arm. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and abandoned the idea. The fireball serpent was decent and met his minimum criteria, but if perfection scored 100, this one barely scraped a 60. Bai Wushang patted the newly acquired venom sac from the Yuming viper at his waist, its paralyzing poison giving him an extra boost of confidence. It was only midday on the second day. With 3.5 days of safety left, he could afford to gamble on something better. With a swift stroke, his dagger severed the serpent at its vitals. The body twitched, then fell still. Bai Wushang's expression didn't change. Had their positions been reversed, the serpent would have gladly swallowed him whole. Such was the law of the wild. Hunt successful. Gourmet sells 15. As the serpent's scorching body cooled, its scales lost their luster. Bai Wushang took out some Tianju grass from his pack, ground it into powder, and pressed it onto the cuts on his arm and shoulder. A cool sensation spread through the wounds, dulling the pain. He tore a clean strip from his sleeve and wrapped the injuries neatly. Once he was done treating himself, he turned to the battlefield to tally his spoils. The loot fell into 2 categories. First came the serpent materials: skins, fangs, gallbladders, hearts, venom, meat sorted into small pouches by type, more than 100 pieces in all. Excluding the fireball serpent and the Yuming viper, the remaining serpents were worth roughly 600 gold coins. A complete fireball serpent fetched over 200 gold. Every part of it carried valuable fire attribute properties, especially its fist-sized heart that still pulsed with a hint of elemental heat, useful as an improvised bomb in a pinch. As for the Yuming viper, its paralyzing venom was the prize. Bai Wushang planned to keep that for himself. The rest of the body might bring 50 or 60 coins at most. All told, nearly an hour of snake hunting had earned him close to 900 gold coins. For someone who'd grown up in the Mu clan's estate, well provided for yet never flush with pocket money, that was a small fortune. Unfortunately, his dimensional pack held only 1 cubic meter. He stared at the mound of materials, the fireball serpent in particular taking up far too much space. Painfully, he tossed the lower value meat and even discarded part of the fireball serpent's carcass, keeping 20% of the pack free for emergencies while cramming in as much as he could. When I get back to the academy and save up, in buying a bigger storage ring, he swore to himself. The second category of loot was the long-desired gourmet cells. From 38 serpents had harvested a total of 110 points, enough to exchange for a first-tier gastronomer's chest. After sorting everything, he buried the discarded remains in a nearby thicket and used branches and fallen leaves to erase all traces of his presence, carefully cleaning away blood and footprints. Whenever possible, clearing evidence prevents unnecessary trouble, a core skill for anyone who wants to survive in the wild. Bai Wushang may not be exceptionally gifted, but he is pragmatic, determined to seize every opportunity, keep trying, keep learning, and improve his overall abilities as much as possible. While packing away his spoils, a question surfaced. So far he had met only 3 or 4 other trainees, a paltry number. He had worried about running into competitors during the snake hunt and even prepared countermeasures, yet none of them had been needed. Bai Wushang frowned. Each trial zone was supposed to hold around 100 students. Meeting others should not have been this difficult. Unless the arena was far larger than he had imagined, scattering everyone across a vast area. Setting those doubts aside, he still had another task to handle. The moment he first saw the nether viper, questions had nagged at him. As a darkness-dwelling creature with night adaptation that shuns sunlight, why would it be here? The fruit tree stood in a relatively open spot with few other trees around. Even though the light inside the pocket realm was gentler than outside, it should still have been unpleasant for the viper. It could not have been living here by chance. Coupled with the temptation rat's 3-kilometer allure, Bai Wushang strongly suspected that a hidden dark attribute habitat lay nearby, perhaps a cave system or something similar. Such places are often teeming with rare, high-grade extraordinary creatures. He might even be able to contract the familiar of his dreams. After a brief silence, Bai Wushang made his decision would track down that habitat. Before setting off, he gathered some hardwood and diamond-shaped stones. With his dagger, he cut the wood into shafts just over a meter long and 3 fingers thick, lashed a stone to one end with sturdy vines, then ground the tips sharp, turning them into crude stone-tipped spears. Without a proper hatchet or similar tools, the work was slow. Even so, he managed to finish 12 short spears. Next came the poisoning stage. He coated the first batch of spearheads with paralytic venom, producing 5 black-tipped spears once the liquid dried. Another 5 received a blend of snake venoms, their tips showing streaks of color. The remaining 2 he left clean as spares. With the spears ready and mindful of the limited space in his dimensional pack, he dismantled the mouse trap he had built earlier and reassembled it into a long tube basket. He lined it with frost grass to create a cool, dry environment that would slow the venom's evaporation. Once everything was settled, Bai Wushang slung the basket over his back and began a systematic sweep of the area. An hour later, in a secluded corner, he discovered a hidden stone cave. The entrance was tiny and masked by trailing vines. Without careful observation, one would never notice the dark little opening behind them. Pushing the foliage aside, Bai Wushang raised his torch and eased halfway in. A clammy chill greeted him. In the flickering light, he saw dense black moss carpeting the walls, mottled with indistinct footprints and claw-mark signs of recent activity. Beyond that stretched fathomless darkness. Hoo-hoo, a damp, bone-chilling draft suddenly swept out from the depths of the tunnel. A draft? Bai Wushang stiffened, a flash of delight sparking in his eyes. Airflow meant the tunnel connected to another space. It wasn't a dead end at all. That other chamber was very likely the true nest of the Yuming pit viper. He wasted no time, bracing every nerve as he ventured deeper. In the darkness, rustling noises came and went, and under the torchlight the silhouettes of bats, rats, and insects flickered in and out of sight. Thanks to the scented pouch at his waist, the creatures kept their distance. The passageway ran straight ahead with no forks, far easier to traverse than he had imagined. Even so, it was so long and deep that he walked for a solid 30 or 40 minutes before spotting an opening in the distance. A faint glow seeped from the mouth of the cave, like the pale moonlight of the small hours. The moment he stepped outside, the scene before him took his breath away. A vast, brooding forest of black stretched out, far more vibrant than the region he had just passed. Colossal trees rose over 50 meters, their gray-black leaves interlocking into a solid canopy. Through the occasional gaps, he could still glimpse the illusory sun, but 99% of its light was blocked, letting only the faintest glow reach the ground. Gloom, cold, and damp hung in the air, which stank of rotting mud. Bai Wushang felt certain this was the ideal habitat for the Yuming pit viper. The beast must have come from here. Sodayo. A lilting song drifted toward him. He followed the sound, and soon spotted 3 or 4 spirits. Their translucent blue bodies resembled toddlers of 2 or 3 years. Their eyes were closed, yet a third eye shone from each forehead, and the lovely melody flowed from their throats. Song wraiths. He recognized them at once, ghost-type transcendents that loved to sing, harmless and painfully timid. The moment they noticed a stranger with a torch, they shrieked in fear and scattered into the darkness. Bai Wushang pressed on. Skeleton archers, floating sprites, springwood imps, shadow beetles, extraordinary creatures appeared one after another. He could feel their strength increasing the deeper he went. It was now rare to spot any early-stage juveniles. Plop. His left foot sank, as if he had stepped onto something soft. He reacted instantly, leaping back. Lowering the torch, he saw a patch of sludge. The muck wasn't isolated. It stretched to the left and broadened into a vast, inky swamp that vanished into the distance. A swamp this huge is bound to shelter something. An idea struck him. He pulled out a sizable chunk of snake meat and hurled it 6 or 7 meters into the mire. Mud splashed outward, and the meat slowly sank into the gummy surface. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Far off, the sludge began to churn with a loud, steady roar. Holding his breath, Bai Wushang slipped behind a tree trunk and watched. One pair of dull yellow eyes after another lit up in the darkness. The smaller ones were marble-sized, while the larger ones were as big as light bulbs, all of them gleaming with the cold, primal ferocity of predators. When the owners of those glowing eyes closed in and started squabbling over the snake meat, Bai Wushang finally saw them for what they were. Flat heads, long tapered snouts, eyes bulging from the sides of the skull, and narrow jaws lined with densely packed fangs. Their dark brown bodies looked as if they were sheathed in heavy armor, and every sweep of their thick tails sent mud spraying 2 meters high. So there really are swamp mud crocodiles, Bai Wushang murmured, fixing his gaze on the biggest one and calling up its stats. Name, swamp mud crocodile, wild species, beast realm reptile class swamp mud crocodile clan. Life stage, peak juvenile. Bloodline grade, mortal bone tier, 6 star. State, frenzied. Intelligence, low. Traits, pathogenic body, hardened skin. Skills, death roll, mud slam, muck bomb, tail whip. Gourmet cells, 24. Not bad, Bai Wushang thought. A 6-star mortal bone crocodile at the peak of the juvenile stage should score an easy 80 out of 100. Of its two main traits, pathogenic body is the key to surviving in filthy swamps. Anyone clawed or bitten must treat the wound quickly or risk infection. Hardened skin, on the other hand, turns its hide into natural armor. Add in its brute strength, and you have a nightmare to face. Overall, the swamp mud crocodile is a meat shield that can dish out serious damage and even fling a bit of ranged magic. Its natural evolution chain leads to the mature black marsh crocodile and the complete sawtooth mud crocodile, both solid upgrades with excellent potential. The weaknesses are just as clear. A good chunk of its power depends on the swamp. On dry land, its combat strength drops by at least 1/3, and its sluggish speed is a problem you can't ignore. After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Wushang held off making a decision. Better keep exploring, he thought. If I don't find anything superior, he'll come back and figure out how to contract one of these. The first 1 or 2 beasts to keeper bonds with will stay at his side for a very long time. You can't be too careful. He listed the crocodile as a fallback choice and memorized the coordinates, then circled the swamp, carving small crosses into nearby trees as usual, if imperfect, way of marking a path. On the far side of the mire he spotted human footprints in the muck, large and small, more than one person's. Clearly other candidates had passed through this shadowy forest. He filed the information away. Deeper it is, let's hope for a pleasant surprise. Torch in his left hand, dagger in his right, dimensional pack slung across his chest, and a long basket on his back, Bai Wushang stepped into the darker parts of the woods. The sun was sinking in the west, and a thin mist had risen unnoticed, wrapping the already dim forest in deeper shadow. Animal cries rang out in waves, the mournful howl of wolves, the thunderous roar of lions, the piercing screech of eagles, and the restless drone of insects together forming a wild overture to the night. Bai Wushang cocked an ear, listened for a moment, and adjusted his route. With a simple meal already in his stomach, he decided to push farther while there was still a little light. His footsteps whispered over dry leaves, and before long he spotted a herd of Bigfoot deer ahead. They stood barely a meter tall with no antlers, deep-set eyes, and mottled backside-looking beasts. Their legs, though, were thick and powerful, their hooves wide as an elephant's, muscles bulging across their frames. When they ran, the ground itself seemed to quake. Bai Wushang raised his torch and quietly backed away. Even the weakest of these deer were mid-juvenile, and the one pacing at the front radiated a peak-stage aura. Ill-tempered creatures by nature, a dozen of them despite their mere 3-star mortal bloodline cowled, send most peak juveniles packing. A sudden chill crawled up his scalp. Danger was closing in. A sharp whistling sliced the air, rushing closer at alarming speed. Before he could react, 3 long black shafts brushed his trouser leg and streaked toward the herd like arrows. Yow yow yow. Panic erupted. Frantic bleats mingled with the thunder of hooves. In the wavering torchlight he saw what had shot past vines. Black stems twisted together into wrist-thick tendrils, weaving through the deer like venomous snakes. In a blink, 2 of the animals were wrapped tight, their strength fading fast. The vines dragged their prey away, slipping back into the forest. Keeping low, Bai Wushang crept after them. A dozen paces later he rounded a bend and almost stopped breathing. He doused his torch and dropped into the underbrush. Not far away, a colossal vine had driven its roots deep into the soil. For massive black tendrils coiled like reversed pythons, while the central stalk was even thicker, its tip crowned with a round bud more than 2 meters across, glowing eerily in the dark. What should have been a beautiful sight turned nightmarish as the bud opened. Instead of a flower's heart, there yawned a monstrous maw lined with interlocking fangs, jade-green saliva oozing between them. 3 subsidiary vines dutifully pushed the 2 dead deer into the mouth. When the meal was inside, the swollen bud closed and began to chew with an unsettling, almost human rhythm. Crunching echoed through the silent night. Ghost vine. It was a ghost vine. A plant-type rarity. Bai Wushang fixed his gaze on the towering creature ahead, estimating its strength. By its size, it was in the late juvenile stage, still short of its peak. Otherwise, there would never be only 3 auxiliary vines. Knowledge flashed through his mind, and his breathing quickened. Ghost Vini, an abyssal plant type, transcendent, ancient in lineage, carnivorous, fiercely aggressive, and capable of astonishing regeneration. Its black tendrils were both resilient and far-reaching, making it the ideal control-type companion. A passage from the sacred bestiary resurfaced. The Tamer, known as Ghost Lord, relied on a ghost vine as his lifebound beast. After painstaking care, that ghost vine evolved into a legendary sacred creature, the 1,000-armed Ghost Vine Overlord. Together, they swept through a frontier army of 100,000 orcs, earning unrivaled renown. If I could contract such a beast. Bai Wushang paused, possibilities swirling in his mind. Moments later, he inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, and forced himself to focus on the likelihood of capture. Taming methods vary: emotional resonance, bloodline attraction, coaxing, and bargaining, but brute force remains the most common. Prove your strength first, then a creature that respects the law of the jungle may submit. Signing a contract with a savage ghost vine while it's uninjured? Impossible unless your soul power can suppress it outright. Otherwise, you'll only infuriate it. Bai Wushang frowned. I must severely wound the ghost vine and strike a pact while it's weakened to improve my odds. But how can I do that alone? Its obvious flaw is sluggish movement, yet its tendrils cover such a vast area that prolonged combat is out of the question. Traps seldom work on plant life, either. He thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead gently. Work backward. Which target would cripple the ghost vine? The answer was clear. The central main stalk, crowned by a bud its equivalent of a brain. Destroy that, and victory would be within reach. He checked his gear. The dagger was too short. A poison spear might work, but only if he pierced the bud, the soul point, with soft tissue. Striking the vines would achieve nothing. Besides, the green fluid inside was likely a corrosive toxin. Plant-type creatures with innate poisons usually resist toxins and regenerate rapidly. The venom's effect would be uncertain. Bai Wushang reached into his dimensional pack, then froze as surprise lit his eyes. Right, the fireball serpent's heart. I almost forgot about this prime explosive. As a dark element plant, the ghost vine should still fear fire at the juvenile stage. If I can place the fireball serpent's heart inside the bud and detonate it, I can cripple it for sure. The problem I face now is how to get close to it. In the darkness, Bai Wushang lay prone on the icy ground, sweat beading on his forehead. He clenched his jaw, mind racing, yet no workable solution emerged. The ghost vine had no eyes or ears. All its senses were concentrated in those black tendrils. During a hunt, the vine stretched outward, covering a 100-meter radius. Once it locked onto prey, the attack was relentless. But while feeding, the three thick tendrils curled around the bud, shrinking its sensory range to barely 20 or 30 meters. Even so, one more step, sack it in hand or not hand, it would strike. Bai Wushang held his breath and watched for 20 full minutes. At last, the ghost vine finished its feast. The three black tendrils swayed lazily, as if stretching after a meal, then folded back to guard the bud. Everything went still. Stranger yet, the bud's deep red hue began to pulse, brightening and dimming like a heartbeat. What was going on? Bai Wushang's eyes widened, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Everything he knew, gleaned from books and the old scholar at the Mu family estate, failed to explain what he was seeing. He kept waiting. 30 minutes crawled by. The ghost vine stayed motionless, the bud's glow slowing as if its breathing was settling. Was it sleeping? Did ghost vines need sleep? The thought was both confusing and thrilling. When nothing changed, he frowned. He couldn't stay here forever. Time to try move in, inch by inch. He began to crawl, every shift agonizingly slow. His gaze never left the ghost vine, muscles coiled to spring at any moment. Patience was his greatest weapon. He advanced scarcely a meter every 5 minutes, minimizing even his breathing. The ghost vine remained deep in slumber. Seconds turned into minutes. He finally slipped inside the 10-meter mark. Data flashed across his pupils. Name: ghost vine. Species: abyssal realm. Plant type: ghost vine clan. Life stage: late juvenile. Bloodline quality: common bone. Grade: 7 stars. Status: overfed, sleeping, digesting. Intelligence: low. Traits: growth, dark. Adaptation: 3 tendrils. Skills: root, vine whip, constrict, blossom bite. Gourmet cells: 32. It had literally eaten itself into a food coma. Bai Wushang's mouth twitched. The fearsome image head formed collapsed in an instant. But this was no time to laugh. He drew a paralyzing poison spear and crept forward again, nerves taut. 2 more meters. Now only 8 meters remained. All 3 tendrils suddenly quivered. It's waking up. His heart thundered. He kicked off the ground, muscles exploding with power, and charged. Fresh from sleep, the ghost vine sensed the intruder, but its tendrils swung sluggishly. He gave it no chance to recover. Gripping the poison spear with both hands, he leapt high and drove the tip toward the underside of the bud. Pop! The spear sank 6 or 7 inches into the bud with a silk-tearing whisper, then hit something hard and stopped. A chilling scream erupted, neither human nor beast, echoing through the darkness like nails on glass. Pain jolted the ghost vine awake, and its thick tendrils cracked through the air like whips, aiming straight for Bai Wushang's face. He snapped his body sideways. The vine held past his ear. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted dark green fluid oozing from the wound he had made. The venom spattered onto a wooden spear, hissing as it burned pits into the wood. So it really does secrete corrosive toxins. Bai Wushang grimaced inwardly. 2 more tendrils swept in from front and back. He rolled clear, grabbed a handful of toxin-tipped javelins from his basket, and charged the blossom instead of backing away. At a distance, the ghost vine held every advantage. Up close, the swollen bud would tie its own vines in knots. That was his chance. He adjusted his plan on the fly, stabbed the bud a few more times, deepened the poisoning. Once the vine realized its lashes couldn't subdue him, it would open up and use Hua Ji Ken Yao. When it did, he would hurl the fire serpent's heart inside and blow it apart from within. Swish vine after vine sliced through the night. One grazed his left arm, carving a bloody groove, but he jammed a mixed poison spear and a paralytic spear into the bud. The ghost vine roared and went berserk, its tendrils lashing, coiling, and hammering after him. Bai Wushang kept circling, rolling, leaping anything to avoid being caught. Blows he could dodge, he dodged, the rest he absorbed. His hands never stopped moving, and every opening produced another puncture in the bud. After several brutal minutes, he was gasping, yet he saw the ghost vine slowing. A glance at its status bar showed new tags: lightly wounded, mild paralysis, mild poisoning. Good. My pain wasn't for nothing. His eyes flashed. Cuts striped his body, clothes were soaked with blood, mud, and sweat, and he looked a mess, but his spirit blazed. Dropping the poisoned spear, he drew his dagger and carved a few taunting slits around the bud. The vine kept trying to grab and shred him, but pain and sluggish reflexes only fueled its panic. At last, when he slipped close again, the ghost vine snapped. In the darkness, the radiant bud flared open, revealing jagged, saw-toothed mouthparts. The black main vine angled toward him and bit down. Been waiting for you. Bai Wushang grinned, stopped short, whipped out a fist-sized crimson object, and hurled it down the blossom's throat. For an instant the ghost vine froze, reflexively closed its petals, and chewed once. Boom. A column of fire punched skyward. The blast shook the earth, shockwaves rippled outward, and the ground charred black in a heartbeat. Nearby trees withered, insects scattered, and the clearing looked like a miniature disaster zone. Cough, that explosion was stronger than I planned. Hang in there. Ghost vine, don't you dare die that fast. Bai Wushang's ragged clothes hung off his frame as he staggered to his feet. When the blast erupted, he had turned and bolted just in time, so the shockwave merely rattled him. He was largely unharmed. Smoke billowed in every direction, the air thick with an acrid, charred stench, while tongues of fire crackled and leapt around him. The fumes stung his eyes, making them stream. Blinking through the redness, he focused on the ghost vine, wilted, listless, most of its body charred black. Status: sated, severely injured, lightly poisoned, mildly paralyzed, moderately burned, shivering, dazed. Good. Good. I'm still alive, that's all that matters, he muttered, finally letting out the breath had been holding. The shadowed forest's strange climate kept the flames from spreading, turning them instead into convenient lanterns. Grinning, Bai Wushang strolled toward the ghost vine. At last, the days of his master having to fight in person were about to end. Ghost vine, don't blame me. From now on, I'll see that you eat well and live well. I won't treat you badly, he murmured, and with a thought summoned the oath-bound tome from the whirlpool of soul power. Silvery pages fluttered open, and a jet-black soul sigil leapt free. He caught it and was about to slap it onto the vine's tattered blossom. A gray blur plummeted from above, splitting the air like an axe. Bai Wushang flinched and sprang back on instinct. Smack! The object hit the vine's roots with the crack of a bursting water balloon, splattering mud everywhere. Mud bomb. He recognized the skill instantly, not especially lethal, but thoroughly disgusting crowd control. If it struck Hedon, the mud would cling stubbornly, and once it dried, it formed natural shackles that crippled mobility. The ghost vine, already badly wounded, had no strength to struggle. Mud coated the lower section of its main stem and was hardening by the second. Hey, classmate, don't be afraid, we're here to save you. A chubby youth with white hair pushed through the bushes, greeting Bai Wushang with a broad smile. A man and a woman followed close behind. The man was towering and muscular, easily over 2 meters, with thick brows, large eyes, and dark skin. He carried a massive wooden club and radiated brute force. The petite girl beside him sported short pink hair. Ribbons decorated her head, sleeves, and waist. She walked along, nibbling earnestly on a meat skewer, utterly focused on her snack. Bai Wushang's eyes narrowed as he took them in. A reptile padded at the big man's heel, dark brown, armored hide, flat head, long snout, tail swaying with each step. A swamp crocodile. So the mud bomb had been its handiwork. His expression grew icy. The moment his contract was interrupted, he had sensed trouble brewing. Relax, relax, the chubby leader said, his white pompadour bobbing. The ghost vine's completely tied up by our mutt, it can't fight back. You're out of danger. So I'm supposed to thank you for that? Bai Wushang stared straight into his eyes. Heh, no need. Just lending a hand. The chubby man with white hair sidled up to Bai Wushang, his eyes glued to the half-dead ghost vine on the ground, clicking his tongue in admiration. A plant-type rare breed, what a find. I never thought the trial grounds still had something this valuable. So, you plan to swoop in and steal it halfway? Bai Wushang asked flatly. His gaze drifted seemingly by Shansito, the nearby swamp crocodile, lingering on the words mortal bone, 6-star, late juvenile. Steal? Hardly. The white-haired man's smile faded. I'm simply going to claim it in broad daylight. Be smart and walk away, you'll save yourself some dignity. I've seen shameless people before, but you're in a league of your own. Bai Wushang spat, drew a deep breath, and spoke with chilling calm. If I'm not mistaken, students are forbidden to attack each other during the first 5 days. Planning to break the rules? The man snorted and pointed at the ghost vine, putting on an innocent face. Attack you? If I really wanted you dead, I'd just strike when you're halfway through the contract ritual. Then his tone sharpened, his gaze locking onto Bai Wushang. Named Sure belongs Sure as an historian, Ba as an overbearing, Long as in dragon. Let's be frank. I've taken a liking to this ghost vine. Thanks for softening it up, but forget about contracting it. It's mine now. Leave. Bai Wushang's eyes turned icy, yet he met Sure Belong's stare without the slightest fear. Rage churned in his chest. Moments earlier, the ghost vine had been sated and drowsy as one chance to strike. Had seen footprints in the swamp and suspected other tamers nearby, but had had to gamble on the opportunity anyway. What he hadn't expected was that his opponent would form a three-man team and even contract a powerful beast in such a short time. The gap between them had grown impossibly wide. His mind raced. A straight fight was suicide. Even if he launched the first attack, Sure could claim self-defense, and Bai would end up the one breaking the rules. Not worth it. What if he gambled on contracting the ghost vine right under their noses? A contract could take anywhere from 10 seconds to several minutes. Too risky if they interrupted him. The backlash would be worse than giving up entirely. Hand it over just like that? Unthinkable. Had spent so much effort, used up materials and tools, even gotten her was one step from success. After a silent pause, he lifted his head and spoke slowly. You do realize that forcing a contract with a beast you didn't personally subdue results in low compatibility. Sure you want that? Save your concern. Sure Balong waved him off. It's a rare species. Even a forced contract is a guaranteed win for me. Fine. You want it, take it. Bai Wushang flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Now that's more like it, Sure said, laughing. We're all classmates here, should help each other out. You look badly hurt. We've got plenty of herbs. We could spare you. He broke off. Bai Wushang had pulled out a short spear, and Sure Belong's grin froze on his face. Flames danced across the scorched ground, bathing the blackened earth in a wavering orange glow. Bai Wushang cast a long look at the dying ghost vine 2 or 3 meters away, the poisoned spear in his hand gleaming coldly in the firelight. I'm sorry, clearly fate never meant us to be bound, he murmured. Until a contract is sealed, extraordinary creatures and humans remain hunter and prey. Life and death, victory and defeat, are decided by strength alone. Bai Wushang had no better way to drive off the white-furred brute and his companions, and a stalemate would only waste time. Since he had to leave, he certainly wouldn't let the fat man walk off with the prize. Rare or not, its value ends the moment it dies. He tightened his grip on the spear, veins standing out along his arms. Xiao Qian. Sure Balong saw Bai Wushang's intent and screamed, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The pink-haired girl, still nibbling roast meat, finally lifted her head and glanced over. In a flash, a black shadow shot forth like lightning, and before Bai Wushang could react, a massive jet-black dog stood between him and the bud, baring its fangs with a low growl. Name: Fonghound. Contract species: Demon Beast Realm Beast Type, Fonghound Clan. Life stage: Late Juvenile. Bloodline grade: Mortal Bone, 5 stars. Condition: Highly alert. Intelligence: Medium. Traits: Loyalty, Keen sense of smell. Skills: Intimidate, Rend, Pursue, Ambush, Feral Fangs, Shadow Stalk. Gourmet cells: 15. Still hiding a pet? You really came prepared, Bai Wushang muttered. The hound hadn't been summoned from the Book of Oaths. It had lurked in the darkness from the very start. So what? Killing intent hardened in his gaze. How many times will you break the trial rules? Before the words faded, he hurled the spear with every ounce of strength. Squelch. The sound of flesh tearing rang out, crisp and clear in the firelight. In the blazing, smoke-choked forest, a strange tableau emerged. Bai Wushang, half covered in wounds and favoring one ankle, stared coldly ahead. The Fonghound's crimson tongue, jagged fangs, and reeking drool hovered a fist's breadth from his chest, yet the beast dared not lunge. Behind it, the ghost vine's bud lay impaled by the poisoned spear, purple-black sap seeping out. Damn Sure Belong's face twitched, his voice trembling. A creature that rare, and you killed it. No matter how rare it was, what did that matter to me? Bai Wushang shot him a frosty glance, then swept his gaze over the burly man and the pink-haired girl, branding their faces into memory. The feud was set. Stealing a contract beast was an unforgivable crime, yet now was not the time for revenge. If you've got the courage, keep following me. You managed to steal once, twice, maybe you can steal 10 times, 100. Let's see who lasts longer. Bai Wushang's emotionless words drifted on the howling wind as his figure melted into the darkness. Sure Balong stood frozen, fists clenched, his face shifting from red to pale. Rage turned to shock, and finally a chill shuddered through him. Boss, what now? The burly man's tough guy facade collapsed in an instant. Wearing a pained expression, he muttered, Boss, we trust you and well follow your lead when it comes to advice and catching pets, no question about that. But ticking off a natural awaken, aren't we pushing things too far? If Wed actually stolen the ghost vine, fine, but now we've come away empty-handed. Damn it, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. If he couldn't have it, he'd rather destroy it. Sure, Balong cursed under his breath, then lunged at the withered vine, flipping it back and forth. The bud had rotted to mush, sticky sap covered the ground, and the ghost vine was well and truly dead. Boss, what now? Do we give chase? The pink-haired girl licked her fingertips. We've already crossed the line. There's no turning back. Sure, Balong frowned, wrestling with the decision for a good half-minute before gritting his teeth. Not smart. He's on guard now. Starting a fight within the next 5 days would be risky. Forget him for the moment. Help me find better pets. Once we build a perfect lineup, we can overwhelm him with numbers. He paused. If he leaves the secret realm and heads back to the academy, so be it. We'll team up with other natural awakeners or even senior students if we have to. There's always a way. Elsewhere, Bai Wushang had already put plenty of distance between himself and the ruined ghost vine. He zigzagged through the forest, masking his scent with herbs before slipping into a hidden burrow. He rigged a few simple alarms at the entrance, then lit a small fire deeper inside. By the flickering light, he brewed a medicinal broth and examined his wounds. Ointment here, bandage there, every cut was properly treated. When the chores were done, Bai Wushang propped his chin on his hand and stared into the flames. In his mind, he replayed every detail since entering the secret realm, each choice, each decision. He questioned himself over and over. Was that the right call? Could it have been handled better? If given another chance, what would I do? Reviewing and learning. He could tolerate being weak for now, but he refused to stay ignorant. 3 days left, he murmured, eyes resting on the golden silver knife and fork emblem on the back of his hand. I still have a shot at catching the right pet. Until now, he hadn't had a safe place or a calm moment. But with the ghost vine's gourmet cells stored away, it was finally time for a second draw. At the flick of a thought, darkness fell and light returned. His consciousness appeared within the food god altar, cracked stone pillars, shadow black statues, and the ancient bronze cauldron exactly as before. He walked straight to the cauldron and pressed his right hand against its side. Rainbow fires surged up, flooding the chamber with color. Total gourmet cells, 124. Redeem a tier 1 food god chest? Yes. A white porcelain chest coalesced in the flames, small and delicate like an expensive makeup case. Bai Wushang opened it. Instead of a yellowed scroll, a palm-sized blank card lay inside. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 1% sentience food god item, a universal recipe voucher. This voucher can generate a custom recipe for any extraordinary creature in its infant stage, with an effect of your choosing. Usage: keep the target within 10 meters and activate it with a silent command. Custom made? Bai Wushang's eyes lit up. His first thought was for Galaxy. Could the card craft an evolutionary recipe for her? The twin moon rabbit was shrouded in mystery. If this voucher could aid her evolution, it would be priceless. Thinking of the cute little rabbit, he couldn't help but smile. 2 days without Galaxy, and he actually missed her. Once the trial ended, he planned to spend an entire day playing with her. The altar offered no further information about the voucher, so he exited the food god space. Night Preston. After intense fighting, exploration, and a body full of wounds, even a natural awakener felt bone-deep fatigue. Bai Wushang saw no point in forcing himself to stay awake. Tomorrow promised new adventures. He needed to recover. He checked the alarms one last time. Satisfied they were intact, he leaned against the wall, still fully dressed, and closed his eyes. At dawn on the 3rd day, Bai Wushang woke from a light sleep, gulped down a quick breakfast, tore off his old bandages, re-wrapped the wound, and stepped once more into the shadowy forest. The dim woods were as gloomy as dusk. Holding a torch, he let its amber glow flicker ahead to clear the way. Late infant stage, mortal bone, 4-star black-haired mammoth? Qualities too low, no evolutionary route. He shook his head and kept moving. Peak infant stage, mortal bone, 6-star ghoul does meet the standard, but it needs a constant supply of zombies to feed on. Too hard to raise, he filed the idea away for later. A newborn netherflame bat pup, still half-bald, drifted into view. His eyes lit up, then dimmed just as fast. Mortal bone, 7 stars, great potential, but its life stage is far too low. For an entire day, he crisscrossed the forest, identifying more than 50 extraordinary creatures. Most failed to qualify. The few that barely made the cut landed on a backup list. On the 4th day, he locked onto a dark crow. This mortal bone, 7-star creature had a 3-stage natural evolution chain. With peak infant strength and impressive innate skills, it was the ideal contract target. Reality, however, proved harsh. The carefully laid trap was seen through at once. The dark crow screeched in fury, its black wings whipping up a gale that tore Bai Wushang's plan to shreds. Damn! He turned and bolted, sharp cries and roaring wind hot on his heels. Not until mid-afternoon did he stagger out of another edge of the shadow forest. Only when sunlight touched him did he dare to stop and catch his breath. Was that a mother bird? I barely plucked 1 or 2 feathers, and it chased me all that way. He glanced back at the huge bird circling the forest rim, yet unwilling to leave the darkness, then shook his head. I'm done with that. After a short rest, he straightened and surveyed the land ahead. rolling, barren ground with sparse grass and scattered stones, utterly different from the terrain had known. This doesn't look like the original forest. He glanced behind at the gloom. Do I open up a new area, or find a way back? Time was too precious to waste. With only a moment's hesitation, he struck out toward the unknown. A woo! A wolf's howl rose not far away. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow but showed little reaction. Wolves hunted in packs and weren't something he could provoke easily. A woo! A woo! The howls grew louder, higher, and more urgent, merging into a near-continuous chorus. What's going on? He muttered, coming to a halt. Boom! A giant tree crashed to the ground, followed by a barrage of noise thud 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 thud, heavy snorts, frantic chirps, sharp crackles. Bai Wushang's expression tightened. With a quick glance he located the nearest sturdy trunk and scrambled up into its branches. Dust billowed over the rolling low hills in the near distance. A flock of broad-billed cranes beat their wings frantically, clawing for altitude. 5 or 6 crimson stallions tore across the slope, eyes wide with terror. Even a young spotted tiger, late in its juvenile stage, the faint king-shaped marking still visible on its brow, bolted with its tail tucked. Such an uproar could only mean something serious was happening. Bai Wushang dropped from the tree trunk and crept toward the hills. 5 minutes later he crouched in a thicket, eyes wide. A primeval giant tree, 3 or 4 meters thick and nearly 50 meters long, lay crashed on the ground, its ancient branches still lush. Around the trunk sprawled heaps of bodies, 2 apes, shredded and decapitated, 7 or 8 wolf-like carcasses with crushed skulls and missing limbs, pools of dark, clotted blood everywhere. More than 20 extraordinary beasts were locked in combat, divided into 2 camps. On one side prowled azure giant wolves, most over 2 meters long, with 3 alphas exceeding 3. Fangs bared and eyes glacial, they sported an uneven row of blade-like spines from crown to tail tip, as though shards of glass had been embedded beneath their hides, flashing coldly in the sun. These were Galeblade wolves, 6-star mortal bone creatures. Opposing them were burly great apes, their bodies cloaked in long, sparse black fur except for the face and ears. Jawbones jutted beyond their cheekbones, foreheads rose high, and a curved dark red horn sprouted from either side of the skull. They moved in a half-upright lope, knuckles braced against the ground like twin stone pillars, radiating savage power. Demon apes, also 6-star mortal bone beasts, were renowned for brute strength and rapid regeneration. Bai Wushang reviewed what he knew while studying the battle. Nearly 20 Galeblade wolves had fanned into a wide circle, pinning in 4 demon apes. The wolves held both numbers and strength. None were below mid-juvenile, and the 3 leaders were clearly late juvenile. The apes were outmatched. Apart from their larger leader, likely late juvenile, the other 3 were shorter, scarred, and at best mid-juvenile. This pack of Galeblade wolves was the strongest troop Bai had seen in the trial ground. Unless they met a mature opponent, they could rampage unchecked. The outnumbered demon apes, by contrast, faced grim odds. A woo! The wolves howled in unison and surged forward. The leading ape, unwilling to yield, glared back and swung a palm as wide as a fan toward the oncoming pack. High on the low ridge, the swift-winged sword wolves and the demon apes were locked in a brutal clash. 3 late juvenile alpha wolves, lithe and lethal, clawed at the earth as they formed a tight encirclement, pinning the ape clan's chieftain in the center. The rest of the pack split their duties. Half bared their fangs at the other 3 apes, while the remainder prowled the perimeter, sealing every escape route. Pretty smart pups, Bai Wushang thought, noting their orderly formation. His gaze drifted to a fallen primeval tree nearby. Its rough, fractured trunk was riddled with deep and shallow gouges, splinters scattered everywhere. Clearly the ape's former roost. The tangled claw marks revealed the habits of both species, and a full picture sprang to Bai's mind. Packs of sword wolves launching organized, premeditated hunts, first raising the ape's home to spark chaos, then exploiting superior numbers to blockade and slaughter until nothing lived. No wonder other extraordinary beasts in the area had fled for their lives. Anyone too slow would be dragged into the killing field and die before understanding why. Such coordinated tactics meant one wolf in that pack had to be exceptionally clever. Bai had intended to see which of the 3 alphas stood out, yet he was surprised to find them evenly matched against the ape chieftain. Aside from its greater size and bulk, the ape leader differed little from its kinno signs of mutation, yet its combat prowess was astonishing. On the battlefield, the alphas watched their underlings drive the other apes back, while they themselves were stuck in a stalemate in embarrassing contrast. With a shared growl they exchanged glances, then leapt as 3 streaks of blue-green light. Midair, they executed a strange maneuver. Heads tucked, backs arched, forelegs clasping hind legs, tails folded down to fully expose their broken blade spikes. Their bodies formed irregular spinning wheels, jagged edges whirling as they accelerated along a parabolic path straight at the chieftain. Bai Wushang's eyes widened. He refused to miss a single detail. This was the Swiftwind Sword Wolf's signature move, blade wheel charge. 3 blade wheels flashed by. The ape chieftain grunted, sensing danger. Instead of meeting the attack head-on, it deftly snatched up a fallen wolf corpse and swung it like a club. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding crashes rolled across the ridge. The alphas were knocked out of their spin, hurled a dozen meters before tumbling to a stop, lightly wounded. The chieftain didn't slow. Tossing aside the shredded carcass, it shifted from fists to palms and lunged after the alphas, raining blows. Shattering palm, mountain-crushing fist, bone-splitting kick, Mount Tai smash one technique followed another. Hidden in the shadows, Bai Wushang gawked. The sheer number of skills the ape commanded was almost unheard of, and its raw power far exceeded that of the sword wolves. Though the struggle looked fierce, in truth the ape was hurting the wolves, battering them at will. Whenever an attack managed to land, savage claw marks would tear across the demon ape chieftain's hide and blood would spurt out, only to seal up again within a few breaths. Its regenerative ability dwarfed that of an ordinary demon ape. Without the Gale Sword Wolf's superior speed and impeccable coordination, the trio would have been smashed to pulp by a single slap long ago. A woo! A piercing howl split the air. The chieftain jerked its head around, fangs bared in fury. One sword wolf had thrown back its head to howl in triumph, forepaws planted on a round, bulging object the severed head of a demon ape. In the distance a headless corpse, drenched in gore, crashed to the ground. 3 or 4 sword wolves, drool trailing from their jaws, mobbed the body and tore into it, reveling in the bloody feast. Beside them, 2 more demon apes, already covered in wounds, were being harried by the pack and looked ready to collapse. Roar, roar, roar. Eyes bulging, the chieftain's muscles knotted as it prepared to charge to its brethren's rescue. The 3 alpha wolves had anticipated this. At the critical moment, they intercepted it, clinging to it with reckless ferocity. The chieftain, half crazed with rage, swung wildly. But the Gale Sword Wolves were too fast, slipping away at the last instant and letting most of its blows hit nothing but air. The distant screams of its kin grew ever more desperate. If it did nothing, its entire troop would be wiped out. It hesitated no longer. A sheen of blood-red light flashed in its eyes, and a chilling aura erupted from its frame. Roar! It stamped the ground and rose to its full height, pounding its massive chest with arms as thick as tree trunks. A faint crimson mist seeped from its body. In an instant its frame expanded, taller, broader, more imposing, and its pupils shifted from jet black to a glowing scarlet. Blood ignition? That demon ape actually knows blood ignition? Bai Wushang clicked his tongue in disbelief. Ordinarily, only a demon ape at the peak of its juvenile stage can grasp that skill. Once triggered, every physical attribute strength, speed, explosiveness, reflexes undergoes a qualitative leap and lasts for a time. The price is steep. It burns the heart's blood normally used for rapid healing. The moment that blood ignites, the ape commits to a fight to the death. Its regeneration plummets while the rest of its power soars. Simultaneously, the 3 alpha wolves launched another sword wheel charge, even faster and at an even sharper angle. This time the demon ape reached for no weapon. It simply swung an arm 5 or 6 times thicker than a grown man's and struck. Boom. The first sword wolf was smashed midair, its body bursting open in a spray of blood. Ignoring the crisscrossing cuts on its arm, the ape caught the carcass and hurled it at the second wolf. The second alpha had no chance to defend. The instant they collided it was swatted aside, sent flying 30 meters before half its body buried itself in the earth. It struggled for a long moment before finally dragging itself free. One leg hung uselessly, and blood streamed from its head, belly, and tail. Gritting its teeth against the agony, the second sword wolf leader swept its gaze back over the battlefield. Blood mist rolled off the demon ape chieftain's body, and his crimson eyes were as chilling as a devil's gaze. With a sudden lunge, his massive arms clamped onto the third wolf leader's hind legs. He twisted his waist, swinging the hefty sword wolf in a full arc through the air then another. After 2 revolutions, he unleashed all his strength and hurled the wolf over his shoulder, smashing it into the ground. Boom. The earth quaked and dust erupted skyward, and that was only the beginning. The demon ape hoisted the mangled wolf yet again slam. Lift, slams even brutal throws in a row, each impact rattling the ground. Bai Wushang's throat went dry. The sheer power left him speechless. What kind of monstrous arm and leg strength could do that? When the ape finally let go, the once majestic wolf lay lifeless, its body a shredded sandbag of blood and gore. Terror flooded the second wolf leader's eyes. Instinct told him to flee, yet something made him freeze in place. Freed from restraint, the demon ape charged into the pack like a tiger down the mountain. Any sword wolf that dared block him was either slapped flying or punched flat. In a blink, he was standing guard before his final 2 clansmen. The surrounding wolves whimpered, none daring to step within 5 meters of the ape. Bai Wushang silently assessed the battlefield. The swift-winged sword wolves were clearly terrified, and the ape tribe might just survive. Could he befriend this mighty chieftain, maybe even forge a contract and make it his companion beast? If so, this trial would be a complete triumph. Yet the more he thought, the more Bai Wushang sighed. If the wolves were helpless, what chance did he have? Besides, apes were clever. Any trick could easily backfire. Before long, the blood mist around the demon ape faded, and his pupils returned to black had withdrawn from his blood-burned state. At that very instant, disaster struck. A hazy green blur shot from the trees like lightning, so fast the ape barely twisted half his body aside on instinct. Flash! The sound of flesh tearing rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. An arm spun through the air and crashed to the ground. Bai Wushang's scalp tingled, goosebumps erupting over his skin. A massive, jagged wound ran from the ape's left brow diagonally to his shoulder. His left horn was cracked, his left eye gouged out, and worst of all, his left arm had been sliced clean off, blood gushing in torrents. Clutching the stump, the demon ape convulsed, his face twisted with pain. Even so, he released only a single cry, then gritted his teeth and forced himself upright, his remaining eye blazing at the ambusher. The green figure retreated after that single strike, flipping midair and landing lightly on the ground. The massive creature dropped to all fours and strode out of the jungle. Its claws gouged deep grooves in the earth, and a tail as thick as a broom swept behind it. Though jade-green fur was caked with dust, a silky luster still shone through any hunter would kill for such a pelt. Most terrifying were the broken blades studding its spine, hundreds of razor shards standing like steel needles, each tip holding a bead of fresh blood that glittered wickedly in the sun. Gale Blade Wolf. Every cub instantly lowered its head. Whether bleeding out on the ground or still able to fight, they all whimpered their submission. Even the lone latest-stage juvenile pack leader flattened itself, not daring to meet its gaze. Bai Wushang pressed his lips together. The newcomer was more than 4 meters long, a peak, juvenile Galeblade wolf. In a flash he understood why the pack seemed well-drilled, yet lacked a visible commander. The real Wolf King had been lurking in the dark, waiting for the perfect moment to strike down the ape chief. Realizing this, Bai Wushang felt a pang of regret for the ape leader. It had burned a great deal of its heart blood to use the blood flame skill, and with such grievous wounds it no longer had any means to heal. The Galeblade Wolf King held its head high, sweeping the ape chief with a contemptuous stare that oozed superiority. The earlier ambush had missed the decapitation it wanted, but a blinded eye, a severed arm, and lost regeneration were more than enough. The fiend apes were fated to die beneath wolf claws. A long howl split the sky. The pack answered at once, surging from both flanks toward the ordinary fiend apes in the rear. Dragging its mangled body, the ape chief swung its lone arm in a desperate bid to block them. Waiting for it was a rending slash, the terrible claws of the Wolf King. Bai Wushang watched intently, convinced the crippled ape would fall at once. Instead, it held out through nearly 100 exchanges. With brute strength and uncanny instinct, it dodged every lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Though it stayed on the back foot and fresh wounds blossomed across its body, each solid punch forced the Wolf King back a dozen steps, making it grunt and bleed at the lips. The longer he watched, the higher Bai Wushang's opinion climbed. It was almost the perfect partner beast in his eyes. What can I do? Is there any way to turn this around and save that ape? The question flashed through his mind again and again. The ape chief could still stand, but its 2 clansmen, besieged by more than a dozen wolves of equal rank, finally collapsed. With a mournful cry, they cast one last look at the sky before disappearing beneath snapping jaws. Seeing this, the ape chief froze, so numb that it failed to notice the Wolf King ripping a huge chunk of flesh from its side. The light in its remaining eye dulled, tears and blood streamed down its face. Suddenly it whirled, teeth bared, its soul eye blazing, fist clenched so hard the knuckles cracked. A thunderous roar burst from its throat, rolling across the sky without end. Crimson mist surged over its body once more, far denser than before. On the low ridge, murderous energy shot into the sky. The demon ape chieftain's body swelled, its eyes burning blood red as it lunged at the Sword Wolf King. Sanity abandoned it. Arms whirled in a frenzy. Defense forgotten, there was only attack, attack, and more attack. Fists crashed down, fangs tore, horns gored, forehead slammed, elbows hammered, knees drove upward. Every part of its body became a lethal weapon. The Sword Wolf King was forced back step by step, emerald eyes flickering with dread. It understood all too well that the chieftain had gone mad and dared not meet the assault head-on, relying instead on its agile footwork to dodge again and again. Even so, it could barely keep up. The demon ape's speed had soared as well, and a single careless moment would see flesh ripped open. A ring of wolves howled anxiously around them, urging their king on, yet powerless to intervene in such a fierce duel. A second blood ignition. He wants mutual destruction, Bai Wushang murmured with regret. The demon ape possessed 2 hearts, one in each side of its chest. A single blood ignition meant setting an entire heart's blood aflame. Once begun, it could not be halted until the organ was burned dry. The exhausted heart would fall dormant and need a long time to recover. During that period, the ape lived on 1 heart alone. Its strength and speed remained, but its regeneration was halved, and it lost the ability to regrow flesh. That was the creature's unique window of weakness, and instinctual self-preservation would never allow a second ignition. Yet if a second blood ignition was triggered, as with the chieftain before them, only one explanation remained. It had broken through its bodily limits with absolute will, forcibly rousing the other heart amid searing, soul-rending pain. It also meant that when the second heart burned out, death would be imminent. On the battlefield, the Sword Wolf King was caught off guard. An elbow smashed its skull, and a flurry of blows left it reeling. After struggling to put some distance between them, it panted heavily, emerald eyes finally showing a trace of fear. The Gale Sword Wolf King was never fond of combat, and valued its life dearly. It had plotted in silence for a long time, waiting for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack, but it had never imagined the demon ape chieftain would ignite its blood a second time and fight with such desperation, trading injury for injury or aiming for mutual destruction. Intimidated, the wolf spent most of its effort dodging, unable to strike with full force. Oh well. In the lightning-fast skirmish, the Sword Wolf King found an opening and let out a rapid series of howls. The surrounding wolves hesitated, then obeyed, leaping at the demon ape chieftain. Roar! Though shrouded in a mist of blood, the demon ape chieftain only seemed insane. In fact, a sliver of reason still remained. The demon ape chieftain had eyes only for the Wolf King. When two ordinary sword wolves lunged at him from the flank, he didn't even turn his head. A single sweep of his massive hand smashed them flat, bones cracking like twigs and blood splattering in all directions. The remaining wolves froze where they stood. Low growls rumbled from their throats, but none dared take another step forward. The Sword Wolf King snorted, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. These minions were never meant to win, only to stall for a few minutes. Once the ape's second heart burned itself out, victory would be his. The brutal struggle dragged on. By now the demon ape chieftain looked like a beast made of blood. Not an inch of skin remained intact, and the second phase of his blood burning left him without even the faintest ability to heal. Crimson torrents spilled from every wound, soaking the ground and feeding his frenzy. After a routine punch, a sudden spasm of pain twisted his face. He staggered, his movements collapsing into chaos. The Wolf King's pupils flashed. He would not waste a gift from the heavens. Raising his left claw high, he slammed it toward the ape's chest. Ryup! Muscle and flesh tore apart. Yet something felt wrong. The demon ape had leaned into the blow, letting the claws sink 4 or 5 centimeters deeper. That heartbeat of surprise and the claws wedged too deep to pull free was all the ape needed. A mangled hand closed like a vice around the wolf's forelimb. The Wolf King looked up into a pair of blood-red eyes blazing with hatred strong enough to grind him to dust. A shiver ran through him. He jerked and thrashed, desperate to break free. The demon ape grinned through broken lips. In the next instant, the Wolf King took to the air. Boom, boom, boom. Over thresholder slams. A meteor crash. A headfirst piledriver. Watching from afar, Bai Wushang's blood roared in his veins. The ape's Lurian counter was brilliant, and every follow-up throw was more savage than the last. In his mind, he was adding sound effects for each attack. At last the impact stopped. When the dust settled, Bai Wushang saw the result. The Gale Sword Wolf King's face was swollen beyond recognition, its fur matted with filth and blood. Both forelimbs were shattered, the broken sword on its back mostly destroyed, and a gaping hole yawned in its abdomen. It was a wretched sight, yet it clung to life, still locked in combat on the ground. The two beasts lay one atop the other, Wolf King on top, demon ape beneath. The ape's legs coiled around the wolf's lower body, and his solitary right arm wrenched the wolf's throat. Every bulging muscle showed he was seconds away from snapping that neck. On the brink of death, the Wolf King surged with strength beyond its limits. Saber-like fangs braced against the ape's arm, pushing outward inch by inch. They froze in a desperate deadlock. Whoever yielded first would die. Farther back, the 8 or 9 surviving wolves crouched 40 or 50 meters away. Terror kept them rooted, yet their blood howled with the instinctive worship of strength, hoping their king would prevail alone. Bai Wushang's heart pounded like a war drum. For words echoed in his mind again and again. Save him or not. This fleeting opening will decide the fate of 2 kings. Bai Wushang fixed his gaze on the center of the battlefield. The demon ape chieftain's iron fist crashed into the Gale Blade Wolf King's spine once more, sending blood flying. Yet the silver-gray giant wolf refused to release its grip on the ape's shoulder. A sliver of help would let the ape turn the tide just a sliver. It was the 4th day of the trial, and the safe window was closing fast. Targets worthy of a contract were growing scarce, and the chieftain before him was dangerously tempting. But the pack of Galeblade wolves circling nearby made Bai's palms sweat. One misstep meant being hunted through this dense forest, with almost no hope of survival. In 16 years, he had never felt so torn. Reason whispered beside his ear, "Too risky, don't throw your life away." Yet watching the chieftain, battered and bleeding, still swinging its crimson fists, stirred something deep inside him. Even his sixth sense screamed, "Miss this ape and you'll regret it forever." The blood mist thinned, and the chieftain's movement slowed. Sensing weakness, the Wolf King's assault grew fiercer, its claws tearing a bone-deep gash across the ape's chest. Bai's breathing quickened, his chest felt ablaze. In a wolf pack, the king rules a fatal flaw for juvenile packs. Kill the king first, and the rest will scatter in panic. It was a gamble, but he chose to trust himself. His knuckles cracked. Hesitation vanished. He burst from the undergrowth like an arrow loosed from the string, charging straight at the wolves. 100 meters vanished in a heartbeat. Two wolves on the fringe heard the rustle first, ears pricking up before they whirled around, fangs bared. A ruthless glint flashed in Bai's eyes. He rolled beneath the first wolf's claws and closed in on the second. At point-blank range, he rammed a poisoned spear down the creature's gaping maw. The meter-long shaft disappeared entirely. The wolf's eyes rolled back, froth and blood spraying as it thudded to the ground, twitching. A gap tore open in the encirclement. Without pausing, Bai vaulted over the corpse and sprinted toward the heart of the fight. The surrounding wolves hesitated for half a beat. By the time they lunged after him, Bai was already upon the Gale Blade Wolf King. The Wolf King sensed the stranger and, snarling in fury, mustered its strength to break free of the ape's grip. Thud! Bai gave it no chance. His last paralyzing spear drove deep into the exposed flesh of the Wolf King's belly, burying itself to the hilt. Fearing his blows might still be insufficient, Bai Wushang drew two toxin-free short spears and drove them straight at the Gale Sword Wolf King's eyes and exposed abdomen. Thud! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and the wet rip of flesh rang out across the tattered brown hillside. His expression was razor-focused as he stabbed again and again, the orange dusk highlighting the hard edges of his face and lending him a chilling aura. The surrounding wolves slowed instinctively. A crisp crack followed. The Wolf King's neck had been twisted like a rope. Roar! The fiendish ape chieftain squinted through its lone eye, confirmed the king lay dead beneath its claws, and released a triumphant bellow that quickly broke into a grief-stricken wail. With effort, it rolled over, sprawled atop the corpse, and began tearing at the flesh in savage bites. That hatred runs deep, Bai Wushang thought, but he couldn't afford distraction. He snatched up his blood-soaked spears and leveled them at the encircling wolves. Showing even a trace of fear would be fatal. Only a fiercer beast can make other beasts back down. Bluff if you must, but let them feel it. 7 or 8 ordinary sword wolves whined uneasily, their fierceness fading as they froze in place, too afraid to pounce. The clever, brutal, ever-victorious king they relied on lay dead in apocalypse for a pack that thrived on hierarchy and unity. They exchanged glances, then turned toward the outer ring where the badly wounded, late juvenile, second-in-command student was the new leader now. The new head wolf gave Bai Wushang a sinister look, glanced at the half-mad but still breathing ape, and dared not attack. With a whimper, it spun around and fled. Seeing their limping leader take off at speed, the rest of the pack hesitated no longer. They scattered after it, vanishing from the battlefield. Phew! Bai Wushang finally exhaled. Had the new Wolf King chosen a last-stand fight, he would have had no chance. When the area seemed secure, he knelt to examine the ape chieftain's wounds. Its second blood-burning state had faded. Gashes crisscrossed its body, bone gleamed through torn flesh, and its severed left arm still gushed blood. Not immediately fatal, but survival would be an uphill battle. The true danger lay in its 2 shriveled hearts. Bai Wushang opened the status panel. More than a dozen negative conditions glared back. Near death, partial blindness, organ failure, massive blood loss, extreme grief, extreme pain, unquenchable rage. 2 hearts desiccated. His eyes widened. Any other extraordinary creature would be long dead, he muttered. He pulled out herbs to start first aid, only to see the ape's head loll to one side and go still. Hey, big ape, hang in there. The sun dipped low, staining the ruined battlefield a deep crimson. Bai Wushang stared at the attribute panel reflected in his eyes. Checking it again and again, only one new condition appeared: unconscious. He let out a long breath. The ape chieftain was still alive. He rummaged through his pack, yanked out a bundle of herbs, and slapped them onto the chieftain's gaping wounds. Ordinary plants wouldn't heal much, but they could at least stem the bleeding. If the blood kept pouring, even his best backup plan would be too late. With the bandaging done, Bai Wushang swept his gaze around. The fight had made far too much noise. Staying here was suicide. He needed transport, fast. He vaguely recalled a few Qi horses bolting nearby. Got you. A flash of red flickered at the edge of his vision. Elated, he sprinted over. Closing in, he saw it clearly: a full-grown Qi horse, 2.5 meters long, coat blazing like fire in the sunset. Its predicament, however, was absurd. The horse's neck was wedged between the forks of a crooked tree, a massive lump swelling on its forehead from the collision. Stranger still, though very much alive, its face was locked in sheer terror, as if someone were about to skin it alive. This horse must be crazy, Bai Wushang muttered, circling it and activating the Eye of Cognition. Name: Qi Horse. Wild species. Beast realm quadruped chi horse tribe. Life stage, mid-juvenile. Bloodline grade, mortal bone, 3-star. Status, restrained dazed. Intelligence concussion, low. Traits, timid keen sense of smell. Skill gallop. Delicacy cells, 6. A concussion figures. Chi horses were famous cowards, useless at everything except running away. It had probably panicked at a wolf pack, dashed off, smashed its head, and wound up stuck in the tree fork. After a quick scan of the area, Bai Wushang shrugged. Can't be This'll do. He pulled a vine from his pack, fashioned a crude lead, and hacked through the forked trunk to free the horse. Then he swung onto its back, heading for the ape chieftain. Head braced for a struggle, but the concussed horse followed the vine docilely, breaking into a steady run. Terror still clung to its long face. Whatever rattled brain it had left was scared of something he couldn't see. Back at the battlefield, Bai Wushang dug out his most precious item, full snakeskin from a fireball serpent. He spread it flat, punched holes in the corners, and threaded old vines through, improvising a drag sled. Gritting his teeth, he heaved the dying ape chieftain onto the snakeskin. The front vines he tied to the chi horse. The rear ones he lashed around his own waist. I must really be desperation top of healing. In moonlighting as a porter, Bai Wushang muttered with a wry smile. He bent down, picked up a fist-sized rock, and unceremoniously hurled it at the scarlet horse's rump. The horse let out a pained snort and broke into a gallop. Ropes were lashed around its body, forcing it to drag half of the demon ape chief's weight. Fortunately, the young horse was in its mid-juvenile stage and still strong enough to pull the load. Bai Wushang shouldered the other half with ease, his strength far outstripping the colt's. Guided by hazy memories of the route, Bai Wushang kept adjusting their direction. About 5 minutes later, the roar of a waterfall reached his ears. This is the place. Staring at the small waterfall ahead, he looked toward the cave hidden behind the curtain of water. There's a cavern back there big enough for the ape. He tore off several giant banana leaves, carefully draped them over the demon ape, and then urged the scarlet horse through the cascade. Being half-wet had its perks. A normal horse would never walk willingly into so much water, but this one stayed docile, letting the spray soak its hide. Inside the water curtain cave, 2 torches flared to life. Bai Wushang laid the demon ape chief flat on the ground. Before he could examine the wounds, a muffled groan told him the creature was waking up. Did the water get into your wounds? Sorry, let me dry you off. He ripped the spare shirt into strips and gently dabbed away the moisture, then reapplied the herbs. The ape lay motionless, allowing Bai Wushang to work. Its single right eye was dull, staring blankly at the ceiling of the cavern. Bai Wushang's brows knitted in worry. Demon apes were highly intelligent, on par with a 10-year-old child. Even if language posed a barrier, emotions didn't. It could understand most of what he said. Yet the creature wasn't ignoring him. It looked as if it had already given up on living. Trying to sound sincere, Bai Wushang spoke. Chief, I know you just went through something awful. I also know you're gravely injured, one step from death. In 10 minutes, you might lose consciousness altogether. But that doesn't mean I can't save you. With a gesture, he summoned the silver, oath-bound grimoire, its soft light floating before him. I'm a human master, and this is my oath-bound grimoire. If you form a pact with me, even on the edge of death, I can pull you back as long as you have a single breath left. Will you consider it? He watched the chief's face, hope shining in his eyes. 10 seconds. 20. No response. Bai Wushang sighed. He had expected resistance, but not complete indifference. Every second mattered. He had to jolt the ape out of its stupor, force it to really listen. After a brief hesitation, he hardened his expression. Chief, is death all you want? Isn't that a bit cowardly? Your tribe was wiped out right under your nose, their bodies still lying in the wild. That's on you. You were too weak to protect them. You failed as their leader. Inside the water curtain cave, torchlight wavered in the gloom. The demon ape chieftain strained to turn his neck, his lone eye fixed on Bai Wushang. Thick blood trailed from the corner of his eye, and the icy gleam within that gaze cut like a blade, murderous intent churning. Bai Wushang did not flinch. He chuckled softly. You may not like it, but every word I've spoken is the truth. His voice echoed through the cavern. It's almost funny, no, it's pathetic. The Gale Sword wolves who survived are probably living the high life somewhere, while you sink into despair, ready to end it all. In other words, your clansmen died for nothing. The demon ape's breathing suddenly grew heavy, wheezing like a bellows. A surge of menacing aura burst from his battered body, and murderous intent rolled in his single eye. His shoulders twitched as if he might lash out. Hey, Bai Wushang pressed down on the ape's arm. Look at you. Stop thrashing around. Do you really think you're still in your prime? Right now, even that half-wit red horse could stomp you flat. He jerked his chin toward the red horse lying nearby. Hearing its name, the horse turned its head, eyes bulging, mouth half open, cheeks contorted, still wearing that same anxious expression. Unbelievable. Bai Wushang pointed at it and scolded. What are you so afraid of? That look of yours is creepy enough in the middle of the night. The red horse tilted its head, clueless, its eyes widening even more as if they might pop from their sockets. Bai Wushang pinched the bridge of his nose and looked away, then turned back to the demon ape. The point is, what's done is done. No amount of anger or remorse will change it. You need to calm down. I know that's hard, but only when you decide to be strong will things start to improve. The demon ape stiffened. After a long, vacant silence, the fierceness in his gaze slowly eased. I've had my own moments of despair, Bai Wushang continued. When I was 6, he smiled, the firelight casting a warm glow across his face, and began to recount his story. 10 years have passed since then. My parents' faces have already begun to blur in my memory, yet I still remember the happiness we shared. That's why I study hard and push myself every day. Determination lit his eyes. I want to grow stronger. I want to protect the happiness I have now and every joy that lies ahead. I want to shape my own fate and live long enough to see rivers and mountains, sun and stars, to chase after rumors and legends, strange tales and wilderness stories, to meet more people, make more friends, to taste good food and savor every flavor. Most importantly, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with my contracted beast companions, to fight and grow together in this vast, extraordinary world. His expression suddenly turned a little sheepish. He rubbed his hands. Honestly, if it had been another master, they would have forced a contract on you while you were unconscious. The odds of success wouldn't have been low, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt it went against my principles. To me, the bond between master and beast isn't merely partnership, it's family. Someone you can entrust your back to and trust forever. Bai Wushang was certain. The demon ape was nothing like the ghost vine. The ghost vine's wits were dull. The surest way to tame it was to beat it into submission first and nurture feelings later. The ape, however, was highly intelligent, and as the tribe's leader it was proud and unruly. If he exploited its injuries to force a bond, even a successful contract would lack true allegiance, trouble waiting to happen. This was a species that demanded dialogue. Every extraordinary creature required a different, tailored approach. Bai Wushang spoke with genuine sincerity, doing everything he could in the little time he had to convey his intentions. The demon ape might not grasp every word, but it could sense his honesty. He paused, leaned closer, and locked eyes with the ape. You're powerful. I may not be worthy of you yet, but I'll do all I can to help you grow stronger. My first promise is to help you wipe out the remaining Gale Sword Wolves and avenge your clan. Our contract is mutual, never forced, you are free to choose. Sometime during his words, the ape's breathing grew ragged. Its single eye, bloodshot yet bright, flickered with confusion, unease, conflict, and struggle, but the suicidal despair had vanished. At last the demon ape calmed. Summoning its last bit of strength, it fixed on Bai Wushang's face and grinned. The grin was ugly and fearsome, but Bai Wushang answered with the bright, unguarded smile of a young man who has just been acknowledged. Inside the water curtain cave, Bai Wushang pressed a jet-black soul seal to the ape's brow and intoned, blood as witness, spirit as medium, soul as mark, first oath, forged. The seal flared crystal clear. An intense suction dragged his soul power into it. Within 2 breaths, 70 to 80% of his peak reserves were gone. His face went chalk white, as though scooped hollow. The demon ape felt discomfort but didn't resist, instinctively letting its soul restraints fall away. A subtle sensation bloomed in both minds, and invisible thread now bound man and beast together. Success! Bai Wushang clenched his fist in exhilaration. This victory, unlike his contract with the twin moon rabbits, was entirely his own hard-won, gambling a fresh step on the Beastmaster's path. Who the ape was teetering, able only to wheeze through its nostrils to mark the moment. Hold on, I'll put you into the Book of Odes right away. Bai Wushang knew that once a contract was sealed, so long as the beast wasn't dead or suffering an irreversible condition like poison, curses, or petrification, the Book of Odes' inner space could nurse it back to health. As his own soul power rose, that effect would only strengthen. At his current level, the recovery rate was about 1.5 times normal. It would keep the ape alive, but full recovery would still take 2 or 3 months. I can't wait that long. The trial is nowhere near over. I need the ape back in fighting shape soon. He made up his mind. He had planned to save it for Inha, but now there was no choice. Universal Recipe Redeem. Do you wish to use the Universal Recipe Larval Grade Exchange coupon? A flicker crossed Bai Wushang's mind. Confirm. 2 transcendent creatures detected nearby. Which one will you target? The ape. He blurted out, nearly forgetting Chima. Luckily, the Divine Gourmet altar was considerate enough to let him choose. Customizing extraordinary recipe customization complete. Based on the current state of the target demon ape, the altar can offer 7 recipes with different effects. Please make your selection. Lines of tiny characters layered over his pupils, making him dizzy. Recipe 1, Dragon Bone Blood Ginseng Tea. Effect, perfect healing. Main ingredients include the skull of a draconic beast and century-old blood ginseng. Completely repairs all injuries with no residual risk. Recipe 2, Herbal Cream Soup. Effect, standard healing. Main ingredients include golden bananas and 24 kinds of grasses. Restores 1 exhausted heart of the demon ape. Recipe 3, Secret White Bone Duck. Effect: mutagenic. 50 to 70% chance to turn the demon ape into a skeletal undead bone ape. 1 to 3% chance of instant death. Recipe 4, Imp Rice Balls. Effect: mutagenic. 40 to 80% chance to turn the demon ape into a ghost-type undead grudge demon. 5 to 10% chance of reduced intelligence. Recipe 5. Bai Wushang skimmed the list with soul power, his expression growing odd. They're either healing or mutate exactly what a tailored menu should be. The ape is at death's door. Saving its life comes first, so the other effects are useless right now. Still, the last 5 recipes are practically dark cuisine. The demon ape is already a textbook muscle fighter with high burst damage. Unless they were truly desperate or stuck at an evolutionary barrier, he would never risk a mutation. Recipe 1 is impossible. A draconic skull and century-old blood ginseng are absurdly expensive, and they might not even exist inside the trial arena. I can only choose Recipe 2. Recipe 2, exchange successful. A sharp twinge pricked his mind, then a surge of detailed information poured in. Recipe: herbal cream soup. Ingredients: 1 golden banana, 10g witherbloom grass, 10g gold silver grass, 10g sword grass plus soul power at peak adept level or above. Procedure: mash the banana whole, then. Note: custom recipe. Effective only for the current condition of the demon ape and its contractor, Bai Wushang. Heals 1 withered heart. He examined the data carefully. More complicated than the temptation, rat formula. 25 main ingredients. I already have 11. The remaining 14 aren't rare. With a bit of effort I can find them. Relief washed over him. If the recipe had required ultra-rare materials, he really would have been out of luck. Sure of the voucher's usefulness, Bai Wushang promptly recalled the dying demon ape leader into the Book of Oaths. It was the 4th night, and tomorrow would be the last safe day. After that, the sachets would stop working and the trainees would be allowed to hunt one another. Bai Wushang Grimace time was far too tight. He had to set out immediately and gather every missing ingredient within 24 hours. He hauled up Chi Ma, who was lying on the ground with eyes wide open. The red horse followed him meekly as they left Shuilian Cave. A wan full moon, more shadow than light, hung overhead. Bai Wushang swung onto Chi Ma's back and raced through the darkness, sometimes rolling aside massive boulders, sometimes scaling ancient trees, hunting herb after herb. By midday of the 5th day, he had finally collected everything on the list. He hurried back to the cave but didn't start cooking right away. Instead, he sat cross-legged and meditated. Forming yesterday's contract with the Mo Yuan chieftain had drained a mountain of soul power, and he still wasn't fully recovered. The recipe for the herbal broth required a peak spiritier reserve. He refused to ruin a whole pot of hard-won ingredients by running dry halfway through. 4 or 5 hours later, he exhaled a long breath and stood up, refreshed. He crushed herbs, lit the fire, set the pot, added water, and finally poured in his soul power. Every movement followed the recipe exactly, smooth and practiced. Soon, the dish was done. A thick, dark green soup steamed in the pot. It looked plain enough, yet its drifting aroma carried a gentle sweetness that made Bai Wushang itch to taste it. Extraordinary dish. Herbal broth. Completion rate 63%. No special effects triggered. 63? I was that close to failing. He quickly dissected the problem. Perhaps the larger batch had thrown off his timings and proportions. Once back at the academy, scales, timers, proper pots, whatever it took would be his next investment. Seems I'm walking ever deeper down the cook's path, all while calling myself a master. Amusing. Chuckling, he summoned the Book of Oaths. First oath open. Pages flared with light, and a faint portal formed. The Mo Yuan chieftain drifted through, landing flat on its back. Big ape, wake up, medicine time. The chieftain slept like a rock, its wound severe. Bai Wushang had to call for quite a while before it stirred. Seeing the bloodshot eyes and frail body, his heart pinched. He hastened over, propping the creature against the wall. Here, drink, this'll help. He held the pot to its mouth with utmost care. The chieftain sniffed once and began gulping. Even such small effort tugged at torn muscles, sending pain through its frame. Easy, easy, slowly, Bai Wushang murmured, gaze gentle. Some contracted beasts, especially so soon after bonding, still doubted their masters. But the Mo Yuan chieftain was different. Bai Wushang could feel its trust, and it warmed him. Rest easy, you'll keep every promise. Your tribe may be gone, but now you have me, he, and countless future companions at your side. He repeated that vow in silence while watching for any change as the chieftain finished the herbal broth. The dark green liquid slid slowly down the ape chieftain's throat. At first it showed no reaction, merely blinking in confusion. Within a few minutes the change began, its body temperature soared, and its rugged face flushed a fiery crimson as though it were being roasted. Suddenly an emerald glow flared deep in its left chest, as if something inside had awakened. The light spread outward, dyeing the stark white bones and coarse fur an eerie jade green. Warm currents pulsed through its chest, a long-lost comfort that made it close its right eye and relish the strange sensation. About half an hour later the radiance ebbed like a receding tide. The ape chieftain opened its eyes, rough hand instinctively brushing its left breast, amazement written across its features. Its complexion had clearly improved. Every movement was still stiff, yet the creature was no longer on the brink of death. The difference was night and day. How do you feel? Much better? Bai Wushang asked with a smile. With a booming howl, the ape thumped its chest, clenched its fists to test its strength, and watched its expression shift from disbelief to delight. It looked at Bai Wushang with curiosity and genuine respect. Good, as long as it works, Bai Wushang said, giving a wink. Once one of your hearts is healed, your innate regeneration kicks in. Add a few herbs, and the rest of your wounds shouldn't take long to mend. As he spoke, Bai Wushang's gaze settled on the ape's status panel. The data read, name Demon Ape. Contract species Abyss Realm, Beast Type, Demon Ape Clan, Extreme Variant. Life stage late juvenile. Bloodline grade mortal bone, 8 stars. Status severely injured, weak, 1 heart necrotic, rapid recovery, astonished. Intelligence high. Traits brute strength. Blood healing with sub-abilities of rapid regeneration and flesh rebirth. Skills crushing palm, mountain breaking fist, bone shattering kick, iron headbutt, falling mountain, flurry slap, over shoulder chain suplex, intimidation, blood burn, grappling kill. Gourmet sells none. Contract partner, not eligible for hunting. Mortal bone, 8 stars. Extreme variant. Setting everything else aside, 2 terms caught Bai Wushang's eye. He had been too busy treating the creature to ponder them, but now that the ape was stable, he could finally think. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the potential at the same life stage, he muttered. This demon ape, like Galaxy, is graded far too high. That should be good news, but as its master I need to know exactly what it means. Circling the ape, Bai Wushang's mind raced. Galaxy is a mutated species, so fluctuations in quality make sense. Mutation is unpredictable. But what on earth is an extreme variant? It doesn't sound like mutation at all. I've heard of superior variants and defective ones. He dug through his memory. Old Master Mu once said that bloodline grade actually consists of 2 terms, stage grade and species grade. Stage grade refers to the average range a transcendent creature can reach at each life stage. For example, in the juvenile stage the range runs from mortal bone 1 star to mortal bone 7 stars, 7 minor ranks in all. When a creature's bloodline rating rises above the norm, it is classified as high grade, meaning it enjoys a higher ceiling for growth within that major stage. A trace of pride flashed through Bai Wushang's eyes. By that definition, I really am lucky both of my only contract beasts are high grade. Does that make me one of fate's chosen? The thought made him chuckle softly. Beside him, the demon ape chieftain scratched its head, utterly confused. Bai Wushang sat down next to the ape and began to re-wrap its wounds with practiced care while he sorted through everything he knew about bloodline quality. If stage grade defines bloodlines on a broad scale, then species grade narrows the focus to a single race. When masters talk about a beast being of a certain grade, that grade usually refers to the species' standard bloodline. While tending the ape's injuries, Bai Wushang ran a mental example. Suppose there are 100 Windblade wolf pups, and 99 of them come out at Mortal Bone, 6 star. In that case, Mortal Bone 6 star becomes the benchmark for Windblade wolves. Extensive research shows that even without mutations, individuals of the same species still vary, some stronger, some weaker. Part of that disparity is innate. The rest comes from a master's successful cultivation, which can push a pet's bloodline upward. In principle, the deviation can only swing 1 star above or below the standard. A Windblade wolf pup rated Mortal Bone 7 star surpasses the norm and is labeled an excellent strain. Conversely, one at Mortal Bone 5 star falls short and is called a defective strain, essentially underdeveloped and limited. Bai Wushang paused, tapping his forehead as a frown crept in. The demon ape's standard bloodline should be Mortal Bone 6 star, yet this chieftain sits 2 stars higher. The Eye of Insight tags it as an extreme strain. Is that a tier above excellent? If anything sets it apart, it's the sheer number of skills it commands. He had never heard of a juvenile creature mastering double-digit abilities without a master's guidance. Its capacity for comprehension was off the charts. There was also the fact that, even ambushed and gravely wounded, the chieftain had battled the Windblade Wolf King for an extended time. That kind of combat instinct might be another hallmark of an extreme strain. Ho! Sensing Bai Wushang's silence, the demon ape extended a thick finger and nudged his shoulder, amber eyes full of concern. Snapped from his thoughts, Bai Wushang smiled and patted the ape's broad back. Nothing's wrong. You're just even more intriguing than I'd imagined. They'll be in your care from now on. His eyes suddenly lit up. Oh right, ape boss is getting awkward. How about a proper name? I just came up with one, Ajo, from the word universe. The demon ape's gaze sharpened, and it leaned in to listen. Bai Wushang pointed to its jet black fur. See, you and the cosmos share the same dominant black, deep, mysterious, and powerful. It suits you. Plus, I have another partner named Milky Way, a really cute little rabbit. He'll introduce you later. One's the universe, the other's the galaxy. Sounds like a perfect match, doesn't it? I hope you two will become great friends. looking out for each other. At dawn the next day, Bai Wushang rode out of Water Curtain Cave alone on his crimson stallion. The horse's hooves thudded against the dew-soaked earth as he retraced the path he had taken 2 days earlier toward the low hill. Although Ajo was still one-eyed and one-armed, and had lost both flesh regeneration and blood ignition, a full night of rest should let him muster 30 or 40% of his peak power, enough to guard me, Bai calculated. When the outline of the hill floated into view, Bai jerked the reins. The red horse reared with a shrill whinny. He swung down, drew the oath tome from his coat, and called, "Ajo, come forth." A guttural roar answered him. The demon ape emerged from the glow and levered itself upright on its single arm, its 2-meter frame looming like a black mountain. Its lone eye swept the surroundings. When recognition dawned, its expression darkened. Every tree and blade of grass here had once been its home. Now everything lay in ruins. "Come on," I said, patting the ape's thick arm before striding ahead. "You're smart, and you care about your kin. Let's bury them properly. We can't leave them to rot out here. We'll do whatever we can." The ape's breathing turned ragged, a stormy gleam flickering in its eye. It stared at the back of Bai's head until he glanced over in puzzlement. Jolted awake, the beast planted its lone arm and hobbled after him. The air still carried the faint metallic tang of blood. As they walked, Bai warned, "Stay alert, Ajo. 2 days have passed, and a field of corpses draws scavengers." A sudden cacophony of chirps drowned his words. Frowning, he slowed and advanced with caution. Near the hill, blackened bloodstains mottled the ground. Bai saw no large beasts, only rats, foxes, and snakes prowling for scraps. What truly caught his eye were the tiny black specks swarming over the corpses. A closer look made him blink in surprise. The specks were minuscule birds no larger than a baby's fist, with glossy dark brown feathers, long necks, and oversized needle-sharp beaks. Hued at first glance, they were vicious, mobbing the carcasses and ripping away nail-sized chunks of flesh with every peck. Bai fixed on the nearest one, and an information pane flashed before his sight. Name: Carrion hummingbird. Wild species: beast realm avian type carrion hummingbird clan. Life stage: early juvenile. Bloodline grade: common bone, 1 star. Status: feeding excited. Intellect: very low. Traits: scavenger flight. Skill: peck. Gourmet cells, 1. So they're carrion hummingbirds, those infamous pests, Bai muttered, rubbing his chin as he explained to Ajo. They only feed on corpses. No matter how many there are, they won't attack the living. The trouble is, they're stubborn, tiny, fast, and unwilling to surrender a meal once they've claimed it. The ape answered with a deep, rumbling roar. With a thunderous roar, the towering demonic ape tensed his massive frame. The sight of these tiny creatures pecking at his kin's corpses sent rage flooding through him. He stamped the ground and was about to charge when he suddenly halted. Turning his head, the ape gazed at Bai Wushang, conflict clouding his face, a probing gleam flickering in his solitary eye. Bai Wushang smiled. In mere moments, the ape had realized that he was no longer a lone beast, but a bonded partner whose life was tied to his master's. A reckless charge that ignored his master's safety could bring unforeseen consequences. Only highly intelligent creatures could grasp this so quickly. Most ordinary beasts might never understand, even after years in captivity. "It's all right, go on. Don't worry about me," Bai Wushang said with a nod. "They'll be right behind you." The ape grunted in response, cast aside his hesitation, and tore toward the center of the battlefield. Bai Wushang jogged after him, keeping close behind Ajo. The desolate field was strewn with a dozen blood-soaked bodies. What little flesh remained had already begun to rot, and the bite marks were unmistakable. Plenty of scavengers had paid a visit. As the man and 2 beasts stepped in, wary critters scattered, while only the carrion hummingbirds stayed, utterly absorbed in their rancid feast. Ajo lengthened his stride and swung his lone arm in fury, occasionally crushing a bird or two, but most of them flitted away, then perched on another carcass to resume feeding. Against hundreds of them, his sporadic kills were meaningless. At the heart of the killing ground lay several ape corpses. 2 were picked clean to the bone, while the rest were each covered by 20 or 30 carrion hummingbirds, pecking with abandon. One glance was enough. Ajo's single eye bulged like a lit powder keg. He planted his feet and unleashed an earth-shaking roar. Rower. Even 2 meters away, Bai Wushang felt the sound split the air and numb his scalp. Yet the hummingbirds acted as though deaf, clinging to the bodies and tearing at the flesh. Incensed, Ajo grabbed a thick branch and swept it sideways, scattering birds in a rustling cloud. But the moment he paused, the brazen creatures swooped back to reclaim their meal. Bai Wushang pulled a torch from his dimensional pack, lit it, and waved it, sending thin smoke curling through the air. The flames helped, but at best 2 or 3 birds out of 10 retreated better than nothing. Watching his fallen kin defiled even in death, Ajo felt his chest about to burst. Then, driven by a sudden impulse, he swept the branch again, scattering another flock. This time, before the little fiends could settle, Ajo threw his jaws wide, stretching them to the limit as a dim, inky light gathered in the depths of his throat. A moment earlier, Bai Wushang had been pondering how to drive the birds away. The next, he looked up to see a black orb the size of a soccer ball shoot from Zhou's mouth. Bai Wushang blinked. What the? The black orb of light shot straight ahead for 7 or 8 meters before popping in midair. The detonation was so soft it was almost lost beneath Zhou's roar, like the hiss that escapes when you finally twist the cap off a shaken soda bottle. A semi-transparent curtain of darkness spread from the blast point, engulfing a sphere nearly 5 meters across. 50 or 60 scavenger hummingbirds were caught inside. The moment the shadow washed over them, they flapped twice, went limp, and dropped from the sky one after another. Watching the sudden rain of tiny corpses, Bai Wushang stood rooted to the spot, dumbstruck. What just happened? What was that? He blurted. Zhou, who had unleashed the technique, coughed hard and clutched his throat. He lifted his head and stared blankly at the aftermath, equally stunned. Did you just unlock another skill? Bai Wushang's gaze snapped to the eye of cognition and jumped straight to the skills page. At the very bottom, a new entry glowed, Dark Pulse Sphere. It really is a dark-type skill? That's impossible. In theory, you shouldn't be able to learn it at all. His jaw hung open, heartbeat skipping a beat. While he was still reeling, a larger scavenger hummingbird screeched. The rest of the flock burst upward, forming a loose, orderly V behind it as they fled into the distance. Bai Wushang gave the storm cloud-like mass a fleeting glance, then pushed it from his mind. Every thought was fixed on the fiend ape. According to the evolutionary annals, the fiend ape is a hybrid of blood apes and dark fiends from more than 1,000 years ago. Its genome has been stable ever since, inheriting the blood ape's regeneration, the dark fiend's strength, even a body that combines their traits. But it never inherited the dark fiend's affinity for darkness. It only looks black. Bai Wushang rifled through his knowledge. Logically, unless it mutates or a top-tier master uses extreme methods, there's no way a fiend ape could pick up a dark-type skill on its own. He turned to Zhou. Can you fire that move again? The ape scratched his head, embarrassed, then pointed at his throat and gestured for a while. Bai Wushang watched the pantomime and finally understood. You mean you need to wait a bit? The ape nodded vigorously, letting out a muffled woo-woo. His vocal cords seemed damaged. He couldn't even manage a roar. Got it. So the skill has a cooldown. Bai Wushang rubbed his temples, frustrated. Is this another quirk of the extreme variant? Ugh, I'm such a failure of a master. I still haven't solved Galaxy's secret, and now I can't even figure you out. The ape stepped closer and patted him gently, holding back his strength, as if to offer comfort and tell him not to worry. Bai Wushang drew a deep breath, the confusion in his eyes slowly clearing. All right, I'm fine. If we can't figure it out, we can't figure it out. He reached out and patted the magic ape on the shoulder. What matters is that you've grown stronger. That's worth celebrating. Once head settled his emotions, Bai Wushang surveyed their surroundings. The flock of carrion hummingbirds had long since scattered, leaving a faint metallic tang in the air. Since they're gone, we should bury your kin while we have the chance. Woo. Zhou nodded hard, gratitude flashing in his gaze. They set to work together, sweat quickly soaking Bai Wushang's clothes. After about 20 minutes, a pit 2 meters deep lay at their feet. Man and beast carefully lifted the bodies, placing the 6 ape corpses inside one by one. Before covering them, Bai Wushang took a small cloth pouch from his belt and sprinkled a powdered herb that would mask the scent and keep scavengers away. All done. He wiped the mud from his hands with a few leaves and smiled at Zhou. A burial may seem sentimental for creatures of the wild, but it's a rite all the same, and it fulfills half of what you need. The magic ape stared at the fresh mound, its right eye swollen, tears glimmering. After a moment, it threw back its head in a silent roar, a sound filled with grief and fury. When its emotions settled, the sorrow in Zhou's eyes eased, replaced by a newfound resolve as it looked at Bai Wushang. You're waiting for the rest, aren't you? Bai Wushang read the look. We need to track down the remaining Gale sword wolves and finish this. His tone turned grave. But today is the 6th day, and my scent pouch has lost its effect. Any extraordinary creature or even other humans could become our enemy. You're not fully recovered yet. No, even at full strength we can't charge in blindly. We need a plan. He sketched a few gestures in the air. There's always something stronger out there. We might run into a mature tier beast, and we're not ready for that. Before we hunt the wolves, I want a complete picture of your abilities. The better I understand you, the better decisions I can make when danger strikes. Such painstaking communication stemmed from the limited rapport between Bai Wushang and the magic ape. A contract let even a dull creature follow simple commands, but nuanced dialogue required both intelligence and a deeper bond. Intellect-wise, the magic ape was about as smart as a 10-year-old child and would only grow wiser. Rapport, however, was measured in 6 tiers. Because Bai Wushang and Galaxy were bound by a life-linked summoning, their rapport started high, instantly reaching Tier 3 spiritual link, which granted faint telepathy for basic emotions and thoughts. With the magic ape, Bai Wushang estimated that its intelligence, combined with his genuine effort, had carried them past Tier 1, distrust, into Tier 2, stability. If master and beast remain stuck in stage 1, distrust their bond is like a single plank bridge. One misstep and everything collapses. Stay there too long and accidents are almost guaranteed, ending in a broken pact or a runaway pet. Only after reaching stage 2 stability can a handler breathe a little easier. At this point, no extra abilities are unlocked, but from stage 2 upward, compatibility is the key measure of a competent summoner. Thanks to Bai Wushang's patient coaching, Ajo finally understood. The great ape bared its fangs in a grin and nodded eagerly, signaling it would follow orders. Let's start with the first skill, pulverizing palm, Bai said, pointing to a nearby tree. That handstrike technique. They moved to an open patch of ground. Using a thick trunk as the target, Bai had the demon ape test each aspect of the skill: power, form, range, one by one. Every time as his palm slammed into the bark, a dull thud echoed and leaves shook loose. Bai watched intently, memorizing every detail and jotting down mental notes. 2 hours passed before he had a systematic grasp of all the ape's abilities. Man and beast rested for a while in the shade, then prepared to set out again. Come on, let's go track down the Gale Sword Wolves. Bai brushed grass off his clothes. Ajo, you grew up here. Do you know where their pack usually stays? Ho! The ape frowned in thought, first nodding, then shaking its head. Thanks to its quick heal trait, its throat had mended and its voice was clear again. Meaning you're not sure, Bai interpreted. All right, we'll go take a look anyway. He untied the red horse from a nearby tree, and under the ape's guidance they reached a lush, overgrown area. In a heap of dry grass, Bai found their first clue. It was the long-dead body of a Gale Sword Wolf. A fist-sized gash split its belly, the edges black with rot. Centipedes, flies, and other insects crawled in and out, turning the carcass into a fetid nest that reeked of decay. Judging by the size, it was an ordinary wolf. The wound was too severe. Even if it escaped, it couldn't survive. Rummaging around, Bai collected tufts of blue-green fur and gnawed bones. This was definitely their den, but it's been abandoned, he sighed. A scan of the surroundings showed no living wolves. Neither did it look as though the pack was merely out hunting. Territorial creatures like these always leave 2 or 3 guards behind. So cautious, Bai mused. With the alpha dead and half the pack gone, they must move the rest right away. His gaze drifted to the red horse. The ape lacked tracking abilities, but the horse had the keen nose trait. If he used that properly, it might lead them to the wolves' new hideout. The question was whether the dim-witted, slightly unhinged animal could be trusted. After some thought, Bai decided to test it first. He pulled a snake corpse from his dimensional pack, tore it in half, and hid one piece in a clump of grass. Holding the other half to the horse's broad nostrils, he let it inhale deeply. Remember that scent, then go find it. The horse's eyes rolled nervously and it whinnied, but its hooves stayed rooted to the spot. It was as if its body and soul had been split in two, one half quaking with fear, the other completely numb. Bai Wushang patted the red stallion's flank, and it trotted forward like a machine. A quick tug on the reins made it halt at once, staring blankly into space. Bai Wushang experimented with several ways to hone the horse's tracking sense, placing different objects around the clearing and guiding it to search for them. Each time, the animal merely stood there in a daze, flicking its tail now and then. You blockhead, Bai Wushang sighed helplessly. Roar. Ajo could no longer watch in silence. The demon ape lumbered over and rose to its full height, nearly 2 meters tall, casting a shadow over the horse. Crimson eyes locked onto the stallion, and a palpable killing intent poured out. Intimidation? Bai Wushang mused. The skill is usually useless unless the power gap is huge, but when it works, eye contact alone can overwhelm a weaker creature. Nay, nay. At last the red stallion reacted. Shuddering violently, it shrieked twice and bolted into a nearby thicket. A moment later it emerged, clutching half a snake carcass in its teeth. Trotting over to the ape, it offered the prize like a peace gift. Bai Wushang couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Does it really take a scare to jumpstart that brain? After dozens of trials, he discovered a pattern. The moment the ape approached, the horse became eager and obedient, sniffing out targets with impressive speed. Even when the scent trail stretched several kilometers, it could still locate the objective, though a bit more slowly and with minor errors. At last you're a proper tracking horse, Bai Wushang said, patting its head in satisfaction. Back at the wolf den, Bai Wushang gathered fur, tissue, and parts of the Gale Sword Wolf's remains, sealing them in a cloth pouch to preserve the scent. When the job was done, he mounted, letting the horse memorize the wolf's odor. The stallion whinnied and set off at a brisk trot. Their journey was slow and stop-and-go. The surviving Gale Sword Wolves had traveled an astonishing distance, forcing Bai Wushang to bring out the pouch again and again so the horse could refresh the scent and stay on course. Most of the time, Ajo rested inside the packed tome, while Bai Wushang tracked alone on horseback. Only when dangerous beasts appeared did he summon the demon ape. As days passed, Ajo's strength steadily returned. Ordinary late juvenile beasts were no match for it, and even lower-grade peak juveniles ended up as Bai Wushang's free dinners. 3 mornings later, on a wide, level road. The red stallion was trotting along when its forelegs suddenly found empty air. Horse and rider pitched forward, and in the next instant the seemingly solid ground yawned open. A huge net sprang up, snaring both man and mount and hoisting them high in the air. Ha ha! Blockhead lay, wake up! Wake up! We've got a catch. Idiot brother, I've told you 9,688 times I'm the older one. Show me some respect. Nonsense. Mother said I was born first. For the 9,689th time, listen carefully. I, the handsome and dashing Tuobagon, and the elder brother. You, Tuobale, are equally handsome and dashing, but still a hair inferior, because you're the younger. Bickering all the while, a pair of twin boys clambered out of the grass beside the road. A trap? The sudden turn of events caught Bai Wushang completely off guard. He forced himself to stay calm and scanned his surroundings. A large net woven from blue vines had sprung up around him and Shima. It was remarkably tough, yet harmless. Neither of them had so much as a scratch. Blue-silver vine, Bai Wushang muttered, patting the dagger at his waist. With his strength, cutting their way out would be no problem. Once he felt safe, he peered through the gaps of the net at the two figures below. They were identical, blonde hair, turquoise eyes, straight noses, and sword-shaped brows peeking from messy bangs. Sleeveless vests showed off lean, well-proportioned bodies. They were undeniably good-looking. What they said next, however, left Bai Wushang speechless. Fine. Since you want to be the big brother, and so do I, let's settle it with a duel. Idiot Shaolei, bring it on. You've lost to me 657 times, and I've only lost 656. The numbers prove I'm stronger. Why won't you admit I'm the older brother? That was then. We're Beastmasters now, so we'll solve this the Beastmaster way. The twin on the left whipped out his contract tome and shouted, Come out, De Zhuang. Ruhar. A hulking bear nearly 3 meters tall burst into view, roaring in excitement. Its fur was white but streaked with chaotic bands of green, red, blue, black, and several other colors. A boss bear, Bai Wushang recognized instantly as details flashed across his vision. Name, Boss Bear. Species, Demon Beast Realm Beast Type Boss Bear. Life Stage, Late Juvenile. Bloodline Grade, Mortal Bone, 5-star. Mood, Cheerful Expectant. Intelligence, Low. Trait, Trace Elements. Skills, Giant Bear Pounce, Smash, Rend, Elemental Coating. Gourmet Cells, 15. You're 16 now. Don't cry when you lose. The right-hand twin snapped back as he summoned his own pet. Ruhar. Another boss bear of similar size leaped out. Duel. Whoever wins gets to be the big brother. Go, De Zhuang. Shouted the twin on the left, fists clenched. De Xiong, do it, full frontal assault. The one on the right answered, brimming with fighting spirit. Suspended in midair, Bai Wushang watched in stunned silence. They're fighting over who's the older brother? Do they think him already their captive, or are they just clueless? But what happened next defied everyone's expectations. The two bears locked eyes, and instead of bristling, their gazes softened. They sniffed at each other, then pressed close, rubbing heads affectionately. On Bai Wushang's status display, a new tag appeared. In love. Couple bears, twin tamers, and love-struck bears. Bai Wushang could hardly keep from making a sarcastic comment. The two handsome twins hadn't expected it either. After a long silence, the one on the right muttered, Idiot Shaolei, this is your fault. You just had to contract 2 boss bears. How are we supposed to fight now? The young man on the left widened his eyes and spoke with righteous indignation. We can't contract one of them and leave the other all alone in the secret realm, can we? How would you feel if someone split up your parents? The one on the right bit his lip and frowned. I get that, but how are we supposed to figure out who's stronger after this? We can't actually settle it with bare-knuckle brawling, can we? Hey, you two. Bai Wushang finally cut in, his voice drifting down from overhead. How about thinking of my feelings for a change? Is dangling me in midair really that amusing? The young man on the left smacked his forehead. Gone. We came here to hunt trainees for mystic energy. How did we forget about him? Right. The other's eyes lit up. Let's deal with this guy first, then decide what to do. Yeah. It's only a red horse. You handle it, make it quick. They made no effort to lower their voices. Every word reached Bai Wushang clearly. So they think the red horse is my companion beast? Bai Wushang chuckled inwardly. Rookies always struggle to tell wild beasts from pets. They even saw my face and still didn't recognize him as self-awakened master. Put that together with everything they've said, and it's obvious they're a couple of thick-skinned fools. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bai Wushang's hands kept moving, slicing through the capture net. Can a Zhou handle 2 boss bears? There's a saying in the Beastmaster community. A 2-star can fight 1 rank higher. A 3-star can jump a tier. Ignoring tactics, attributes, secret arts, environment, luck, temperament, and gear, a Zhou is a late juvenile. Mortal Bone 8-star in paper, a shade stronger than a peak juvenile. Mortal Bone 6-star beast. Take the Gale, Sword Wolf King. Even with a sneak attack, it still put a Zhou in bad shape. Face-to-face, at his best, a Zhou wouldn't even need Bloodburn. Stat-wise, he'd have the upper hand. But he's not at full strength now. His second heart hasn't healed, and he's missing his left eye and arm. Let's say that's a 30% drop, putting him on par with a peak juvenile, mortal bone 5-star attacker. Even then, he's still a whole minor tier above a boss bear. Tunon, maybe even 3 Anonid steamroll them. That thought steadied Bai Wushang's nerves. Boss bears are unusual power-type beasts, much like demon apes, but they hide faint elemental traces in their bodies. Once they use their elemental infusion skill, every strike adds a random element: burning, freezing, paralysis, haste, curses, you name it. Each effect is weak, yet the non-stop variety is a nightmare to deal with. Perfect sparring partners for a Zhou, Bai Wushang mused. Hey, we're the Tuoba brothers, and Im Tuoba gone. The left-hand youth shouted. Hand over your badge and surrender. Save yourself some pain. For the past few minutes Bai Wushang had been cutting the net. At that moment, he severed the final vine and dropped 2 meters to the ground with the red horse. The twins saw it, but didn't bat an eye. They moved to flank him, making sure he couldn't bolt. Bai Wushang brushed the dust from his clothes and spoke casually. If you're here to rob me, you'd better be ready for things to go south. They'll give you the same offer: hand over your badges now, and your boss bears might walk away with nothing worse than a few bruises. Ha ha, Shaolei, did you hear that? Now he's threatening us. Tuoba Gon clutched his stomach in an exaggerated fit of laughter, his voice echoing across the clearing. Tuoba Lei couldn't help chuckling as he gave the red horse a disdainful once-over. With that, red nag? Where does your confidence come from? The moment the words left his mouth, his gaze froze on the horse's face. His smile stiffened and his brows knitted. Wait, is it sick? Why does it look so weird? It banged its head, so it's not quite right in the mind, Bai Wushang replied offhandedly. He flipped his wrist, and a silver-white book of vows appeared in his hand. His expression sharpened. Besides, when exactly did I say my companion beast was a red horse? Stop making assumptions based on first impressions, will you? The pages rustled, a brilliant gate of light burst open, and Aizhou stepped through without a sound. Bracing himself on his right arm, the massive demon ape took up position half a step in front of Bai Wushang, a living wall of muscle occupying the perfect spot to advance or retreat. Before the Tuoba brothers could react, both boss bears wheeled around. Their heavy bodies hunched forward, jaws parting to reveal white fangs as they rumbled a low warning. Oh, so it's a demon ape. No wonder he's got some backbone. Tuoba Gon snorted, still sounding unimpressed. Tuoba Lei scratched his head, looking slightly rattled. Gon, that ape's in the late juvenile stage, and its grade is a full star higher than our boss bears. We might run into a tough nut. Relax. Look, its arm's broken. In that condition, the two of us against one, how can we lose? True, all right then, let's go. De Zhuang, De Xiong, get in there and teach that one-armed ape a lesson. After a quick exchange, the brothers regained their enthusiasm and launched the attack. Obeying the order, the two boss bears charged at Aizhou from opposite sides. Aizhou, don't kill them. Just finish this, Bai Wushang said, taking 2 steps back. The trial allowed students to hunt one another. As long as they weren't vicious about it, he still saw them as classmates. He had no interest in tenfold or hundredfold vengeance. The demon ape nodded. He neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he met the first boss bear head-on with a single punch. Boom. The impact detonated like thunder. The charging bear didn't even have time to swing a paw. Aizhou's fist smashed into the side of its face, sending the huge creature stumbling 2 or 3 meters before it could regain its footing. The cheek ballooned visibly in seconds. Seeing his beloved partner hurt in the very first exchange, Tuoba Lei cried out, De Zhuang, don't underestimate him. Ruhar. The second boss bear, enraged at its companion's suffering, barreled forward on its stubby legs. As it closed in, it kicked off the ground, forepaws spread wide and jaws gaping. It was the boss bear's pure grappling move. Once it wrapped its target, the bear's weight and power could pin prey in an instant, leaving them helpless to the fangs and claws that followed. Unfortunately for it, this time the target was a demon ape bigger, stronger, and born to fight. With a single-armed shove, the boss bear's charge came to an abrupt halt. The massive beast froze in midair, claws still poised to strike. After a 2-second standoff, a Zhou unleashed a thunderous roar, surged with power, and hurled the bear onto its back. The demon ape straddled the fallen bear, its lone arm moving like a whirlwind. Smack, smack, smack. Each slap landed with a crisp crack, sending blood and saliva flying. The bear's head rocked from side to side, eyes rolling white as blood mixed with foam dribbled from its mouth, and at last it slipped into unconsciousness. De Xiong, De Xiong. Tuoba Gan's face turned deathly pale as he instinctively rushed forward. Tuoba Lei yanked his younger brother's arm and barked, De Zhuang, don't charge in yet. Activate elemental imbuement first, push to full power. The second boss bear skidded to a stop at the command. Head lowered, it let out a suppressed whine as its fur bristled. A shimmering film rose over its body, shifting color every 10 seconds. When it glowed fiery red, tiny flames danced at the tips of its fur. When it turned electric blue, sparks crackled between the hairs. When it deepened to pitch black, eerie patterns flickered across its hide. Bai Wushang blinked. So this is elemental imbuement? Sensing the change, the demon ape stepped in front of Bai Wushang, muscles taut, eyes wary. Zhou, that skill adds elemental damage on contact, Bai Wushang reminded him. Treat it as practice, but avoid large area contact with its pelt. Zhou grunted in acknowledgement, locking onto every movement of the boss bear. Powered up by elemental imbuement, De Zhuang's aura surged as it lunged again. A massive claw swept in. Zhou deliberately slowed half a beat and met it heat-in with his soul arm. For shallow cuts opened on his skin, not bleeding, but rimmed with charred black edges. The demon ape stared at the wound, thoughtful. For the rest of the fight, he stayed on the defensive, trading minor injuries for a deeper grasp of the skill's properties. De Zhuang, strike from its left. That side should be weaker. Tuobale shouted from a dozen meters away. Good, just like that. Fight it. Ah, so close, what a pity. His voice faded from excitement to resignation. The demon ape was clearly holding back, treating De Zhuang as little more than a sparring partner. Shaolei, maybe we should surrender? Tuobagon whispered. Suddenly Zhou shifted to offense, fists and palm crashing down. Each blow landed solidly, smashing the bear's muzzle swollen and driving it stumbling back. Tuobale sighed and raised his hand. Enough. We concede. Zhou froze mid-punch and glanced at Bai Wushang. With a nod of permission, he retreated to his master's side. The Tuoba brothers withdrew their two boss bears and trudged toward Bai Wushang, heads hanging. Your demon ape is incredible. We've lost, Tuoba said dejectedly, handing over a card. This is my personal emblem. It's yours now. Bai Wushang reached for the badge, and the instant his fingertips touched the thin sheet of metal, its bright colors faded to gray. The badge was a last-minute addition Xiao Wanlong had ordered for every student's dimensional pack. It carried the owner's name and identification number. By strict rule, only the bearer could hold it. If anyone else made contact, an internal transmitter would activate, signaling immediate surrender. The trial would end on the spot, and an instructor would rush in to escort the student away. A gray badge became the victor's trophy. If someone cleared the trial perfectly, each captured badge could be traded for a matching amount of ability points. To stop cheating, the metal automatically etched the second holder's fingerprints, preventing any further exchange. If a student used a rescue talisman to flee, the arriving instructor would still register the points for the winner. Here, take mine. Tuoba handed over his badge, a flash of reluctance in his eyes. What's your name? Let me train Das Wang for a while, then I'm coming back for a rematch. Bai Wushang. He smiled casually. Although the twins had ambushed him first, they seemed decent enough, honest losers rather than schemers. Bai Wushang. Tuoba repeated the name twice, frowning. Why does that sound familiar? Hey, I thought the same thing, Tuoba murmured, meeting his brother's gaze. Bai Wushang let the question drop. I am curious, though. Under these trial rules, how did the two of you manage to find each other? Partly luck, Tuoba admitted. We happened to be assigned to the same test zone. Plus, we've always had a strange kind of link within a certain range. We can sense where the other is, so meeting up wasn't hard. Bai Wushang nodded, then looked skyward. A huge black eagle was streaking toward them, the Shanghai Academy emblem shining on the tag around its neck. Your instructor's here. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the bird plunged, snatching each twin in a single talon. Bai Wushang never even saw the rider. A gust of wind followed, and the eagle was already a shrinking dot against the horizon. That instructor is either in a terrible hurry or has a temper to match. Talk about wild. Muttering to himself, Bai Wushang recalled his demon ape, swung onto his crimson horse, and rode off. 2 hours later, he finally caught the scent of the gale sword wolves. The pack was holed up in a narrow, dry cave. Some wolves hauled in bundles of dead grass. Others returned from the hunt dragging an adult chrysanthemum deer, each busy preparing the new den. 8, 9, 10 Bai Wushang counted from the shadows. 10 adults, 1 late juvenile pack leader, and 3 or 4 pups. After the losses they'd taken, these wolves were no match for Zhou even if they charged all at once. Raw strength wasn't the issue. The real question was how to wipe them out in one strike. A frontal assault was out of the question. Zhou might catch the pack off guard and kill a few, but the rest would scatter, and once they used their speed he could never keep up. The fight would turn into a drawn-out hunt, wasting time and energy. It would be better to wipe them out in a single stroke. After brooding for a long while, Bai Wushang finally settled on a plan. At high noon the hidden realm was flooded with harsh light. The pack had withdrawn into its cave, and a few young, vigorous sword wolves sprawled lazily at the entrance, keeping half-hearted watch. Suddenly the foremost wolf pricked up its ears and squinted at the sky. A dark blur streaked overhead. What is that? Flashed across its mind. But the object slammed into the cave mouth before the question could finish forming, landing barely a meter away. With a wet pop, the thing burst like a water balloon, drenching the entrance with inky liquid. Several sword wolves failed to dodge. Their teal fur turned pitch black in an instant. The silence shattered, and the pack erupted in panic, some spinning in alarm, others huddling together. At that moment a burning stick whirled out of nowhere and clattered to the ground. The instant the tiny flame touched the blackened earth, it exploded into a roaring inferno, racing along the splattered ink, and forming a deep red wall of fire in a heartbeat. Several wolves drenched in ink were showered with sparks and burst into flames, thrashing on the ground in agony. Their shrill, hopeless screams sent chills down the spine. Driven by mortal fear, the remaining sword wolves lost all sense of pack order. Every eye fixed on the weakest spot in the wall of fire, and they fought one another to be the first through it. Outside the ring, Bai Wushang spurred his crimson horse into a charge, while the demon ape, Zhou, bounded beside him on its hind legs. Zhou, just like we planned, kill them as they come out. Be quick, and let none escape. Bai Wushang barked. The ape roared, murderous light blazing in its eyes, and burst ahead of the red horse. The first sword wolf to break through the flames looked up just in time to see a black iron fist smashing toward it. The blow landed squarely on its snout. Blood spurted from every orifice, and the 2-meter beast was hurled backward into the fire. The next two wolves tried to split up, but Zhou was faster. He seized one by a hind leg, swung it over his shoulder, and slammed it into the other. Boom! Both wolves howled as blood oozed from their pores. Then came the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Bathed in firelight and spattered with blood, Zhou fought like an invincible war god, cutting down each wolf that emerged and giving them no chance to live. Bai Wushang stayed a short distance behind, using his newly forged 2-meter spear to finish off the occasional badly wounded wolf that slipped past. Strange, where was the late juvenile alpha? Even as his pack fell, the wolf on the verge of becoming king was nowhere in sight, and suspicion pricked at Bai Wushang. As if in answer, a larger sword wolf suddenly leapt through the flames on the far side, rolled twice in the mud to smother its burning coat, then bolted without looking back, panting desperately. Bai Wushang's eyes flashed. Zhou, go after it. Leave the rest to me, he shouted. Zhou hurled the wolf corpse aside with a roar, then leapt forward to chase the fleeing alpha. Bai Wushang glanced at the cave behind the curtain of flame. 2 sword wolves were still thrashing inside. Without hesitation, he threw in his last grease maggot. He had spent hours tracking down those creatures 2 days earlier, and they were worth the effort. Though useless in a fight, each maggot's bloated belly was packed with volatile oil. One squeeze made it burst. A single spark set the liquid ablaze and kept it burning for ages. Bai Wushang watched for several seconds, making sure the remaining wolves were consumed by fire, their howls weakening until they fell silent. Satisfied, he swung into the saddle and, guided by the faint pull of the contract, headed toward the demon ape. Letting a pet beast stray from its master was risky business. The moment a beast was summoned, it began draining the master's soul energy. Under normal conditions, the loss was tiny. Even a full day posed no problem. Combat increased the drain, and adding distance made it downright terrifying. He had to reach Zhou quickly, until he mastered reverse summoning or targeted teleportation. Running out of soul energy before recalling Zhou into the Book of Oaths would sever the link entirely. Plenty of masters made that rookie mistake each year. He had no intention of joining them. The red horse pounded down the trail. Perhaps the sword wolves and demon ape had just passed this way. No other beasts appeared. Following the tug of the bond, he sensed the ape was close when a jujube grove suddenly filled his view. Seeing no immediate danger, he spurred the horse into the trees. Moments later, a blue form lay before him, sprawled in a pool of blood, lifeless. Bai Wushang dismounted at once. The dead creature was the sword wolf that had escaped, yet its demise was strange. A single long blade had pierced its skull and killed it instantly. That wound wasn't Zhou's work. Judging from the wolf's frozen expression and lack of other injuries, some wild creature must have struck. Without warning, the juvenile sword wolf never even had time to react. Roar! 30 meters away, Zhou's furious bellow rang out, followed by the clang of violent combat. Bai Wushang edged closer. A massive beetle came into view, half yellow and half black, stretching more than 2 meters long. 6 legs anchored its bulk. The rear half wore yellow armor, while the front was coal black. From its head jutted a long, downward curving horn as sharp as a saber, flashing with a metallic sheen. A blade beetle. Bai Wushang's breath caught. Moving in silently, data scrolled across Bai Wushang's pupils. Name: Dagger Beetle. Species: Wild, Beast Realm Insect, Type: Dagger Beetle Clan. Life Stage: Peak Larva. Bloodline Grade: Mortal Bone, 6 stars. Status: Enraged. Intelligence: Very low. Traits: Armor Piercing Blade, Carapace, Great Strength, Flight. Skills: Straight Thrust, Savage Flick, Lightning Triple Lunge. Gourmet Cells: 24. Peak Larva, Mortal Bone, 6 stars. No wonder Zhou's having such a hard time. On the battlefield, the demonic ape was covered in crisscrossing cuts. The bleeding had stopped, yet dried clots mottled his fur, leaving him looking battered. Sunlight flashed across the beetle's head spike, and every charge came with lethal intent. Zhou was clearly on the back foot. The dagger beetle fought like a born warrior, stabbing with its spike, darting into the air for short bursts, and showing no real weakness in power, defense, or offense. Even as Zhou's full force smash left only faint dents on its shell, while a single thrust from the beetle forced him to dodge for his life. One hit to a vital point could be fatal. Fighting one-armed and one-eyed was crippling Zhou's performance. In his prime, as a Lata-larva mortal-bone 8-star ape, he would have matched, maybe even edged the beetle's overall power. He wouldn't be struggling like this. Hold on. Bai Wushang suddenly caught the crucial point. Why was Zhou fighting the beetle at all? Powerful creatures are territorial. It made sense that Jian Lang, fleeing in panic, had barged into the beetle's domain and been killed. But Zhou, arriving afterward and seeing Jian Lang dead, would never have picked a fight on purpose. The beetle must have attacked first and then turned on the ape. Insect-type extraordinaries often guard precious resources. If this beetle was fighting to the death with every intruder, maybe it was protecting something valuable. Jujube trees. Jujubes. Bai Wushang's heart pounded. Most jujube fruits replenish qi and blood. A quick glance told him Zhou was still losing, but could hold out for a while. Bai Wushang slipped away, circling around to the jujube grove behind the beetle. Dagger beetles live alone. They suffer no rivals in their territory. He could gamble. If he won, he'd hit the jackpot. If he lost, he'd grab Zhou and run a real downside. Clear plan in mind. He went a few dozen meters deeper and found a squat, thick jujube tree bearing 2 fist-sized purple fruits. King Jujubes. His brows knit, then relaxed as memories clicked into place. His eyes lit up like head struck gold. These fruits nourish yin and yang, enrich the blood, and calm the mind. Each one's worth 300 to 400 gold. After checking for danger, Bai Wushang scrambled up the trunk and picked both King Jujubes. If Zhou ate one, his secondary heart would heal immediately, and then the outcome against the beetle would be anyone's guess. Grinning, Bai Wushang cradled the fruits and hurried back toward the battlefield. The battle between the demon ape and the razor beetle was still raging. A fresh, savage gash now marred the ape's flank, dark blood dripping from its black fur, while the beetle, despite new dents in its carapace, remained as menacing as ever. After another clash, the two creatures leapt apart and glared at each other, panting. Seizing the brief lull, Bai Wushang yanked a king jujube from his robe and hurled it with all his strength. Zhou, catch it! The ape reacted instantly, springing up and snatching the precious fruit from midair. Eat, I restore your blood and strength. Bai Wushang shouted. Obediently, Zhou shoved the jujube into his mouth and crunched down, juice spraying everywhere. The razor beetle instantly recognized the treasure. Its compound eyes flared blood red, as though someone had stolen its most prized possession. With 2 furious screeches, its wings blurred, and it shot a dozen meters skyward. Blade-like horn aimed straight at Bai Wushang. It dived in a thunderous charge. One strike direct and deadly. The attack carried 120% of the beetle's rage. Its speed doubled, its power peaked. A razor-sharp arc of energy locked onto Bai Wushang, the killing intent so cold it felt like needles through his heart. Death closed in. His scalp tingled, cold sweat drenched his clothes. He tried to dodge, but the blade was already upon him. Thud! Steel split flesh with a cruel, ringing clarity. Bai Wushang's mind went blank. Eyes squeezed shut, he braced for agony. 1 second, 2, 3, the pain never came. He opened his eyes. A familiar black silhouette stood motionless before him. Zhou. A length of the beetle's horn protruded through the ape's massive torso. Blood splattered, warm drops struck Bai Wushang's cheek. Confusion, helplessness, rage, worry, shock, gratitude, every emotion crashed over him, coalescing into raw terror. Zhou, his companion of just 5 days, might die here because he chose to shield him. Breath ragged, heart pounding, Bai Wushang staggered forward. Zhou's face twisted in a savage grimace. With his right hand he clamped the beetle's horn, letting it cut 3 or 4 centimeters into his palm without yielding. Blood streamed down his arm, dyeing the black fur scarlet. A closer look brought Bai Wushang a thread of relief. The horn had pierced the center of the ape's abdomen, and Zhou's grip kept the wound stable. With his current constitution, as long as the left heart and brain were intact, there was still hope. Steadying himself, Bai Wushang summoned the status panel. Status: injured, self-regenerating, 1 heart exhausted. What's happening? Didn't he eat the king jujube? Why isn't it working? He muttered, bewildered. Is 1 not enough? Each imperial date already has a freakish blood-nourishing effect, and I feared Zhou might not be able to digest more, so I didn't dare overfeed him. Clearly, ordinary logic doesn't apply to an extreme-class beast. A flash of astonishment crossed Bai Wushang's eyes as he watched Zhou's staggering regenerative power and fell into brief contemplation. The dagger beetle's blade had sunk deep into the ape's chest, blood dripping from the edge and leaving the creature nearly immobile. Bai acted at once, pulling out a second imperial date and shoving it into Zhou's mouth. One hand clamped the beetle in a crushing grip, iron muscles bulging as it wrestled the foe. With the other, the ape crunched through the fruit, crackling noises echoing. A faint heat rose from its crown moments later. When Bai brushed its fur, the surface temperature was climbing at an alarming rate. Rah! Zhou suddenly roared. and a tender pink sprout of flesh burst from the severed stump of its left arm, writhing as it grew. Flesh rebirth, its second heart was restored. Bai's own heart hammered. Scree. The dagger beetle sensed danger and jerked its horn, metal shrieking as it tore free. Ajo scooped up Bai and leaped backward. New buds of tissue were already pulsing at its left hand, left eye, shattered horn, and the gaping wound in its chest. Bai knew the ape was forcing full regeneration, burning through heart blood at a terrifying pace. Once everything healed, it would be left blood efficient better than outright heart failure, but unfit to use blood burn. Forcing that art would only wreck its body faster. The beetle dove again, horn blade gleaming with a dark crimson sheen. Ajo set Bai down and wheeled to face the charge, savage features alight with exhilaration. A torrent of fighting spirit exploded from the magic ape. Its left eye snapped open, vision broadening and reaction surging. The rebuilt arm looked soft and hairless, but it was an arm all the same, doubling its offensive options. Abdomen, chest, legs, back, every hidden wound, old or new, sealed shut. The ape felt the overwhelming might of a complete body once more, and confidence flooded in like a tidal wave. With a brutal kick of both legs, Ajo vaulted skyward. Timing the descent perfectly, it cleared the beetle's dive, clenched both fists, and hammered downward. Mountain-crushing fist. Boom. A dull explosion rang out. The dagger beetle slammed into the ground, its thick yellow carapace stamped with two clear craters. Before it could struggle, Ajo slipped behind, pinning the insect with one hand while the other seized its long legs and yanked. Crunch, three legs on the beetle's right side tore away in a spray of green ichor. Scree. It screeched, thrashing its horn in a desperate bid to turn. Its raw strength had allowed it to spar with a one-armed ape, but against a fully limbed Ajo, brute force alone meant nothing. While the beetle flailed, the ape pried open the wing covers and ripped the iridescent wings off at the roots. Then it locked both arms around the creature and executed a perfect suplex. The dagger beetle slammed onto its back, belly exposed to the sky. Its remaining legs clawed helplessly at the air, a pitiful display against the terror of an unhindered Ajo. Back on the battlefield, Bai Wushang slowly came to his senses, taking in the scene before him with mixed feelings. The dagger beetle was finished. Its 6 legs had been brutally twisted off by the Mo Yuan ape, leaving only ragged stumps. All it could do was sway its armored head from side to side. The long, gleaming spike on its crown still flashed coldly, but no amount of writhing could bend it 90 degrees to stab at the enemy behind it. For an insect, this was a death sentence. Bai Wushang stepped forward and motioned for the ape to stand down. Ajo could have smashed the beetle's shell with his fists, but since the creature had lost the will to fight, Bai decided to handle it himself and harvest an intact carapace for armor. He drew a dagger and patiently tapped along the beetle's abdomen, chipping away fragments of shell. Then he drove a spear inside and stirred until the struggling finally stopped. Hunt successful. Gourmet cells 24. At last, it was done. Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, exhausted. With Ajo keeping watch, he spent nearly an hour dismantling the carcass. The haul was impressive. A pair of compound eyes, 5 abdominal plates, 3 dorsal plates, and, most valuable of all, the dagger-like spike. Packing up his spoils, Bai flashed the ape a grin. Ajo, I owe you. You saved my skin back there. Ajo bared his teeth, straightened to his full height, and flexed his thick arms, muscle blocks hard as iron. Honestly, that dive-bombing punch of yours was spectacular. Pleased by the praise, the ape thumped his chest in rapid rhythm. Just then, a vast, ancient aura surged from within him, swelling like a tide before quickly fading. Bai caught the fluctuation at once, astonished. Ajo, you're right at the late juvenile threshold. It won't be long before you break through. Ho ho! Ajo shouted gleefully. Come on, time to move. Bai slung on his pack. The ape tugged his sleeve, leading him to the fallen sword wolf and gesturing at the corpse. You mean I shouldn't waste the materials? Ho! Ajo nodded vigorously. All right, I get it. After processing the swift blade sword wolf, Bai and Ajo located the lost red horse in the Jujube Grove. Man and beasts found a hidden limestone cave, built a fire, and started cooking. Dinner was sword wolf meat, simply roasted and sprinkled with aromatic herbs. The texture was tough, but Ajo was delighted. Being an omnivore, he tore through nearly half the carcass and still looked unsatisfied. Enough, don't stuff yourself, it'll slow you down in a fight. Bai patted him and went on, with the sword wolf pack wiped out. Our first revenge is complete, just like I promised. The ape listened quietly. We'll stay in this secret realm another 5 or 6 days. I want to keep sharpening you. You'll find latest stage or peak juvenile opponents so you can practice and push yourself to the pinnacle as soon as possible. A sharp light flickered in Bai Wushang's eyes. Naturally, if anyone comes looking for trouble, we won't be polite. With our combined strength, there are few here who can stand against us, and a little caution is all we need. While speaking, he was already sorting through the next steps in his mind. When he finished, Bai Wushang sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Ajo, keep watch for me. The past few days of traveling had been rewarding. One unusual, extraordinary creature after another had fallen to his hunt, and the total number of gourmet cells he had gathered now exceeded 200. It was time to make an offering. Darkness flashed, then light. The familiar god of food altar emerged before him, unchanged and silent. He walked straight to the bronze cauldron and laid his right hand on it without hesitation. Accumulated gourmet cells, 217. Redeem a first-tier gourmet god chest? Yes. He exchanged for 2 chests in one go. Inside the first chest lay a yellowed parchment. The moment his fingertips brushed it, the parchment dissolved into a stream of light and burrowed into his mind. Recipe: Aqua Leaping Worm Jelly. Ingredients: 1 live juvenile aqua leaping worm at least 1 tier higher than the consumer, 1 morning glory fruit, 5 milliliters of crystal essence, late spiritier soul power or higher. Procedure: soak the morning glory fruit for 1 hour, add crystal essence, melt over indirect heat. A complete set of instructions unfolded clearly in his head. It was a water attribute advancement recipe that gave juvenile water type extraordinary creatures excluding peak juveniliza 7,090% chance of rising by 1 tier. Each life form could only consume it once in a lifetime. Bai Wushang frowned. The aqua leaping worm looked like a tadpole the size of a frog, completely transparent and notoriously hard to catch. Only a wide cast net and plenty of luck might snag 1 or 2. This recipe won't be useful for a while. Neither Zhou nor Inha has anything to do with water attributes. Shaking his head, he opened the second chest. Again, a yellowed parchment appeared and melted into his mind. Recipe: pink mushroom crab roll. Ingredients: 1 live juvenile red mushroom crab, 1 live juvenile yellow mushroom crab, 1 live juvenile blue mushroom crab tier unrestricted, a large leaf of pink cabbage, 1 gram of stinky ginger, 1 tail of jade Buddha root, peak spiritier soul power or higher. Procedure: tie the crab's legs, steam them together until their shells change color completely, remove from heat, crush, add stinky ginger, and mix. What truly stunned Bai Wushang was the note that followed. Special functional recipe, only for peak juvenile flesh and blood life forms. Grants a single lethal immunity lasting about 12 hours. If the consumer suffers a fatal blow during that time, the damage is negated once. The exact effect depends on how well the recipe is executed. Each life form may consume it only once. His pupils shrank. An outright immunity to death, only legendary elixirs are supposed to do that. From the early temptation rat and herb cream soup, to today's aqua leaping worm jelly and pink mushroom crab roll, the extraordinary recipes kept shattering his expectations. The more special the recipe, the rarer the ingredients, and the more elaborate the process. There were always strict limits on who could consume it, and a one-time only rule for each life form. After a moment's thought, Bai Wushang's gaze grew firm. Whatever the effort, this recipe will help me immensely. Besides advancing a zhou, I need to start gathering the ingredients for the pink mushroom crab roll. That settles it. Hidden Realm Island, Trial Ground 9, Day 10. In a lush forest alive with pink blossoms and vibrant green leaves, Bai Wushang charged ahead on his scarlet horse, its 4 hooves scattering fallen foliage. Beside him, the demonic ape Zhou bounded on all 4s, muscles coiled and ready, matching the stallion stride for stride. Not far ahead, a yellow crab with a mushroom-shaped shell darted sideways at breakneck speed, its 8 furry legs etching lines in the soil. Zhou, grab it! Bai Wushang tugged the reins and shouted. Ho-ho! Responding instantly, Zhou exploded forward, his frame swelling with power as he bore down on the yellow crab. Horse, ape, and rider tore through the forest for 3 or 4 kilometers. Panicked, the crab tripped over a stone and stumbled. Zhou struck at once, one massive hand clamping firmly around its shell. This little fellow's quick, we've been after it for half an hour. Bai Wushang reined in his mount, dismounted, and took a closer look at the captive. The creature looked nothing like an ordinary flat crab. Its spherical body was as large as a basketball, covered in downy yellow, the color of a newly hatched chick. White spots of every size dotted its back. When it stayed still, it resembled a giant mushroom, earning it the name mushroom crab. Bead-sized black eyes flicked about in terror. Each snap of its mouth produced a faint sizzling sound, and now and then it spat a crystal bubble. 8 evenly spaced legs jutted from its sides, bristling with coarse black hair. One pincer was larger than the other, both lined with fine serrations that flashed coldly in the sunlight. Information flowed across Bai Wushang's vision. Name: yellow mushroom crab. Wild species: monster realm arthropod mushroom crab family. Life stage: late juvenile. Bloodline grade: mortal bone, 3 stars. Status: on the verge of tears. Intelligence: very low. Trait: soft shell. Skills: frenzied escape, clamp. Gourmet cells: 9. With this yellow mushroom crab, I only need the red and blue ones, Bai Wushang muttered to himself. Mushroom crabs are peculiar, extraordinary creatures with many variants, none of which excel at combat. Their true value lies in their medicinal qualities. The meat of the red mushroom crab eases muscle soreness, and, combined with other herbs, can be refined into pills that rapidly restore stamina. The blue mushroom crab clears the mind and is a key component in many soul power recovery potions. The yellow mushroom crab, meanwhile, boosts immunity. Boiled into an expensive tonic, it grants strong resistance to poison, paralysis, and unconsciousness for a set time. Bai Wushang produced a rope, bound the crab's oversized pincers and 8 long legs, then slipped it into a fireball snake hide sack and slung it over his own shoulder. Dimensional pouches could not store living creatures, as his combat power would suffer if he carried it, and the scarlet horse was anything but reliable, so Bai Wushang kept it himself. They continued combing the jungle for more mushroom crabs. Before long, the sharp clang of metal striking metal echoed from the distance. Ajo, let's take a look. Curiosity might kill a cat, but fortune favors the bold, and Bai Wushang was confident in his strength. The noise came from a sunken basin about 20 meters lower than the surrounding forest. The earth there was cracked like a spider web, barren of even a single blade of grass, a bleak expanse of desolation. From his vantage point, Bai Wushang looked down and spotted 5 figures in the distance. On one side stood an odd pyra scrawny man as thin as a reed, and a towering woman built like a fortress. Facing them were 3 familiar faces, a chubby guy with a white quiff, a pink-haired girl, and a hulking brute, the very trio led by Shi Balong who had once crossed him. A chill flashed through Bai Wushang's eyes. He had fought hard to subdue the ghost vine, and had been one step away from a contract when these 3 ruined everything, forcing him to kill the rare beast. Now that fate had brought them together again, he intended to settle the score. His gaze drifted past the white-haired fatty to the beast behind, Hema, plant-type creature woven from dozens of emerald vines. It had no buds and lacked girth, yet every tendril pulsed with vitality. A verdant demon vine? Bai Wushang raised a brow. At common bone grade 6 star, it was weaker than the ghost vine in power, reach, and toughness, though a bit smarter. More importantly, it did not fear sunlight. Under the sun it actually grew livelier and healed faster. On the field, Shi Balong's trio was locked in a fierce fight with the lanky man and the tall woman. Their lineup was clear. The verdant demon vine controlled the field, the swamp crocodile brawled up close, and the fanged hound darted in and out, harassing the enemy. With tight teamwork, they clearly held the upper hand. The opposing pair had only 2 pets, a clawcat and an ivory tiger. The clawcat resembled a wild feline the size of an adult cheetah. Its slate blue fur, long tail, and 10-centimeter foreclaws made it the archetype of a speedy assassin. The ivory tiger was even more intimidating. It sported a thick neck, stiff whiskers, and powerful limbs. Its coat was fiery orange with pale yellow underparts, broken by irregular black stripes, and a tail banded with dark rings. Most striking were the long, curved canines jutting from its jaws, huge, porcelain-smooth blades made for killing. Bai Wushang stroked his chin as he analyzed. The clawcat was common bone grade 4 star, the ivory tiger 6 star, both high-quality pets in the late juvenile stage. Even so, 2 against 3 looked like a losing hand. Inside the basin, the Tamers stood in the safe zone, shouting commands until their voices cracked. The fanged hound and the clawcat quickly became locked in a frenetic chase, neither able to gain the upper hand. The other 3 beasts were locked in an even fiercer struggle. In a straight duel, the ivory tiger would have been king after all. The swamp crocodile was landbound and unable to unleash its full power. Yet under Shi Balong's deft command, the croc held the tiger hidden, while the verdant demon vine struck from blind angles, slicing fresh welts into the tiger's hide. The big cat roared in frustration, thrashing in vain. From the very first clash, the scales of victory had been tipping one way. Little croc, use mud bomb. The burly man bellowed across the field. At his command, the swamp crocodile gurgled deep in its throat, gathering power. After a few heartbeats, its jaws flew open, and a gray-brown glob of sludge rocketed toward the ivory tiger like an artillery round. Ahu, dodge. On the opposite side, a tall, athletic woman gave the order in a steady voice, then added, don't get tangled with the croc, shake it off, and hit the jade vine's main stalk. The ivory tiger roared and tried to skirt around the reptile. Not that easy. Off in the distance, Shi Balong curled his lips into a grin, patted the jade vine's trunk, and said casually, whip left up, right down, lash it. 2 vine whips as thick as a man's thigh sliced through the air like vipers. The tiger barely dodged one, but the other grazed its back, stripping away a third of its fur and exposing raw flesh. The beast howled and faltered, giving the swamp crocodile an opening to lunge again. Meanwhile, the pawcat in the adjacent ring was already finished. The hellhound chained a sneak attack into a bite, clamping on the cat's throat. With a heavy thud, the pawcat was slammed to the ground and went limp. Xiao meow. The skinny man with glasses cried. The pink-haired girl shot the arena a glance, pulled a red apple from her pack, took a bite, and mumbled, Xiao hey, keep going. The hellhound barked once, wheeled, and charged not at the ivory tiger, but at its 2 human handlers. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing the 2-meter black dog hurtling toward them, the thin man's knees buckled, and he ducked behind the tall woman. Her face tightened, the dagger in her right hand trembling. Sensing its partner's danger, the ivory tiger snapped around, enduring 5 more vine lashes and a bite from the crocodile. Blood streaked its hide, yet it still couldn't break free. Give it Yuppie, you can't turn this around. Shi Balong called with an easy laugh. Xiao Gao. Shut up, I know. The tall woman cut him off, cursing under her breath. If your pawcat had shown a shred of backbone, we might have escaped. Now we're done. Don't blame me. These 3 have probably had their eyes on us for ages. The hellhound skidded to a halt half a meter in front of them, hide crisscrossed with cuts, fangs bared. The thin man swallowed hard, then blurted, we surrender. We surrender. Get this mud away from us. Shi Balong snapped his fingers, delighted. Ding dong, another 20 points of secret energy in the bag. However, just as the white-haired fatty and his 2 companions were about to gather their spoils, a furious roar erupted, raw power rippling through the air. A pitch-black silhouette charged in, its 4 limbs pounding the ground. It ignored the agile hunting hound, smashed headfirst into the muddy swamp croc, and sent the reptile skidding dozens of meters away. Who's there? The burly man's face hardened, shock and anger mingling in his eyes. The dark figure stopped, and light footsteps followed. Shi Balong turned toward the sound and saw a man in gray. The newcomer stood a little over 180, his skin a healthy bronze. Close-cropped black hair framed a high nose and thick brows. Though not classically handsome, his chiseled features were striking, and his eyes were even more socklier as dawn at first glance, deeper than midnight on a second look. It's you. Shi Balong's eyelid twitched as he forced the words out through clenched teeth. 8 days apart, I've missed you, Bai Wushang said with a light laugh, though frost glimmered in his gaze. He had climbed down a rope into the basin and, on his command, the demon ape had crashed in to stop the trio from claiming their prize. It was payback in kind. Shi Balong's eyes shifted past Bai Wushang to the massive black ape. So this is your new contract beast? A demon ape, not bad. How does it compare to your emerald devil vine? Bai Wushang asked, still smiling. Humph. The jab struck home. Since losing the ghost vine, Shi Balong had searched in vain for a worthy replacement and had been forced to settle for the vine. He now carried a compromise that still stung. He glanced at the muddy swamp croc. The croc was hurt, but its armored hide had spared it from lethal damage, and it could still fight. The thought steadied him, masking the unease in his heart. His eyes swept the surroundings, probing every corner. Bai Wushang understood. The man thought Bai's confidence meant hidden allies. Stop looking. It's just me. The 3 of you are my prey now. His voice was calm. Shi Balong's smile was all teeth, no warmth. That's a bit arrogant, isn't it? He flicked a glance at the pink-haired girl. She nodded, pointed at Bai Wushang, and chimed, Little black, bite him. Woof, 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 woof. The fierce black dog abandoned its previous targets and lunged at Bai Wushang. Bai Wushang remained still as water. He didn't speak. Instead, a zhou took a thunderous step forward, his giant palms swinging like a storm at the hound. The hunting hound reacted instantly, twisting aside and striking from another angle. Its claws tore 5 bloody grooves across the ape's chest. So easy? The sturdy man muttered in surprise. It wasn't the drawn-out struggle he had pictured. Still, he stayed tense. The croc was wounded, and the newcomer clearly held the initiative. Only a fool would think he had no other tricks. Shi Balong's frown deepened. After 5 or 6 exchanges, the hunting hound had already carved 4 deep wounds into the demon ape. A sneer flickered in the hound's dark eyes, as though mocking the ape for being all bulk and no bite. The next instant the hound unleashed the power it had been holding in reserve for a quick escape. Its claws blurred even faster and slashed straight for the ape's skull. If the blow landed, the demon ape would be crippled or have its brain ripped out and die on the spot. Xiao Qian, pull the Fong hound back now. Shi Balong's shout split the silence of the wasteland. Trusting her leader, Yi Xiaoqian opened her mouth to give the order, but the Fong hound was already on top of the demon ape. It dug in with all 4 limbs, leapt, and its claws flashed coldly in the sun. A moment earlier the demon ape had been panting and sluggish. Now a spark of clarity flared in its eyes, like a predator snapping awake. In the next heartbeat its reflexes exploded. It dropped into a precise crouch, muscles coiled, and slipped past the hound's raking strike by a hair's breadth. A zhou's right fist clenched until his knuckles cracked. Then he drove a savage uppercut into the Fong hound stranded in midair. Bang! The impact of flesh and bone echoed across the barrens. The blow struck the hound's skull deadened. Blood blossomed like fireworks, scarlet droplets showering the ground, beautiful and horrifying all at once. Everyone but Bai Wushang stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. Xiaohei. Pink-haired Yi Xiaoqian was the first to react, grief twisting her face. She tossed aside the half-eaten apple in her hand, broke out from beneath the emerald vine's canopy, gathered up her skirt, and staggered toward the place where the hound fell. She was too late. The big black dog that had been so fierce moments ago now lay lifeless, blood soaking the earth beneath it. Xiaoqian stood rigid, trembling, staring at her pet's corpse. Rage tore from her throat. Despicable. Vile. Bastard. Her knees buckled and she collapsed, yanking at her pink hair until her nails dug into her scalp. Blood drained from her lips as she bit down hard. When you stole my pet, you didn't seem to mind, Bai Wushang said, his tone calm and faintly mocking as he glanced at the weeping girl. From his perspective, the three thugs had once seized his own beast. Back then he was too weak to resist. Now, with a Zhou at his side and fate bringing them together again, settling the score was only natural. The thrill of stealing is matched only by the agony of loss. Let them feel what I felt. Killing a beast would not violate the Academy's trial rules on maiming or murder. New contractors had shallow bonds. Losing a pet only caused backlash to the mind 10 days at best, a month or two at worst, during which no new contract could be formed. Unless a rare elixir repaired the damage, the rules deemed such students unfinished contractors, guaranteeing expulsion. "Am no butcher by nature," Bai Wushang muttered, eyes icy. "You forced my hand, so I simply returned the favor." On the barren ground, Balong's face was as dark as storm clouds. He had sensed something wrong earlier. The demon ape's performance was too unusual, but he hadn't pinpointed it in time. His warning had come a heartbeat too late. He had only wanted Zioqian's Fong Hound to probe the enemy with its speed and agility. Instead, it had died outright, leaving his side with just the emerald vine and the wounded swamp croc. The loss upended every plan and rhythm he had. "Boss, what now?" the burly man asked nervously, already wary of Bai Wushang. Without the Fong Hound, which was more useful here than even the swamp croc, they faced a Zhou and the emerald vine with only a single injured croc and a vine. Can we really hold down a self-awakened combatant? Whatever courage the big man had left disappeared in an instant. Balong's eyes darted. He immediately ordered the jade demon vine to wrap up the struggling Yi Shaoqian and place her safely to the side. Lifting a hand, he gestured for Zhu to stay calm. "Classmate Bai, playing weak is your specialty, isn't it?" Bai Wushang's face was blank, his tone level. "You like bullying people with superior numbers. A little tactical deception won't hurt you." Balong's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. "Even with one member down, the jade demon vine has us covered. Inside its reach, my control and defense are rock solid. What makes you think you've already won?" "No reason at all. Just watch." Bai Wushang chuckled. The battlefield was now clear. Bai Wushang stood at the center. To his right, the badly injured ivory tiger had returned to the skinny boy and tall girl, its amber eyes tracking every move. To his left, the jade demon vine spread its tendrils like an enormous net, shielding Balong and the big man behind a wall of green. Balong and the vine held the rear, some 60 or 70 meters from Bai Wushang. Between them stood the big man and a swamp crocodile, two living fortresses blocking the way. "Zhou, charge!" At Bai Wushang's order, the demon ape crouched, knuckles brushing the earth, then rocketed forward like a released bowstring. The swamp crocodile glared with yellow-brown eyes and sprang to meet him. "Little croc, block it, tail sweep." Whip! The crocodile's huge tail lashed sideways like a steel flail. Zhou refused to back off, raising a burly arm to parry, when a dark blur swung in from the flank, forcing him to pull away. A mud bomb shrieked past. In its wake came another dark shadow. With no better choice, the demon ape retreated several steps. By the time he steadied himself, he was beside Bai Wushang, driven out of the vine's domain. Zhu exhaled, pretending calm. "Bai Wushang, we've only partnered a few days, but our teamwork is tight. Unknown, I can't guarantee a win, but as long as we just defend, you want breakthrough." Even so, he stayed fully alert, ready to crush a rescue talisman or summon the oath book at any moment. The unconscious pink-haired girl on the ground was warning enough. After one painful lesson, he wouldn't slip again. Bai Wushang nodded at the first half of Zhu's claim, then whispered to the ape, "Zhou, give it everything. Same plan as before. I trust you." The demon ape bared its teeth, pounding its chest, battle spirit blazing in its eyes. "Roar!" He lunged again. Massive as he was, he moved with startling agility. In a blink, he was face-to-face with the swamp crocodile. Unlike the four-legged ivory tiger, the ape could shift freely between two-legged and quadrupedal motion. Upright, he fought like a human, fists and palms his weapons. On all fours, he ran faster still, perfect for sprinting or evading. "Little croc, frenzy bite!" the big man shouted. Bai Wushang watched in silence. He had given all the necessary orders. Now he merely observed. Zhou was no ordinary PetSmart, with a combat instinct approaching artistry. Unless absolutely required, Bai Wushang wouldn't micromanage. The last thing he wanted to do was get in the way. From a distance, Zhou drove a straight punch toward the swamp crocodile's upper jaw. Three slender, green vine whips shot in from the flank, coiling around his arm like venomous snakes. The instant his momentum stalled, the crocodile's blood-red maw flew open, rows of knife-edged teeth glinting as it lunged for the demon ape's midsection. "Roar!" Zhou bellowed, muscles swelling to their limits, veins bulging beneath his fur. He seized the vines with both hands, vaulted into the air, and brought a massive black foot thundering down on the crocodile's back. With a sharp crack, the creature's armor-like hide buckled, sinking into the dirt. Before the swamp crocodile could retaliate, another vine lashed down from above, striking the demon ape's spine. Flesh ripped open in a gash more than a meter long, blood spraying as tissue curled outward. Seizing the moment, the crocodile clawed free and widened the gap between them. Stay sharp. Keep pressing faster. Sherbalong barked, brow tightly furrowed. He knew the demon ape's greatest weapon, aside from brute strength, was its regeneration. That ugly wound was little more than a scratch to it. Got it. The burly handler answered, urging the swamp crocodile forward once more. For nearly 10 minutes the three extraordinary beasts clashed, the ground rumbling without pause and dust billowing skyward. Zhou dominated the injured crocodile from every angle, but whenever the fight reached a critical moment, the Chui Mo vine's tendrils whipped in at just the right time, striking, pounding, coiling, binding, each move more varied than the last. Part instinct, part Sherbalong's impeccable timing, the plant's support, paired with the crocodile's thick hide, managed to hold the demon ape at bay. Under full sunlight the plant beast's advantages shone brightest. Bai Wushang had anticipated as much, yet he couldn't help but admire the precision of their teamwork. After observing a while longer, Bai Wushang smiled faintly and muttered to himself, that should be about it. After the last fight, how much stamina can that croc still have? Sure enough, only a few exchanges later the swamp crocodile began to slow. Zhou immediately shifted from balanced offense to full tilt assault, eating 2 lashes in exchange for seizing the crocodile's tail. Overed shoulder chain slam. Bai Wushang's eyes blazed. He had seen the move countless times, yet each performance still made his blood race. Boom, 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 boom. The first slam left the crocodile dazed. The second crushed the air from its lungs, organs churning like a storm-tossed sea. The third shattered its armored plates, while spraying from its jaws. The fourth split flesh and sent bloody foam flying. The fifth. The demon ape's frenzy was so fierce even the Chui Mo vine couldn't get close. Its tendrils could only watch helplessly as their ally was battered. Sherbalong's face darkened like storm water, but Zhou Zhu reacted at once, forcing himself forward despite the very real risk of being flattened. He didn't want his own beast smashed to mush, so with a flick of his hand he forcibly recalled the swamp crocodile. The demon ape bellowed as its prey vanished, and immediately swung back to glare at the burly man. Zhou Zhu neither fled nor flinched. He simply crushed his distressed talisman, and a curtain of pure white light snapped into place around him. At the same time he shouted, "Boss, just concede first, make sure we pass the trial." Bai Wushang's brow creased. The guy looked tall and tough, yet his mind and reflexes were sharp. A delay of 5 or 6 seconds, and the swamp crocodile would have been doomed. A pity he hadn't wiped out that problem in one stroke. With a chill in his eyes, Bai Wushang turned toward the back where the Tsumo vine and Sherbalong stood, the real masterminds behind the theft. Asa needed no orders. Abandoning the man shielded by the light screen, the ape slammed all 4 limbs to the ground and burst forward, charging straight at the Tsumo vine's main stem. Sherbalong went white, the distressed talisman in his hand heating from his frantic rubbing. The fight had drained the demon ape too, and it was covered in wounds, yet Sherbalong still refused to surrender. He wanted one last struggle. Clenching his teeth, he snapped, "Amon, block it." 2 green vine whips slashed out in an X, repeatedly forcing the ape back a dozen meters. But without the swamp crocodile's frontal pressure, 2 tendrils alone couldn't restrain the ape. It clawed its way closer, meter by meter. Bai Wushang's eyes gleamed. Inwardly, he welcomed the stalemate. The white-haired fatty was stubborn, still fighting on, and that suited him fine. A killing chance flashes by, catch it, and the fight ends. Soon 10+ tendrils unfolded around the Tsumo vine, each as thick as a calf and twisted like corded steel. Working in concert, they wove a tight net that boxed the demon ape in from every direction. The ape darted about, trying again and again to break free. 7 or 8 fresh welts scored its hide, some shallow, some deep, and the number kept climbing. Anger flared. As its attacks grew erratic, and the vine whips struck more and more often. Sherbalong's eyes lit up an opening. The demon ape lunged, springing high. Swinging its massive right arm, it aimed a crushing blow at the Tsumo vine's main stem. "Now, find its limbs, lock it down." Sherbalong roared. 5 more vines erupted from the ground like enraged bulls, streaking toward the ape's arms and legs. Sherbalong held his breath, already picturing the ape tangled in midair, helpless. This leap would cost it the fight, maybe its life. The image curled the corners of his mouth. Laughter was about to burst out. How the sound cut off. It felt as if a hand had closed on his throat, freezing every expression. What did he see? He saw the ape's eyes, cold, deep, carrying even a hint of pity but not a shred of panic. He saw its jaws snap wide, a pinpoint of black light coalescing in its throat. He saw a black sphere hurtling straight toward his face. "No!" Sherbalong screamed, the sound tearing through the air. A curtain of darkness as deep as the abyss swallowed him in an instant. It felt as if a giant hand had shoved his head underwater. Within a heartbeat his chest was struck by an invisible hammer, and each breath became a struggle. Pitch black filled his side that could see nothing, hear nothing. Helplessness, fear, and loneliness gnawed at his mind like swarming insects. He opened his mouth to scream, but his vocal cords were clamped shut. He tried to sob, yet no tears would form. He strained to run, but his legs were rigid and refused to move. All that remained was despair, endless despair. Sure Balong shattered. Boss. Zhou Zhu clawed at the light screen. Through its hazy glow, he saw Sure Balong stumble and fall, and he sighed. So there'd been a hidden trump card after all. Provoking a self-awakened combatant was hardly worth the risk. He had warned the boss, stay near the river long enough, and your shoes will get wet. Would a little caution have been so hard? Bai Wushang's gaze fixed on the chubby, white-haired Sure Balong as he hit the ground with a heavy thud. His eyes rolled back, his neck lolled to one side. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he muttered incoherently, completely delirious. The blow had come from Azhou's Dark Pulse Orb. The elemental skill lasts 5 to 7 seconds, delivering continuous dark attribute damage within its blast radius while inflicting dizziness, fear, slow, suffocation, and corrosion. Against opponents of equal strength, its effect is limited, but on weaker targets it can be lethal or at least knock them out. Given Sure Balong's soul power and physique, he might have recovered had he been prepared. Unfortunately, though he had set a trap with the Emerald Demon Vine, he never learned Azhou's true rank. Azhou was not a 6-star or 7-star mortal bone tier beast, but an 8-star. No protective sphere formed around Sure Balong. Proofhead had no time to crush his distressed talisman. Azhou landed firmly, untouched by the Emerald Demon Vine, for the creature was so startled by its master's fall that it retracted most of its tendrils to shield him. Azhou, Bai Wushang barked. When a summoner loses consciousness, their contracted beast normally enters guard mode. The Emerald Demon Vine was still alive and resilient. It could last several more minutes. The fight was not over. This was the best time to press the attack. The demon ape nodded, raised its massive arm, and prepared to smash down along the vine's main stalk. At that moment, the Emerald Demon Vine emitted a shrill, insect-like screech. After the corrosion of the Dark Pulse Orb, most of its leaves had withered, yet under the sunlight it strained to grow anew. Then something that stunned Bai Wushang happened. The vine hesitated, ignored the fallen Sure Balong, and a faint glimmer flashed between master and pet. With a muffled snap, an invisible bond was severed. Sure Balong, still unconscious, could not resist. He groaned as a ribbon of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The demon ape and Bai Wushang narrowed their eyes at the same moment. One paused for a beat, while the other stared intently. The jade vine fiend panicked, yanking every root from the soil so that it seemed to sprout countless little legs, desperately dragging its heavy body backward. It had to flee, anything to escape that dangerous man. RRR. Azhou glanced back at Bai Wushang, its eyes questioning. The vine fiend was slow. 2 strides would overtake it, though finishing it off would take work. Bai Wushang froze for a second. The jade vine fiend had betrayed its master? How had Sure Balong ever tamed the thing? Another shortcut, perhaps? Judging by the scene, their bond had stalled at the no-trust stage and would take ages to deepen. Cornered, the fiend had seized the chance to break free and was now fleeing in panic. He watched the creature recede, then looked around. The skinny man, the tall woman, the unconscious Clawmeow beast, and the wounded tusked tiger were all gone. They'd slipped away in the chaos. Forget the jade vine. With Sure Balong's contract broken, it would be forced out eventually. Those 2 runners, Thuffletstitch spirit-ranked Tamers, both injured. After a silent moment, Bai Wushang dumped the unconscious Sure Balong and the pink-haired girl beside the burly man, crushed the distressed talisman head found, and left without a word. Somewhere in the forest, an orange-yellow tiger limped along with 2 riders. Cuts crisscrossed its hide, one leg was lame, and blood dripped steadily to the ground, keeping its pace painfully slow. Xiao Gao, do you think that demon ape can beat the swamp crocodile and the jade vine fiend? The skinny man called from the front. I didn't see the end, and it's killing me. Back to back with him, the tall woman faced the tiger's tail, scanning the forest as she swore under her breath. Is this really the time? If that gray-clad guy hadn't butted in, would already be out of the secret realm. All I want now is for them to cripple each other. Otherwise, whoever wins will chase us. The skinny man rubbed his temples and gave a wry laugh. I know I'm just nervous and need a distraction. If Brother Tang were still here, the 3 of us wouldn't have suffered this badly. Boom trees ahead toppled. The tusked tiger dug in its claws to stop, baring fangs and growling toward the side. Who's there? The tall woman yanked the skinny man down, both crouching behind the tiger, tense and alert. Leaving without saying goodbye. I barely had time to see you off. Bai Wushang spoke softly from the back of his crimson horse. The trial allowed Hunting no reason to let them go. After all, it was a free 20 points of secret energy. The skinny man sucked in a long breath as the huge black ape closed in, and the gray-robed man sat unruffled. They'd caught up so fast, meaning the gray-robed man had won with ease. His face crumpled in despair. Wait, the tall woman shouted. We have vital information. Let us go, and it's yours. You won't lose out, I promise. Is this the place? A radiant forest of glimmering silver unfolded before Bai Wushang. Towering trees rose 100 meters high, their brown trunks as thick as houses while layers of silver leaves shimmered above, roots interlacing in a display of vigorous life. Inya Forest, Bai Wushang whispered. That name held the key detail he had pried from the tall woman. Deep within this woodland might lie the fabled miracle fruit tree. Such treasures were almost extinct 100 years to bloom, another 100 to bear fruit, a final 100 to ripen, and each cycle produced only a single fruit. Cultivating one was no easier than raising a fully grown companion beast. Bai Wushang had never imagined he would hear such astonishing news inside the island's secret realm. The woman's story remained vivid. 2 days earlier, her 3-person team had stumbled into Inya Forest and caught a strange fragrance. At first it was crisp and citrus almond, orange, mint. A few breaths later it turned floral jasmine, rose, lavender. When the base note emerged, it mellowed into warm camphor, cypress, and cedar. It was exactly the sign that the miracle fruit tree was nearing maturity. The scent lingered for 10 minutes before fading, yet every extraordinary creature that inhaled it went berserk, becoming wildly excited and violently aggressive. The trio was attacked by a peak juvenile fiend. Their third member was gravely injured, forcing them to crush a rescue talisman and flee. Realizing their own limits, the tall woman and the thin man escaped in panic. Later they met the white-haired fatties group, which set the next events in motion. If the scent appeared, the fruit will ripen within 3 to 5 days, Bai Wushang calculated, brow furrowed. But the closer it gets, the more extraordinary creatures will gather, perhaps even mature ones fighting for it. He weighed his options. First, confirm the rumor's truth and gauge the difficulty. If the danger proved overwhelming, he would retreat. He would not lose his head for a treasure. If it stayed within his control, he would fight for it with everything he had. Any single miracle fruit was worth a fortune. Some were beyond any price. The sun sank, evening clouds blazing like fire, gold mingling with silver. Mounted on his crimson horse, Bai Wushang threaded his way through the trees, moving cautiously, nerves taut. From time to time, he gathered rare herbs or encountered solitary extraordinary beasts, some clearly harboring ill intent. At moments like this, Ajo, who usually trailed quietly at his side, would lash out with thunderous force. After about an hour on the road, night swallowed the last trace of light. Bai Wushang swung off his horse and let it on foot. He had barely taken a few steps when his shin snagged on something, and a sharp snap rang out beside his ear. By the wavering torchlight, he saw a filament of white silk tremble as it split in two. Silkworm thread? No spider's silk, he murmured, keeping his pace steady even as alarm bells rang in his head. 10 minutes later, a soft rustling rose from the surrounding shrubs, as though something were sliding through the dark. Bai Wushang jerked his head up just as the air above him split. With a whoosh, a wide white net dropped from the sky, followed by 7 or 8 more sweeping in from every direction. Roaring, Ajo lunged forward, his massive frame snapping into place before Bai Wushang. Got him! Move! A human voice shouted from the darkness, thick with excitement and bloodlust. When Ajo shifted to the side, Bai Wushang saw that 7 torch-bearing figures had encircled him in an unbreakable ring. The flickering light threw their faces into a sinister dance of shadow, while their companion beasts crept out of the gloom: big-tailed raccoons, silver-backed centipedes, forest green lizards, rock mountain oxen, firecap turtles sealing off every escape. The red horse screamed and pawed the ground in panic. Bai Wushang took a quick inventory: 3 mid-juvenile beasts and 2 late juvenile ones. Milky strands of webbing wrapped around the demon ape as his back, and plenty clung to him as well. But the real danger was the viscous white fluid gluing his boots to the ground. He looked up to see an almost invisible web spread above him, and at its center crouched a tangling spider the size of a millstone, 8 crimson eyes glittering with hunger. A data readout flashed across his vision. Name: Tangling Spider. Species: Demon Beast Realm Arthropod Tangling Spider Clan. Life stage: Mid-juvenile. Bloodline grade: Mortal Bone, 5 stars. Condition: Exhausted, depleted. Intelligence: Very low. Trait: Adhesion. Skills: Web Barrage, Sentinel Silk. Gourmet Cells, 10. Thank goodness it's only mid-juvenile, Bai Wushang breathed. Everyone attack at once. The demon ape heals fast, don't give it a chance to fight back, someone ordered in a hushed growl. Right, the others answered in unison. In an instant the beast surged, murderous intent rolling in like a tide. Bai Wushang torched the webbing around his boots while drawing the dagger at his waist. Ajo bared his fangs, torchlight gleaming off their ivory edges. Tension peaked when a slightly androgynous voice called out, "Wait." A tall, slender figure stepped forward and blocked the others. Torchlight revealed a delicate young man with tea-colored eyes, blue-gray curls, and finely sculpted features. His face was pale and his thin lips curved into a brilliant smile. Yet Bai Wushang sensed no warmth in itonly steel wrapped in silk, a dagger hidden in a grin. Either way, he certainly didn't look like a good person. The night was murky and black, broken only by scattered sparks of firelight. From the crowd, a tall figure stepped forward, planting his feet firmly in front of the beasts. Enough, the man said in a low voice. Right now, there's no need for us to tear each other apart. Seriously, Luo? This is the perfect chance. Do I have to say it a third time? His voice sharpened, impatience flashing in his eyes. Stop. At once, silence fell. The 6 handlers glanced at one another, then drew their companion beasts back, without another word. Bai Wushang's gaze flickered in surprise. Fewer than 100 cadets had been sent into this trial. Yet this man had gathered 6 of them, and still held absolute sway. Strength like that was anything but ordinary. Honestly, none of you can see the bigger picture, the tall man muttered. Then he turned and offered by a slight bow. Sorry for the ruckus. We probably startled you. Let me apologize on my teammates' behalf. Bai stayed wary. His silk threads were already in place. Had been seconds from springing the trap when the man halted the fight. Definitely suspicious. What are you doing here? Bai probed. This is our hunting ground, the tall man answered evenly. We use it for team drills. As you can see, we have the numbers, but our power levels vary. If we don't practice coordination, we'd crumble the moment a true transcendent creature shows up. Oh, then why call it off? Why cut in? You've got the manpower, I'm alone. Looks like I'm the weak side here. The man chuckled, voice warm. Because I know who you are, Bai. Only 3 students awaken on their own this year. I remember each one clearly. Before Bai could speak, he continued. I assume you came to Silverleaf Forest for the miracle fruit tree too? While quietly clearing away the silk at his feet, Bai replied, what's your point? The tall man laughed. I've been stuck here since day 1. I won't claim to know every inch of this forest, but I do know a bit about that tree. He paused. Why not come back to our camp? We can talk it over with some food. The fruit's nearly ripe. With someone as strong as you on board, our odds shoot up. Well, split the spoils by contribution, everyone wins, right? Noting Bai's raised brow, Luo Bing pressed on. It's just a conversation. Even if you turn us down, we won't force you. You have my word. Bai held his gaze for 5 full seconds, then gave a small nod. This crew was hardly innocent. Stepping into their camp would be like walking into a tiger's den. But he needed intel on the miracle fruit, and with a zone nearby, he still had a way out if things went south. This gamble might be worth the risk. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Bing, and I come from Sujiang City in the southeast of the Great Qian Dynasty. 6 people walked in front, leading their own beasts while dry leaves rustled beneath their boots. Luo Bing and Bai Wushang followed 2 paces behind. Luo Bing talked non-stop about his background, while Bai Wushang simply listened, nodding from time to time. After a dozen minutes, the group slipped into an open-air hollow ringed by sheer rock walls. A campfire was soon crackling, its orange glow painting every face a deep crimson. They sat in a circle. Someone pulled dried meat from a pack to roast. Someone else lowered their voice for a private chat, and the tense atmosphere eased at once. Bai Wushang chose the farthest corner. Zhou pressed close at his side, its jet-black eyes scanning the area with wary sweeps. Qima was tied again to a thick trunk, head down and nibbling lonely at the wild grass. The 7 beasts had clear duties. 3 patrolled outside, tracing a warning arc around the hollow. The other 3 stayed beside their masters, ready to react the moment trouble struck. Bai Wushang's gaze drifted to a millstone-sized, thread-spinning spider. All 8 furry legs hugged a girl's back, and its hideous mouthparts rubbed affectionately against her cheek, enough to give anyone goosebumps. Wait. Bai Wushang's pupils tightened. He knew the spider's handler. She was the woman in the blue dress who had abandoned her friends and fled during the thunderhorned bull hunt, then trailed him half the day afterward. Lin Nana now wore rough gray-brown cloth and kept her long hair in a neat ponytail, her former allure greatly subdued. Noticing Bai Wushang's stare, she gave an awkward tug at her lips and quickly lowered her head. Interesting. She's managed to stay alive this long. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Bai, he'll get straight to the point, Luo Bing said, turning the skewer of pink meat as fat sizzled. The miracle fruit tree has been releasing its scent once a day, and the aroma lasts longer each time. I think it'll be ripe in 3 or 4 days. That's the 13th or 14th day of the trial. Business caught Bai Wushang's attention. Where is it exactly? Without pausing his arm, Luo Bing raised one finger toward the sky. Take sunrise as your bearing. Head south for 20 or 30 kilometers. In the heart of Silverleaf Forest's deepest grove, the miracle fruit tree is planted there. That's awfully specific. You've seen it yourself? Of course. Bai Wushang's mind worked fast. Do you know the color of the tree itself? Its wood is red scarlet. Luo Bing's eyes slid across Bai's profile, a smile curling at his lips. You're well read. You should know what that means. Bai Wushang nodded lightly. In that case, the fruit it bears when ripe should be the bloodline fruit. Exactly. Luo Bing flipped the skewer again. According to strange tales and rare records, the trunk's color always matches the fruit's color, and each hue carries a completely different effect. He counted on his fingers. Black Boom Boom fruit amplifies muscle strength. Green Bloom Bloom fruit boosts fertility. Yellow Memory fruit expands brain capacity, enhancing intellect in disguise. Blue Bubble fruit slows aging. leaving skin as supple as a baby's. To date, 13 colors of miracle fruits have been found. Only 2 or 3 kinds are safe for human masters. The rest work solely on extraordinary creatures. The red bloodline fruit is one of the latter. Bai Wushang frowned slightly, tapping his knee with his fingertips. He knew this information already. A bloodline fruit, one of 13 extraordinary fruits produced by the miracle tree. When eaten by ordinary transcendents, it offers a fair chance of a beneficial mutation. For creatures whose ancient blood has been diluted over generations, it doesn't trigger mutation but instead raises their chance of atavism by 1 to 3%. Never underestimate that modest boost. Countless beastmasters are willing to risk everything for it. Luo Bing lifted a skewer of sizzling roast meat, fat dripping onto the coals, and offered it to Bai Wushang. Brother Bai, do you know how many transcendents have gathered around the miracle tree? Bai Wushang waved him off. No thanks, I've eaten. He paused. Go on, I'm listening. Seeing that Bai Wushang was still cautious, Luo Bing smiled and continued. After several days of scouting, we've counted more than 10 peak juvenile transcendents encamped around the tree. Each one has above-average bloodline quality and real combat experience. There are no weaklings. Closest to the fruit stands an early mature cat fiend. Cat fiend. Bai Wushang's pupils contracted, his expression turning grim. A vision flashed through his mind of the frail man he met earlier whose pet clawcat is the cat fiend's precursor. Naturally evolving from a juvenile clawcat, a cat fiend abandons its feline form for a semi-humanoid build. It often crouches on its hind legs, boasts terrifying leaping power, and wields its forelimbs with human-like dexterity. Steel-sharp claws tip each finger. Worst of all, this species is innately savage, collecting the heads of weaker prey as trophies. Even if Aizhou reached peak juvenile stage and ignited bloodburn mode, he still wouldn't match a cat fiend in its prime. Feeling uneasy, Brother Bai? Luo Bing chewed leisurely, wiped the grease from his lips, and smiled. No need. Humans rule the top of the food chain for a reason. When the bloodline fruit ripens, a swarm of transcendents will fight over it. No matter how brutal the cat fiend is, it can't guard the tree alone. Our plan is to fish in troubled waters and snatch the prize at the perfect moment. And we're not the only ones watching. He gave a meaningful smile. Oh, what do you mean? Bai Wushang's eyes lit up with interest. Heh, there are at least 3 human teams competing in Silverleaf Forest right now. The strongest is Wang Wen's Squad 4 members, all latest-stage juveniles whose pets coordinate so well that 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 5. Another team, I call them the Bone Shade Duo, has only 2 members. But their companion beasts are all rare undead type shy grade and rather unique. When they work together, they can match the strongest peak juvenile creatures, so they're no pushover. As for us, even with 7 people, we're a ragtag squad at the bottom of the heap. Luo Bing let out a long sigh, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Then he turned to Bai Wushang, hope plainly written on his face. That's why we're really hoping you'll join us, Brother Bai. With you, would be far more competitive. Give me a moment to think it over, Bai Wushang murmured after a pause. Senior Bai, we spent days gathering this intel, and we're giving it to you for free. Doesn't that show our sincerity? What's left to consider? A burly, square-jawed youth cut in, frustration coloring his voice. Easy Ague. Luo Bing interrupted, chiding him with a smile. We're the ones asking for help. Showing goodwill is the least we can dot on. Try to strong-arm Brother Bai. Fine, suit yourself, Senior Bai. Forget I said anything. The big man curled his lip and flopped back onto a log, resentment written all over his face. Bai Wushang met Luo Bing's gaze. The sincerity there was unmistakable. He nodded slightly in apology, then lowered his head in thought. All things considered, Luo Bing seemed genuinely earnest, and the intel he offered would save Bai Wushang a lot of time and energy while steering him clear of hidden dangers. Even so, his first impression lingered when they met. Something about Luo Bing had felt off, almost malicious, and that feeling still hadn't fully faded. I can't take Luo Bing's words at face value. He says his team is the weakest, but I doubt I haven't even seen his beast yet, which means he's hiding something, Bai Wushang mused silently, keeping his breathing steady. For now, he'll trust maybe 50 or 60% of this intel. If I join them, what's the payoff? At best, I go all out, grab the biggest slice of the pie, and pocket a few thousand gold coins. But the risks? I'm carrying secrets that must never be exposed, and teaming up only raises that risk. I'd lose freedom collecting materials, and training Aizhou would be harder under group constraints. Worst of all, I can't ensure my own safety. They're a tight-knit bunch who might have set this trap just to reel me in. His gaze drifted over the group, but nothing seemed amiss. Forget it. The downsides outweigh the gains. I'm better off alone. Having made up his mind, Bai Wushang said frankly, sorry, but teaming up would only shackle me. I'd rather operate on my own. The circle around the campfire fell silent. Luo Bing sighed, regret flickering in his eyes. Bai Wushang rose abruptly and, with his demonic ape at his side, backed away. Thanks for the intel. If I get the chance, I'll repay you. As he spoke, his eyes swept over their faces. Everyone was sneaking glances at Luo Bing, as though waiting for a signal. After Bai Wushang had withdrawn more than 10 meters, Luo Bing finally called out. In that case, Brother Bai, next time we meet, we'll be rivals. Good luck. Bai Wushang nodded, took the reins of his crimson stallion, and turned to leave. Watching his figure slowly swallowed by the darkness, Lin Nana broke the silence first. Brother Luo, you planned this hunt. These past days we haven't failed once, whether we faced extraordinary beasts or other students. Why treat him differently? I don't understand why you told us to stand down. The burly man chimed in as well. Exactly, Brother Loha was worth 100 points of mystic energy. We had the numbers and the element of surprise. The spider silk already had him snared. There's no doubt we could have taken him out. Why do you call it off? Luo Bing shook his head, his expression as calm as still water. First, he's an independent awakened. His baseline physique outclasses every one of us conservatively. He's equivalent to a mid-stage juvenile powerhouse pet. Ling Nana's eyes widened. In her mind, she replayed the scene of Bai Wushang grappling with the thunder-horned oxbower far beyond the norm, unforgettable in its impact. Second, Luo Bing continued. His pet is a demon ape, unquestionably late juvenile stage. Its hallmarks are brute strength and rapid regeneration, perfect for drawn-out fights. I'm worried that no matter how many low-tier pets we throw in, they'll barely scratch it. A short-haired girl in the squad frowned. But if you step in too, that gives us 3 late juvenile fighters. Do we really have to play it so safe? Luo Bing's brow tightened, and he let out a cold snort. The bloodline fruit is almost ripe. I won't risk anything. If we slip even once, we lose. Can you guarantee no injuries if we corner that Bai? We might even lose people. He paused, voice turning heavy. We can always earn more ether credits back at the academy, but a bloodline fruit? Just finding one is pure luck. How could we throw the chance away? A crew-cut boy with an earring glanced sideways. Since that's the case, bro Luo, you tried to recruit him and even gave him intel. You must have another motive, right? Exactly. A sly curve lifted Luo Bing's lips. Whether he agrees or refuses, we hold the initiative. If he cooperates, he'll be a fine enforcer we can use. Later, whether we share a sip of the soup or knife him in the back is our call. Changing tone, Luo Bing looked at the ear-ringed boy. Bin, at first light make contact with Wang Wen's crew and the 2 from Yugu. Tell them the independent awakened by Wushang has entered Silverleaf Forest. Got it. Bin's face lit up. You want to kill with a borrowed blade? It's a possibility, Luo Bing said, pursing his lips. Wang Wen's group is cautious, they might not bite. But those 2 from Yugu reckless. I can't read them. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. Either way, it serves my purpose. We're not afraid of more competitors. We're afraid things aren't chaotic enough. We need to pressure the cat demon and the other 2 teams. Bai Wushang is perfect for that. Understood. Always thinking 3 steps ahead, bro Luo? The others chimed in. As his teammates shook off their earlier gloomsome cleaning up the leftovers, others patrolling Luo Bing let out a long breath, a trace of gravity settling in his gaze. Everything Head said was true, yet the deeper reason he had intercepted his squad and stopped the hunt was a sharp warning from his 6th sense. His perception had kept him out of danger since childhood. This time it flared again. Instinct told him that if they went after Bai Wushang, the outcome would be unpredictable. So he had chosen the safer path. After a brief silence, Luo Bing strode over to the burly, square-jawed man and asked with a frown, Agaway, have we gathered all the ingredients for the elixir? If anything's still missing, we'll head out tonight and find it. A ray of dawn pierced the heavy clouds, ushering in a new day. The morning air in Silverleaf Forest was crisp and sweet, and dewdrops on the blossoms sparkled like crystal. Holding his breath, Bai Wushang slid 2 fingers along a silver leaf and carefully parted it. His gaze swept past the thick trunks and fixed on a lone sapling several hundred meters away. The tree was blood-red from root to crown, scarcely a meter tall and utterly leafless, standing naked in the clearing. From the top sprouted several secondary branches that curled upward like a bird's nest, twisted, eerie, unforgettable. So that's the miracle fruit tree? Bai Wushang widened his eyes, but distance reduced the details to a blur. He shifted his focus to the massive form sprawled beside the sapling. Tawny mane, coarse tail, corded limbs, claws that gleamed like steel. It was the cat demon. The creature slept, yet the ground around it was spattered with blood and strewn with rotting, headless carcasses. Luo Bing wasn't lying. That cat demon is powerful, otherwise it couldn't guard the miracle fruit tree so effortlessly. Bai Wushang's brow tightened, then relaxed. Luckily, this is only a trial ground, so every transcendent creature is capped at a low tier. Outside, a tree like this would be ringed by a fully evolved monster that would be hopeless. As he pondered, the cat demon suddenly sprang up, arched its back, and loosed a sky-shaking roar. Meow. A faint, alluring fragrance drifted into Bai Wushang's nostrils. The scent of a miracle fruit about to ripen. He muttered. Beasts burst from the trees, eyes blood-red and minds deranged, hurling themselves at the crimson sapling. The cat demon met them with merciless claws, blood sprayed in a scene straight from a nightmare. Move. The intel checks out. Staying is suicide. He'll come back when the bloodline fruit is fully ripe. Bai Wushang slid down the trunk and slipped through the undergrowth like a shadow. Halfway back he froze, a chill racing down his spine. Something was watching me. He searched but found nothing, and the feeling vanished as quickly as it came. Raising his guard, emergency talisman clutched tight, he continued his retreat. Inside the cave where the red horse waited, Bai Wushang frowned. Beast or something else? With no answer, he chose caution and relocated to an obscure spot 15 kilometers from the miracle fruit tree. Hours of vigilance passed without incident. Still puzzled, he made his plan. Caution first. In the next 2 or 3 days, Ajo must reach the peak of the juvenile stage, and I need to prepare the pink mushroom crab roll. When the bloodline fruit ripens, it'll be ready. A late juvenile, mortal bone 6-star ghoul. A peak juvenile, mortal bone 4-star golden tunneling rat. And a peak juvenile, mortal bone 5-star green arrow turtle during 2 straight days of high-intensity combat. Every punch and kick Azu threw landed like rolling thunder, and the violence only deepened his aura. Meanwhile, Bai Wushang added a hefty stockpile of gourmet cells to his collection, more than enough to satisfy him. On the second evening they wrapped up training and found an abandoned tree hollowed deep in the forest. The entrance spanned nearly 4 meters, and the cramped interior could just fit the 3 of them. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Wushang patted the demon ape's muscular arm and grinned. Azu, if all goes well, you'll break through tomorrow. Excited? Ho ho. The ape's muscles bulged as it smashed its fists together, a dull thud echoing while excitement flickered in its eyes. Bai Wushang nodded, recapping their progress. A solid haul 246 gourmet cells, plus a red mushroom crab. Push hard tomorrow, and we'll make it before the bloodline fruit ripens. After wrapping up the review and sharing a late-night snack, fatigue hit Bai Wushang like a wave. Meditation had kept him going for days, but now his body demanded real sleep. Azu, I'm crashing for a few hours. Wake me in 3 or 4 and keep watch, okay? He cleared a spot and lay down. The ape gave a firm nod, lumbered to the entrance, and sat. Its hulking frame nearly blocked the opening, letting only a narrow sliver of moonlight slip through and scatter pale shadows inside. With Azu on guard and a few simple warning traps in place, Bai Wushang lay down fully clothed and drifted into a shallow sleep. The scarlet colt crouched nervously beside him, eyes darting between master and ape. Tension etched across its face. Night deepened. Exhaustion pulled Bai Wushang under quickly. Through the haze he heard delicate chimes clear, melodic, strangely soothing. His taut nerves loosened, and in the next instant he stood in a radiant, sun-kissed world. The sky glowed sapphire, clouds drifted like cotton, and endless green meadows rolled to the horizon. A crystal stream meandered through the grass, every vista a painting. Bai Wushang inhaled the fresh air, settled beneath a leafy tree, and produced a book, reading in peaceful silence. When his eyes grew tired, he looked up. Herds of cattle and sheep grazed lazily. Children laughed and chased each other. Wild geese soared overhead. A serene smile spread across his face. Huh, what's that? He rubbed his eyes and froze in place. A tiny rabbit bounded toward him. Barely kitten-sized, its fur was pure snow, and a distinct crescent mark sat on its brow, adorable beyond words. Fearless, the rabbit circled him, chirping jigu, jigu non-stop. Bai Wushang stared in surprise. The little creature seemed frantic, almost as if it wanted to tell him something important. He shrugged and laughed at himself. There I go again imagining things. A talking rabbit? Come on. He gently nudged the rabbit aside and reached for his book. After chirping for so long without getting a response, Inha puffed out her cheeks in frustration, lunged, and with an indignant awoo, sank her teeth into his arm. Bai Wushang winced at the pain, frowning at the bite mark on his arm. Then he glanced at the little rabbit's silver-white eyes and suddenly looked puzzled. This feeling is so familiar, so comforting. What's happening to me? The next moment, a muffled, stifled roar drifted past his ears, jarring against the idyllic scenery. Bai Wushang listened for a long second, then his expression changed drastically. Crash! The sky split apart like an overheated beer bottle, the earth convulsed, and everything swirled into a vortex that swallowed him whole. Huff huff huff. Bai Wushang jerked awake. A splitting pain tore through his temples, and his head felt ready to burst. His body lurched violently, soaring one moment, slamming down the next. As the numbness in his limbs faded and his blurred vision cleared, he was stunned to find himself sprawled across the back of the demon ape Ajo. Yoho, the kid's actually awake. A slightly flippant male voice called out. Bai Wushang spun around, squinting as he scanned his surroundings. Night, moonlight, an abandoned tree hollow. The silver-leaf forest, familiar shards of memory, snapped him back to reality. Ajo was carrying him forward. Man and beast moved inside a dim, translucent yellow barrier, leaping and dodging nonstop. I remember too tired to stay awake, so I decided to nap. Was I attacked in my sleep? Confronted with the unknown, Bai Wushang's nerves tightened. The danger was obvious, no room for distraction. He bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to stay calm. His gaze locked onto a yellow object overhead. 5 or 6 meters above floated a massive bell, much like the bronze chimes found in temples, its surface gleaming gold. It had two enormous white eyes with tiny black pupils, no nose, and a wide grin with a playful rosy tongue. A Lingdang sprite. Bai Wushang jolted. Name, Lingdang sprite. Contract race, Abyss Realm Ghost Type Bell Spirit Clan. Life stage, late juvenile. Bloodline grade, mortal bone, 7-star. State, enjoying curious. Intelligence, low. Traits, incorporeal mischievous. Skills, hypnotic bell, shockwave bell, tongue lick. Gourmet cells, 30. This rare ghost type was rumored extinct. I can't believe one's inside the trial ground, he muttered, a chill creeping down his spine. No wonder I slept so deeply and even had that bizarre dream. Its hypnotic bell must have put me under. If Inha hadn't shared a mind link with me and sounded the alarm, I'd still be out cold. His eyes swept the fading distance. That pale yellow screen must be its other skill, shockwave bell locking the area so the target can't escape. Trouble. Outside the barrier stood two men in black, smirks plastered on their faces. Hands in his pockets. One said casually, self-awakened types do have an edge. With stronger soul power, breaking free of the dream isn't strange. But we've caged him, it's only a matter of time before he falls. Arms folded, the other snorted, TCH, I thought he'd be tougher. Runs into us and still has to kneel, how dull. He glanced at the tiny purple-robed creature at his feet and drawled, shout Sugu, pick up the pace. Finish them off so we can get back to sleep. Keek. Under the moonlight, the purple-robed creature let out a raspy laugh and raised its bone staff high. With a sharp crack, the ground split open. A row of jagged white spikes erupted from the earth, forming a dense barrier in front of the demon ape. Zhou sprang upward, but the moment his feet touched down, the soil burst again and a second line of bone spikes shot up, punching clean through his soles. Roar. Clearly hurt, Zhou still bellowed in fury, yanked his leg free, and blood dripped down the bone blades. He twisted aside, and a white spear of bone tore past his fur with a shrill whistle. Bai Wushang, clinging to the ape's back, felt his pupils contract. Bone spikes, bone spears, pure spell-type abilities. Any extraordinary creature in its juvenile stage that could already cast spells was no joke. The bell imp had been nasty enough. This thing was even tougher. He tightened his brow, eyes locking onto the purple-robed foe. Name, Skeleton Mage. Contract species, Netherrealm Skeletal Type Bone Tribe. Life stage, late juvenile. Bloodline grade, common bone, 7-star. Condition, slight fatigue. Intelligence, low. Trait, bone proliferation. Skills, bone spike, bone shield, bone spear, summon bone sword. Food cells, 31. Skeleton Mage? Another rare breed? Bai Wushang felt his throat tighten. When did rare breeds become so common? This island realm was clearly crawling with hidden dangers and opportunities. Then he recalled Luo Bing's warning, one ghost, one skeleton. Could these two be the so-called ghost bone duo? Pushing the thought aside, Bai Wushang kept his focus on the battle. A pale yellow barrier had trapped them in a space barely 100 square meters wide, and the skeleton mage's attacks came in an endless stream. Zhou had to weave and dodge non-stop while also protecting him, and bone spikes or spears pierced the ape again and again. Only its prodigious healing kept it going. At this rate, they were finished. The barrier had to go. Bai Wushang leaned close to the ape's ear. Zhou hit the light screen. After a string of hairbreadth dodges, Zhou charged to the edge of the barrier and drove a heavy fist into it. Boom. The impact rang out dully. The half-transparent screen looked fragile, yet it felt as solid as a wall of steel. Even so, the blow was not wasted. Cracks were spreading, and the barrier was edging toward collapse. Bell Imp, Sonic Bell again. The Hansen Pockets man shouted at once. Hee hee. The Bell Imp stuck out its tongue, spun twice in midair, and shook its hips with gusto. Concussive waves rippled out from its tiny body, and the yellow hemisphere instantly regained its former luster. It can spam that skill? How filthy! Bai Wushang cursed silently. On second thought, it made sense. The Bell Imp was pure support and control, with no real offensive power. Every talent point had probably gone into its few skills, making them limited but ridiculously sturdy. On top of that, its ghost form trait not only let it hover at low altitude, but also granted massive resistance to physical damage. Against ghost-type beings, 99% of any physical damage is automatically negated. Although Zhou's punches were terrifyingly powerful, the half-transparent Bell Imp before him would survive 100 blows without suffering a fatal wound. Bai Wushang watched the drifting apparition, shook his head in resignation, and abandoned the impractical idea. The Bell Imp took charge of control while the skeleton mage supplied damage. The partnership was seamless. Yet Bai Wushang's eyes gleamed, measuring Bell shock. The imp itself was also trapped inside the field. He locked onto the carefree little creature floating in midair, the corner of his mouth lifting into a knowing smile. The imp, completely off guard, clearly treated Zhou as a purely physical pet it could bully at will. What a shame, Bai Wushang murmured, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He's no ordinary physical pet. Zhou dark pulse sphere. The demon ape nodded. Seizing the momentum of a leap, Its blood-red maw snapped open to the limit. Whoosh! An inky orb, dense enough to swallow light, coalesced out of thin air and shot toward the unsuspecting Bell Imp like a cannonball. The imp's round eyes widened. Before it could react, the sphere detonated. Squee! What is that? So scary. Damn! Since when can a demon ape use elemental skills? Outside the barrier, the two spectators lost their composure, especially the man with his hands in his pockets. His eyes nearly popped out. Though stunned, he responded quickly and shouted, Bell Imp, get out of there. Leave the black zone now. The yellow figure floated out of the darkness, swaying like a drunk. Its status bar displayed 2 debuffs, minor injury and frightened. Only minor damage. Bai Wushang frowned. The result fell short of his expectations. There were 2 ways to break the barrier. Smash it with continuous heavy blows, or knock the Bell Imp unconscious. The first approach was nearly impossible. The skeleton mage's crowd control combined with the imp's ability to reinforce the barrier made a direct breakout a nightmare without bloodburn. The second approach relied on Dark Pulse Sphere, but the skill's area effect diluted its single target damage, and a 3-minute cooldown was painfully long. It would take 5 or 6 solid hits to fell the imp. What should I do? Is there another solution? Bai Wushang pondered. Outside the barrier, shock still lingered on the 2 trainers' faces. The Bell Imp's master clicked his tongue. The kid had a hidden ace. That demon ape must be mutated. Ahe, let's wrap this up fast. Understood. The man who had been lounging with folded arms straightened, his casual demeanor vanishing. He called to the skeleton mage, Fraggy, cast summon, bone sword. The tattered purple robe billowed in the wind, revealing a pale, human-shaped skeleton beneath. The skeleton mage let out a raspy cackle, the ghost green flames in its eye sockets blazing brighter. Sorry so, Dory-do Mokaraka. With my bones and burning soul, born of despair and pain arise, sword of withered bone. A broad bone sword materialized in midair and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Because the skeletal mage was casting right against the barrier, the broad bone sword formed inside the shield itself. Ajo's hackles rose and every muscle locked. Without waiting for Bai Wushang's warning, he scooped his master into his arms and rolled flat along the ground, dodging the vicious thrust. The sword missed, but never paused. It carved a deadly arc through the air, hacking, slashing, and stabbing at the demon ape in a non-stop flurry. Bai Wushang felt Ajo's frustration cramped inside this tiny space. While protecting his rider, the ape had no room to unleash his real power. After barely a dozen exchanges, the blade split Ajo's shoulder open. Blood soaked half his body. He roared in rage, crimson light flaring in his eyes as he prepared to trigger his blood-burnt state. Wait! Bai Wushang shouted. The miracle fruit tree would ripen in a day or 2. If Ajo burned his blood now, he'd never recover in time. That meant losing a heart and forfeiting both bloodburn and flesh regeneration. Bai Wushang still pinned his hopes on the bloodline fruit. He refused to let a sneak attack from the bone duo cripple their strength. An idea struck him. He whispered quickly in the ape's ear. Ajo froze, confusion flickering in his eyes, and narrowly avoided another thrust. You're gifted enough, try it first. If it fails, we'll resort to bloodburn, Bai Wushang urged. Who? The ape grunted back, jaw twisting as though something were wedged between his teeth. Outside the barrier, the 2 enemy summoners laughed. Check out that ape, he ping. What a face. Is he mocking us? Playing pranks in the middle of a fight? Zhuang, he sneered. Bai Wushang ignored them, waiting. 3 minutes ticked by. Ajo's jaws opened again, cheekbones stretched tight. Bell Imp move. He ping barked. Bleh, relax, I'm fine. The imp answered, pink tongue wagging while its bead-like eyes locked on the ape. The black orb that had flashed out moments earlier refused to appear this time. The imp blinked in confusion. Only Bai Wushang, clinging to Ajo's back, felt the faint tremor running through the ape's shoulder blades. Arg, the ape's cold sweat fell as his throat swelled and sank like something tunneling inside. If it hurts too much, forget it. This was just a test, Bai Wushang said softly. Zhuang, he scowled. Hey, what trick are you pulling? The skeletal mage kept up its assault. The bone sword slashed across the ape's leg. Pain exploded. Ajo's muscles bulged, and a thunderous growl rumbled from his chest. A dim glimmer finally welled up from deep in his throat. Before anyone could see what it was, Ajo whipped his head around and snapped his jaws toward the Bell Imp. Boom. Bai Wushang saw only a flash of black light before the imp flew back as if hit by a carriage, slamming into the barrier wall. On the sprite's skin, a pitch-black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball whirled like a top, boring slowly into its body. The next instant the dark orb exploded, a violent gale erupting outward. Bai Wushang jerked his head aside and raised an arm to shield his face. The glare was blinding. The chaotic airflow howled for more than 10 seconds before it subsided. When he looked again, a gaping hole marred the Bell sprite's chest. No blood flowed, yet its brilliant gold sheen was fading before their eyes gold to orange, then to a wan lemon yellow. Its status bar flashed one word, critically wounded. Did Ajo pull it off? Bai Wushang swallowed hard, stunned. The blast was terrifying. Even its soul had been damaged. It would need ages to recover. In midair, the sprite's tongue lolled out, and its eyes rolled back as it drifted down like a tuft of cotton. At the same time, the yellow barrier around them shattered like a spiderweb and vanished. Bell sprite. He Ping's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the blood trickling from its mouth, the demonic ape charged forward with Bai Wushang on its back. It smashed the skeletal mage with a single punch, then closed its hand into a claw, ripped the mage's summoner off the ground, and hoisted him high. Zhuang he opened his mouth, but couldn't go on. What had just happened? How had the barrier collapsed without giving him a second to react? Bai Wushang leapt from the ape's back and landed firmly. Glancing at the man crumpled on the ground, he said mockingly, "Waiting for the bell sprite to die the rest of the way? Need me to finish it off? Alright, I have to save the bell sprite first." The dazed look vanished from Ping's face. He scrambled up, staggered to the sprite, and summoned his oath book. "Abba Abba, let my master go." Somehow the skeletal mage had reappeared a dozen meters away. Green soul flames flickered beneath its skull as its jaw clacked out odd syllables, giving it a menacing air. Its broad-boned sword was gone, whether its time had expired or the earlier blow had shattered it. No one knew. Bai Wushang looked at the man dangling from the ape's hand and asked coolly, "You two are the famed bone duo? So what if we are? So what if we aren't?" The suspended man snarled, kicking wildly. "Gur." Zhou's eyes flared, and a crushing aura poured from its body. Under the moonlight, Zhuang he went ghost pale, fear etched across his face. After a long struggle, he lowered his head and sighed. "That cringy name wasn't our idea, but yeah, it's us. All this just because I'm worth 100 units of arcane energy? Exactly. You're a walking treasure chest." Zhuang he muttered bitterly. "We figured Tunon, a night ambush, what could go wrong? Turns out we bled ourselves dry." He paused, sneaked a glance at the ape, and asked weakly, "Could you put me down first? We surrender, all right? I'm terrified of heights." Night cloaked the forest, scattering mottled shadows while indistinct figures drifted between the trees. "Hand over your ID badge first, and he'll let you down," Bai Wushang said. His voice was calm, yet it brooked no argument. Zhuang He's eyes flickered. He glanced at his shaken teammate He Ping, then sighed in resignation. Rolling up his sleeve, he fumbled around his belt with his left hand, then switched to his right, and kept searching. "Wait, why do you have so many dimensional pouches?" Bai Wushang stared. The tall, lanky man had 5 or 6 of them hanging from his waist. "Oh, would you believe I found them?" Zhuang He offered an awkward grin. The demon ape snorted in displeasure, so he hastily corrected himself. "Fine, I stole them. The trial rules never said you couldn't loot dimensional pouches, right?" Embarrassment flashed across his face as he shielded his waist. "But we didn't take anything else. We just needed extra storage. Whatever was inside, we packed up in hide sacks and gave back to the people we beat. We still have to live at the academy, can't make enemies for life. So keep your hands off our haul, or he'll find a way to settle the score." Zhuang He spoke quickly, stressing that he hadn't gone too far. "So every one of those pouches is full?" Bai Wushang asked suddenly. "Not exactly," Zhuang He muttered, looking sheepish. "Give me one," Bai Wushang said evenly. "Relax. I only want an empty pouch to expand my storage." "Just one? An empty?" Zhuang He had braced for disaster, even prepared to surrender half his loot. Hearing this, he was overjoyed, though a hint of suspicion lingered. "Quit stalling. Hurry up," Bai Wushang snapped. "Okay." Zhuang He bustled about, then handed over his badge and an empty dimensional pouch. Bai Wushang took them, then called to the other man. "Yours?" He Ping walked over in silence, shoved his badge into Bai Wushang's hand, and asked, his expression complicated, "That little black orb you used at the end, what skill was that?" Bai Wushang thought a moment. "It's a modified skill. I haven't named it yet." He Ping pressed his lips together. Calmer now, he didn't press the issue. "I know your name, Bai Wushang. Attacking you was our idea, but someone else told us you'd entered Silverleaf Forest. That's the truth." "Luo Bing?" Bai Wushang looked up, thoughtful. Since stepping into Silverleaf Forest, he had met only that group and had almost walked into their ambush. He Ping dipped his head, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. "As long as you know what you're doing, we've already lost anyway. The rest is your business." Before he finished, Zhuang He cut in, teeth clenched. "Hey, don't say I didn't warn you." He lowered his voice, obvious wariness in his eyes. "There's an alchemist on his squad. They've been sneaking around these past few days, and nothing good ever comes from those old schemers." "An alchemist?" Bai Wushang lifted an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. "There's a real alchemist among the freshmen? He isn't ranked, he only just became a beastmaster and hasn't taken the exam," He Ping explained quickly. "Still, he's from an alchemist clan, so he's got the basics down. Give him the right ingredients, and he can probably brew any low-grade pill." "Got it." Bai Wushang waved dismissively, then paused. "One more thing. Have you two been tailing me these past couple of days? We're not idiots. Of course we've been watching you." Bai Wushang arched a brow, and the doubt in his heart vanished. Inside an abandoned hollow, Bai Wushang looked at the snoring Chi Ma and twitched his lips. "Sleeping like a log. I thought it had died." He turned to the demon ape, his gaze turning serious. "Azu, how exactly did the ambush happen?" The ape gestured quickly. Bai Wushang watched and ventured a summary. While I was asleep, you heard a clear jingle, tried to wake me, but I was out cold. You dragged me a few steps, a barrier snapped shut, and you were forced into a fight? Azu nodded vigorously, lingering fear in his eyes. That was way too. Closure Bell sprite with a skeleton mage is a nightmare combo. We almost capsized. Bai Wushang shook his head. Thank goodness for Xiao Yinhe. It woke me inside the dream. And Azu, you're a genius. You really upgraded Dark Pulse Orb. With no outsiders around, he let excitement spill out. The original Dark Pulse Orb covers a huge area, but the damage is spread thin. If we could shrink the orb and pack the dark element tighter, the damage would spike. It was just a theory, but your insight made it real. You're leagues above most extraordinary creatures. A rare blush crept over Azu's fierce face, his massive body twisting shyly. The backlash is heavy, and compression might fail sometimes. Doesn't matter. Bai Wushang waved off the concern. First steps are always rough. Just hold on to the feeling and well practice. Treat it as a trump card. Spring it when it counts. His eyes lit up, and he clapped. Right, the move needs a name. Since it's the high damage version, how about Dark Pulse Orb Destruction Mode? Well, shorten it to Destruction Orb. Sounds badass with a hint of teen edge. Deal? Roar. Azu clearly had no objections. Grinning, he thumped his chest and strode forward, raw power rolling off him. An invisible surge of force burst from him like a tide, sending Bai Wushang's clothes fluttering and jolting the red horse awake in the corner. Nay, Chima shot up and cowered in the corner, trembling. You really broke through. Bai Wushang's eyes sparkled, his excitement plain to see. On the status panel, the Magic Ape's life stage now read, Peak Juvenile. Almost simultaneously, as his body started to expand, bones cracked, muscles swelled, and when it finally stood upright, Bai Wushang could barely reach its waist. Its limbs thickened with powerful muscle, every step pounding the ground like a stone pillar, the thunderous echoes sending flocks of birds screaming into the sky. Wow, Ajo, that presence is incredible. You're only at the peak of the juvenile stage, yet you already have the bearing of a king of beasts. I can't even imagine how strong you'll become, Bai Wushang exclaimed. Or huh? Ajo was about to pound its chest in triumph when it suddenly staggered, nearly falling. It looked down, and its eyes went wide, as if it had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Bai Wushang felt something was off and followed the ape's gaze. As his legs were silently melting, slipping into the ground like snow under the sun. Its face went pale, but a few seconds later the panic faded, replaced by curiosity. The clever creature noticed a pattern whenever it resisted the flow. The melting stopped, and its body reformed. Roar? Ajo turned to Bai Wushang for help, but found its master equally dumbfounded, mouth hanging open. Holy Ajo, you, Bai Wushang stammered, disbelief written all over his face. Ajo, it looks like you just learned a new skill. This state is exactly what I saw on that nether viper the other day. Let me check. Sure enough, it's Shadow Dive. That's a signature dark element skill. Most assassin-type transcendent beasts make their living with it. Are you planning to switch from warrior to assassin? Bai Wushang couldn't help but laugh with joy. Hearing it wasn't a bad sign. Ajo scratched its head, then tiptoed and probed the ground like an adult stepping onto ice for the first time, struggling even to keep its balance. Ajo, Shadow Dive relies on shadows. In complete darkness, it's useless, Bai Wushang explained in a rush. Look around. Tree hollows have shadows, people have shadows, even flowers and grass cast shadows. Stand on the edge of one, and you can sink into it and hide. Once you master it, you'll be able to hop from shadow to shadow. Roar. The magic ape listened intently, excitement growing as it realized how amazing the skill could be. Imagining the shadow as a pond, it gritted its teeth and dipped one foot inside. Its entire body slowly vanished until it was completely merged with the darkness. Watching closely, Bai Wushang saw the patch of shadow deepen in color. The longer he stared, the stronger the sensation that something was lurking there. Ajo, when you slip into shadow meld, suppress every trace of your present. See no hostility, no killing intent, no resentment. Bai Wushang watched the demon ape's movements as he explained patiently. Only then will the concealment work to its fullest. Oh, one more thing. Staying melded drains stamina nonstop, and moving while melded burns even more. Keep an eye on your energy. He pointed at the mottled shadows on the ground. Hiding in a shadow also shaves off a portion of incoming damage. It's not a huge reduction, but in the right moment it can save your life. Don't forget it. Over the next 2 days, Bai Wushang poured all his effort into Ajo, venturing out only to snare a few blue mushroom crabs. Together they probed the limits of shadow meld. From the initial flickering instability to a solid, reliable performance, as his progress was nothing short of astounding. By the end, the ape could melt into any patch of darkness within a second or two, and if it stayed still, it could hold the form for a full hour with ease. The result stunned Bai Wushang. Typical assassin-type transcendence measure shadow meld in minutes. How could Ajo keep it up for hours? He worried there might be a hidden flaw or a misuse of the skill, but repeated tests put his fears to rest. The feat was entirely due to Ash's monstrous stamina and rapid recovery. At full strength, the ape could simply afford the cost. Relief turned to delight. Bai Wushang felt as though head struck gold. His odds of claiming a bloodline fruit had just climbed again. Day 14 in trial field number 9 dawned bright and cloud-dappled. The secret realm never seemed to get Rhine, at least none Bai Wushang had witnessed. All his attention was fixed on the cauldron before him. He had boiled 3 mushroom crabs, ground the meat, and now the mixture gave off a sharp medicinal scent. Good grief, that reeking ginger could clear an outhouse. Is this really edible? He pinched his nose, eyes watering. For the final step, he blended yam fibers with fire beans into a thin wrapper, then added the marinated tricolor crab meat and pale pink cabbage. Done. Transcendent cuisine pink mushroom crab roll completed. Recipe completion rate, 66. No special effect triggered. Actual effect. Grants 1 fatal immunity, effective for 12 hours 20 minutes after ingestion. Usable only by peak juvenile flesh and blood life forms. Phew, that was a chore. Bai Wushang wiped the sweat from his brow. The finished product looked like an oversized burrito thick as a grown man's thigh. The red, blue, and yellow crab meat inside glowed faintly. Pink cabbage leaves and herb fragments gave off an irresistible aroma. Strangely, the stench of ginger had vanished entirely. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. Ajo, eat up. Once you finish, we move out. He handed the roll to the demon ape. If nothing goes wrong, the miracle fruit tree will ripen this afternoon. We're as ready as well ever but now we trust to fortune. Roar. Ajo sniffed the roll, recognizing the style from a previous meal. Without hesitation, it gripped the roll in both hands and tore into it, gulping down huge mouthfuls. Roar hup. That good. Bai Wushang smiled. Roar, roar. Ajo patted its stomach, burped, and licked its lips. A flash of pink light flickered across its body, then disappeared. So the effect's already active? Bai Wushang fell silent, running the calculations in his head. Half an hour later, Bai Wushang reached the deepest part of Silverleaf Forest with the demon ape at his side. The trek had been perilous, and even he wasn't entirely confident, so he had released his crimson horse along the way. Now it was time to go all in. Whether he fed the bloodline fruit to a companion or sold it for gold, he'd make a fortune either way. He found a well-situated silverleaf tree, climbed to the top, and settled into a spot that offered a clear view of the entire clearing. The corpses have multiplied again. One glance made his pupils contract. The miracle fruit tree now stood amid a sea of bodies, at least 50 beast carcasses piled haphazardly around it. Yet the cat demon responsible, aside from tangled fur and obvious fatigue, bore no visible wounds. This cat demon is off a newly matured creature, shouldn't be this strong, Bai Wushang murmured. A faint aroma drifted through the air, mint mixed with citrus, refreshing yet unsettling. It's about to ripen. He snapped to alertness. From the nest atop the crimson miracle fruit tree, a scarlet radiance burst forth, forming a beam that pierced the sky. As the beam ascended, the entire silverleaf forest began to stir. Kawa! Roar! Bayu! Bayu! Shrill cries and deep bellows echoed through the silver canopy. 7 massive beasts emerged from every direction, surrounding the miracle fruit tree and the cat demon. A battle was about to erupt. A great pink moth, a triple-tusked boar, a horned python, a striped tiger, a spirit fox, a white lion cub, and even a lesser fiend? Bai Wushang clicked his tongue. Each monster was at the peak of the juvenile stage, and the bloated lesser fiend seemed to have 1 foot already across the line into maturity. A cool breeze swept through, making the shimmering leaves refract golden sunlight. The scarlet pillar slowly shrank downward, and the fragrance grew intoxicating. Bai Wushang noticed Ajo's breathing turn rough, its eyes blazing with desire. Stay calm. Don't let instinct rule you, he whispered, smoothing the ape's fur in an attempt to steady it. With a snarl, Ajo slit its own forearm. Blood welled from the wound, and it used the sting of pain not healing ability to suppress its greed. Bai Wushang glanced over, impressed. The ape was ruthless toward itself as well as its enemies. Ajo will wait. Once that crimson beam collapses entirely, the bloodline fruit will be born. The demon ape nodded. Don't be fooled by those 7 being peak juveniles, Bai Wushang went on. The gap between life stages is vast. They're no match for the cat demon. I'm just hoping their numbers will at least injure it, then we can slip in and claim our prize. Also, keep an eye on Luo Bing and Wang Wen's crews. They're probably hiding somewhere nearby, watching us and waiting for the right moment to strike. Stay alert. My AO. The cat fiend threw back its head and let out a piercing howl that echoed through the forest, its final warning. The 7 colossal beasts didn't react. Greed burned in their blood-red eyes, drool dripped from their fangs, and sizzled on the ground. They had lost all reason. The Lu. A thunderous roar tore through the air, and the battle erupted. The roar came from the ugliest of the Savina bloated, mud-colored monster. Its belly dragged deep furrows in the earth, layers of fat piled up like rotting tires. Half of its long, oval face was mouth. The maw split down the middle, exposing a pitch-black void with no teeth at all. The lesser demon was so obese it couldn't stand. It sprawled on the ground, clawing the soil with its swollen hands to drag itself forward. As an abyssal demon type transcendent, its intellect was minimal, its nature twisted, its greed boundless. Those revolting folds of fat were actually a special armor, remarkably resistant to impact. The Lu. It shoveled ahead with surprising speed, charging straight for the miraculous fruit tree. The cat fiend bent its knees. The next instant, it blurred into a golden streak, talons aimed at the lesser demon. Triple rending claw. Ryup. Flesh split apart. The demon's entire arm was sliced clean off, greasy fat spurting like a fountain. It didn't even scream. The pallid eyes in its sunken sockets widened, and it spat a jet of ash-gray liquid. The fluid was highly corrosive and shot toward the cat fiend at frightening speed. The cat fiend was faster. With a light leap it rose 5 or 6 meters into the air, then brought its claws crashing down on the demon's skull. Splat. One decisive swipe, and the demon's head burst like a brittle watermelon. The swollen body dissolved into a slurry of mud and grease, oozing in all directions. The lesser demon was dead. Killed in a single exchange. Bai Wushang felt his scalp tingle. The cat fiend didn't pause. It pounced on the next monster. White lion cub, giant pink butterfly, three-tusked boar, striped tiger, spirit fox. Each apex juvenile fell in a pool of blood, none surviving more than 3 swipes. Only when the last Biasta horned python over 10 meters long was hacked apart and lay dying did Bai Wushang regain his senses. That was it. 2 or 3 minutes, and all 7 behemoths were gone. Come on. You were huge and looked terrifying. How could you be such pushovers? Aside from losing a few tufts of yellow mane and panting a little, the cat fiend wasn't hurt at all. So this is why the beasts around here keep turning up dead? No matter how many there are, none can injure the cat fiend. Their only value is to wear it down. Bai Wushang muttered. Boom, boom, boom. Like a moving hill, a massive figure pushed through the trees. 5 or 6 meters tall, its brown fur glistened with oil, muscles bulging. Bai Wushang's breath caught. It was the drowsy bear had met when he first entered the trial ground. So this guy wants a share of the loot too, hoping to snatch the bloodline fruit? Another shrill cry split the clouds before Bai Wushang could react. Chi-chi-chi-chi. He looked up, and his pupils tightened. A silver-white giant eagle was circling overhead, wings 4 or 5 meters across, its snow-colored feathers gleaming in the sun. Most striking were the metallic bones that fanned out like a web along its wings, flashing with a steely luster. Its bright yellow talons curled like hooks, and its obsidian beak was as sharp as a blade. Ironbone eagle. Bai Wushang's heart lurched. This vicious, cold-blooded creature excelled in both offense and defense. Its bloodline ranked 9-star mortal bone. From the size, it too was in the early mature stage. The battlefield suddenly reached a strange equilibrium. 3 early mature beasts of equal bloodline quality. One built for speed, one for raw power, and one that could fly with balanced abilities. Bai Wushang's lips were parched, yet excitement flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile tugged at his mouth. Ajo, our chance is here. Be ready. Roar. On the ground, the feline fiend and the slumbering bear locked eyes, their gaze crackling with battle intent. Neither rushed in, both looked up at the ironbone eagle. With intelligence heightened by evolution, they understood the threat imposed by an aerial predator. Ground fighters were at a natural disadvantage. After a brief standoff, the ironbone eagle lost patience. Folding its wings, it dove, razor-edged pinions slashing straight at the cat. This time the cat couldn't fully evade. A wingtip ripped open its chest, and blood splashed out. Rio. The feline fiend hissed in rage, the dark red in its pupils deepening. Lingering too long beside the mystic fruit tree had already frayed its sanity, and the fresh wound pushed it over the edge. It landed on all 4s, darted toward a silver leaf tree, used the trunk as a springboard, and vaulted into the air. Triple rending claw. The ironbone eagle had just scored a hit, and was climbing back to safety when the cat's speed stunned it. A gray blur flashed past, and 3 claw shadows raked across its left wing. Screech. Metal shrieked, and sparks flew. To the eagle's horror, tiny gaps opened in the metal bones it had always relied on. Panicking, it hammered the cat with its right wing, knocking it to the ground, then clawed for altitude. White feathers drifted down while the feline fiend landed lightly, almost without a sound. Gur. A red glimmer surfaced in the slumbering bear's eyes. Its massive body lunged, a thick paw sweeping at the cat with stone-shattering force. The cat twisted away, weaving left and right. In a blur it slipped behind the bear, claws plunging into its back. 1 inch deeper, and the bear's heart would have been ripped out. Roaring, the slumbering bear tucked its head and bent its knees, curling into a gigantic ball of flesh that rolled forward. Meatball impact, its signature skill. Bai Wushang stared unblinking, unwilling to miss a single detail. The bear ball finished half a circle, then thundered in from the other side, aiming to crush the feline fiend. High above, the ironbone eagle beat its wings in a wide spiral, its razor-sharp eyes locking onto every movement the cat demon made. In a blur, Its wings snapped shut like blades, and it plummeted, aiming a clean vertical strike at the creature's skull. The cat demon moved like a specter, slipping between the ironbone eagle and the slumbering bear. Sometimes it rebounded off tree trunks to dodge. Sometimes it slashed back with its claws, yet even against two opponents, it never lost the upper hand. How can that cat demon suppress both the slumbering bear and the ironbone eagle? Bai Wushang muttered, his brow knitted as he watched the clash. Maybe it's mid-mature stage, not early. His gaze flicked to the miracle fruit tree. The crimson pillar around it had already shrunk by half and would disappear in about 10 minutes. Let's move, Ajo. We'll get closer and wait for the opening. The demonic ape nodded and flowed into the shadow at Bai Wushang's feet, vanishing instantly. A faint smile crossed Bai Wushang's lips. Who would ever guess a demonic ape hid in his shadow? It made him far safer and let him strike unexpectedly when it mattered most. Best of all, Ajo had devised the tactic himself. Bai Wushang exhaled softly. He slid down a silverleaf tree and stole forward, using thick shrubs as cover. 5 minutes later, the cat demon vaulted high, arms crossed, then slashed outward. The blow was lightning fast and tiger fierce. Bai Wushang caught a brief glimpse of a blurry cross hanging in midair. A heartbeat later, blood sprayed from the ironbone eagle's neck as its weakest spot was torn open. Boom. The giant bird corpse slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ironbone eagle died without even a scream. Meow? The cat demon staggered up, trembling. For over one temple drooped across half its face, while the exposed eye, shot through with veins, glowed like a shattered ruby radiating murderous intent. It was far from unscathed. Cuts and bruises marred its arms, back, forehead, and chest. 6 or 7 ribs were cracked. Its footing wavered, breath ragged, its speed had dropped sharply. 20-odd meters away, the slumbering bear met its gaze. The bear was in even worse shape, claw marks everywhere, and its left leg bent at an ugly angle. Unmistakable hesitation flickered in its ursine eyes. Fear had taken hold. As one of the trial ground's rare mature bears, it should have dominated, sweeping in to claim the miracle fruit tree. But the cat demon was too fast and too strong. After this long fight, the outcome was plain. Give the cat demon even a moment to recover, and the bear's life might end here. Which mattered more, the treasure within reach or the peaceful nap still ahead? At last, the slumbering bear lowered its paws and began to retreat. With each thunderous step, its presence faded, leaving the silverleaf forest in a brief, uneasy calm. At the very heart of silverleaf forest, the cat demon watched the spot where the slumbering bear had vanished, its body as rigid as stone, with no intention of giving chase. Blood dripped from its claws, splattering dark red blossoms among the heap of bones at its feet. Under the moonlight, the scattered remains gleamed ghostly white, and the cat demon stood among them like an evil deity risen from the underworld, savage, pitiless, holding life and death in a single thought. Deeper in the jungle, hidden beasts peered from the shadows. Leaves rustled, shapes wavered, but fear finally smothered greed. One by one, the dark figures wheeled around and fled, trampling dead twigs and brittle leaves in their haste. With the beasts gone, the cat demon tilted back its head and let out a long, triumphant howl that echoed through the night. Its eyes blazed with exhilaration. It had won. It was the last one standing. Behind it, the crimson pillar of light had shrunk to its lowest point. The bloodline fruit was about to ripen. Days and nights of vigilance had led to this moment. Its tail curled high, it licked its cracked lips, and, weary yet elated, it started toward the wondrous tree. Splat! A half-congealed mass of foul sludge smacked into the cat demon's shoulder. It froze, shock flashing across its face. What was that? A smear of dark green muck, thin and rotten, oozed down its fur, repulsive to behold. The cat demon sniffed unwittingly, and a stench like a hurricane tore through its insides, twisting its features into a grimace. The smell resembled an ancient landfill fused with the dankest sewers, so overpowering that even the tree's rich fragrance could not mask it. Such a reek would drop an ordinary person on the spot. Erdkaw it dry heaved twice, eyes sharpening as it swept its gaze around and fixed on a small creature nearby. A stench slime? In the shadows, Bai Wushang arched a brow in surprise. The creature was a meter-tall blob of dark green ooze, barely holding shape. Too transparent, insect-like antennae sprouted from its head like snail stalks. It had no nose or ears, only a twisted mouth, with snot-like fluid dripping from the corners. Bai Wushang recalled what he knew. Stench slime, mortal bone rank, 6-star extraordinary beast, more than 90% rot and muck. Its odor was infamous among extraordinary creatures. Sayings like a smell that lingers for ages were coined for it. Repugnant, yet useful, it devoured refuse, and nearly every human city kept stench slimes for waste disposal. Doubt creased Bai Wushang's brow. This one hadn't even reached the peak of its juvenile stage, yet it dared provoke a cat demon? It couldn't be wild. Was its master Luo Bing? Or perhaps Wang Wen's group? Just meters from the wondrous tree, fury surged through the cat demon. When had anything last taunted it so? It could no longer remember only that the skulls in its lair were piled too high to count. This ugly, vile, reeking thing was courting death. How dare it offend Lord Cat? The cat demon spat a bloody glob, then shot forward in an instant. Rending claws. Stink. Stinky. The sludge beast screeched, antennae drawn taut like bowstrings, jaws locked tight, its face screwed up as if in painful constipation. Pop, pop, pop. Enraged, the cat fiend slashed at the creature's core with razor-sharp claws, yet felt nothing. Its talons passed straight through empty air. An instant later the impossible happened. The sludge beast burst apart and reformed as more than a dozen miniatures of itself. Each was barely 10 centimeters tall, a perfect newborn replica, but brimming with mischief. They wriggled off in every direction, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. High-pitched cries of "Stinky, Stinky" rose and fell. Pair them with the sight, and it looked like a flock of tiny devils putting on a concert. That sludge beast can already split? Surprise flashed through Bai Wushang's eyes. Fission was the beast's emergency skill. For 3 to 5 seconds after activation, any lethal strike triggered an automatic breakup into countless tiny bodies. Aside from sharing the odor, these fragments had no offensive power, but if even one survived, the sludge beast could regenerate. Using it to stall the cat fiend? I nodded slightly. It won't last, so there's got to be more to the plan. Veins bulged on the cat fiend's forehead as it watched the pest scurry. The racket and overpowering stench pushed it to the brink. Swallowing its fury, it began swatting them down one by one. Each shredded fragment collapsed into a puddle of dead mud. While the cat fiend was engrossed in slaughter, a black butterfly drifted overhead, showering glittering powder. The cloud spread so wide there was nowhere to dodge. The cat fiend was instantly coated. Mio will cough, cough, cough. Its scream turned into a violent coughing fit. Bent double, it clutched its throat, tears and mucus streaming as its airways burned like fire. Someone actually contracted one of those. Bai Wushang almost swore aloud. It was a pepper butterfly, and the dust was its trademark skill spicy powder, the biological equivalent of pepper spray. Victims suffered instant agony, streaming eyes, relentless sneezing and coughing, throats aflame. In theory, the pepper butterfly was better suited to the kitchen. The peppery dust collected from its body, once diluted, made a prized seasoning in certain regions. Beyond that, it offered no talent, scarcely qualifying as a support-type beast. Wasting a contract slot on it seemed absurd. Swish. Just then the brilliant crimson pillar of light drew inward and burst in a dazzling flash. Above the miracle fruit tree, a miniature sun appeared, radiating blinding light and scorching heat. The bloodline fruit had finally ripened. Bai Wushang squinted as the harsh light faded, revealing a deep red fruit the size of a human skull. Glassy and jewel-like, it hung in the air like a work of high art. Rather than a simple sphere, it resembled an enlarged human heart, rising and falling as if alive, radiating an eerie allure. The exotic aroma in the air quietly dispersed, leaving only a faint trace at his nose. The cat demon jolted awake, its bloodshot eyes snapping open to stare at the wondrous tree. Whoosh! A flat, bluish-green object shot downward, wrapped around the crimson fruit, and yanked it back at lightning speed. Nice catch, lashing tongue bloom. A sweet female voice cheered. Following the sound, Bai Wushang shifted forward, rolled over, and looked up at the sky. Against the clear blue backdrop, a large mottled bird glided past, wings spread wide. 2 figures crouched on its back, one freckled girl and one handsome young man in a yellow shirt. The girl clutched a plump, ball-shaped creature that looked like a sunflower with golden petals. At the center of its orange disc was a blurred human face, its mouth stretched wide, tongue broad and long. A name leapt into Bai Wushang's mind, lashing tongue bloom. Its tongue could extend an impressive distance with great rebound force, making it both an offensive and controlling plant beast. The blood-red, evolutionary fruit now dangled from the bluish-green tip of that tongue. Fight a bird, climb higher. The young man in yellow slapped the mottled bird's broad back, his tone urgent. Their plan split the team in two. One group on the ground to draw attention and stall for time, the other in the air to seize the prize at the pivotal moment. Now that the fruit was theirs, a little more altitude was all they needed to escape. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Bai Wushang saw 2 figures leap from a tree on the opposite side. A youth with ash-gray bangs dashed forward, bundled a small sludge beast in his jacket, and sprinted toward the perimeter beside a curly-haired woman carrying a pepper moth on her back. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. These 4 must be Wang Wen's crew, Bai Wushang thought, mind racing. Aside from the pepper moth, the other 3 pet beasts were 6-star mortal bone rank 1 flu, one was a plant, and one was the tireless sludge beast. Their abilities complemented one another, giving them solid combat strength. More impressively, they were smart enough to avoid a heated clash. No matter how well they coordinated, they were still at the pinnacle of the juvenile stage and couldn't confront the cat demon directly. Only a Hitandran strategy, part diversion, part theft offered even the slimmest chance of success. Yes, merely the slimmest. Bai Wushang pressed his lips together and smiled faintly. Even with Zhou's recent power surge and the addition of the invaluable skill Shadow Devi, hadn't dared to be the first to snatch the bloodline fruit. The gap between the juvenile peak and the early mature stage was enormous. Though the cat demon had weakened considerably, its performance still far exceeded the norm, which was anything but normal. So Bai Wushang kept waiting for the perfect moment. On the battlefield, the marvelous tree that had borne the bloodline fruit withered before their eyes, shrinking inch by inch until it crumbled into ash and drifted away on the wind. Its purpose fulfilled, it would ride the breeze in search of new soil, waiting for the next sprout of life. The cat demon stood alone, head lowered, body trembling. At the last moment someone had barged in and stolen its prize? How dare they, how dare they? Did they take it for a helpless kitten? Who did they think they were? Its lips peeled back in a silent snarl, every hair standing like a needle. Rage surged to the extreme. Veins burst at the corners of its eyes, and crimson tears slid down its cheeks. Throwing back its head, it let out a savage howl, murderous gaze locking onto the Firebird circling 40 or 50 meters above. A cruel grin tugged at the corners of its mouth. In the next instant the cat demon blurred and vanished. Where did it go? Bai Wushang's heart jumped. Even exhausted and badly wounded, the enraged creature had exploded with speed that rivaled its peak. His eyes darted, quickly fixing on it. The demon was swarming up a silverleaf tree 100 meters tall and several meters thick, claws tearing grooves as it climbed. Right side. It's coming up the right side. The man in yellow shrieked. Firebird, fly. Faster. Choo. Choo-choo. The striped bird beat its wings frantically, but it was only in the late juvenile stage. With two grown humans on its back, the added weight killed both power and maneuverability. Complex evasive maneuvers were impossible. As the cat demon closed the gap, the freckled girl's eyes went wide. Biting her lip, she shouted, "Great tongue bloom." Focus burst. Aho aho. The plant beast flipped its tongue, tucking the bloodline fruit into her arms. The golden petals circling its head flared, stretching wider and longer. The tips folded to a single point, gathering blazing light. Boom. A beam the thickness of a wrist stabbed toward the demon's predicted path. Eyes icy. The cat slapped the trunk and sprang aside, dodging by a hair. It had missed. The girl blanched. One arm hugged the fruit, the other clutched a rescue talisman. Great tongue bloom, one more time please. You can do I-tone mo. Her voice cut off. Reflected in her dark pupils was a massive claw descending. How is this possible, she whispered. She had clearly seen the demon still 30 meters away. How had it reached her in an instant? The thought barely formed before her face froze. Blood gushing blood. That's my body, isn't it? Am I dead? With that question, an abyss of darkness swallowed her consciousness whole. Me away. One swipe wasn't enough. The cat demon reversed its claws, shredding Great Tongue Bloom's head with a second blow, then used the recoil to hurl the man in yellow aside and land squarely on the striped bird's back. The Firebird thrashed in panic, but the cat demon bit clean through its neck. Chew! With a mournful cry and the crack of countless branches, the striped bird plummeted toward the earth. The racket jolted everyone nearby. The ash-gray youth with the slanted bangs and the curly-haired woman, already clear of danger, stood frozen in shock. In several hidden thickets, wide eyes blinked in stunned terror. A handsome young man leaning against a silverleaf tree spat out the stalk he had been chewing and ground it underfoot with a cold chuckle. Beside him, a sleek insect-type companion lounged on the ground, tail stingers swaying lazily, half-lidded eyes drifting between sleep and wakefulness. Bai Wushang exhaled slowly, clenching and unclenching his fists as he struggled to steady himself. The freckled girl was truly dead, felled in a brutal instant, decapitated by the cat fiend's claws. Bai Wushang had seen it clearly. The creature had launched itself from a tree trunk, and by any normal reckoning it should never have covered 30-odd meters at an oblique angle to strike the sky-soaring bird. But what if it had mastered air-stepping? Suspended in midair with nothing beneath its feet, the cat fiend had stamped down on empty space. Boom. A sonic crack split the air, and the monster vaulted higher, diving at the girl with even greater speed and delivering the fatal blow. Sometimes monsters were more devious than humans. It had never used that move against the ironbone eagle. If it had caught him off guard like that, Bai Wushang doubted he could have reacted in time either. For one brief moment, a heavy stone seemed to settle in his chest, smothering every emotion. He had witnessed horrific carnage before and brushed shoulders with death more than once, yet the scene still shook him. Accidents, or tomorrow, which would come first? Life only happens once. You have to cherish it. He straightened, back ramrod stiff, cold eyes burning with resolve. But I'm different. I have to fight for my life. Bloodline fruits mean money, opportunity, and danger to me. As he spoke, he checked that the distress talisman was still snug around his left wrist. Finally, he glanced down at his shadow and murmured, "Zhou, it's our turn. We'll go all out so long as we stay alive." Luo Bing's crew still hadn't shown up, but Bai Wushang could wait no longer. The cat fiend was at its limit. If it devoured the bloodline fruit now, everything would be too late. The shadow said nothing. It rippled, then extended a hand index finger touching thumb to form a ring, while the other 3 fingers stood upright. Bai Wushang offered a faint smile, wiped every expression from his face, and sprinted toward the spot where the sky-soaring bird had fallen. Silver leaves drifted down, and splashes of blood withered like dying petals. The mottled bird lay broken on the ground, bones shattered, feathers strewn everywhere, no sign of life. During the fall, the man in the yellow robe had managed to activate his distress talisman. Now a milky sphere of light encased him, his chest faintly rising and falling, life barely intact. The loss of his pet, however, had struck him hard, and he passed out with a muffled groan. Ryup. The cat fiend dragged itself from a tangle of dead branches and leapt upright. A quick once-over showed its body crisscrossed with wounds, blood matted in its yellow mane, half its tail torn away. Muscles ached, limbs trembled, its strength was scraping bottom. Pathetic. It spat a mouthful of blood, dark eyes gloomy. Still, that bloodline fruit should finally be mine. Its gaze swept the clearing and fixed on a deep red fruit rolling across the ground, disappearing into a thicket. Ajo, block it! Bai Wushang charged in from the side. A jet-black shadow streaked across the mottled canopy, then blasted from the ground beside the cat demon. The creature lifted its head, irritation flashing in its eyes. When it recognized the attacker as yet another demonic ape, annoyance turned to shame and fury. Damn it! Another hatchling? Coming one after another to mock me? Drop dead. The cat demon twisted, flipping backward 3 times to dodge the ape's sweeping punch. It kicked off a tree trunk, its body flickering like a scythe, claws driving straight for the ape's skull. Sensing the killing intent, Ajo raised one arm to block and punched at the cat demon's belly with the other. Whoosh, the blow hit nothing. In a flash, the cat demon used an air step to shift position and slashed at the ape's face. Ajo blocked on instinct, but his left wrist was lopped off at the base, the hand dangling by a strip of flesh, blood dripping. The cat and the ape separated, staring each other down. Grinning, Ajo calmly reattached his hand. 5 or 6 seconds later, it was firmly in place. Watching from a distance, Bai Wushang steadied his nerves. As expected, the cat demon's strength had plummeted. If Ajo seized the moment, he had at least a 50-50 chance of victory. Just as the cat demon prepared to strike again, a round white figure arced through the air. Gaga. It quacked like a duck and thudded to the ground between the ape and the cat. Ajo and the cat demon scowled in unison. The newcomer rubbed its pudgy backside, climbed to its feet, and scratched its head at the 2 powerhouses. Gaga. Its face was vacant, as though it had never known fear. Barely 1.5 meters tall, it didn't even reach the ape's knee. A flat bill, webbed feet, stubby wings, an upturned tail, and pure white down gave it a bird-like appearance, and its beady eyes were quite endearing. Yet it was absurdly fat, its huge head blended into an oversized belly with no neck in sight. Bai Wushang stared, examining it over and over, but still unable to identify the species. What on earth is that? Why don't I recognize it at all? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The chubby white fluffball looked utterly harmless, its goofy cuteness almost painful to behold. All the same, Bai Wushang felt increasingly uneasy. With the battle so clear-cut, any creature bold enough to barge in now could not possibly be courting death. Meow? The cat demon snapped. Another roadblock. The bloodline fruit is right there, why can't I reach it? Licking its bloody lips, it made a hard decision. Fine, I'll let you live for today. I'm tired and don't feel like fighting. But don't mistake mercy for fear. When I devour the bloodline fruit and heal my wounds, they'll overturn this forest, hunt you all down, and slaughter you one by one to erase the disgrace of retreat. It cast a vicious glare at the demonic ape, then glanced at the silly white bird. Claws flexed, it readied itself to burn the last of its strength, sprint past both beasts, and snatch the bloodline fruit hidden in the shrubs. No matter its condition, it still had absolute faith in its speed. At that instant, a slightly androgynous voice rang out. Sacrificial duck, what are you standing there for? Pop a pill now. Luo Bing? Bai Wushang gave an Inuit look. That familiar soft voice was unmistakable. Following the sound, he spotted 7 figures a few hundred meters away. Straw hats, fur cloaks, skin covered in swirling tattoos of colored potions. The group looked like a tribe of well-armed savages. Bai Wushang's gaze settled on the white duck. A sacrificial duck? He wondered. He had never heard of such a creature. Was it some kind of mutant? The sacrificial duck scratched its head, blinked its tiny eyes, and suddenly exclaimed, as if inspired, quack. Quack quack. Oh, I remember now. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Luo Bing urged. Quack quack, got it. The duck replied, grinning as it produced a pink pill from under its wing. The pellet was the size of a gold coin, faint patterns swirling across its surface. A medicinal pill? Bai Wushang drew a quick conclusion from earlier intel. The demon ape needed no reminder. It raised its palm without hesitation. He had no idea what the pill did, but keeping the duck from swallowing it had to be the right move. Master Cat had intended to grab the bloodline fruit and run. Yet this bizarre scene sparked his curiosity, and he paused. through the cat demon's eyes. The demon ape's massive palm swept toward the back of the duck's head. The blow looked powerful enough to pulp the chubby bird on impact. Bang! The heavy collision echoed, followed by a shower of crackling shards. The ape's palm stopped less than half a meter from the duck. An almost invisible wall stood in the way. The barrier shattered under the force, but the brief delay bought the duck a few precious seconds. On the far side of the wall, the sacrificial duck still had its back to the ape, wearing an innocent expression. Oblivious to the danger, it happily popped the pill into its beak like candy, and the pellet melted the instant it touched its tongue. Quack! Where did it go? The duck tilted its head in confusion. A heartbeat later, a blast of icy mint surged through its brain, and the tuft of down on its head shot straight up, as if electrocuted. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts! It screamed, clutching its head with both wings. Quack! An invisible shock wave rippled outward from the duck, like a meteor strike. The nearby demon ape and cat demon shrieked, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground. Even Bai Wushang, 200 meters away, felt the impact. It was as if a sledgehammer had slammed into his skull, and stars danced before his eyes. Meanwhile, someone in Luo Bing's team asked, "Brother Luo, those two from the ghastly bones still haven't shown up. Are we moving too soon?" Luo Bing shook his head. "They're not coming. If the bloodline fruit matured at night, they'd be here for sure. But it's daylight. A skeleton and a ghost in the sun would be torturing themselves just staying alive, let alone posing a threat." "True, I guess that was a stupid question," the man muttered, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. The others chuckled softly. Qian Gui was the only one who wavered, a trace of guilt clouding his face. "Brother Luo, I was fine with the plan in theory, but now that I see it with my own eyes, isn't this a bit too cruel? After all, the Jisai duck is your pet. Agaway, we've come this far, why lose your nerve now?" Luo Bing shot him a calm glance. "We've tested it already. The Jisai duck's trait is amnesia. As long as it survives, it won't remember a thing no matter how badly it's tortured. It'll even forget me. Its master, our bond is only because of the contract." Qian Gui's lips twitched. At last he mumbled, "With my pills, can a late juvenile Jisai duck really beat a demon ape and a cat demon? Maybe the cat's nearly spent, but that ape looks a solid peak juvenile." Luo Bing frowned, surprise flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect it, either. That white guy's pet leveled up in just a few days. Still no big deal." His frown quickly eased, a cold smile curling on his lips. "Your pills are the trump card. The soul breaker pill will slam the Jisai duck's soul, sending its mental power through the roof. That has to trigger its skill pain storm. Everything in range shares its agony, and the closer you are, the worse it gets, several times what the duck itself feels." Luo Bing's grin grew more reckless. "The cat demon, the demon ape, and the Jisai duck are barely 10 meters apart. At that range, the psychic shock should hit like an early adult heavy strike. Let's see them survive that." The words had barely left his mouth when he thrust out an arm toward the battlefield. "Everyone, summon your pets. It's our turn to clean up. Aubin, take the silver-backed centipede and deal with Bai Wushang. He's probably rattled by the psychic blast. If you can, subdue him. If not, just keep him busy until we get good news. The rest of you, come with me. We'll finish off the cat demon and the demon ape. Those bloodline fruits are ours." "Got it. Understood." Grins spread across the group as they hefted their weapons, pets leading the charge, murderous intent rolling off them. "Azu." Bai Wushang forced down the splitting pain in his head and stared ahead. After unleashing that invisible shockwave, the Jisai duck toppled like a puppet with its strings cut, its fate unknown. The cat demon and the demon ape bled from every orifice, shrieking and thrashing on the ground in unbearable torment. Within seconds, the cat demon gave out first, going limp and silent. Azu, face smeared with blood, convulsed non-stop, pounding the ground in a futile attempt to dull the searing agony. Panic clenched Bai Wushang's chest. He saw Luo Bing's crew closing in on the demon ape, malice written all over their faces. I have to save Azu." Bai Wushang growled. "Luo Bing might try to kill him. I need to recall Azu into the Book of Oaths." True, Azu had eaten the pink mushroom crab roll, which should negate one fatal hit, but Bai Wushang had no idea how the rule worked. Would it block a single lethal blow, or purge every status ailment at once? If it was only the former, the demon ape's shattered mind would still be fatal. A few casual cuts could finish him. In the end, the recipe was just an insurance policy, no more than a comfort. Bai Wushang prayed Azu would never have to use it. The sky was a brilliant blue and loose clouds floated overhead. It should have been a perfect day. Bai Wushang, oblivious to everything, staggered forward in a daze. With a sharp crack, the ground split open beneath him, and a monstrous centipede nearly 2 meters long clawed its way out. Its silver-gray carapace glinted like metal in the sunlight. Iron-black belly plates looked thick as armor, and hundreds of legs rasped against the earth with a dry hiss. Twin antennae and a forked tail whipped about, while jagged mandibles snapped shut with a harsh clack, slinging droplets of venom from their tips. The eye of cognition flashed an instant report. Name, silverbacked centipede. Contract species, Monster Realm Arthropod Class Silverbacked Centipede Clan. Life Stage Juvenile Mid. Bloodline Grade Mortal Bone 5-star. State Hunting. Intellect Very low. Traits Toxic Insect Hard Shell. Skills Bite, Tail Lash, Burrow, Constrict, Kamikaze Charge. Gourmet Cells 10. Heh, you're not getting away. The man with the stud earring called, jogging over with a wooden staff. He pointed at Bai Wushang. Silverbacked Centipede take his legs. The centipede reared, venom dripping from curved mandibles as it lunged for Bai Wushang's thighs. Out of my way. Bai Wushang swung the spearhead hauled off his back with every ounce of strength. The weapon had an iron heartwood shaft tipped with the horn of a razor beetle, giving it the heft of a club and the edge of a spear. Ordinarily, someone who could trade blows with a thunderhorn bull barehanded should have sliced through a mid-juvenile, 5-star mortal beast like this with ease, especially since Bai Wushang's constitution naturally countered the creature's toxin. But today he was far from his best. The dizziness clouding his head had lessened but not vanished, sapping his power. Clang. Crack. Spears struck shell again and again as man and monster traded blows in a stalemate. At first the ear-ringed man watched with smug confidence, sure the fight was in the bag. A few exchanges later his face tightened, and he eased back a couple of steps. Damn, self-awakened talent really is something as bogus a walking pet beast. He had planned to finish Bai Wushang alone and claim a larger share of the spoils. Seeing the man's raw strength, he quickly shelved that fantasy. Better not get reckless. Just keep him busy. As long as Brother Luo doesn't screw up, the win is ours. The thought had barely formed when a thunderous roar shook the air. Roar. Wild fury mixed with raw pain. The sound crashed like thunder straight into the skull. What did the ear-ringed man spun around? A mountain-sized black demon ape stood barefoot, head thrown back in a savage bellow. Silver leaves rained down, rippling under the shockwave. In a heartbeat its eyes shifted from obsidian to blood red. Its already massive frame swelled even larger. Slabs of iron-hard muscle bulged beneath its skin. A hazy mist the color of fresh blood seeped from its body, framing a face smeared with gore in a scene of pure horror. The sight froze everyone nearby. Even the silver-backed centipede, some distance away, couldn't help but shudder instinctively. Bai Wushang watched the scene unfold, knowing full well that the window of opportunity would slam shut in an instant. Gripping his spear with both hands, every muscle taut, he hurled it with explosive force. The razor-sharp tip drove straight into the centipede's gaping maw. Hiss! The moment he yanked the weapon free, silver beads of blood scattered across the ground like broken pearls. The silver-backed centipede shrieked, its dozen thick legs thrashing like oars on a runaway dragon boat before curling into a limp ball. Hunt complete. Gourmet Cell 1. The man with the stud earring snapped out of his trance, petrified as though struck by lightning. A heartbeat later, a splitting migraine tore through his skull, and he clutched his head, howling in agony. Bai Wushang didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he charged straight for the demon ape. Ahead, Ajo was wreathed in a red mist, forcibly triggering bloodburn. How much pain had Ajo endured, and what sheer willpower kept him standing? Bai Wushang clenched his teeth, a swirl of emotions churning inside him. From every clue head gathered, Luo Bing's sacrificial duck had to be a rare, mind-attacking transcendent creature. On its own, it wasn't especially powerful, but that pill had patched the gap perfectly. Bai Wushang, a peak spirit master, possessed soul power comparable to that of a soul servant. Even the residual shock wave from the duck's invisible pulse still left his head throbbing. He could scarcely imagine what the demon ape and cat fiend had suffered at point-blank range. Under normal conditions, bloodburn was harmless for Ajo, but with his mind shredded, forcing it now amounted to a second ignition pain no mortal could bear. One misstep and his soul would disintegrate. Against the Gale Sword Wolf King, Ajo had relied on hatred and grief to endure. What was driving him now? A stab of pity rose in Bai Wushang's chest. Shrouded in blood mist, Ajo went berserk. Once bloodburn took hold, every attribute skyrocketed. The hammering in his skull eased a fraction, yet it still felt like insects burrowing through his brain. Gasping, sweat and blood mingling at his brow, the ape swept a murderous glare across friend and foe alike. Luo Bing's face turned an ashen gray. Brother Luo, are we really going up against that thing? The short-haired girl whispered, swallowing hard. Luo Bing froze for a couple of seconds, an icy warning pricking at his instincts. Damn it, he cursed silently. Why won't this ape die? Even an enhanced pain storm couldn't finish it off. Why? The bloodline fruit was right there. If the ape died, it would be his. Eyes narrowing, Luo Bing let cold resolve settle in. I refused to back down. Plan 3 attack. Though they caught a glimpse of Luo Bing's twisted expression, the others choked back their doubts. Trading helpless looks, they shouted orders to their beasts. Silken Spider, rapid-fire web shots. Big-tail raccoon, left flank, tail lash. Flame-capped turtle, center line, spinning shell. Dark brown earth was spattered here and there with dark, drying blood. A millstone-sized spider suddenly flung open its mandibles and spat 5 ribbons of white silk swish, 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 swish. They sliced through the air and wrapped the demon ape from head to toe in an instant. Bullseye. Lin Nana's eyes sparkled. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's badly hurt, and only bluffing attack now. Her voice brimmed with delight, as though victory were already theirs. Heartened, the others urged their pets forward. The big-tail raccoon and the fire-cap turtle charged from opposite sides. The raccoon spun, its fluffy tail snapping rigid like a metal staff, and hacked at the ape's neck. The turtle pulled its limbs into its crimson shell, whirled like a saw blade, and rocketed toward the ape's chest. Boom. Just as the twin strikes were about to land, the demon ape vanished. Momentum spent, the two beasts slammed into each other and crashed to the ground. The raccoon rubbed its aching tail with a snarl, while the turtle cautiously poked its head out, peering around. Where is it? Where'd the ape go? A split second later, a shadow fell over a short-haired girl. Heavy breathing sounded behind her. She shuddered and turned stiffly. Ah! Her high-pitched scream made the two teammates beside her jump. They never finished. Their vision blurred, and a heartbeat later they were hurled several meters, hitting the ground hard and staying there. Ajo slowly lowered his arm. A moment ago he had slipped free of the web with Shadow Step and ghosted behind the 3 Tamers. His attack was starkly simply grabbed the short-haired girl and hurled her at the other 2. One throw, and all 3 were left with broken bones and internal bleeding, a pitiful sight. That was Ajo holding back. Despite the splitting pain in his skull, he remembered Bai Wushang's order not to cripple humans. Luo Bing, Qian Gui, and Lin Nana felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. That ape, is it mutated? Qian Gui stammered, words tangling together. They had not seen the battle's opening and had no idea the demon ape could melt into shadows. Luo Bing's gaze swept the field, dark and wary. The Rockridge ox, big-tail raccoon, and forest green lizard were in turmoil. With their tamers unconscious, they either bared their teeth at Ajo or hurried back to lick their master's wounds. We're in real trouble, Lin Nana whispered, her face bloodless. The girls are out cold, and their beasts won't obey us. A pet without its own tamer was half feral at best. Hoping they wouldn't attack allies was blessing enough. Getting them to unite against the demon ape was all but impossible. In an instant, Luo Bing's fighting force was gutted. All that remained were a mid-juvenile, 5-star mortal bone silken spider, and a late juvenile, 6-star mortal bone fire-cap turtle. How were they supposed to fight like this? Was there any chance of winning? Regret tightened Lin Nana's chest. Catching sight of the 2 others out of the corner of her eye, she began to edge backward. Qian Gui fumbled out a crude healing salve, had brewed himself, and hastily poured it down the throats of the unconscious beastmasters, hoping they would wake soon. Luo Bing's face turned ashen, his lips trembling. The hard work of the past 10 days suddenly felt like a joke. After all that preparation, he was left empty-handed. Haha, Geyer, Geyer. The fire-cap turtle clattered over to Qian Gui and spat a plume of fire at the demon ape, trying to stall it. Ajo kicked the turtle onto its back and lunged for Luo Bing to finish him off. Knowing the fight was lost, Luo Bing refused to take any pointless injuries. He crushed his rescue talisman. He had already recalled the sacrificial duck the moment the battle began wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. He'll settle this score later. Fury churned inside him with nowhere to vent. With Luo Bing dealt with, Ajo turned his gaze on Qian Gui. Qian flinched, stepped into the midst of his unconscious teammates, and crushed his own talisman. A shimmering barrier rose and sealed them inside. Phew, that demon ape is terrifying. I never want to run into it again. He recalled the fire-cap turtle, still flailing helplessly on its back, and suddenly muttered, Huh? Where's Lin Nana? And where's the silken spider? Searching around, he found a maze of white webs behind him, layer upon layer, crisscrossed into countless barricades. Through the gaps, he could just make out a lithe figure slipping farther away. Beyond the webs, on soil carpeted with silver leaves, Lin Nana was fleeing in panic. The silken spider dragged itself behind her, completely spent. Its 8 legs trembled with every feeble step. They probably won't chase me, right? I laid down so many webs she has to slow down. Even with Shadow Shift he can't cross that distance. Yes, that's it. Chasing me isn't worth it. The bloodline fruit matters more than I do. That big oaf should understand. She tried to steel herself, but tears and anger twisted her face. Damn it, it's the 14th day. One more day, and this would be over. If ID lost sooner, fine, but now, right at the end? How am I supposed to accept that? I don't want to be eliminated. Luo Bing is such a moron, useless trash. All that scheming, what good did it do? Naturally awakened tamers are stronger anyway. Too bad I didn't latch onto one sooner. If only ID met him earlier. Maybe I could have traded for a stronger pet. Panic, fear, resentment, and regret crowded her mind. In that instant a long, dark shadow slid out from behind the trunk of a silver-leaf tree ahead. Lin Nana had no time to dodge. She slammed into it, cried out, and tumbled to the ground. It hurts, she clutched her head, sitting where she fell, tears streaming down her delicate face. Bewildered and terrified, She slowly looked up. A figure in gray stood over her, silent, spear in hand, looking down. His jet-black eyes were as cold and unfathomable as an abyss. At one glance her limbs went numb, and she struggled to breathe. By Senior Bai? I had to admit, Lin Nana reacted quickly. The moment her bright eyes landed on Bai Wushang, her pupils tightened and a flicker of panic flashed across them, but she forced a flattering smile onto her face. As Senior Bai, what brings you here? Bai Wushang looked down at her from above. Beneath her curved willow brows, those limpid eyes watched him warily. Soft pink lips parted, skin pale as jade, and her curvaceous figure was half hidden by torn clothes. Whether those ribs had been sliced by a blade or tugged open on purpose was anyone's guess, but they revealed just enough skin to make her look both pitiful and alluring. Any other young man might have taken pity on her and eased up, but Bai Wushang was unmoved. Do you know who I despise most in this freshman trial? He asked bluntly. As he loomed closer, Lin Nana's smile stiffened. Who? Clinging to a last sliver of hope, she straightened her back and lifted her chin, trying to look like a delicate damsel. Beside her, the Chauncey spider sensed danger and wobbled forward to defend its mistress, but Bai Wushang pressed his spear tip to the creature's head. It trembled and froze. What do you think? Bai Wushang sneered. It can't be that bad, Senior Bai, Brother Bai? Lin Nana's voice quavered. Let me explain. I only teamed up with Luo Bing because I had no choice. You don't know how awful he is forced us to form a team and threatened to kill my Chauncey spider if I refused. I really had no other option. A few tears welled up and slid down her cheeks. You know that when a contracted beast dies, the backlash leaves its master unable to bond with another creature for a while. If that happened, I wouldn't even meet the minimum requirements for the trial and Shanghai Academy would expel me. Bai Wushang cast her a sideways look. Are you kidding me? Since you already have a pet, you could have crushed the distress talisman and withdrawn from the trial. You would still have passed with the lowest qualifying score. In the end, it was your own greed. You wanted a bigger payout. Having a chance to join their team must have made you thrilled. Lin Nana flushed. She opened her mouth to argue, but Bai Wushang cut her off. Forget today. We're all here for profit. Wins and losses are ours to bear. Haven't you thought about any other reason? Huh. She blinked. Then her eyes lit up. Do you mean the first time we met? I was being chased by a Lei Jiao. I was terrified. And when I ran into you, I just grabbed the first lifeline I saw. Her voice turned plaintive. She pressed her palms together as if praying. I reflected afterwards and realized I was wrong for troubling you. I'm sorry, okay? Brother Bai, please let me off this once. I know I was wrong. And I'm only worth 3 points of me knowing hardly anything. I can make up your loss with something else, for example. Before she could finish, a sharp pain lashed across her right hand. The distress talisman hidden in her palm flew out, arcing through the air and landing several meters away. Ah! Lin Nana cried and instinctively lunged after it. Bai Wushang's face stayed calm. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the spear and drove it downward. A wet thud sounded as the blade pierced flesh. Lin Nana turned in a daze, her eyes capturing a fatal scene. Bai Wushang's spear had pierced deep into the Chauncey spider's skull, the tip churning inside its brain. The spider let out a shrill scream, its 8 legs clawing frantically at the ground in a hopeless bid to break free. The earlier battle had drained it dry. The weakened creature could no longer mount any real resistance. No. Lin Nana's face went sheet white as she lunged at Bai Wushang, trying to seize his arm and stop the final strike. But she was already too late. A crisp snap echoed in her mind, the sound of their spiritual link shattering. An overwhelming wave of vertigo and a searing headache crashed into her. Why? 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 Lin Nana collapsed to her knees, her voice hoarse with rage. How can you be so cold-blooded? Why kill it? Why destroy my chance to enroll? Why? She sprawled on the ground, sobbing and screaming like a madwoman. Bai Wushang looked down at her, his tone frighteningly calm. Cold-blooded? Perhaps in your eyes. But when you shoved that guy named He to the ground earlier, were you any warmer? He went on. None of this originally concerned me. I had no interest in meddling. Even if you're ruthless and unscrupulous, what's that to me? Yet you insisted on provoking me first with the Inlay Jianyo, and now today. Those debts need to be settled. With the spear tip, Bai Wushang flicked up the distress talisman lying on the ground, his eyes glinting. A moment ago, the instant you saw me, if you'd crushed this talisman, I couldn't have touched you. But you gambled, thinking you could talk me down. Do you really believe you're that charming? Or do you take everyone else for fools? Lin Nana lay trembling, cold sweat soaking her clothes. The backlash of the broken link half erased her awareness. She could barely hear him. Whether she heard or not, Bai Wushang kept speaking, voice icy. That's enough. Better you don't harm anyone else. Forget about being part of Shanghai Academy, you're not worthy. He tossed the talisman beside her and brought his boot down hard. Crack. A sphere of pure white light flared up, swallowing Lin Nana's body. Bai Wushang exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling a wave of relief. The battle for the bloodline fruit was finally over. A few minutes earlier he had watched, as an onlooker, while a Zhou turned the tide and annihilated Luo Bing's entire squad. Lin Nana had tried to escape by having the Chauncey spider spray silk, but he spotted her in time. Once Zhou emerged as the sole survivor, Bai Wushang circled around, and Lei and Wei had no intention of letting her slip away. The plan went off perfectly. It was the second time today he had personally slain a master's pet, and the feeling was complicated but light on his conscience. People like her didn't deserve mercy. Eliminating them now saved endless trouble later. Retracing his earlier path, Bai Wushang headed back at a brisk pace. Clang clang. En route, a giant white crane suddenly glided overhead, its spotless feathers glinting in the sunlight, and its broad wings casting a sweeping shadow. It was flying straight toward Lin Nana's last position. At Sangtianyan heat, full maturity, no less. Must be someone from the instructor's team. Bai Wushang glanced up, thoughtful. They were still some distance from the battlefield when Bai Wushang spotted Zhou lurching toward him. The demon ape's blood-burning state had already ended. Its massive frame had returned to normal size. It clutched its head with one hand, dark red scabs caking its nose, mouth, eyes, and ears, and every step looked unsteady. Roar. The moment Zhou saw its master safe and sound, the anxiety on its face melted away. With a long, relieved breath, it halted, extended its left hand as if presenting a treasure, and offered up a broad, goofy grin. Nestled intact in the ape's rough palm lay a deep crimson bloodline fruit, its glossy surface shimmering with an alluring glow. Bai Wushang had no time to admire it. He took the fruit and slipped it straight into the storage pouch beneath his inner armor. His eyes stayed fixed on Zhou's scabbed face, and he asked, heart aching, Zhou, does your head still hurt? Thinking back on their struggle for the fruit, Bai Wushang felt a chill. Too many things had gone wrong, especially when Luo Bing's Peter Rare psychic-type beast unleashed a mind attack amplified by pills. Even with preparation, Bai Wushang had been helpless against an unknown strike like that. Had Zhou not risked everything to trigger bloodburn, they would have lost and the ape might have died. The mere thought made his blood run cold. Ru, built like a mountain, with dark fur, crimson horns, and a fearsome presence that could send children screaming, the demon ape still managed a gentle look when it saw Bai Wushang's worry. Though exhausted, its clouded eyes held a quiet tenderness. Straightening, Zhou puffed out its chest and struck a pose that said, I'm fine, this is nothing. Bai Wushang snuck a glance at its status panel and scolded it with a half smile. Quit pretending. Psychic trauma is no joke. Luckily you opened bloodburn and tanked that soul shock, or the damage would have worsened. If your mind had collapsed, best case you'd be a vegetable, worst case you'd be dead. That would break my heart. Zhou scratched its head in vague comprehension, then suddenly thrust out its right fist toward him. Bai Wushang understood at once. The worry faded from his face, replaced by a slow grin. He raised his own fist. A black, furry fist met a smaller, vein-lined one with a dull thud, and both man and ape broke into relaxed smiles. Somewhere along the way, this had become their victory ritual after every fight. A wordless camaraderie only men seemed to grasp, a bond of mutual respect and brotherhood. Something inside Bai Wushang seemed to crack open and soar. Surprise flashed across his face, then his smile widened. Zhou, our compatibility just reached the third realm tonally. From now on we can share basic emotions and thoughts through pure intent. Faster, cleaner, and our teamwork will be even tighter. Roar. Zhou replied, grinning from ear to ear. The first surge of emotion from the beast contract was pure joy, followed by a series of flashes that felt like sudden enlightenment. Bai Wushang's lips curved upward. He had expected the mild discomfort that came with establishing telepathy for the first time. Although he had only been bonded to the demon ape for 10 days, repeated brushes with death and countless split-second choices had deepened their rapport. Affection and trust, tempered in blood and fire, had risen swiftly until they broke through the third threshold and unlocked faint telepathic communication. Bai Wushang allowed himself a moment of pride. He was certain their compatibility was increasing at record speed, rivaling the family-bred legacy beasts raised from birth. It proved one thing. This partnership was exceptionally harmonious. After just a few minutes of practice, Zhou could already convey key emotions and messages with his mind. I knew it, Zhou. You're far more mature mentally than Inha, Bai said through the link, nodding in approval. Your thoughts come through clear and precise. With her, all I get are scattered bursts of feeling, and half the time I can't tell what she wants. If as his intellect equaled that of a 10-year-old human child, then Inha was barely 1 or 2 baby who still needed to grow. Bridging that gap would take time and experience. I can't wait for you two to meet, I chuckled. Once we're back at the academy the day after tomorrow, I'll summon Inha. You'll stay the big boss, and she can be your little fangirl. She's smaller than your fist, can't fight at all, and we'll be counting on you to protect her. Roar. The demon ape's eyes lit up. The idea of having a little fangirl clearly appealed to him. They chatted while returning to the battlefield. Luo Bing's crew, along with the unconscious man in yellow, had vanished without a trace. Even the beheaded freckled girl was gone, leaving only stained patches of blood on the ground. The instructor works fast, took everything he meant to take, Bai muttered. Whatever's left should be mine, right? He strode over to the curled-up corpse of the cat demon. The 2.5-meter beast had lost all its former savagery. Its tawny mane was clotted with dirt, dust, blood, and sweat, leaving only bleak desolation. "Let's see if you were mutated," he murmured. "Otherwise, how did you steamroll squad after squad of extraordinary creatures, and even take down a maturistic beast Tunon?" The moment Bai stepped within 10 meters of the carcass, a status panel appeared. Name: Wild Cat Demon. Species: Beast Realm, Quadruped, Feline Demon, Superior Breed. Life Stage: Early Mature. Bloodline Grade: Elite 1 star. Status: Concealed Breath, Dying, Mental Collapse. Intelligence: Moderate. Traits: Agility, Leap. Skills: Triple Rending Claw, Cross Slash, Crunch, Pounce, Charge, Air Step, Concealed Breath. Gourmet Cells: 80. What the? Bai Wushang had only given it a casual glance, still wondering what truly made the cat demon so powerful. The instant he saw the status column, his heart ceased. Conceal breath? Near death? Alarm bells went off in his mind. Adrenaline spiked, and he reflexively leaned back. A foul wind screamed across his face as a razor-sharp claw flashed past, sweeping from left to right with murderous intent. It all took less than half a second. Cold sweat drenched Bai Wushang's back, and his heart pounded. That was close. The cat demon wasn't dead at all. The creature that sprang up had seemed lifeless moments ago. After its swipe missed, disbelief twisted its features. Scarlet eyes dulled like a viper's, matted fur stuck to dried blood, its legs quivered, and its whole body shook. A chill ran through Bai Wushang. Without the eye of cognition revealing its true condition, he would have lost his head. So devious, pretending to be dead with concealed breath? If it could still move, why not escape when no one was around? Why wait to ambush me now? Rage and shock welled inside him. Roar! Ajo bellowed, shaking the air. The demon ape, unaware of the ruse, yanked Bai Wushang to safety and leapt in front of him. Another second and Master would be dead, and I didn't even react. Forcing down his weakness, as his fury ignited. Murderous intent gleamed in his eyes as he prepared to tear the cat demon apart. But the cat demon only gave a bitter laugh, collapsed, and began to stiffen as the light left its pupils. Ajo hesitated but stayed on guard. Dark light gathered in his mouth. He spat a black orb that struck the cat demon's head. With a soft pop, darkness swallowed the creature. 5 or 6 seconds later, the dark energy faded, and the cat demon lay motionless. Regaining his composure, Bai Wushang murmured, "It's really dead." Ajo strode up, grabbed the corpse, and checked it from head to toe, confirming the death again and again. Satisfied, he stifled the urge to smash the cat's face, snorted, pinched his thumb, and snapped its neck, then flung the body aside in disgust. Bai Wushang frowned, replaying the attribute panel in his mind. The psychic shockwave had shattered the cat demon's soul, leaving it near death. Survival was impossible, yet hatred drove it to use concealed breath to fake death and take someone with it. Otherwise it made no sense. If escape were possible, it would have fled. The way it collapsed right after the final swipe only reinforced his conclusion. After weighing everything, Bai Wushang settled on this verdict. If the cat demon could return and speak, it would tell him this was exactly how it happened. The cat demon had already been ravaged by the storm of torment. Exhausted and grievously wounded, its mind finally shattered. Pain, rage, envy, and despair tore at its consciousness like venomous snakes. With death's shadow closing in, it was certain its time had come. Yet a creature as vindictive as this could never die content. Fueled by spite, it suppressed its aura, played dead, and stubbornly delayed the end. At last, it waited for Bai Wushang to arrive. What it never imagined was that the final, all-out claw it hurled before death would slice through empty air. Humiliation and hatred overwhelming it, the cat demon slipped into eternal sleep. So that's why this thing was so strong. It's a superior variant. Bai Wushang suddenly understood. Even as a juvenile claw meow beast, its bloodline had been 5-star mortal bone, not 4. When it evolved, that talent forced a breakthrough straight to 1-star elite. In an instant he saw the whole picture. On paper 1-star elite and 9-star mortal bone are only a single star apart, yet crossing a rank equals a 2-star gap. By the 2-star prettier rule, the cat demon fought at mid-maturity 9-star mortal bone strength. No wonder the iron-bone eagle and drowsy bear lost even together. Bai Wushang stepped forward, halted beside the corpse, and drew a dagger to dissect it. In that split second, whoosh, the air split with a scalp-tingling sound, lightning quick and brilliant in his peripheral vision. Thud! Bai Wushang spun around. A billow of blood mist filled the air. He froze, shoulders shaking, mouth agape, tongue numb, blood surging the wrong way. Ajo! His roar tore through the sky. Just a meter or two away stood the magic ape that had been faithfully at his side. Now a crystal-clear spike as thick as an arm had pierced straight through its head from back to front. Confusion clouded Ajo's eyes. It gave a muffled groan, tried to rise for a final glance, and from the bloody hole between its brows a glassy sheen spread over its body. It stiffened, toppled, and its chest rose ever more faintly. The sight nearly burst Bai Wushang's heart. His eyes burned. As he moved, fingers brushed his waist, and a cold edge touched his throat. Don't move. My dagger is very sharp. A light, mocking voice drifted over. A ghost-like figure materialized without warning before him, as though stamped onto the void first in outline, then color. His final form was revealed, black-clad, broad-shouldered, lean muscle without a trace of fat. Strikingly handsome thick brows, high nose bridge, perfect lip she radiated nobility and grace. Only the dark blue eyes held a cold arrogance and a glimmer of sly amusement. He stared straight at Bai Wushang, appraising him like prey, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's the expression: extreme pain, extreme shock. I'm quite satisfied. Bai Wushang's eyes blazed. He forced out the name through clenched teeth. Situchi. The last person Bai Wushang expected to see appeared before him. Situchi, a descendant of the Situ family, one of the 6 royal houses of the Great Qian Dynasty, flashed through his mind from their brief meeting at the dormitory entrance. Huh, but you never thought you'd run into me here, did you? Situchi pressed a dagger against Bai Wushang's throat, a wild grin spreading across his face. Who would have guessed would be downgraded to the same dorm and tossed into the same trial? Fate's funny like that, isn't it, Mr. Self-Awakened Bai Wushang? The word downgraded dripped from his lips, thick with mockery. Bai Wushang ignored him, searching his memory for the strange disturbance he sensed earlier. Bloodline gift cloak of invisibility? You've awakened your bloodline already? Sharp as ever. Situ Kai's white teeth flashed, and Bai Wushang wanted nothing more than to smash them. A chill crawled up his spine. Bloodline gifts were inherited abilities, rare, powerful, and diverse. Entire clans, sects, and factions had risen to greatness on the strength of a single gift. The Mu family, for instance, relied on their Stardust gift to absorb starlight, accelerate meditation, and boost soul power, securing their place among the top houses in Great Qian. Yet Bai Wushang knew bloodline gifts varied in rank: supreme, high, intermediate, and low. Stardust was among the weakest of the low-grade gifts. Situ Chi, however, wielded the Situ clan's intermediate cloak of invisibility, a gift that erased all traces of presence and could even cloak a beast companion, perfect for escape, scouting, and assassination. More startling was the timing. Barely 10 days after awakening soul power, Situ Chi had already unlocked his gift. Such speed proved his bloodline concentration and innate talent were extraordinarily high. When Bai Wushang tensed to break free, the dagger bit into his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Don't move. The trial rules won't let me cripple or kill you, but test me, and I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. Situ Chi sneered. Hurts, doesn't it? You fought off wave after wave, and when the cat demon's last counterattack failed, you thought it was finally over, that the blood essence fruit and everything else were yours. Too bad. I've been waiting for you. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were the one most likely to survive to the end, and I was right. A few days ago at this very moment, no matter how turbulent Bai Wushang's feelings were, that single sentence seized all of his attention. His mind raced through recent memories until it stopped at the instant he left the miracle fruit tree for the first time, the moment he had felt that inexplicable gaze. Could it be that the watcher back then wasn't the Yogu duo at all, but Situ Chi? Noticing the flicker in Bai Wushang's eyes, Situ Chi gave a disdainful snort. Humph, I'd just come out of a fight and my aura was a mess. Let a few hints slip, did I? Well, this time everything's flawless. All that waiting and self-restraint finally paid off. Situ Chi glanced at the cat fiend collapsed on the ground, then at the giant ape, and sighed with mock regret. A shame, really. That cat fiend was useless. Let you slip away. Bai Wushang felt his heart sink. You knew the cat fiend wasn't dead? Please. When it comes to hiding one's presence, in the master here. Of course I knew it was still alive. Situ Chi clicked his tongue. I just wanted to see what you were worth. Honestly, a bit disappointed I didn't get to watch your head roll. Not nearly dramatic enough. He was undeniably handsome, yet every expression reeked of arrogance and contempt for life. Still, the outcome isn't bad. Look, the ape's already taken my crystal poison and a hole through its skull. No way it survives. In a moment, it'll turn into a sparkling sculpture. Should be gorgeous. Bai Wushang forced down the urge to charge him and glanced at the fallen ape. More than half of his head was already turning translucent, taking on a brilliant crystal sheen. Behind it, a nearly 2-meter-long sapphire scorpion casually pulled its stinger free, skittered on 6 segmented legs to Situ Kai's feet, and rubbed against him affectionately. Information flashed in Bai Wushang's eyes. Name: Crystal Scorpion. Contract species: Beast Realm Arthropod Crystal Scorpion Clan. Life stage: Late Juvenile. Bloodline grade: Mortal Bone, 7-star. Status: Relaxed Attached. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Crystal Carapace, Crystal Venom. Skills: Crystal Stinger, Burrow, Pounce, Sweep, Crush. Gourmet Cells, 30. Good girl, nice work. Situ Chi took the scorpion's bulbous tail in one hand, stroking it with obvious fondness. The tenderness vanished as quickly as it came. He snorted at Bai Wushang. I'll admit, your ape's impressive dark sphere, shadow dive, even blood ignition. For a juvenile pet, that's premium quality. Shame it has to die. But hey, pick the wrong master, pay the price. And you don't get any bright ideas. Shanghai Academy's huge. They want miss one self-awakened student. Lose the ape, fail the trial, you're gone. Bai Wushang clenched his fists, fury blazing. All Sitachi did was jeer, mock, belittle. Bai Wushang had never crossed him. What drove him to such extremes? Was it just the lawlessness of royal blood? That felt only part of it. So you're jealous of me? Because I'm a self-awakened one, you want me dead? He asked. Situ Kai's breath caught. A flash of embarrassment and anger crossed his face. The dagger in his grip pressed deeper, bright red blood trailing down to drip onto Bai Wushang's gray collar, staining it crimson. Bai Wushang took a small step back. Hit a nerve? Some royal you are so broad-minded. Do I need you to meddle in my affairs? Deep within Inya Forest, Situ Chi flicked his wrist. The dagger vanished in an instant, and his right fist rocketed forward like a cannonball, landing squarely on the left side of Bai Wushang's face. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the trees. Bai Wushang reeled backward, stumbling 2 steps before he managed to steady himself. His left cheek ballooned, a fiery pain spreading across half his face and making the muscles twitch uncontrollably. Situ Chi spat in contempt and flashed a satisfied grin. Not bad. For a self-awakened type, your boat is tough. Among our peers, few can take my punch without collapsing, and you're one of them. Bai Wushang gently pressed the swelling. His eyes were sharp as blades, veins pulsing at his temples with every ragged breath. Rage surged in his chest, threatening to drown his reason. But not yet. He was still waiting. In Situ Kai's eyes, the demon ape Aizhou was at death's door. Anyone else would have thought the same. Yet the eye of cognition never lied to Bai Wushang. Aizhou's status window still read. Dying crystal poison petrification life, ebbing death immunity, pending activation. There was still a chance. That was why Bai Wushang had taken the blow rather than crush the distressed talisman and flee. Sensing his smothered fury, the crystal scorpion clicked forward. Its arched tail lifted high, the needle tip of its stinger aimed at Bai Wushang's chest. Easy, sweetheart, and scare him, Situ Chi drawled, shaking the dimensional pouch he had just ripped from Bai Wushang's belt. You've been out here long enough to hoard plenty of loot, right? Especially that bloodline fruit. He'll be taking all of it. He smoothed his jacket, straightened a stray lock of hair, and after confirming he was immaculate continued. Enjoy the mental backlash after your contract shatters. I'm done playing with you. Bai Wushang kept his face blank, though fury boiled beneath the surface. His peripheral vision stayed fixed on the blind spot just behind Situ Kai's right shoulder. Fina Zhou's crystallization halted. As if snow melted by spring sunlight, every petrified patch vanished at once, and the wound at his brow knit rapidly. In Bai Wushang's mind, the previously unconscious demon ape came back online. Stay still, Bai Wushang sent. Shadow meld where you are. There are plenty of shadows around your arm. Understood, Aizhou replied, body unmoving as he silently melted into the darkness. By the way, Situ Chi said, raising an eyebrow while admiring Bai Wushang's swollen face, you still have that distressed talisman, right? Haven't used it yet. Planning to fight back? Don't kid yourself. Once a contract breaks, you can't re-establish it for a while, and the higher the bond, the worse the backlash. Take my advice, crush the talisman, and get an instructor to save you. Monsters are everywhere in this forest. If you die, ITLL only cause trouble for me. I still want to enjoy academy life another couple of years. Hearing his flippant words, Bai Wushang smiled. You'd better take a look behind you, there's a surprise. The words were still hanging in the air when Situchi's combat-honed nerves exploded in alarm. Slap. A massive black hand erupted from the shadow beneath Situchi's boots, its 5 fingers towering like mountain peaks as it smashed across his face. With that single blow, the 6-foot-tone fighter spun through the air and slammed into a silverleaf tree several meters away, the crash echoing alongside the snap of breaking bone. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Half of his face caved in. Eyes, ears, and nose ballooned purplered, swollen into a grotesque pig's head. Across the clearing, the crystal scorpion reacted instantly. The moment Aizhou appeared, it whirled around, its 2-meter stinger lashing to intercept. Bai Wushang was ready. He swept the spear from his back, knocked the stinger aside, and with his free hand clamped onto the segment before the tip, dragging with all his strength to buy Aizhou a heartbeat. The demon ape used that heartbeat. Pulling back, it shifted its weight and sprang from the shadows. Mount Tai descends. To the scorpion, the sky went black, as if a giant eagle had blocked the sun. The ape's immense body twisted in midair, elbows braced. It drove its back down like a meteor into the scorpion's crystal armor. Boom, crack, crack, crack. A bell-like crash rang out, followed by the brittle whisper of splitting shell. Shards flew, and 4 or 5 thin fissures spidered across the once perfect carapace, lending it a jagged, fractured beauty. The scorpion hissed, enraged but unafraid. It trusted its armor. Pincers snapped toward the ape's thighs while it finally tore free of Bai Wushang's grip. The liberated stinger whipped straight for the ape's skull. It meant to kill. Master, get clear. Aizhou's voice burst through the mental link. Bai Wushang dove aside without a second thought. Glancing back, he saw the vicious stinger poised to strike. Aizhou lifted his head. His cheekbones bulged to the limit, jaw quivering, face contorted with pain, but he held fast. Threads of dim light wove together, condensing into a marble of flawless darkness. No color could cling to it. A single glance threatened to swallow mind and soul. Dark pulsed sphere destruction mode. Boom. The shadow flashed like lightning. 3 inches from the ape's brow, the crystal stinger froze, then disintegrated into a cloud of fragments. The scorpion shrieked, brilliant blue blood fontaining from the jagged stump, beauty laced with anguish. Slowed 100-fold, one would see the glassy stinger crumble inch by inch against the spiraling black orb, powerless to resist. With the final burst, the tail's last 3 segments were ground to dust, the lethal tip scattering as glittering powder that refracted rainbow light in the sun. SHK. The crystal scorpion's abdomen was shredded, and in blinding pain it flailed its 6 pairs of limbs. Even after losing its greatest weapon, it still swung its massive pincers with savage force, carving bloody gashes down the demon ape's legs. With a thunderous roar, Aizhou wheeled around, slapped the pincers aside, and wrenched himself free. He seized the scorpion, hoisted it overhead, and was about to smash it into the soil. Enough, you wretch. A gateway of light flared open and swallowed the crystal scorpion whole. The demon ape and Bai Wushang turned simultaneously, one panting, eyes ablaze with ferocity, the other pressing the cut on his neck, face as calm as still water, yet his gaze as sharp as blades aimed at the newcomer. The voice belonged to Situ Chi. A lavish sky-blue tome floated beside him. Pages fluttering before snapping shut. The crystal scorpion had been forced back into the oath book. Situ Chi slumped against a tree trunk, half paralyzed. He tilted his head and spat blood. 2 broken teeth landed in the crimson froth. His face twisted into a vicious grin. Good. Very good. I misjudged you. This demon ape is even more extraordinary than I thought. It healed a split skull and crystalline venom. Either it wields some miracle skill, or its mutation is beyond my comprehension. One way or another, the ape is hiding a secret. And what business is that of yours? Bai Wushang asked, spear in hand, advancing step by step. From his lower vantage point, and under their cold demeanor, Situ Chi nearly lost his mind. Moments ago he had been on top of the world. Now humiliation burned through him. You bastard! The curse died in his throat as the demon ape roared and lunged again. It had held back with the last blow, otherwise his head would already be rolling. Yet Situ Chi kept provoking it, and the ape's temper finally snapped. It wanted to add more color to his bruises. Seeing the enraged ape hurtle toward him, Situ Chi's expression shifted wildly. Without a second thought, he ripped his rescue talisman in 2. Arrogant or not, he knew he was beaten. His injuries were the worst he had ever suffered, and the crystal scorpion was no match for the ape. In an instant a curtain of pure white light enveloped him. The demon ape halted, glaring through the hazy barrier. I was careless this time. Interesting, this is all very interesting. Bai Wushang looked down at him impassively. Once a rescue talisman was triggered, not even a peak mature beast could break it. There was nothing he could do. Silence stretched. After several seconds without a reply, Situ Chi gave a chilly laugh. What, afraid to speak? Relax, I concede for now. We'll play again another day. Situ Chi raised the stolen dimensional backpack with trembling hands, a smug grin tugging at his lips. I've never heard of a Bai clan anywhere in the Great Qian Dynasty, he sneered. I doubt you have any pedigree at all. To you, this bloodline fruit is priceless. After all that effort, watching it end up in my hands, how does that feel? Bai Wushang's eyes flickered, his left hand unconsciously brushing the hip at his side. The semi-transparent shield blurred his expression, so Situ Chi kept talking. Honestly, the bloodline fruit is useless to me. My crystal scorpion can't absorb it, and I'm not short on cash. My monthly allowance is 20 or 30,000. Gold is just a string of numbers. A sick excitement glinted in his eyes. What I enjoy is the hunt itself. Whoever grabs the bloodline fruit learns what a one-shot kill is, yet somehow I got ambushed. What a disgrace. Situ Chi had always worn his emotions on his sleeve and hated beating around the bush. Even after taking a major loss, he still spoke with unshakable confidence. He had just opened his mouth again when Bai Wushang cut him off. Hey, are you done yet? You haven't even opened it. How do you know the bloodline fruit is inside? Bai Wushang slowly pulled something from under the armor at his left hip, held it up to the shield, and waved it twice in front of him. And how do you know I only have one-dimensional backpack? The 2 questions left Situ Chi dumbstruck. His one good eye bulged, the focus draining away. You. Still refusing to believe it, he turned the backpack upside down. A heap of items clattered to the ground. He picked up a few and examined them, his face flushing purple. Rat hides, wolf hides, snake hides, cow hides, deer hides, all torn to shreds. What kind of junk is this? And why are there so many snake corpses? Bai Wushang's face remained blank. Sorry, I keep the valuable materials on me. That one is just for odds and ends, bulky stuff that isn't worth much. If you like it, take it. Just don't waste it. Thinking of his earlier bragging felt like another slap across his face. Clang, clang. At that moment, a white crane swooped down from the sky, its large, human-like eyes fixed on Bai Wushang with an unmistakable look of exasperation. If she could talk, she would probably grumble, "You again? How many trips have I made? Can't you behave? It's hard for your Annie to take a nap." Under that stare, Bai Wushang felt a chill and managed an awkward smile. Cranes were clever creatures, and this one's status clearly read sleep-deprived and irritable. He understood at once. An elderly woman with silver hair climbed down from the crane, leaning on a jade-green vine staff. Her face was a web of wrinkles, and she coughed now and then. She said nothing. She simply smiled at Bai Wushang and tapped the ground with her staff. Immediately, countless tinder vines spread across the ground, pierced the protective shield, and wrapped Situ Chi from head to toe. The white crane tucked its wings beneath the old woman's back, lifted her once more, and soared into the sky. Bai Wushang watched the white crane vanish on the horizon, his gaze distant and calm. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh, yet the agitation in his chest still churned like a rising tide. On the surface, the battle had ended in his favor, had beaten Situ Chi soundly, and kept the bloodline fruit, a win-win result. But Bai Wushang knew all too well that the matter was far from over. Situ Kai's crystal scorpion was only badly wounded, not dead. The beast would be expelled from the secret realm, but it still met the Academy's criteria and would not be dismissed outright, and that was the real headache. In a forest this vast, every kind of predator lurked. Today he had provoked a particularly troublesome one. An opponent with a shadow stealth bloodline, awakened and mastered in such a short time, was impossible to predict and truly unnerving. Remembering Situ Kai's temperament, Bai Wushang could already picture his future at the Academy descending into constant chaos. With someone like that around, the trouble had only just begun. Truth be told, Bai Wushang had considered killing him on the spot, but time and place were against it. Back at the Academy, he would need to remain flexible and bide his chance. A scion of the royal clans, what a title. His eyes cooled, tinged with helplessness. In the Great Qian Dynasty, royal clans held power second only to the imperial family, an influence he, a drifting weed, could never block. Even if the Mu family who had raised him for 10 years chose to help, he doubted it would change much. In raw strength, even the weakest royal clan could overwhelm 3 or 4 Mu families, and their top battle pets were leagues apart. Situ Kai's father, Situ Xuanzi, commanded a monarch-level beast that could single-handedly sweep through the entire Mu family. If I ever truly kill Situ Chi and the clan catches the faintest trace, the Mu family won't stand with me, Bai Wushang muttered, abandoning that unlikely dream. He was only a foster child under their roof. Most of his acquaintances were peers, and apart from his closeness with Mu Xiaoxiao, the rest were merely nodding friends. He could not treat the Mu family as a shield, nor did he wish to drag them into his mess. They had, after all, raised him. Thinking too far ahead was pointless. He would take things one step at a time. When the moment was right, he had to eliminate this enemy, but only when every detail was covered and no trace remained. Determination glinted in his eyes as he weighed his options. Furthermore, Shanghai Academy was one of the 4 great academies under the Crimson Dragon Emperor's domain. Though its funding fell short of the Crimson Dragon Royal Academy, it was not far behind. Its deaner, whoever truly pulled the strings, undoubtedly possessed monarch-level strength, matching any royal clan's backing. Both academy and royal clans served the same emperor and operated within the same system. Open conflict was impossible. No matter how powerful Situ Kai's connections were, he would not dare run rampant here, a fact proven when he had just bowed to the trial's rules. Even if he wants to give me trouble, he'll have to follow the Academy's rules. Bai Wushang's gaze was firm. He'll keep my head down, dodge when I can, and keep sharpening my trump cards and my pet's combat power. He let out a quiet sigh. Time is running out for me. How could I waste time on trash like that? Once I'm strong enough, I'll have the right to speak for myself. Work harder still. Woo. A zhou roared twice. It couldn't grasp Bai Wushang's tangled thoughts, but it felt his urgency. Get stronger, even stronger. The demon ape made a silent vow, burning with determination. A zhou, how's the overall damage? Bai Wushang stopped brooding and looked back at the ape. A zhou pointed at its head and sent. Here hurts. Everywhere else fine. Still a severe mental injury. After a careful check, Bai Wushang nodded. Death immunity only blocked the tail stinger's full effect. It didn't reduce the remaining damage. The wounds were stable, no longer worsening, and completely under control. Hold on one more day? I don't have the right medicine now, but the Academy will. Woo. A zhou nodded. Its throat was still healing and couldn't make much sound. Bai Wushang took out some herbs, treated the cuts on his own neck and cheek, then smeared ointment on several of the ape's lacerations to speed recovery. Come on, a zhou, let's tally up the spoils. He steadied his mood and pointed ahead. This trip was a roller coaster, so let's not waste a thing, grab all we can. He tested the weight of the cat demon's bloody hind leg. Dragging it wasn't hard. Near the vanished miracle fruit tree, corpses lay everywhere. The fight had been so fierce that even after dozens of minutes no large predators had dared return. Only small reptiles and fong mice were sneaking bites. The moment they sensed the demon ape, they scattered underground or up the trees, fleeing for their lives. Skip the lesser demon's no point salvaging them, Bai Wushang estimated. The giant pink moth, three-tusked hog, horned python, spotted tiger, spirit fox, and white lion cub are together worth at least 1,500 gold. These half-rotted leftovers can still be stripped for parts. The volume alone will bring in a nice sum. The real gem is the iron bone eagle. That thing's worth more than the cat demon. Every part is treasure. A flicker of joy rose in his chest. Armor or weapons made from it will be top tier and fetch a fortune. Including the cat demon, this pile would bring in no less than 6,000 gold. He almost felt he could shake off poverty. While the area was still quiet, Bai Wushang hurried to process the bodies with the ape. The cat demon and the iron bone eagle were so tough that even in death they were hard to carve, so he packed them whole. For the rest he picked the most valuable, easy-to-handle parts first: hearts, scaled dust, gallbladders, hides, tusks, claws, bone, sorting them into tidy piles. By the time he finished, the sun was setting and he still hadn't cleaned up completely. Beastly roars were drawing nearer. This was no place to linger. He bundled everything he could, stuffed it into hide-sewn bags, and had the ape carry them on its back. For the next day, Bai Wushang and the ape went nowhere. They holed up in a cave to rest and organize the loot. At dawn on the 16th day, the final stage of the trial finally arrived. A huge creature with a rounded body, blue back, and white belly glided across the sky overhead. The silhouette overhead belonged to a whale bird. Its body resembled a whale's, yet its elongated fins spread like vast wings that flapped slowly through the air. Born with the gift of levitation, the creature's massive frame hovered as light as a feather, perfectly steady. Its broad back could easily carry 50 or 60 people, making it an exceptional transport beast. The whalebird hung motionless overhead, a thick rope dangling from its back. Bai Wushang glanced at the demon ape behind him, then at the bulging hide sack that was even larger than the ape itself, and resigned himself to staying on the ground. A few minutes later, a well-built man in a blue robe sensed something amiss below and vaulted off the creature's back. He kicked off the air twice to bleed away the momentum and landed squarely in front of Bai Wushang. What's wrong? The trial is over. Why aren't you coming up? The man's voice was deep and powerful. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the demon ape, and his composed expression flickered with surprise. The ape stood upright on two legs, roughly 4 meters tall, its knotted muscles radiating raw strength and menace. What a magnificent ape! I can feel its surging vitality. Good, very good. The blue-robed man nodded repeatedly, a broad smile revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. He obviously adored this kind of companion beast. Then his gaze drifted past the ape to what lay behind it, and he froze again. What's that? He blurted out. Scratching his ear, Bai Wushang gave an awkward grin at the swollen hide sack slung over the ape's shoulder. Those are my spoils. Before Bai Wushang could elaborate, the man slapped him on the shoulder with exuberant enthusiasm. Excellent. Stuffed to the brim, that means you hauled in quite a haul, didn't you? Yes. I can feel Ithis' youth boiling over. How I've missed it. A mist of tears shimmered at the corner of his eyes. Bai Wushang bared his teeth, not at the man's melodramatics, but at the weight of that casual slap. The blow had seemed light as air yet landed with bone-grinding heft. Fortunately, he was a self-awakened, his body sturdy enough to take it. Anyone else might have been driven to their knees. Got a bit carried away, let some strength leak out, but you actually withstood it. The man regained his composure, thick brows and bright eyes practically glowing, his teeth somehow even whiter. You're one of this year's self-awakened, aren't you? Bai Wushang nodded awkwardly. The man's blazing enthusiasm felt like standing too close to a burning sun. Good. Excellent. You're one of the most promising students I've seen in years. What's your name? Bai Wushang. He'll remember you. Rolling up his sleeves, the man lunged forward, bulging muscles bunching along his arm, and raised an eyebrow. Allow me to introduce myself, Xiao Taisher, senior instructor at Shanghai Academy. I revere strength. I chase the fires of youth, and I believe every ounce of effort will be rewarded. That's my creed. Once we're back at the academy, you must attend my classes. He'll make sure to hone that body of yours to perfection. Bai Wushang stammered, struggling to keep a straight face while thinking, this mentor's personality is way too intense. No, that's not it. Xiao Taisher suddenly grabbed Bai Wushang's shoulders and shook him hard. Energy. Stay energized. Wherever you are, keep your spirit high. Meet every challenge heed in. Show some fighting spirit, you can do it. Hoa hoa. Ajo growled twice in protest, stepping in to defend Bai Wushang. Xiao Taisher snapped back to himself, brow furrowing. Sorry, I got carried away. Clearly my self-discipline still isn't enough. When I get back today, I'll add 3 more hours of training. No, 5. Mentor Xiao, what exactly do you teach? Bai Wushang took a breath and tried to steady the conversation. Oh, I teach body techniques. Xiao Taisher pointed at his bulging muscles and beamed. As a beastmaster, relying solely on your pet's protection is never enough. Without a strong body of your own, you'll be the weak link at the critical moment, and that can be fatal. You understand that, right? Before Bai Wushang could nod, he went on. Of course, I'm not trying to twist the partnership between master and beast. The pet will always be your sharpest spear and strongest shield. The master is the commander, the handler, the trainer, but never the one charging in front. I keep that in mind at all times. Xiao Tai's gaze grew earnest. The whole point of my course is to remind us, as beastmasters, not to overlook physical strength. More often than not, the masters who survive best in the wild are the ones with strong bodies and solid combat skills. Those who rely on their pets alone and neglect themselves will pay the price sooner or later. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Bai Wushang. So tempted? Fair warning, my training is brutal hellival, really. But anyone who sticks it out will gain a ton. Your sweat and effort will never be wasted, because this is what youth is all about. I see Bai Wushang felt an instant surge of interest. He had worked out and practiced combat before, but only on a mundane level. Now, as a peak-tier spirit class beastmaster, his physique had advanced far beyond that. Over the past 10 days he had felt it keenly. Without Ajo at his side, he was the team's weakest point, an easy target, and borderline unsafe. Got it. He'll definitely attend your class, Bai Wushang replied enthusiastically. Good hat's the spirit. Fearless, charging ahead. I like that. Xiao Taisher lifted his thick eyebrows and laughed heartily. You the whale bird let out a soft call, gentle as a breeze. Let's go. My old partner is urging us. I'll take you up. With that, Xiao Taisher leaned toward the demon ape and murmured, mind if I look after this pouch for a while? Bai Wushang noticed the gleaming storage ring on his finger and understood at once. Ajo, head back into the oath book for a bit. Don't worry about me. Bai Wushang stepped onto the whale bird's back. The surface was soft and slick, dotted with tiny, breathing pores. A sugary, cotton-like stickiness clung to his boots, yet it felt oddly comfortable. Look, the seventh one's here. Hey, isn't that the Independent Awakener? Bai Wushang, right? I've heard of him. He turned and saw 6 strangers, 5 men and 1 woman. Their clothes were torn and dusty. Some had bandaged arms or legs. Despite the injuries, their eyes shone with pride and excitement. They were the freshmen who had survived 15 days and cleared the trial perfectly. Bai Wushang nodded politely. They returned the gesture, curiosity clear in their eyes. Everyone wondered what kind of pet an Independent Awakener would have. Wushang, sit over here. Xiao Taisher sat cross-legged at the whalebird's center, flashing a wide grin. This beast has a trait called stable airflow. It can steer the currents around us, so you could do flips up here and still be safe. Once I finish searching the last sector of Trial Field 9, you'll all head back to the academy. Youth is waiting for you. A dozen minutes later, the whalebird hovered in midair, while 2 more people, 1 man and 1 woman, climbed up the rope. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. They were familiar. The young man with ashen bangs was the master of that stench mud beast. I had even suspected he was Wang One. His partner, a curvy woman with permed hair, had contracted a pepperwing butterfly. Her figure was striking, though her face was ordinary. They recognized Bai Wushang at once, surprise giving way to weary acceptance. The woman hurried over, voice trembling. Can I ask, is the demon cat dead? The young man sighed, stepping to the side. Honestly, we ran. We saw you fighting Luo Bing's group from a distance, but we were exhausted, and a fire lizard was tailing us. We didn't dare get close, we just escaped. He paused, then went on. Seeing you here without Luo Bing, you must have been the last one standing. We don't want anything, just to know if the demon cat is dead. One of our teammates died by its claws, and we need closure. Both pairs of eyes searched Bai Wushang's face, the woman's brimming with tears. Their team bond must have been strong for her to break down like this. The demon cat is dead. The departed are gone. Grieve, but try to let it rest. Really? Thank goodness. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to avenge her. Jiao, she was still so young. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The young man gave Bai Wushang a grateful nod, then patted the woman's back and led her to sit. It's my fault, too, he murmured. The plan was too reckless. I share the blame. Fragments of their conversation floated to the others gathered nearby. The 5 men and 1 woman, lively only moments ago, suddenly wilted. Their shoulders sagged and the light left their eyes, whether from recalling recent dangers or from a fresh understanding of life's uncertainty. Xiao Taisher watched them in silence, a faint smile playing on his lips as though he were looking at his younger self. He spoke slowly. We've all been young, we've all been confused, and we've all been blindsided by fate. Only by forging ahead can we pierce the clouds and see clear skies again. His voice deepened, firm and resonant. That's the very purpose of these trials, to teach you this lesson. Becoming a beastmaster is only the beginning. Without hardship and pain, how can you grasp your own insignificance? The road ahead is long. An hour later the whale bird descended, its vast wings kicking up fierce winds. In Trial Field 9, only 9 people had survived. Xiao Taisher leapt from the whale bird, fingers flashing through rapid seals. Beams of light shot from his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye a 10-meter-wide teleportation array glimmered on the ground, its lines glowing a dim blue. Step onto the array. Someone will meet you when you reach the academy. I'm heading for the next trial field, so I won't be coming along. Straightening, Xiao Taisher swept the group with eyes like torches and barked, heads up. Lasting to the end of the freshman trials shows you've worked hard and you've been lucky. But luck won't stay with you forever. Effort, however, is yours to keep. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The 9 answered together, their voices echoing across the empty field. The instructor's tidal aura left them inspired, alert, and full of expectation. Their new life at the academy was about to begin. Blinding white light swallowed them, and after a dizzying moment Bai Wushang opened his eyes. He stood in a vast hall of roughly 1,000 square meters. A lofty dome studded with crystal ornaments scattered dazzling reflections in every direction. Noticing the fluctuation of the array, several women wearing golden sun badges hurried over. One paused gracefully, her brows arching in surprise. The freshmen this year are fierce swats in that huge sack? Before activating the array, Xiao Taisher had tossed Bai Wushang's hide bag onto it, forcing the 9 students to huddle together in the cramped space. Bai Wushang offered an awkward smile and summoned the devil ape. He had Ajo sling the oversized hide bag onto its shoulder. Roar! Ajo scanned the hall, amber eyes alive with curiosity and apprehension. Raised in the forest, it was stepping into a city for the first time. Though Bai Wushang had tried to calm it, the sight still shook its worldview. So this is what houses look like. And there are so many beautiful big sisters. A tall woman in flowing robes approached, her bright eyes sweeping over the group and lingering on Bai Wushang and the ape. Welcome, freshmen, and congratulations on passing your first enrollment hurdle. From this moment on, you are official members of Shanghai Academy. Her tone was polite, yet the dense aura of soul power surrounding her revealed that she was at least a soul attendant-level beastmaster. The newcomers listened in silence as she continued. Your first task is a physical examination for both you and your beasts. You've just ended a dangerous adventure, and many companions are hurt. We belong to the Academy's medical division. Each of us can heal, either through restoration arts or through the abilities of our contracted beasts. Don't hold back. The Academy covers the cost. This is a reward you've earned. In a spacious, brightly lit white room, a tall, regal woman knitted her brows and murmured, so the demon ape needs treatment for psychological trauma? That could be a problem. Injuries like that are beyond me. She paused. Wait here. They'll bring my elder sister. Moments later, another woman stepped inside. Unlike the imposing first visitor, this newcomer carried a totally different area-length hair, a delicate oval face, and fair, dewy skin. She radiated the gentle, jasmine-like freshness of someone both elegant and kind. A strange, oversized bird followed at her heels. As tall as a person, its webbed feet slapped against the floor with wet smacks. Its legs were long while its body was plump and round, and its neatly folded feathers shimmered in a peach-pink hue that promised silky softness. Most striking was the fleshy lantern on its head, a white bone frame wrapped in translucent yellow skin, inside which a fist-sized crimson flame burned fiercely. Lantern bird. Bai Wushang recognized the creature at once. In his mind's eye an information panel lit up. Name, Lantern bird. Contract species, beast realm avian type Lantern bird clan. Life stage, peak mature. Bloodline quality, elite, 2-star. Condition, slight fatigue. Intelligence, low. Traits, fire seed flight. Skills, healing light. Wing slap, flame jet, cheerful song. Gourmet cells, 104. You said your demon ape has suffered mental trauma? The short-haired woman asked with a gentle smile. My secondary profession is pharmacologist, so I might be able to help. Yes, and it's serious. Hasn't had an appetite for 2 days, Bai Wushang replied, giving the ape a light push. Ajo hesitated, then inched toward the woman and carefully lay down. She beckoned. Come here as well, Bai Wushang. Your cheeks are still a bit swollen. Let the lantern bird treat your external injuries first. All right. Bai Wushang was a little surprised Shed called him by name, clearly knowing something about him. He didn't dwell on it, and obediently stood beside the ape. Cuckoo flapping its wings, the lantern bird rose 6 or 7 meters into the air and lowered its head. A fan-shaped burst of orange-red fire spilled from the fleshy lantern, bathing parts of Bai Wushang and the ape in its glow. Warmth flooded their bodies at once, bringing a pleasant tingling to Bai Wushang's cheeks, neck, and limbs. Ajo's eyes half closed. Though his rapid regeneration trait had long since healed most wounds, the sensation felt like basking in sunlight, indescribably soothing. After about 5 minutes the orange light faded, and the lantern bird settled to the ground. Bai Wushang almost wished the treatment had lasted longer. A quick check showed nearly all his injuries gone, leaving only a few insignificant scars. Thank you, senior. By the way, what should I call you? He asked. Ding Yu, a third-year student. If you like, just call me Sister Ding, the short-haired woman replied with a warm smile. With practiced ease, she drew a small suitcase from her storage ring and slowly opened it. Ding Yu retrieved a faintly glowing mental probe from her briefcase and pressed it lightly against the demon ape's forehead. The orb flashed at once, its surface swirling with chaotic red ripples. This is pretty serious. Ding Yu frowned, shifted her gaze from the uneasy ape to Bai Wushang, and her tone hardened. You'd better tell me exactly how this injury happened so I can prescribe the right medicine. Well, it went like this. Bai Wushang gathered his thoughts, skipped the trivial details, and gave her a concise account of the incident. Forced a blood burn after taking a psychic shockwave? Ding Yu's eyes widened as she stared at the ape in a daze. After a moment, a gentle smile surfaced. Bai Wushang, a partner like this is priceless. Treat him well. She shook her head. He got lucky this time. Next time the outcome might not be so kind. I know. Bai Wushang nodded, worry flickering in his eyes. So can it be healed? Ding Yu produced a vial of crystal-clear potion from her case and held it to the ape's lips. Here, this is formulated specifically to repair mental trauma in beasts. Ajo sniffed the vial, caught a faint herbal fragrance, and looked to Bai Wushang for approval. Bai Wushang gestured for him to drink and asked tentatively, Sister Ding, how much would something like this cost on the market? At least 2,500 gold coins. The ingredients are rare and the process is complicated. Ding Yu shrugged. If it sold for less, I'd suspect it was a knockoff. That pricey. Bai Wushang clicked his tongue. Relax. The freshman trial is a long-standing tradition. Injuries like this are fully covered by the academy, so you won't spend a cent. Ding Yu waved it off. And that's not all. To prevent any aftereffects, it'll give you some supplemental medicine. 1 dose a day for 7 days, and he'll be completely cured. She brushed the loose hair from her forehead and reminded him earnestly. For these 7 days, keep the ape out of any strenuous battle or training. Let him rest, understood? Oh, got it. Burp. After draining the potion, Ajo let out a satisfied belch, shaking his head in surprise as his vigor visibly returned. Bai Wushang finally relaxed, but another worry surfaced. Sister Ding, the trial is over, so why can't I summon my life-bond beast yet? Do I have to see Senior Xiao Wanlong again? Why do I hear such deep resentment in your voice? Ding Yu chuckled, her laugh as light as a spring breeze. Bai Wushang looked a bit embarrassed. For the past 15 days, Inha had been chanting in his mind like a tightened curse, desperate to get out and play. On day 1, it had already blacklisted Xiao Wanlong, swearing that the next time it saw her it would take a big bite out of her. What troubled Bai Wushang most was that these emotional outbursts had erupted no fewer than 30 times, always the first thing in the morning and the last before bed. Translated, they went something like, Dragon Girl bad. Bite her. Bite her. Bite her. By now Bai Wushang had almost been brainwashed. The moment he heard Xiao Wanlong's name, those lines popped into his head. Sure enough, as soon as Inha learned Bai Wushang was out of danger and back in the origin world, it became ecstatic, urging him over and over to let it out. Hold on, I'll be here in a second. Ding Yu gave a small, tight-lipped smile and motioned for Bai Wushang to relax. She lifted her wrist and tapped a few commands onto her watch. Moments later, an attendant hurried in, both hands cradling an ornate golden case. Ding Yu accepted it, flipped the lid, and removed a jade-green talisman that glimmered faintly. This is a release seal, she explained. Senior Xia sent it over. It can lift the block on your contracted beast. Pinching the charm between 2 fingers, she added, steady your breathing. Don't let your soul power push back. The instant the talisman touched Bai Wushang's brow, a flash of emerald light erupted, and the charm dissolved into drifting sparks. A sudden lightness flooded his body. His soul power began to flow much faster. Delighted, he raised a hand. Book of Oaths, open. A silvery white tome materialized, pages fluttering in midair, then split apart into a brilliant portal. Chirp chirp. A snow-white little creature burst through the gate, landed, and tore around the room, its 4 tiny paws tapping out a rapid rhythm on the floorboards. Milky Way, over here. Bai Wushang beamed, eyes full of fondness. It was a moon rabbit fur as pure as fresh snow, so fluffy it resembled a cotton ball. Silver eyes sparkled like the brightest stars. Its 4 stubby legs, barely visible when it crouched, propelled it in astonishing bounds. Each hop sent it soaring, while its ball-shaped tail bobbed behind. Wow, what an adorable moon rabbit. Ding Yu gasped, her eyes shining. Cuckoo, the lantern bird muttered, wounded pride plain in its voice. So I'm not cute anymore? Back when I was just a candle bird, you sure thought so, women. The demon ape Ajo watched in silence. It was the first time it had seen its master's other pet. After comparing fists, it confirmed its own were bigger. Its gaze bright and no wonder master asked me to protect her. She's tiny, anyone could push her around. All right, she's my little sis now. Boss Ape is officially back. Milky Way, Milky Way, Bai Wushang called several times, but the rabbit paid no attention. Within 2 minutes, she had sprinted across every corner of the 100-square-meter suite and even left a trail of dusty paw prints on the ceiling. Rubbing his nose, Bai Wushang laughed awkwardly. Guess she was cooped up in the pet space too long. Now she's cutting loose. It's fine, Ding Yu giggled behind her hand. I've never seen a moon rabbit this pretty and full of personality. She's brimming with energy, perfectly healthy. At last the little creature tired, bounced over to Bai Wushang, and just when he thought she would jump into his arms, whipped around and pointed her plump backside at him. Hey, still sulking? Bai Wushang chuckled helplessly, producing a crisp green carrot and holding it to her nose. All right, don't sulk. Look, I brought you cucumbers and carrots. These taste special. Want to try some? Bai Wushang crouched down and held the food toward the little creature. Chirp, chirp. Inha whipped its fluffy head to the side, lips pressed tight in obvious irritation. I know the beast's space is boring, nothing to do but sleep all day. It must have driven you crazy. Bai Wushang gently stroked the small head, fingertips brushing over the snowy outer fur and the soft pink lining of the rabbit ears. The texture was so plush, he couldn't help giving them an extra rub. Don't worry, that won't happen again. Whenever you want to come out and play, just let me know. Those few words broke Yinhe's defenses. With an excited squeal, it kicked off the ground and rocketed into Bai Wushang's arms like a furry cannonball. Its silver eyes immediately filled with tears of grievance. Chirp. There. I missed you too. Bai Wushang hugged the rabbit tightly, hand gliding over the silky fur on its back again and again. The warmth in his palms sent floods of affection through him. They had only been together 2 or 3 days, yet he was already deeply attached to this little bunny. Off to the side, Dingyu couldn't stop giggling. So, are you raising a spirit beast or a daughter? You've turned completely soft. Bai Wushang's cheeks flushed, and he cleared his throat to mask the embarrassment. Holding Inha up toward Dingyu and the lantern bird, he said, Inha, say hello. This sister is the one who let you out. You should thank her. Chirp, chirp. The rabbit obediently nodded, sat down, and placed its forepaws together in a formal bow. Those naturally enchanting silver eyes and the playful gesture sent waves of amusement through Ding Yu's own expression until her whole face lit with a smile. Can I pet you? She leaned closer, extending a jade white hand, eyes full of anticipation. Inha tilted its head, ready to refuse, then hesitated. This sister did rescue it, and she didn't smell like a greasy old man actually. She smelled rather nice. After wrestling with itself for a moment, the rabbit stretched out a single paw. Chirp. Just once, Bai Wushang translated, slightly embarrassed. Dingyu laughed softly and scratched the rabbit's fluffy chin. What a mischievous little sprite. You're far cuter than an ordinary moon rabbit. Flattered, Inha perked its ears and squinted into crescent moons. A few seconds later, it suddenly grew alert, sprang away, and landed securely on Bai Wushang's shoulder. Chirp. Time's up. Dingyu blinked, half amused, half resigned. Such a perceptive little thing really doesn't like strangers getting too close. Yeah, it's smart, just a bit naughty. Bai Wushang's tone was indulgent. Passing over the cucumbers and carrots, he turned toward the demon ape. Inha, meet our new companion Ajo. Don't be fooled by his size, he's very intelligent. You can call him Chief Ape. Chirp. Inha took 2 quick bites of carrot, then looked up. Its tiny head kept tilting back as it stared at the massive ape, eyes slowly going blank. Chirp, he's huge. In the bright, spotless room, Ajo tilted back his head and roared twice, the glass panes quivering in their frames. He had resolved to reclaim his title as Monkey Boss. This was their first formal meeting, so he had to show a bit of strength. The demon ape sprang upright like a bodybuilder striking a pose, arms lifted overhead. His chest tightened, his lats flared, and every muscle bulged in sharp relief. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling window and washed over his dark red fur, giving it a metallic sheen. Inha stared up at this living mountain of muscle, then glanced at his own fuzzy little body. The sparkle in his round eyes dimmed. When would he ever grow up? He drooped his ears, tucked in his limbs, and curled into a ball of white fluff. Not even the crisp, sweet cucumbers and radishes could tempt him. Huh. The demon ape let his arms fall with a dull thud, looking lost. In battle he was always fired up, brimming with aggression, bowing to no one. He was a powerhouse of raw strength and a tank famed for recovery. Yet now Ajo was flustered. Does the little guy hate me? But I haven't done anything, what now? If I mess up this first meeting, the master will be annoyed. He scratched his head, rough nails rasping against his scalp, when a sudden idea lit his eyes. A huge black furry hand reached toward the tiny white creature, as gently, as if lifting delicate porcelain. Chirp. Yinhe's fur bristled at once. Without thinking, he opened his threpidal mouth and bit down hard. Tiny sharp teeth pierced the demon ape's palm. Ajo bared his teeth in surprise. He hadn't taken the attack seriously, yet that bite went straight through the skin, blood dripping between his fingers. If Yinhe's teeth had been any larger, he might have torn out a chunk of flesh. Chirp. Suddenly Inha felt as though he were flying among clouds. He turned his head and saw his master, the short-haired young woman, and the strange bird with flames on its head looking up at him, their faces no bigger than coins. The novel view made him slack-jawed with wonder, and he let go. Where was he? A soft sense of weightlessness came, and he sprang instinctively. All 4 paws landed on a curved, dark red metal surface. Hold tight. A low growl rumbled near his ear, purposefully muted so as not to scare him. Yinhe's big eyes swept around and lit up. He was perched on the big fellow's head. What head thought was metal was actually a horn. Chirp. His mood brightened at once. So high. So much fun. Ajo obligingly paraded him around the room, strides steady and light. Sometimes he paused at the skylight, so Inha could gaze at blue sky and drifting clouds. Other times he made small hops, carefully controlling every landing. Yinhe's cheerful chirps never stopped. After being cooped up in a dark little room for more than 10 days, he was bored to tears. Now he had a new playmate, huge and a bit scary to look at, but kind and gentle. In his mind, Inha immediately awarded the demon ape a 6-star rating. Watching the big and little creatures horse around, Ding Yu's smile never faded, her eyes curved like crescents. After a while she said lazily, Bai Wushang, have you thought about joining our medical division? Me? The medical division? Bai Wushang blinked. That doesn't sound right, I'm a combat specialist. Ding Yu rolled her eyes. You've got the wrong idea, you know. More than 90% of the academy's administrative bodies are formed by the students themselves. Whichever one you join won't dictate how your beasts develop. After all, hardly anyone follows a pure specialization path. Most people mix and match to create complementary abilities. Bai Wushang nodded to show he was listening. Sister Ding, I don't know much about the academy's inner workings. Are there many departments? Not really. There are only 4 major divisions, Ding Yu replied, tapping the sun-shaped badge gleaming on her chest. This badge stands for medical. The other 3 are logistics, alchemy, and order, each with its own responsibilities. Seeing he still had questions, she went on, take logistics. They handle resource distribution, budget allocations, and mission assignments, everything from coordinating instructors to assigning students. Alchemy gathers auxiliary professions, potion makers, artificers, formation masters, talisman engravers. They're few in number, but extremely valuable. Her tone turned serious. Order is the one you should pay attention to. Since the Academy's founding, it's been the most important and powerful division. At least half of the 10 elites are stationed there at any given time. Order splits into 2 branches. The first is the disciplinary squad. They handle campus security and oversee trials and tournaments, with full authority to reward or punish. Anyone who seriously breaks the rules or fails a critical task gets expelled by them. She grinned and nodded toward the golden box on the table. Senior Xia heads the disciplinary squad. She's famous for her iron fist. Since she took over, misconduct has dropped by half. Do yourself a favor, read the student handbook and don't test her patience. Understood, Bai Wushang said, then asked, what about the other branch? That would be the enforcement unit. Ding Yu answered, her voice tinged with respect. They deal with anything outside the academy, protecting our reputation, scouting the surroundings, gathering intelligence, carrying out rescues, even fighting. They're the academy's guardians. They operate in the most dangerous areas, high risk, high reward. The bar is high. Only top second-year students or above can apply. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Hey race, a secret, the first and second seats of the 10 elites both command the enforcement unit. So imagine this. Order controls 5 or 6 of the 10 elites, including the entire top 3. That's how dominant they are. Bai Wushang fell silent. The last time he saw Xiao Wanlong and her mid-stage wyvern, he already thought she was formidable, and that was only one of her beasts. There might be even fiercer ones, and there are people ranked higher than she is. The thought was intoxicating. Something inside him stirred. A new conviction formed, a clear target to chase. Chiku. I'm back. After spending half the day romping around with the demonic ape, Inha finally had its fill of fun. It bounded lightly onto Bai Wushang's lap, curled its fluffy body into a ball, closed its eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Ding Yulian took a few quiet steps to the tea table, busied herself for a moment, and brewed 2 cups of lemon black tea. She set the white porcelain cups down, smoothed the folds of her skirt after sitting, and picked up the conversation where they had left off. Since we've covered the strongest division, order, let me give you a proper introduction to medical. She lifted her cup and took a small sip. The medical division's work is straightforward: rescue, recovery, support, whatever is needed, wherever it's needed. When required, we also accompany order teams on external missions. She gestured toward the sleeping Inha. Our entry requirements are actually quite low. As long as you possess healing skills yourself or have a support-type companion beast, you're welcome. Take your moon rabbit, for example. Its bloodline quality may be on the lower side and its healing ability not ideal, but that's fine. It already meets the minimum standard for the medical division. Bai Wushang glanced at the dozing little creature, his brow twitching slightly. So far, Inha still had the most outrageous attribute panel he had ever seen: an infant beast whose bloodline had somehow jumped straight to elite grade. 1 star. Ridiculous. Was this mysterious being truly a support pet? Bai Wushang wasn't so sure. Sisting, do we have to pick a division right away? He asked hesitantly. Not at all. The choice is entirely yours, Ding Yuelian replied with a gentle smile. Joining a division means taking on responsibilities and performing regular missions, but it also comes with greater returns. You won't be working for nothing. She put down her teacup and spoke earnestly. One of the main ways to earn secret energy is by holding a division post. That means you receive a fixed allotment every week. Quite a few people here rely on that method. It's steady, efficient, and comes with extra perks. Oh, Bai Wushang muttered, deep in thought. He had yet to receive the final accounting for the personal medallion had surrendered, including the portion used for his emergency rescue. Summer Wanlong had given him only a brief overview of secret energy, and he still wasn't clear on its true value or how hard it was to acquire. He would have to experience it firsthand. One thing he did understand: his time was precious, and he needed to use it well. No matter how friendly Ding Yuelian seemed, he couldn't accept her offer lightly. Sis Ding, I'm new here, I can't decide just yet. I understand your caution, she said with a wry smile, a trace of resignation in her eyes. But someone of your caliber won't go unnoticed for long. In a few days the Order Division will probably reach out and try to recruit you. She sighed. When I heard there were 3 self-awakened rookies this year, I did some homework. Once I learned your lifebound beast was a moon rabbit, I decided to grab the medical checkup as a chance to talk to you early. To be honest, our medical division is smaller than Order and logistics only, a bit larger than alchemy. So the benefits must be excellent, right? There aren't many people with support abilities, Bai Wushang ventured. Ding Yuelian could only answer with an awkward smile. This problem isn't easy to sum up in a single sentence. Ding Yu set down her teacup and gave Bai Wushang a complicated look. The medical division is popular around the academy. People get injured all the time, and they always need our help. She ran a finger along the rim of her cup. But ever since the top 10 graduates from 2 classes ago left, the current head has become a complete absentee. He never fights for our interests, so our benefits keep shrinking. She let out a weary sigh. Those of us on the executive team are working ourselves to the bone. We handle everything, big and small, while the regular members complain because their arcane energy allowance is stuck at the lowest level. Over the past year many of them have quit, and our headcount has fallen to an all-time low. An edge crept into her voice. If this keeps up, there's no point in keeping the division. Order or logistics could absorb us tomorrow. She took another sip of tea, met Bai Wushang's eyes, and spoke earnestly. I don't want to watch something I've worked so hard for fall apart. So, Bai, I'd like to bring you in and inject some new blood into the team. Leaning forward, she continued, I'm willing to give you part of my own energy quota so your earnings in the medical division never drop below the discipline unit's minimum in the order division and they'll rise regularly. Plus, our workload is lighter. Most days you're just on call at the infirmary, short shifts, relaxed hours, plenty of free time to read and study. Her eyes shone with expectation. Salary, benefits, schedule, I'm offering the best package I can. Won't you give your big sister a chance? Bai Wushang would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. He could feel her sincerity. Still, he wanted to learn more about other ways to earn energy before deciding. There might be faster or more convenient methods that would boost his growth. Even an easy job still costs time and effort. After a moment's thought, he answered honestly, Sister Ding, for personal reasons I can't commit just yet. May I look into the academy's options a bit more and get back to you? Ding Yu rubbed her temples. She had made her best pitch. The outcome was out of her hands. At least Bai hadn't said no outright. Maybe he was just cautious. What a shame it would be to lose a student with this much potential, she thought. I hope my offer sways him. The medical division will need a new pillar sooner or later. Maybe he could be the one. She shook her head, then smiled again. All right, I respect your choice. But how about we exchange wristcom contacts? Her voice softened. If freshman orientation or anything else confuses you, come find me. I'm not letting a prospect like you slip away. You flatter me, Sister Ding. Bai Wushang chuckled and raised his left wrist. Before they parted ways, Bai Wushang asked one last question. Dingjia, I made quite a haul on this trip to the secret realm. Bai Wushang pointed to the next room, where an oversized hide sack bulged like a small hill. Any idea what I should do with it? Does the academy have a place to sell this stuff? That's easy. Dingjia smiled. Go to District 3 and look for the Myriad Beasts Emporium. It's the academy's largest official marketplace, and most students buy and sell their supplies there. Got it. Thanks, Dingjia. After a polite farewell, Bai Wushang tucked the half-dozing galaxy into his arms while Azhou shouldered the enormous hide sack. They walked down the broad campus avenue, its vermilion pavilions and jade balustrades stretching in every direction. Bai Wushang let out a slow breath, eyes shining with anticipation. Dingjia had said the source energy would hit his wristcom account later that afternoon, along with a course list that freshmen needed to fill out. It was only noon, and he had nothing pressing to do. Lugging around a bag this big was a pain, so he might as well cash out, stock up on coins, and go on a proper shopping spree. He called up his wristcom and ordered a large shuttle cart. The demon ape squeezed into the cargo bed, barely fitting. 20-odd minutes later, a purplish-red pavilion came into view. The main gate alone stood more than 10 meters tall, plated with gold and silver, as lavish as a palace. 4 ancient, gold-embossed characters crowned the rooftop Myriad Beasts Emporium. Bai Wushang let out a low whistle. Wealth hung in the air like perfume. Armed guards patrolled everywhere, and security looked airtight. He paused to watch the flow of students, many of whom had summoned their pets to walk beside them. Judging by their expressions and what his eye of insight revealed, plenty were freshmen like him, fresh from the island's secret realm and eager to spend their gains. Idiot. You're a total idiot. A mocking voice cut through the crowd. Bai Wushang turned to see a bloodshotted boy clawing at his own hair. Perched on the boy's shoulder was a blue-green parrot with an unusually long tail and a beak shaped like a sickle. What really stood out was that the bird had two heads. Name: twin-headed parrot. Contract species: beast realm avian type twin-headed parrot clan. Life stage: mid-juvenile. Bloodline grade: mortal bone, 5 stars. Status: trash talking. Intellect: low. Traits: hermaphroditic mimicry flight. Skills: dual bite, sneeze feathered dust, charge, bluff, provoke, splatter droppings. Gourmet cells: 12. The left head craned its neck, eyes rolling as it screeched, "Idiot. You're a big, fat idiot. Enough already. Why did I ever contract something like you?" The boy growled, dark circles under his eyes betraying who knew how many sleepless nights. People all around stopped to stare, curiosity playing on their faces. The right head, which had been dozing, snapped its eyes open and shrilled, "What are you looking at? Huh? What are you looking at? You're all morons. Morons." A brazen ironhead honey badger strutted past, and, without warning, bared its razor-sharp fangs, menace glittering in its eyes. "You idiot, shut up." Jaiwoda's scalp tingled as he shuddered from head to toe. A mature, extraordinary creature like that could end him with a single bite if it lost its temper. With an awkward, servile smile, he bowed repeatedly to the badger's handler until his back was nearly bent at a right angle. Once they were safely out of sight, Jaiwoda whipped out the Book of Oaths, grinding his teeth, ready to recall the parrot. "Move it," screeched both heads of the two-headed parrot in unison. It flapped hard and shot into the air. Jaiwoda's face went deathly pale, as though some horrific memory had resurfaced. He lunged forward without hesitation, the practiced motion almost heartbreaking to watch. Splat! A lump of green, unidentifiable sludge plummeted from the sky and exploded on the ground, splattering everywhere. Zhou immediately pinched his nose and stepped back in disgust. Bai Wushang looked at the tearful Jaiwoda, shook his head with a laugh, and said, "Of all the creatures you could contract, you chose a parrot? They're notorious for their foul mouths. Good luck, kid." After passing several security checkpoints, Bai Wushang and the demon ape officially entered the first floor of Wanshou Mall. A hostess hurried over, her voice sweet and professional. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I'd like to sell some materials," Bai Wushang replied. "Mostly beast carcasses, quite a lot of them, in a mixed assortment." "This way, please." The hostess, who introduced herself as Erin, stole a quick glance at the demon ape and concealed her surprise. A freshman, yet already coming in with a haul like this? Are young people really this incredible nowadays? She kept her thoughts to herself and politely led Bai Wushang down the corridor. A brief conversation gave Bai Wushang a rough idea of Wanshou Mall. It functioned like a giant supermarket under unified management, no private vendors, fixed prices, no bargaining. In a quiet side room, Erin bowed apologetically. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. The trial just ended, so a flood of freshmen have come to trade. On top of that, a massive order just arrived, and several staff members were pulled away. We're short-handed at the moment. You may have to wait a bit." "How long?" Bai Wushang frowned. "Not long, truly," Erin assured him, forcing a smile as she set out tea. Time crawled by. 20 minutes passed. Just as Bai Wushang was about to lose his patience, Erin hurried back, a sheen of sweat on her brow. "Sir, this way, please." Bai Wushang rose and walked out, Zhou following close behind. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a flash of fiery red hair disappearing at the end of the hallway. His brows arched slightly. A certain woman came to mind. Could it be her? He pushed the thought aside and entered the transaction room. Boom. Zhou dumped a multicolored patchwork hide bag onto the floor, its heavy thud echoing through the room. Bai Wushang followed by emptying his dimensional backpack, laying out materials one by one. These, and these," he said. "I'm selling the lot. How much are they worth in gold?" Various oddly colored and misshapen items now covered half the room. The two clerks exchanged looks of mild astonishment. When Bai Wushang pulled out two battered beast corpses, they could no longer remain calm. "A cat demon? An ironbone eagle? You took down mature stage beasts too?" "Huh." Bai Wushang caught the word instantly, thinking of the woman from a moment ago. Halfway through his sentence, a traitor was brusquely cut off by a colleague. "Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. You know what happens if you leak client information, right?" "Sorry." The first traitor shrank back and clamped his mouth shut. He had no desire to lose this job. Bai Wushang felt an itch in his heart, as if separated from the truth by a thin screen he couldn't pierce. Fortunately, the two traitors were efficient. One handled appraisal, the other inventory, their roles clearly divided. The final tally was close to what Bai Wushang had estimated. The pile of beast carcasses led by the cat demon and the iron-boned eagle was worth about 6,500 gold coins. Adding the odds and ends, he had gathered materials from nether vipers, gale sword wolves, razor beetles, golden burrow mice, emerald shell turtles, along with unused herbs and a small amount of rare, or the grand total offered by the myriad beasts exchange reached 7,830 gold coins. "Mr. Bai, hey, race the purchase list. If everything looks right, please sign." Bai Wushang scribbled his name. A stack of neatly bound gold notes was pushed in front of him, gleaming brilliantly. Being rich feels wonderful. It was the first time he had handled such a fortune, and his mood was complicated. He quickly calmed down and activated the holographic shopping screen embedded in the tabletop. There was a lot he needed to buy. The money might not even be enough. This was no time for self-congratulation. With the trader's help, Bai Wushang searched for his first item, a storage ring. The academy hadn't asked for his dimensional backpack back, claiming it was a free gift to students. Bai Wushang, however, despised it. The capacity was tiny, the security abysmal, and the single function laughable. Anyone with a trace of soul power could open it, owner or not. Worst of all, the thing had an expiration date. After a year or two, the space would shrink and collapse. If luck was on your side, the contents would spill out intact. If not, the void would swallow everything. Anyone with a shred of sense avoided this cheap junk. I'd better replace it with something decent soon. After browsing for a while, Bai Wushang discovered that the market was full of low-end storage gear similar to the dimensional backpack, ranging from 1 to 10 cubic meters. The cheapest cost only 14 gold, and even the priciest was under 500. Storage rings, however, were a different story. They started at 5 cubic meters and ran at least 700 gold. The top models held thousands of cubic meters, came with enchanted defenses, and cost well over 100,000. Bai Wushang shook his head and chose a basic model, a matte black ring with an unassuming design, offering 30 cubic meters of space for 3,888 gold. Expensive, yes, but you get what you pay for. It should serve me for quite a while. Without further hesitation, he added it to his cart. The next 10 minutes were spent carefully selecting supplies. Healing potions, soul power restoratives, antidotes for beasts, mind-shielding tonics, blood-replenishing elixirs, and more, burning through another 2,000 plus gold coins. He needed to make sure he had plenty of life-saving gear. Going down the checklist, he verified each item. Training uniform, scent neutralizing powder, hardening talismans, elastic ropes, flexible body armor, a tempered steel spear, and combat boots. The auxiliary equipment alone cost 1,000 gold. Because he also worked part-time as a chef, he ordered a set of premium cookware for another 200. Watching the thick stack of banknotes dwindle to a few lonely bills, Bai Wushang rubbed his forehead with a sigh. The sting of poverty was back, but he was used to it by now. He laid everything out in front of him and picked up the storage ring. Without hesitation, he nicked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the band. The ring absorbed it instantly, completing the bond. Unless he died or someone used overwhelming force to erase the imprint, no one else could activate it. Once the gear was stored away, he summoned a single object to his hand. May I ask how much you'll pay for this? The two brokers leaned closer, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Holy, is that a bloodline fruit? A freshman actually got hold of one. Bai Wushang's face didn't change, he simply waited. One broker consulted the internal price list and looked up seconds later. Mr. Bai, this is a bulk commodity. Under mall regulations, we can offer 9,500 gold. Only 9,000? Bai Wushang frowned. Aren't all wondrous fruits worth at least 10? The second broker explained patiently. On the open market, yes, but we're an academy-backed exchange. We sell only to students and instructors, never to the public. Setting higher prices on bulk items locks up our capital, so the buyback rate is lower. He projected data from his wrist comp for Bai Wushang to see. More importantly, this is a bloodline fruit. Most wondrous fruits are gone the moment they hit the shelves, but this one is tricky. While it usually triggers a beneficial mutation, there's still a small chance of no mutation or even a harmful one. Because of that, demand is limited. Unless a pet already carries an ancient bloodline guaranteeing atavism, and you know how rare those beasts are, this fruit is a hard sell. Factoring everything in, 10,000 beasts mall can only offer the quoted price. We're just following protocol. With a professional smile, he added, if you need quick cash, selling to us is your best option. If you're after a higher return, you might try the arcane exchange, the free gold market, or the academy's regular auctions. One of those channels could bring you a better price. After leaving the 10,000 beasts mall, Bai Wushang walked to the curb alone, raised his hand, and hailed a guide car to take him back to the dorm. The bloodline fruit was still tucked inside his storage pouch. He hadn't sold it yet. As his fingers brushed the bag, he weighed the pros and cons of keeping such a rare treasure. Price mattered, of course, but the real question was whether he should use it himself or cash it in. Ajo, the magic ape, was an extreme type that had already mastered 2 dark attribute skills it shouldn't have been able to learn. With 2 natural evolution stages still ahead of him, there was no immediate worry about an evolution barrier, so giving Ajo the fruit now would be reckless. The kitten Ninha in his arms was a variant already wrapped in layers of mystery. No one could say whether the fruit would benefit it at all. Bai sighed and shook his head. He could save the fruit for some future contract beast or sell it when money ran tight. It wouldn't spoil, so it would find a use sooner or later. The guide car sped through a half-lit underground tunnel. Bai pulled up his wristwatch and browsed the student handbook when a new icon flashed in the corner of the holoscreen with a soft chime. It was a message from Mu Xiaoxiao. Brother Wushang, Are you back on campus yet? Tongue sticking out. A smile tugged at his lips. The girl sounded in high spirits, which meant she hadn't been eliminated from the trial. Judging by her tone, she had probably done better than expected and was itching to boast. I'm back. How'd the trial go? He replied. I held out till the very end. Haha. XD. Hard to imagine what beast did you contract? Hee hee. I'll tell you tomorrow. I made a new bestie and want you to meet her. See you at lunch in the cafeteria. Pinky promise. I rolled his eyes and shot back a bonk on the head sticker. The little exchange ended quickly, and before long he stood in front of his long-missed dorm building. The moment he pushed open the stairwell door, a thunderous crash echoed inside, as if something had collapsed. A string of furious cursing followed, and a gray blur on four legs bolted straight for the entrance. A woo-woo, owo owo. The sudden sight of Bai made the creature pause, eyes wide as it sized him up, then it pounced without hesitation. Caught off guard, Bai felt a beast coming at him. His expression darkened, and he summoned the magic ape. Roar. Ajo erupted into the hallway with a deafening bellow. Standing upright, his broad, muscular frame filled half the corridor, radiating pure intimidation. Yet the gray shadow didn't care. It kicked off the floor, aiming to lick the ape's face. Ajo frowned, clamped one hand around the intruder's scruff, and hoisted it into the air. He despised wolf-type creatures. If his master hadn't banned roughhousing on campus, he'd have smashed it on the spot. The gray wolf flailed, looked down in confusion, its brown eyes blinking. Realizing it was dangling above the ground, it understood at last, and started yelping and howling. Bai's brow furrowed. The wolf's cries grew more and more excited, and every so often it mixed in a cheerful woof, woof. It didn't sound angry at all, more like it was having fun. A translucent status panel hovered in his field of vision. Name, Little Husky Contract Beast. Species, Beast Realm Quadruped Husky Clan. Life stage, mid-juvenile. Bloodline grade, common bone. Mood, excited, joyful, curious. Intelligence, low. Traits, hyperactive, gluttonous. Skills, crunch, pounce, burrow, savage charge, howl. Gourmet cells, 13. Damn it, you fiend. Ouyang Yuan's grief-stricken roar shook the corridor. Soaked to the skin and wrapped in a dripping bathrobe, he staggered out of room 103, his face a picture of collapse. Water streamed off him, his hair was a tangled mess, and rage made him tremble from head to toe. Yuan's eye calmed down. I'll catch it for you. Shabulu burst out behind him, grabbed the wet robe, and tried to steady him. The next second, both men froze, staring up at a towering demon apan at the big gray wolf in its hand, paddling the air as if rowing an invisible boat. Be brother Bai. Ouyang Yuan was the first to find his voice, though it quavered badly. Peering past the ape's legs, he spotted a familiar figure. Who else but Bai Wushang? Joy flooded his face. Pointing at the gray wolf, he sobbed, Brother Bai, thank goodness you're back. Please, beat that thing up for me before I lose my mind. Aya. Easy, easy. Tell me what happened, Bai Wushang answered, fighting back a grin. Now that he saw the wolf clearly, everything made sense. It was a husky, that legendary master of chaos. The runaway paw, the demolition captain, the crazy-eyed wolf. Who would dare sign a contract with this breed? Brother Ouyang, was it you? Are you bored with life? Or just too rich for your own good? Bai Wushang could only admire his courage. Come on, Brother Bai, let me show you my dorm, Ouyang Yuan said, sounding utterly defeated as he led the way to room 103. The lower half of the once sturdy red hardwood door was blown open, its edges riddled with claw and bite marks. Splinters littered the floor. Inside, the place was a wreck. Lights flickered fitfully, chairs lay overturned, leftovers and soup were splashed everywhere, and there was hardly a spot to stand. Curtains, sofa cushions, even bedding were strewn about in tatters, victims of some unknown rampage. Bang! Ouyang Yuan slammed the door shut. The frame wobbled like a frail, old relic, clearly another casualty. Stripped of his last shred of dignity, Ouyang Yuan lifted his face to the ceiling and cried, tears streaming down. Brother Bai, you see this? It's all it's doing. Why didn't I study more? Why did I misjudge a transcendent creature? Why? Yuan's eye, breathe, breathe, Shabula murmured, patting his shoulder. Bai Wushang opened his mouth to speak, but the door of room 104 crashed open. For crying out loud, will you shut it? A grown man bawling like, that, give me a break. Situ Chi stood with his arms folded, leaning lazily against the wall as he cast a sidelong glance at the crowd. His black and gold night robe glimmered dully under the lights, and the silver jade belt at his waist flashed with expensive brilliance. A white facial mask hid his handsome features, yet the arrogance carved into his bones seeped from every pore. Well, back already? His gaze swept over everyone before finally landing on Bai Wushang and Mo Yuan, and he gave a playful whistle. Roar. A Zhou bristled at once, letting out a guttural growl. Clutching Xiaoha dog, he strode forward, massive arms raised high, ready to smash his improvised weapon at any moment. Ouyang Yuan and Shabulu exchanged a look. Ouyang's face changed sharply. He hurriedly wiped away his tears and forced himself to calm down. Even the honest Shabulu could sense how quickly the air had chilled. What's wrong? Didn't the trial ground give you enough of a fight? Bai Wushang lifted his eyes, calm yet edged with hidden blades. If it's not a sneak attack, a Zhou can beat the crap out of that crystal scorpion. Hey, don't tell me you plan to start something here, Situ Chi said, utterly unruffled. I'm not crazy enough to brawl in a public corridor, but if you think you've got the guts, be my guest. The words had barely left his mouth when red lights began to flash in the corners of the walls. Warning, warning, warning. Multiple individuals detected in close proximity. Combat fluctuations detected. Trainees, cease all hostilities immediately. Remember, this regulation is personally endorsed by the Qilong Emperor and carries the weight of the Great Qian Dynasty's law. Ignore it, and the discipline squad will arrive in 3 minutes. You will bear all consequences. The shrill mechanical voice echoed down the hallway. Bai Wushang frowned and quickly calmed Zhou, signaling him not to act rashly. Gugu? Galaxy, startled awake, poked out its little head, paws clenched. 30 seconds later the red lights and the alarm died away, and the standoff eased a fraction. Situ Chi curled his lip, but didn't budge from the wall. Unruffled, he said, Relax, Bai Wushang, I'm not here to pick a fight. And you don't have to keep rubbing it. I lost in the trial ground, lost badly, got my face slapped every which way. So what? If you think I'm just some reckless young lord, you're dead wrong. You don't see the whole picture. He paused. I've been thinking these last 2 days, and I've come up with a brilliant idea. Interested in hearing it? A rush of thoughts flashed through Bai Wushang's mind. He couldn't guess what game Situ Chi was playing. A woof, woof woof. Xiaoha dog, still clutched in the ape's hand, suddenly shattered the silence, craning its neck towards Situ Chi and barking in greeting, its own friendly way of saying hello. If only it could get a lick or two. SSS, SSS, SSS. San unscathed crystal scorpion crawled leisurely out of the room and up to Situ Chi, raising its twin pincers. Its swish 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 shaved a thick layer of gray fur off Xiaoha's belly. Oh, Xiaoha froze. It had never experienced anything like this. A dazzling light burst in its eyes, and with a fierce struggle it nearly slipped free of the ape's grasp. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog barked in protest at Mo Yuan. It wanted to go over and lick that shiny crystal scorpion to find out whether it tasted any good. Oh Yang Yuan, you're an embarrassment. How could you possibly contract a pet like that? Situ Kai's lips curved in a cold smirk, contempt gleaming in his eyes. Put that stupid mud away, will you? Oh Yang Yuan's face darkened like storm clouds. Without a word, he produced a gray oath book. He wasn't giving in to Situ Chiha, was worried the little husky would cause real trouble. Another alarm was nothing. The dog might actually poison him, and that was a risk he couldn't ignore. Sensing what was coming, the husky thrashed wildly, tail wagging and claws scraping the ground, yet it was still forced back into its contract space. Situ Chi grunted in satisfaction and idly twirled the orb-shaped scorpion tail in his hand. Let me be blunt, Bai Wushang. You're a strong opponent, no doubt about it. Want to work for me? Bai Wushang froze in shock. Had never expected those words from Situ Chi. You're recruiting me? Exactly. Think it over. Situ Chi sounded casual. Money, herbs, artifacts, even women, whatever you want, I can arrange it. Just do as I say and be my lieutenant. Bai Wushang was baffled. Had thought Situ Chi arrogant, jealous, and eccentric, but never stupid. Now he wasn't so sure. A few days ago this man had tried to kill the demon ape to get him expelled, only to be beaten half dead and publicly humiliated over the dimensional backpack fiasco. The hatred in Situ Kai's eyes back then was unforgettable. After all that, he wanted to recruit him? How could he assume Bai would forgive him or trust him? Bai Wushang didn't even hesitate. Forget it. I'm not interested in being anyone's flunky. You'd better reconsider. Situ Kai's gaze turned icy. The trial grounds might be open competition, and yes, I slipped up, but that doesn't mean I accept defeat. The way you hurt me was humiliating. Join me, and the past is wiped clean. They'll never target you again. And he stressed the word, lieutenant, not servant. I'm royalty. I need loyal followers, and you're the first I've chosen. Off to the side, Yang Yuan tugged at his own face in disbelief. Since when did the notorious Situ Chi want to partner with Bai Wushang? Was this a dream? Bai Wushang's eyes grew cold. Is there a difference? Are you threatening me? If that's how you see it, fine. Situ Kai's voice stayed calm as he drew a stack of papers from a dark gold ring studded with gems. Take a look. Bai flipped through them, and his expression hardened. The pages outlined his entire life. The details were brief, but they covered every major event of his 16 years. Don't act so shocked. It's just a commoner's file. With my connections, it was easy. Situ Chi sounded almost sympathetic. I didn't expect your past to be so tragic. Apparently, you don't have many years left. If you know that, why are you still pestering me? I asked coldly. Pestering? No. Situ Kai's smile deepened, wrinkling the face mask he wore. I'm helping you. Work with me, and you'll have resources pouring in. That blood poison you're carrying is a death sentence, but I just might have a cure. Bai Wushang's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, mockery flashing in his eyes. Are you kidding me? His voice dripped with disdain. Even a six-winged guardian seraph couldn't eliminate that toxin. Yet you think you can? That being outranks your father and stands on the same level as His Majesty the Red Dragon Emperor. And you? What makes you think you're qualified? C2 Kai's expression went rigid. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. After a brief silence, he tore the mask from his face, revealing a nearly scar-free profile, and his tone turned forceful. Bai Wushang, the fact that I'm willing to set our grudges aside and cooperate with you is already giving you enormous respect. He stepped forward, eyes drilling into Bai Wushang. I've done my homework. Your only connections are the Mu family and that adoptive mother buried in research. Neither of them really backs you. In essence, you are just a self-awakened esper with no support, nothing at all. Dragging a finger through the air, he spoke with smug confidence. Think it over. Which option is likelier to keep you alive fighting alone, or letting me shower you with resources? He pointed at the crystal scorpion at his side, then at himself. You saw how badly I was hurt a couple of days ago. Look at me now. He rolled his shoulder. Almost fully healed, no after effects. The medical department can't do that. I spent 20,000 gold on the finest medicine and treatment. Confidence gleamed in his eyes. There's nothing money can't solve. If it fails, it's only because I didn't spend enough. I can drop 100,000 gold on an oath scroll and sign a soul pact with you. You'll lose out a bit, because it'll be a guardian contract. That's the only way you'll feel secure. After that, whatever you want, he'll provide it to the fullest. Bai Wushang looked at him calmly, eyes as placid as water. Stop flattering yourself. If living is just about surviving, what's the point? Jigu. Galaxy nodded solemnly. The little creature's eyes showed clear disgust. It hopped onto Bai Wushang's shoulder and spat at C2 Chi and the crystal scorpion. PFF. PFF. Bai Wushang chuckled, rubbed the little beast's head, then turned and led the magic ape back to his dormitory. Ouyang Yuan and Shabulu had no chance to speak. They hurried after him, one ahead and one behind. C2 Chi watched their backs disappear, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips, eyes unreadable. Inside living room 101, Bai Wushang rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought as a heavy silence filled the room. Ouyang Yuan cleared his throat and finally asked, Brother Bai, did you really get hit by that blood poison even the Supremes can't handle? Isn't that a bit extreme? Yeah. Bai Wushang nodded, unwilling to say more, offering only a brief explanation. After listening, Ouyang Yuan began tugging at his already messy hair, perfectly reflecting his agitation. He paced back and forth dozens of times before suddenly stopping, asking awkwardly, So Brother Bai, what happened between you and C2 Chi? How did you two get mixed up? I ran into him in the trial field, and I won, Bai Wushang said flatly. Ouyang Yuan rubbed his temples and drew in a sharp breath. Though he hadn't seen the fight, his knowledge of C2 Kai's personality let him picture the whole ordeal. So you offended him? It's not about offending him. He came after me first and wants me dead. Bai Wushang shook his head. Oh. Ouyang Yuan's brow furrowed into 3 deep lines, and his expression grew instantly grave. Brother Bai, from what I know of that man, he's famous for bearing grudges. Is there really no way to smooth this over? While gently patting the demonic ape's thick arm to calm it, Bai Wushang replied in an even voice, There was a chance a moment ago, but I turned it down. His terms were unacceptable. Sha Bulu, who had been listening quietly, finally scratched the back of his head and offered, Bai, I'm not good with words, but if you need help, just say so. I'm willing. Brother Sha, you're too straightforward. Ouyang Yuan let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. You don't understand the power of the royal clan, yet you're already thinking of stepping in. You're such a hothead. Sha Bulu's dark face flushed, but he straightened his back and retorted, My mother always said, don't be the first bird to stick its head out, but don't hide in your shell either. We drank the sworn brother wine and became friends. Aren't friends supposed to help each other? Ouyang Yuan stared at him in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. A warm feeling rose in Bai Wushang's heart. This tall, dark fellow might be a bit simple, but his sincerity was rare in this society and this age. Sha Balu, thank you for your kindness, but we need to plan this carefully. Bai Wushang accepted the goodwill without rejecting it outright. Regaining his composure, Ouyang Yuan knitted his brows and muttered, Honestly, this is the first time I've seen C2 Chi lower himself to seek peace, even through a soul contract. In the past, people fought over the chance to be his lackeys. For him to act like this means 2 things. First, Brother Bai, there's something about you that either scares him or that he desperately wants. Second, it might be because of Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin? Bai Wushang blinked, confusion written across his face. What does she have to do with this? Clearing his throat, Ouyang Yuan straightened up and asked, Brother Bai, in the trial field you were in, how many trainees were latest linked here? Bai Wushang thought for a dozen seconds, frowning in recollection. Now that you mention it, it was strange. I met just over 20 people, and at least 15 were latest linked here. I knew it. Ouyang Yuan slammed the table, a sharp crack echoing through the room. His voice grew animated. Shanghai Academy is insane. At normal academies, any promising student gets nurtured carefully. Here it's like raising venomous insects. You need talent, but you also have to keep proving yourself through combat ability, willpower, and luck. No wonder every Shanghai graduate is a dragon among men, shining wherever they go. What's your point? Bai Wushang urged him to continue. Ouyang Yuan exhaled slowly, his expression turning solemn. I suspect no. I'm almost certain that the Academy's so-called random draw for trial fields is a sham. There's manipulation behind the scenes to crank up the pressure on self-awakeners like you and those latest Link-tier students. Think about it. There are only 146 ranked trainees in total, and you've already met a tenth of them. Does that sound normal? And it gets crazier. Luo Yuan and Zhu Qin ended up in the same field. In the living room, Bai Wushang's eyes widened. Sheer disbelief etched across his face. You were in the same trial ground. That's right. Ouyang Yuan pointed to Shabula beside him. This big fellow was there and saw everything with his own eyes. Shabula's thick, bushy eyebrows nodded, his voice rumbling like thunder. And that's not all. Besides those two, at least 40 latest spirit tamers were crammed in there. Heaven help me, it was a slaughterhouse. I didn't dare take a single step outside my cave. That extreme. Bai Wushang jolted as if struck by lightning. He had thought his own 15 days were dangerous enough, but this sounded like hell on earth. Brother Bai, you've only just returned, so you may not have heard, Ouyang Yuan said, shaking his head. The students who bailed early have been talking. Then how did it end? With that many competitors in one place, it must have been total chaos, right? Bai Wushang pressed. Ouyang Yuan and Shabulu exchanged a look, their expressions equally complicated. Brother Bai, what I'm about to tell you sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Just hear me out, Ouyang Yuan said solemnly. All right. Seeing his serious face, Bai Wushang sat up straight. Beside him, the demon ape Ajo couldn't follow every word, but the tension told him the conversation had reached a crucial point. He held his breath, ears pricked. He'll start with the outcome. Luo Yuan was eliminated on day 9, and Ouyang Yuan drew a long breath. In trial field 1, only one person survived to the end, Zhu Qin. Bai Wushang swallowed, his throat dry. What, the only one survivor? How is that even possible? Ouyang Yuan clicked his tongue at Bai Wushang's stunned face. Brother Bai, Shabulu, and I have been digging up gossip these past few days. We pieced it together from students tossed out of field 1. Put together, the story is more or less complete. He pulled out a folding fan and waved away imaginary sweat, curiosity blazing in his eyes. No one saw Zhu Qin during the first 5 days, but on day 6, she showed up. Do you know what her beast is? You'd never guess, a scarlet jade demon spider. Bai Wushang's gaze flickered violently. Isn't that a maturistic extraordinary creature? How could she possibly contract with it? Exactly. A bona fide mature form. Ouyang Yuan spread his arms, eyes dancing. When Zhu Qin emerged, she was no longer at peak spirit level. She had already advanced to early soul servant rank. She skipped the juvenile stage entirely and bonded with a mature scarlet jade demon spider right off the bat. Holy Bai Wushang felt his brain short of oxygen, the bombshell leaving him dazed. After a moment he blurted, "Quit teasing me and explain already." "Listen, that woman is a total monster," Ouyang Yuan said, fanning even harder. "A lot of people suspect she found some kind of legendary treasure the moment she entered the trial ground and used it to vault her soul power up a rank. Now, simply raising soul power isn't enough, right? At best it strengthens your body a bit. Normally a bare-handed master can't fight an extraordinary beast of the same rank, but what if she has a bloodline talent? Bloodline abilities." The image of Situ Chi flashed through Bai Wushang's mind, the guy whose gift was the cloak of invisibility. It looked harmless, yet was so unpredictable that no one could fend it off. Bai Wushang drew a deep breath. Any bloodline ability was a priceless treasure coveted by all. I'm not completely certain, but I'm almost sure she has a fire-type bloodline ability, and at least a mid-grade one, Ouyang Yuan said, his voice trembling. It's definitely thanks to that gift that she could tame the flame jade demon spider and start her legend in trial ground number 1. Ouyang Yuan lifted his head, eyes unfocused on the sky as his voice drifted. According to incomplete counts, out of the 100 people in trial ground number 1, at least half fell to Zhu Qin. She practically took everyone down single-handedly. He waved his hand in the air, trying to recreate the scene. Many people say that when she appeared, her red hair streamed behind her, flames clung to her body without so much as singeing her clothes, and raging fire burned in her peach blossom eyes. It was otherworldly. Some compared her to a spirit born of flame. Others said she looked like a blazing sun. Wherever she went, seas of fire followed, and every step left scorched earth behind. Ouyang Yuan swallowed hard. In short, no one can get near her. Aren't you laying it on a bit thick? Bai Wushang couldn't help cutting him off, frowning. We're all the same age. Why does she sound like she's about to become a god? Bai, there may be some exaggeration, but it's not just 1 or 2 people saying this. Almost everyone says so, including Brother Shah, Ouyang Yuan protested, waving his hands. He saw it with his own eyes, so I have to believe it. Shah Bulu nodded vigorously, unease written all over his face. That's right. I saw her from a distance, and there really were flames on her body. It was freaky-like a walking torch. He paused, lowering his voice. And that woman is unbelievably violent. She doesn't think. She doesn't care. With that flame jade demon spider beside her, she attacks any human she meets. She might be made of fire, but she's as cold as ice, the trainee said, swallowing hard. She barely speaks, and the moment she showed up, she flattened the master without a second thought. If the trial rules weren't there, I bet she'd have left a pile of bodies behind. His voice still trembled. It's not that she's vicious, she just doesn't care. One casual strike from that flaming giant spider, what chance does a juvenile beast have? Anyone who survived should count themselves lucky. Even so, a lot of pets got killed. The trainee patted his chest. Thank goodness I reacted fast. As soon as I saw her, I crushed my emergency talisman. I didn't even try to fight back, otherwise I'd be on my way home right now. Bai Wushang listened in a daze. Zhu Qin, she's terrifyingly strong. Ouyang Yuan picked up the story. Luo Yuyuan's no slouch, either. His contracted pet is a swift leopard juvenile peak, mortal bone rank, 7-star top tier among the freshmen. Even so, he couldn't last a full minute against Zhu Qin and nearly got killed. He lowered his voice. A few trainees just back from trial field number 1 said Zhu Qin's been hunting non-stop, turning the place upside down. The forest is ablaze, there's nowhere to hide. No one's expected to last till the end. She's probably wiped out tens of thousands of extraordinary creatures. It's madness. Ouyang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The rules allow hunting, sure, but this is overkill. She's wrecking the ecosystem, leaving nothing alive. Words spread through the entire first year, and even upperclassmen have heard. Everyone agrees she's the undisputed freshman queen. Those she defeated but spared fear her far more than they hate her. Ouyang Yuan finished. Someone gave her a nickname, the Crimson Flame Witch. Suits her, don't you think? Scarlet Flame, which Bai Wushang rolled the nickname around in his mind, his throat feeling as though it had been baked dry. To think she dared to set the trial ground ablaze, this woman was ruthless. Was she not afraid the academy would hold her accountable? Then again, the rules never forbade it, so she had taken advantage of a loophole. The nature of her flames must also be special, or they would never be this hard to extinguish. A red-haired silhouette he had glimpsed in the myriad beast's maul moments earlier resurfaced in his thoughts. That had to be Zhu Qin. No wonder the clerk spoke of a mega order. Compared with her haul, his own gains were insignificant. After an impassioned speech, Ouyang Yuan pulled a bottle of ice water from his newly purchased storage ring, chugged it in one go, and sighed contentedly. Turning back, he eyed the black giant ape with open envy. Brother Bai, that demon ape is clearly a battle-hardened war machine. But if you ever run into Zhu Qin again, keep your distance if you can. He lowered his voice. With a mysterious fire bloodline and a primordial little flame sparrow as her life-bound pet, her background may run even deeper than Sidhu Kai's. I'm wondering if that arrogant, competitive Sidhu Chi tried so hard to rope you in precisely because he sensed her pressure and wanted to expand his faction. Bai Wushang nodded slightly. It was possible. Even so, he would never agree. If not for death immunity, Zhou would already be dead. To Bai Wushang, that was no different from losing a parental irreconcilable blood feud. Besides, he had no intention of living under someone else's roof for a slim chance at survival. Rather than rely on others, he would strengthen himself. 3 years might be short, but it was far from hopeless. He lowered his gaze to the gold knife and silver fork emblem on the back of his right hand. Wasn't this mark even more mysterious than the blood poison? How far he could grow was still unknown, but as long as he refused to quit, no one could make him. Ouyang Yuan tapped away on his wrist communicator while speaking. Brother Bai, too much has happened today, let's slow down for a bit. Same old rule. Dinner's on me, all right? Afterward, tell me more about your issue with Sidhu Chi. Maybe I can help. Bai Wushang nodded. He did have questions for Ouyang Yuan. Soon the dishes arrived, and a rich aroma filled the room. Jigu? Star River rubbed his sleepy eyes and peeked out, wondering why another meal was starting just as he was drifting off. Oh, why were there no carrots? Poor service. He pulled his head back in a huff. Hold on, little fellow. Ouyang Yuan called out, fully prepared for this tiny ancestor's demands. Here, a whole basket, eat all you like. With a swipe of his storage ring, he produced a massive basket of vegetables. Inside were jade crystal carrots, iron heart yams, golden leaf lettuce, and more, none of them cheap. For ordinary people, they were nutrient-packed delicacies, practically premium tonics. The gold coin maul embedded in the wristwatch was still a work in progress, so anything upscale had to be bought the old-fashioned way. Ouyang Yuan chuckled, producing a delicate bamboo basket from his storage pouch. I picked these up yesterday just for our little rabbit, he announced. The basket overflowed with vividly colored spirit herbs, a faint medicinal scent wafting from within. Chigu. Galaxy squealed with delight. Her tiny head shot out of Bai Wushang's arms, her paws churning as she tried to leap free. Bai Wushang reacted instantly, pressing the excited bundle of fur back against his chest. Chigu. Galaxy snapped in frustration, round eyes bulging. Humph. Who needs your food anyway? I'm not even hungry. While rubbing the rabbit's plush head, Bai Wushang turned to Ouyang Yuan with an apologetic smile. You really didn't have to bring all this, I've still got plenty in stock. In the secret realm had unearthed a trove of multicolored carrots: red, orange, yellow, green, blue. even purple enough to last for weeks. Besides, treating him to a meal worth 2 or 300 gold coins was favor enough. This basket of high-grade herbs easily exceeded 500. He couldn't accept it. Don't be so formal, there's plenty to share, Ouyang Yuan declared, and with a flourish produced 2 even larger baskets. Bai Wushang leaned over. One basket brimmed with fresh, blood-red boar meat, the marbling plain to see. The other was packed with stones of every hue, each one glimmering faintly in the sun. This boar meat was meant for little but your demon ape eats everything, right? Dig in, Ouyang said, patting the meat. Then he tapped the stone-filled basket. And these are mountain vein ores, premium raw rock. Brother Shah, they're yours. I don't need them. I've got enough, Shah Bulu muttered, waving broad hands in refusal, his dark face flushing. Quit fussing. I'm only treating you once in a while, it won't go broke, Ouyang laughed. Come on, Brother Shah, summon Big White. After a few more protests, Shah Bulu finally surrendered. He opened a white oath book with a sigh. Big White, come on out. A gateway of light appeared, and a 3-meter python burst forth, landing with a dull thud. The snake was immaculate jade white, not a blemish on its body. Its torso looked sculpted from interlocking stone segments that grew larger toward the head, which was over half a meter wide. A thick, blunt horn thrust from its forehead. No forked tongue flickered, no fangs showed. Its mouth split to the jaw hinges, and when it opened, the interior was pitch black and seemingly bottomless. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. The creature matched the rock serpents in his memory almost exactly except for the color. Regular rock serpents were heavy gray-black. This one's snow-white sheen made it strikingly elegant, its aura entirely different. Lines of data flickered across Bai Wushang's pupils as the eye of insight finished its appraisal. Name: Rock Serpent. Contract species: Beast Realm Reptile Type Rock Serpent Clan Mutant. Life stage: Juvenile Mid-phase. Bloodline grade: Mortal Bone, 5-star. State: Calm Vigilant. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Stone Body. Skills: Earth Shock, Burrow, Crushing Bite, Harden, Tail Sweep, Charge. Gourmet Cells, 11. Pretty surprising, isn't it, Brother Bai? Ouyang Yuan grinned. I jumped the first time I saw it too. Brother Shah looks humble enough, but he bagged a mutant rock serpent on his first try, pretty enviable. Shah Bula's cheeks reddened thaw. It was hard to tell beneath his dusky skin. Big White's only a color mutation, he explained shyly. Its skills and combat power are the same as any normal rock serpent. It just looks nice. Never thought I'd manage to tame it, but I'm happy I did. Even an ordinary rock serpent is no pushover. These creatures usually live underground, so running into one on the surface is sheer luck. Bai Wushang patted Shah Bulu on the shoulder. Old Shah, raise it well, and try to evolve it into a steel jade serpent as soon as possible. I'll do my best. Shah Bulu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. Yet the moment he glanced at the basket of mountain vein stones, his excitement froze and turned to awkwardness. Yuanzi, consider these stones alone. They'll pay you back once I've earned some money. Hey, there's really no need, Ouyang Yuan began, but Shah Bulu cut him off. No, Yuanzi. Shah Bulu waved firmly. I know you're well off and you want to help, but I can't accept them for free. I made a little money in the secret realm, enough to feed Dubai for half a month, so don't worry about me. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Bai Wushang suddenly understood. Rock serpents live underground and feed on ore, and the Academy's surface wards prevent them from digging for food. They're also famous gluttonzone or 2 meals a month, yet each exceeds 100 kilos of ore. Coming from a nomadic tribe, Shah Bula's clothes and manner made it clear money was tight, and Bai Wushang Kudrilati was in the same boat. They had stored some vegetables, fruit, and meat in the island's secret realm, but at best that would last 2 or 3 weeks. Inha was no trouble. It nibbled as if everything were a snack. The real problem was Ajo. Bai Wushang knew that at the same rank a rock serpent ate even more, and Ajo was already at the peak of the infant stage. If it were allowed to eat freely, it could swallow an entire mound of food. It wasn't picky vegetables, fruit, raw meat, cooked meat, insects, anything was fine. For wild transcendent creatures, food merely keeps them alive. For a beastmaster, however, feed must also be nutritious, a decisive factor in growth, so there's no room for slack. After hearing Shah Bula's heartfelt words, Ouyang Yuan paused, then nodded. All right, Brother Shah, I won't insist. I'm lending you this basket of mountain vein stones. Pay me back when you can. Got it. Shah Bulu nodded vigorously. Ouyang Yuan grinned. But don't rush. Take your time. And remember, my family deals in jade and jewelry, so I can get this stuff cheaper than the Academy. Next time you need feed, come to me in advance, and I'll let you have it at cost. Really? Shah Bula's eyes lit up with joy. That cuts at least half my expenses. Thanks, Yuanzi. In that case, I'll accept this basket of medicinal herbs and fresh meat, Bai Wushang said with a smile. When I have the money, I'll pay you back in gold coins, same amount. Brother Bai, you too, Ouyang Yuan sighed helplessly. He hadn't thought much of it. He simply believed that with Bai Wushang's soul power failure was impossible, so had prepared a little something to celebrate the end of the freshman trial. Bai Wushang smiled without a word, reached into the basket, and pulled out 2 fresh carrots for Inha. The little creature instantly hugged one, crouched on his shoulder, and began gnawing away. He waved at Ajo. Help yourself to whatever you want. Ajo wasn't shy. Ever since its mental state had improved from serious to minor damage, its long-standing loss of appetite had vanished. Famished, it plopped onto the ground and dug in. Fruits and vegetables went down with tusked boar meat, and it even stretched a paw towards several cooked dishes on the table. Each bite made its eyes narrow in delight, and the look of wonder on its face was quite amusing. The rock serpent Dabai lifted its huge head, reached into another basket, clamped a veined mountain stone between its powerful jaws, and bit down. Crunch, crack like a giant bone being crushed. The sound rang through the air and made everyone's teeth ache. Bai Wushang watched the mutated snake with interest. Despite the noise, its manners were elegant and unhurried. He couldn't tell whether that was its nature or if the new diet still felt strange. Hey! Shabulu suddenly slapped his forehead. Yunzi, why don't you let the little husky out to eat? Ouyang Yuan, crouched cautiously behind the rock snake's tail, rolled his eyes. Better not. The idiot already wrecked my room. I'm afraid he'd turn Brother Bai's place into a war zone too. It's fine, he'll have Ajo keep an eye on him, Bai Wushang said with a wink, thinking it was no big deal. No, forget it. Ouyang Yuan shook his head like a rattle. Once bitten, twice shy. After these few days together, I'm sure of one thing. For a long time to come, he'll be locked in a battle of wits and strength with that little husky. I can't even let him eat his fill. The moment he's full, he starts causing havoc, and the second I look away, something gets destroyed. I'm exhausted. Clutching his chest, Ouyang Yuan looked grief-stricken. We've been out of the secret realm for barely 10 days, and I've already replaced my furniture 3 times. Today, while I was showering, he practically dismantled the whole house. He's going to be the death of me. He grabbed Bai Wushang's arm. Brother Bai, what do I do? How do I tame a pet like that? Bai Wushang was at a loss as well. The little husky was truly an oddball among extraordinary beasts. It had 2 key traits. The first was boundless energy endurance, stamina, an inexhaustible supply of vitality. If an ordinary canine beast would collapse after an hour of intense exercise, the little husky needed at least 2 or 3 before it even felt tired. That gift was a double-edged sword, great for combat power, a nightmare for its master if mismanaged. Its second trait was veracity. Creatures with this trait possessed overwhelming curiosity. Food, toys, dead things, living things. If it hadn't seen it before, it wanted to poke it, taste it, figure it out. In short, the key word was self-destruction. Out in the wild, pets with the veracity trait died at an alarming rate. They usually managed to kill themselves. A beast that combined both traits and still hadn't gone extinct after thousands of years was nothing short of a miracle. After thinking for a moment, Bai Wushang asked tentatively, Ouyang Yuan, how exactly did you end up contracting a little husky? Ouyang Yuan laughed awkwardly. Brother Bai, you'll laugh when you hear this. On the 3rd day of the trial, I dug a huge pit and accidentally trapped the little guy. He was covered in weeds, mud, and bruises, howling like crazy. I was thrilled. I thought he was a gray mountain wolf, a 6-star mortal bone beast, ferocious and combative, the perfect contract target for me. In the living room, Bai Wushang lifted the bowl and let the steaming mushroom soup slide down his throat, warmth flooding his stomach. The rich flavor made him narrow his eyes. She hadn't tasted anything this good in ages. Setting the bowl aside, Bai Wushang met Ouyang Yuan's gaze. You misjudged it because it was scarred, filthy, and howling like a wolf. Ouyang Yuan heaved a long sigh and slumped in his chair. Yeah, I was nervous at first, afraid the pact would fail. Who knew it would succeed in 10 seconds flat? I was thrilled. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed his eyes. I figured a contract that fast meant it accepted me, or we were perfectly compatible. Worth investing in, right? It was badly injured, so I spent 3 hours cleaning, bandaging, and medicating it. That first night, it slept like a baby. His voice dropped. But the next day, the nightmare began. Clutching his head, he choked up. The second morning, the little mutt woke before I did, licking my face with that wet tongue. Then it dragged me out to play. That was the first time I heard it bark like a dog, and I was stunned. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, but everything afterward kept shattering my worldview. If it saw a twisted tree, it insisted on climbing it. If a giant butterfly flew past, it would chase it for an hour despite its wounds. When we bumped into pack animals, wolves, boars, catlight, tried to blend in with them. Ouyang Yuan yanked at his hair, exhaustion etched on his face. And that was the mild stuff, the part one could barely handle. By the 3rd day, it seemed bored with me. Or maybe it was almost healed, and it really started acting up. I was in a trial, okay? I planned to spend the 5-day safe period bonding with my pet, but it had way too much energy. The moment I let it out, it bolted for hours. If not for the contract, it would have ditched me long ago. Bai Wushang's eyes held a trace of sympathy. What Ouyang Yuan had contracted wasn't a beast, it was an ancestor demanding tribute. I'm telling you, Bai, the mud isn't dumb. It's got brains, it just refuses to listen. Ouyang kept venting. Whenever I give a command, it plays dumb. At best, it fakes obedience. Worst of all, it keeps causing trouble-picking fights with blood-sucking wasps, licking a horned bull's backside, diving into a river to catch piranhas, anything that catches its eye. It has to sniff or take a bite. I honestly don't know how it survived this long. It's a walking disaster. The craziest part is it often skips away full of life, leaving me to face the beast it provoked, treating me like its pack mule. Who's the tamer here, me or it? The moment danger appears, it runs faster than I can aim at my wit's end. His voice rose. I wasn't eliminated by other tamers. I was knocked out because that stupid dog provoked a peak, juvenile, dozy bear. Damn it, thinking about it still ticks me off. It bit the bear on the butt, and the bear chased me for 7 or 8 kilometers. I was exhausted, so I forced the mutt back into its seal and smashed my SOS charm. Ouyang took a long swig of fruit wine, and even the air tasted bitter. You and Zai, we'll find a way. Don't lose heart. Shabulu had already heard the story 6 times, yet he still wore a patient expression, nodding steadily to comfort Ouyang Yuan. Bai Wushang set down his chopsticks and looked him in the eye. Ouyang Yuan, since you returned to the academy, you've barely let little Hada out, have you? Yeah. Ouyang Yuan answered with a wry smile, shaking his head. Except for scheduled feedings and the occasional breather in my room, I never dare let him out. Once he bolts, he disappears, and if he causes trouble, I'm done for. I don't have the guts. That won't do, Bai Wushang said firmly. Little Hada is energetic and curious. It's his nature. You can't bottle that up. Today he only trashed your room. Keep stifling him, and he'll probably sever the contract. Have you thought about that? I know. Ouyang Yuan muttered, his voice growing faint. But I can't control him. Bai Wushang held his gaze. If you truly regret it, then end the contract cleanly and early. ITLL free both of you. I'm sure you have a stash of coin. Buy the right spirit materials to speed up the repair of your soul seal. Then get a new beast. You can fill the gap quickly. Ouyang Yuan furrowed his brow and fell silent. For all of little Hada's faults, he was Ouyang's first pet. After these days together, it was impossible to pretend there was no bond. Bai Wushang glanced at his face and understood. If you can't give him up, then make up your mind to train him properly. You are his master. That's your responsibility. Counting off on his fingers, he continued. Hey, race what I've got so far. First, buy new training equipment in bulk and on a schedule, so he can burn off energy. Second, the academy must have training halls or beast arenas. Take him there. Keeping him cooped up in your room is asking for demolition. Third, maybe you could use a mild sedative or sleeping potion. It's not a great idea, but save it for when you're at your wit's end. Occasional use shouldn't hurt. Bai Wushang rattled off 5 or 6 ideas in a row. The despair on Ouyang Yuan's face gradually faded, replaced by contemplation and a spark of determination. The suggestions all revolved around little Hada's 2 key traits: not suppressing them, not neglecting them, but activating and releasing them as much as possible. It would cost time, effort, and money, and might still fail, yet it seemed the only way to find common ground and earn the pup's approval. After hesitating for a long moment, Ouyang Yuan gritted his teeth, resolve flashing in his eyes. Brother Bai, I'll head to the marketplace this afternoon for supplies, and give your plan a shot. In that case, prepare for a long campaign, Bai Wushang chuckled. When the day comes that you can ride little Hada, you'll know you've made it. Cough, cough. Shabulu was sipping soup and nearly sprayed it everywhere when he heard that. Ride little Hada? Ouyang Yuan blinked, picturing the scene. It looked cool, but far too risky. Let's take it step by step. Over the meal, their conversation drifted from their respective beasts to tales from the secret realm and snippets of intelligence they had pieced together about the academy. Bai Wushang gradually learned that Shanghai Academy was run under strict regulations. Only students who survived the freshman trial were granted initial recognition and treated as official members. Although more tests awaited and any of them could be expelled later, in the short term they could access the academy's resources and grow rapidly as long as they stayed within the rules. That was exactly what Bai Wushang needed. A flicker of mixed delight and surprise flashed across Bai Wushang's eyes. Although Shanghai Academy follows an elimination system, it strictly forbids students from killing one another. Conflicts are allowed, but they must be settled in the beast arena, the training halls, or other approved combat zones. If the enmity is truly to the death, both sides must sign a life-and-death contract before an accredited arbiter. Even beyond the city gates, if the enforcement squad discovers unprovoked violence between classmates, the academy will hold the offenders strictly accountable. Violators may be expelled, imprisoned, or even banished to the perilous wastelands to survive on their own. Under such rules, senior tamers rarely dare to bully freshmen. For Bai Wushang, that is a temporary blessing. His biggest headache right now is Siduchi. With money, influence, resources, and connections, Siduchi could crush him in countless ways if he went all out. At least for the moment, Bai has room to breathe and to grow. Bai has already given a brief account of how the feud with Siduchi began in the secret realm, yet one question keeps nagging at him. As the group was about to disperse, he pulled aside the last to leave, Ouyang Yuan, and whispered, Ouyang Yuan, how much do you know about the Situ clan's bloodline talent? Bloodline talent? Invisible cloak? Ouyang blinked and replied instinctively, stealth, assassination, reconnaissance, works on their beasts, ranked mid-tier, that's what I know. Bai shook his head. That power is too frightening to be flawless. There must be weaknesses. I'm looking for deeper intel. Ouyang pinched the bridge of his nose, thought for a moment, and said helplessly, Brother Bai, for any faction with a bloodline talent, its strengths, range, and drawbacks are lifeblood secrets. They never share them. Unless you're another royal house, you want learn more, and I can't help. Bai sighed softly and nodded. It had only been a long-shot question anyway. As things stand, ignoring background and gear, he still isn't sure he can beat Situ Chi in a fair unknown. That invisible cloak talent makes Situ disturbingly elusive. If Situ ambushes him again the way he did in the trial ground, even full vigilance may not decide the outcome. Brother Bai, if you get a chance to reconcile with Situ Chi, you should take it, even if only on the surface, Ouyang advised, clearly wary. His growth rate won't be slower than a natural awakener's. Money is a terrifying force. I know. Thanks. Bai offered no further argument. He and Ouyang stand on different ground. Ouyang's clan deals in jewelry within the Great Qian Dynasty. He lacks both the means and the need to antagonize a royal family. The fact that he still shares information with Bai is help enough. After seeing Ouyang off, Bai held Inha in his arms and drifted into thought. For now, Zhu Qin's unexpected presence seems less a problem and more a blessing. She was practically the benchmark for the entire freshman class, every pair of eyes fixed on her the instant she appeared. With that kind of contrast, as his flashy dark ball and shadow dive tricks suddenly seemed trivial. Coming at it from another angle, Situ Chi wasn't the type to accept being overshadowed. Would he really let a peer stand on his head? Hard to say. Whatever happened, it could very well work in my favor. Once his thoughts were in order, Bai Wushang stood, pulled a stack of hardening talismans from his storage pouch, and stuck them one after another to the doors and windows. Each one glowed a pale ochre, and the walls thickened until even the outside noise was nearly muted. With that done, he glanced at Inha and Ajo playing in the corner, then stepped into the washroom. He hadn't bathed in more than 10 days, and the sweat stench was unbearable. Scalding water surged from the showerhead. Bai Wushang closed his eyes and let the stream carry away his exhaustion. The frustration weighing on his chest drifted off with the steam. After putting on fresh clothes, he was trimming his stubble in front of the mirror when a wave of startled emotion burst through the contract link. What now? Before he could ask, the door behind him creaked. A snow-white rabbit poked its head in, silver eyes darting around with curiosity. Hey there, little one. What are you doing in here? Bai Wushang chuckled and reached to pick it up. The instant it landed in his palm, something felt off-due light, almost insubstantial. Chirp. The rabbit gave a happy squeak, paddled its paws in the air, and burst into motes of light before he could react. A clone? Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Inha currently knew 2 skills, Moon Shadow Doppelganger and Moonlight Baptism. Both were standard support techniques for a moon rabbit, completely non-offensive. The first could create 1 to 3 solid copies that lasted only a few seconds. Each clone was identical to the original, impossible to distinguish by eye. Once attacked, or once the duration expired, they popped like bubbles. It sounded unimpressive, but it was a lifesaver. Faint chirping drifted in from outside, overlapping and lively. That little furball is really enjoying herself. Amused, he straightened his clothes and pushed open the door. He looked up. Thud. The towel slipped from his hand and hit the floor. He froze. Rabbits. Everywhere. On the bed, the walls, the floor, the cabinets, the table, the chandelier, even on Az's back. 40 or 50 snow-white figures crammed into every corner of the room. His throat went dry, and his heart skipped a beat. No matter how adorable, sheer numbers could rattle anyone. Chirp, chirp. Sensing their master had finished washing, the rabbits cheered in perfect unison, sounding like a well-trained choir. The next instant, the white blur shifted. Bai Wushang blinked 3 times. When his vision cleared, the rabbits were lined up in precise formation 10 to a row, 5 rows total, 1 missing from the last position. 14 moon rabbits. Chirp. The lead bunny hopped forward, sprang onto Bai Wushang's chest, and rubbed its fluffy head against him as if asking for praise. Grr. Off to the side, as his eyes were practically crossed. He scratched his head, baffled. When had the little thing multiplied? Which one was real? He had no clue. Bai Wushang finally gathered himself, stroked the real rabbit in his hands, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, Inha, how did you do this? Squeak. The little creature cocked its head, silver eyes blinking in confusion. Bai Wushang crouched down, studying the rabbits scattered across the floor. Every one of them looked alive, not just flawless in shape, but even the expression in their pupils was identical to Yin's. He reached out and stroked one. Soft fur brushed his fingers, warm with a faint heartbeat beneath. Aside from being a little lighter, they were practically real rabbits. A jolt ran through Bai Wushang. A full minute had passed since he left the washroom, yet these copies still hadn't vanished. This isn't right, he muttered, brow furrowed. The night before the freshman trial, I tested this skill. You could only split into 2 clones, and they disappeared in a dozen seconds completely normal. How did it turn into this after just half a month? Squeak. At last the little rabbit grasped his confusion and started explaining in broken thoughts through their mental link. So you were bored in the pet space, kept practicing, and ended up like this? Squeak. Oh. Inha nodded eagerly, innocence written all over its face. It seemed to ask, isn't that a good thing? Waving its tiny paws, it declared its goal. I want to grow up faster. First target be as big as a grown man's fist. In outbreath, Bai Wushang clutched his chest, taking deep breaths before he calmed down. Is this the real power of a twin moon rabbit? Was Inha simply too ignorant to use the skill correctly before, and now, with practice, it finally shows its true effect? Countless thoughts clashed in his mind. Inha, where did you live before you met me? Squeak. The little rabbit's pink ears drooped, its mood sinking. The clones around them popped like soap bubbles and vanished. Bai Wushang sighed. Had asked before, and every time Inha grew depressed because it didn't know. Before meeting him, its memories were a haze. All it could say for sure was that it was newly born and very young. Do you feel anything odd in your body? Could you possibly take on another form? Squeak. The silver eyes dimmed. Confusion washed over the rabbit, its head nearly touching the floor. Transform. Another form? I don't understand. Bai Wushang paced around the tiny creature, racking his brain. Could it be the offspring of a rabbit king crossed with a moon rabbit, its current form tied to the moon rabbit bloodline, while a stronger line slumbers inside? Maybe that hidden blood and the mutation's uncertainty are boosting its skills. He frowned, suspicion evident. Or perhaps it was once a pair of twin moon rabbits, but a deformity fused them into one body in the womb, causing a drastic jump in racial power. He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't sort out his thoughts. Then he suddenly remembered Inha had one more and used skill Moonlight Baptism. This is a healing skill that suppresses or dispels negative conditions such as sleep, paralysis, slow, nausea, vertigo, burns, or frostbite. Its range is limited and it never guarantees success, yet at times it produces remarkable results. A hopeful gleam flashed in Bai Wushang's eyes. Strictly speaking, a Zhou's mental injury should count as a negative condition as well. In the transcendent realm, injuries come in every imaginable form, many of which defy easy classification. Even a master packed with knowledge will often face the unknown and be forced to experiment. Anything involving the soul or the mind is particularly tricky and can't be addressed with a one-size-fits-all approach. If this were an ordinary moon rabbit, I wouldn't expect it to handle such a severe condition, Bai Wushang thought. But Inha is no ordinary creature. If its moonshadow doppelganger was already that outrageous, what surprises might Moonlight Baptism hold? With that in mind, Bai Wushang bent down, scooped the little rabbit into his arms, and tapped its furry brow. Don't worry, Inha. We'll work through this step by step. No one gets strong overnight. When you're a bit older, these problems may solve themselves. Cheap. Inha cocked its head, glossy black eyes spinning. After several seconds of blank staring, it slowly nodded. Smiling, Bai Wushang turned to the demonic ape. Come on, Zhou. Pull yourself together, and let's test your partner's other skill Moonlight Baptism. Inha blinked twice, and its fluffy ears snapped upright. A soft glow seeped across its fur, growing from a faint shimmer into radiant silver. Bai Wushang's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Definitely a new change, nothing like before. A normal moon rabbit emits barely a glimmer, but in less than 10 seconds Inha was bathed in brilliant, milky light. The white light rippled outward like water, gathering at the crescent-shaped mark on the rabbit's brow. The uncolored brand now took on an ivory sheen, as though carved from jade. Silently, a crescent beam shot from Yinhe's brow and struck the ape's chest. Light exploded across Zhou's body. Oh, he drew a long, shuddering breath as every muscle relaxed. So refreshing, cool, and soothing from the chest outward, pleasure washed through him head to toe. It felt like fleeing a scorching sun, sweat pouring, about to burst from the heat, only to dive beneath dense shade. A gentle-faced ape offered a ladle of fresh spring water, scented with wildflowers, and he gulped it down in one go. Even the wildest heartbeat and most swollen veins would quiet under that bliss. Zhou practically floated. When he opened his eyes again, they were bright yet calm, the entire ape exuding a transformed aura. The oppressive killing intent he once struggled to hide was now tucked away behind steady breathing and a relaxed stance. He could release or restrain it at will. Bai Wushang focused his senses. Zhou's mental status shifted from moderate damage to mild damage, then vanished altogether. Only his shriveled heart remained unrestored. Everything else was in peak condition. Looks like Senior Ding Yu's supplemental medicine won't be necessary, Bai Wushang thought. RRR. Zhou rumbled low in gratitude to the tiny healer. Cheep cheep. Inha hopped in delight, paws punching the air proud of its contribution. Finally, it could be useful. So happy. Wait, why is everything double? Inha blinked hard, eyelids suddenly heavy, the world spinning. A buzz like singing insects filled its ears. Cheep. Unable to hold on, the little one whimpered and collapsed, limp as a rag. Galaxy. Bai Wushang jerked awake and caught the creature just in time. The little rabbit sprawled in his arms, its soft pink belly rising and falling as it lay unconscious. A transparent bubble pulsed on the tip of its nose, expanding and contracting with each breath. Sensing its master's warmth, Galaxy instinctively snuggled closer, its tiny face serene and adorable. Its mouth hung slightly open, and a strand of crystal drool slid down its fluffy chin. Just exhausted, Bai Wushang let out a breath, immediately sending a message to Zhou to ease his concern. His gaze swept over the rabbit's status window, drained, weakened, fatigued, asleep. The string of debuffs tightened his chest, but at least none read critical or severely injured. So Galaxy's power isn't limitless. A swarm of clones and a full super moonlight baptism had completely emptied the little fellow's reserves. Bai Wushang felt both distressed and amazed. Each of his pets was more extraordinary than the last. That enhanced moonlight baptism alone made Galaxy priceless. Still, he had too few data points. Its Real ceiling needed deeper exploration. Maybe he could train it to modulate the moonlight, sacrificing a bit of healing for more uses. Bai Wushang tucked Galaxy inside the front of his shirt, signaled Zhou to stand guard, and sat cross-legged on the bed. At last he could tap into the gourmet cells had been saving. He could have drawn on them yesterday, but he waited until he was back at the academy. Right now he needed anything that could keep him alive or make him stronger, not random fluff. Closing his eyes, he watched darkness dissolve into light as the divine chef's altar appeared. He strode to the center and pressed a palm against the cold bronze cauldron. Rainbow flames roared up, turning everything dreamlike. Accumulated gourmet cells, 355. Exchange for a first-tier chef's chest? Yes. He exchanged for 3 chests at once and opened them all. Each held a single sheet of yellowed parchment. Hopeful, he picked up the first sheet. Information flooded his mind. Recipe: color-changing rice cake. Ingredients: 1 color-changing lizard late juvenile 120g gold silver rice latest stage spirit class or higher soul power. Method: rinse the rice, let it sit, grind, steam, boil the lizard. Effect: randomly alters a transcendent creature's fur or skin color for 110 days. Works on juvenile and mature forms. The higher the life tier, the shorter the duration. Complete forms and above are fully immune. Bai Wushang frowned. Changing color? Aside from decoration, how does that improve combat power? These chef's chests are as unreliable as ever. Banking on a single draw is wishful thinking. Lesson learned: lotteries need volume, which meant hunting more varieties of transcendent beasts. Deep in thought, Bai Wushang reached for the second sheet of parchment. The recipe for a fright tea bird egg materialized quietly in front of Bai Wushang. 1 freshly laid fright bird egg, 3 grams of dream tea leaves, 10 grams of ghost twig, 1 liang of doom grass soul power at late depth level or higher is required to prepare it. First blend the seasonings, then place everything in cold water and boil together. Keynote: after consumption, the user will experience a nightmare of terror for a limited time and has a high chance of comprehending the skill gaze of dread. Only hatchlings or flesh and blood creatures may ingest it, and each individual can benefit once in a lifetime. Repeat doses are useless. Whoa! Bai Wushang's eyes widened as his heart leapt. A recipe that could actually teach a beast a new skill. Gaze of Dread, spirit-type ability triggered through the pupils, resembles the intimidating glare Azu already knows, but it is markedly stronger. Intimidating glare needs direct eye contact, works over short range, and its impact depends on the gap in rank. Gaze of Dread is different. As long as the caster fixes its eyes on the target within a certain distance, it can stir the fear buried in the victim's heart. The weaker the target's willpower, the easier it is to disrupt. For 1 to 3 seconds, the victim may slow, freeze, or even lose all mobility. Bai Wushang almost instantly decided that Azu was the perfect candidate. If Azu could master Gaze of Dread, its aggressive fighting style and baleful aura would only amplify the effect. Inha might also attempt it, although the outcome was uncertain. Its own silver moon eyes are already a pupil-based trait and might conflict. Either way, the recipe was immensely valuable. Most extraordinary creatures acquire their skills through instinct. Even those of the same species and rank rarely share identical abilities. Some are racial talents hidden in their bloodline. Others are common skills derived from claws and fangs. Gaze of Dread falls into the common category. Any creature with eyes could, in theory, learn Idiot. The odds are vanishingly small. Comprehension demands both insight and luck, the right time and the right place. Once again, a mystical recipe offered a shortcut. Bai Wushang was elated. This single pull in his triple draw was worth more than he could have hoped. Determined not to push his luck, he quickly examined the third recipe. Stench herring. 1 juvenile giant stench herring at peak stage, 1 juvenile corpse of the noxious bloom at peak stage, 1 gene of sludge beast secretions requires peak adept level soul power or higher. Processes include pickling, dissolving, mixing, and boiling. The notes read: produces an extreme stench that repels extraordinary creatures within a given radius, including some mature forms. while also carrying a chance of luring odor-loving beasts, depending on the dish's final quality. May be stored sealed for long periods. The longer it ages, the stronger the odor becomes. Bai Wushang ran through the recipe twice with his eyes closed. Each main ingredient was nauseating on its own combined. Who knew what monstrous smell would emerge? Its function was similar to temptation rat paste, but with a different emphasis. Bai nodded lightly. The flavor might be overwhelming, yet wielded properly, this could be a formidable trump card. Back in the real world, Bai Wushang smiled involuntarily as he saw the results of his 3 consecutive draws. Discarding the useless, dyed rice cake, the remaining 2 recipes were definitely worth preparing. TSK, I should sell the bloodline fruit quickly, Bai Wushang muttered, touching his pocket. Money was always a persistent issue for him. He only had 6 or 700 left, and that was reserved strictly for emergencies. Selling it directly to the beast mall would surely be a low show. Could he maximize profit? Resting his chin on one hand, a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could sell it to her? Her pet beast was precisely the type that would greatly benefit from consuming the bloodline fruit, and she might be willing to offer a good price. He decided he would find an opportunity to approach her and discuss it later. 3 hours passed, and the sun slowly set. Beep beep, a gentle vibration from his wristwatch woke Bai Wushang from his meditation. Had the mystic energy arrived? He quickly tapped to check, and as expected, it had indeed arrived. 2 notifications from Shanghai Academy lay quietly in his message inbox. The first notification detailed Bai Wushang's mystic energy earnings from the new student trial, eliminating 11 latest-stage spirit-level participants and 4 mid-stage spirit-level participants, yielding a total of 122 mystic energy points, an additional 10 points for a perfect clearance bonus, 10 points as dormitory compensation, plus a monthly allowance of 40 points for 3 months for ranked new students. Altogether, 182 mystic energy points were credited directly into Bai Wushang's personal wristwatch account. For a freshman, this was quite a generous sum. After listening to Ouyang Yuan's thorough explanation, Bai Wushang fully understood the precious value of mystic energy at Shanghai Academy. Mystic energy was far more valuable than gold coins. It was primarily used to exchange for cultivation time in the Chongshan Mountain secret realm, and could also purchase special resources provided by the academy, such as private lessons from certain instructors or specialized training rooms. Even transactions between students involving rare items were mostly settled in mystic energy. The second notification was a list of elective courses. Bai Wushang opened it, immediately stunned by the dense, overwhelming course listings. There were actually hundreds of courses for freshmen to choose from. Mainstream courses included beast breeding, pet affinity training, beastmaster combat theory and practice, encyclopedia of supernatural creatures, evolution theory, mutant biology, supernatural creature guide, biological dissection principles and practices, tactics, efficient meditation. Secondary courses covered material science, climatology, mechanical studies, spiritual herbology, psychology, gemology, ancient rune studies, linguistics, alchemy, artifact crafting. The special courses left Bai Wushang utterly speechless. 16 ways to utilize slashing claws, how to cultivate a healthy spirit form, techniques for hunting insects, 100 uses for animal droppings, postnatal care for pig kings. Bai Wushang carefully read through the detailed list, feeling his scalp tingle slightly, but mostly, he felt excitement. Truly deserving of its famed reputation, Shanghai Academy offered an impressively wide range of courses. Most eye-catching of all was a special notice at the bottom of the course catalog. To all new students, all courses at our academy are electives. There will be no mandatory arrangements. Students must manage their schedules wisely and select courses carefully. New courses will be periodically added and rotated, and students can register at any time. Some courses require payment in mystic energy. Note: once enrolled, failure to meet the minimum standards set by the instructor will result in a failing grade. Accumulating 3 failures will result in expulsion. Bai Wushang's eyes lit up. Free choice, no mandatory arrangement. This system was certainly intriguing. Whatever he wanted to learn, whichever direction he wished to grow in, he had complete autonomy. And that felt amazing. Because new classes are added and rotated all the time, Bai Wushang never has to worry about missing the ones he wants. He doesn't need to sign up for too many at the start. Spending half his time in lectures and the other half in training and meditation is perfect. He opened the courses that caught his eye and carefully compared the descriptions, notes, and schedules. Some were split into beginner, elementary, and intermediate levels, each taught by different instructors, so they meshed well. Tuition was calculated by session, each lasting 2 to 4 hours, basically half a day. Certain courses repeated 3 to 5 times a week, and a trainee could attend any one session. Others had to be taken consecutively to get the full benefit. Mutant biology, high-efficiency meditation, beastmaster theory, and practice those first. He'll skip the extraordinary compendium for now, Bai Wushang decided. Among the secondary courses, pharmacology and material science are required, but with my background, I can probably go straight to intermediate. Once he understood the rules, he began enrolling in earnest. Soon his eyes landed on the special courses column, with a small note beside it: mystic energy required. There were only a dozen or so of these. Compared with the others, they were much more specialized and focused. They're probably the signature skills of certain instructors' exclusive techniques that cost extra mystic energy, he guessed. Without hesitation, he registered for physical technique, priced at 10 points of mystic energy. That one was a must. He'll stick with this for now. After I try it out, I can always add more. At dawn the next day, Bai Wushang opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. A late-night mix of meditation and sleep had left him in peak condition. "Grr," little galaxy murmured, blinking blearily in greeting. It rolled over, cuddled against his chest, and fell back asleep. He stroked its ears twice and checked its status. The weakness and exhaustion were gone, leaving only mild fatigue. "Another half-day's sleep and you'll be fine," he muttered, a bit helpless. The little guy would heal faster in the pet space, but it refused to stay there. Too boring, it claimed. After a quick wash, he used his new cookware to make breakfast. He recalled Ajo, left the dorm alone, and set off. Today was the first day of class, and the opening lesson was physical technique. Bai Wushang could hardly wait to experience the so-called hell-level training promised by instructor Xiao Taisher. The shuttle eased to a stop beside a small oval building. After his wristband was scanned, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room wasn't large, but sunlight streamed in, washing over the soft rubberwood floor and lifting the mood. In the center stood a square black stone platform, roughly the size of a playground. With a single glance, he saw a burly figure balanced upside down. The man supported himself on one index finger, body straight as a broadsword. Beside him, a red humanoid ape mirrored the pose. Man and beast were both drenched in sweat. "Ha ha ha, Wushang, you're the first one here, just as I expected from my star student." Still balancing on his hands, the burly man laughed, tightened his torso like a drawn bow, and with a light push flipped upright, landing solidly on the ground. "Oh, oh!" The red monkey let out an excited cry and copied the motion, springing back to its feet. "Instructor Xiao," Bai Wushang greeted with a smile, his respect for the man climbing yet again. Anyone willing to train this hard at dawn was proving that his so-called dedication was anything but empty words. Striding closer, Bai Wushang turned his gaze on the red monkey. It stood well over 3 meters tall, its long, wavy fur shifting from pale red to chestnut to deep crimson. The creature held its chest high, its furry face topped by curled back ears, its arms long and muscular, its palms broad with slightly pointed nails, and a scarlet tail trailing behind. Oddly enough, it even wore a pair of shorts, a dark green belt, and a straw-yellow gourd at its hip. A drunken fist monkey. Bai Wushang's eyes narrowed. Name: drunken fist monkey. Contracted species: beast realm mammal type, drunken fist monkey clan. Life stage: late complete form. Bloodline grade: elite, 9-star. Soul power too low to obtain full data. Because his own pet, the demon ape, also belonged to the simian branch, Bai Wushang had a soft spot for creatures like this. The drunken fist monkey begins as the juvenile little fist monkey, advances to the mature fist monkey, and finally evolves into its current form. Unlike the demon ape, it doesn't rely on sheer size or rapid recovery. The drunken fist monkey's greatest asset is agility, especially after it's had a drink. "This was my very first contracted beast. I call him Chi Tai," Instructor Xiao announced with a hearty grin. "Oh." Chi Tai was lively and gudamoured. Crouching down, it tapped Bai Wushang's arms and chest, occasionally nodding or shaking its head. "Huh. Chi Tai says your muscles are way too soft. You'll need to toughen up." Bai Wushang was momentarily speechless, then replied frankly, "That's exactly why I'm here." "Excellent. I like that spirit." Instructor Xiao wiped the sweat from his face, black hair flying as his thick brows framed a dazzling spark in his eyes. "Wushang, we've got 30 minutes before class officially starts. Since you're already here, don't waste it. Turn 50 laps to warm up. Nothing's more youthful than sprinting into the sunrise." Bai Wushang looked around. 1 lap meant circling the platform, no less than 400 meters. 50 laps, 20 kilometers. Had expected the session to be tough, but not this outrageous right out of the gate. "Timing starts now. Finish within 30 minutes. Xiao suddenly produced a plate-sized timer that began ticking away. Bai Wushang felt his scalp tighten. Without another thought, he exploded forward. 20 kilometers in 30 minutes isn't impossible for me. The real issue is that this is only the warm-up. What kind of madness awaits in the actual class?" Bai Wushang let his thoughts drift as he jogged at a steady pace, careful not to push himself too hard so he could save some strength. More recruits trickled onto the field, joining the warm-up laps around the track. Xiao Tai's booming voice carried across the stadium. Bai Wushang could make out that everyone had been given different targets: 10 laps for some, 20 for others, while his own quota had been doubled. So they tailor the training to each person's condition instead of using one standard for the whole group? He wondered. His breathing grew uneven, and a light sweat formed on his forehead, yet he felt more and more alive. Is this the youth Instructor Xiao keeps talking about? I think I'm starting to feel it. Time slipped by in the rhythm of pounding footsteps. When Bai Wushang finished his assigned laps, the others soon wrapped up as well. 24 students lined up before Xiao Taisher, their chests rising and falling. Good morning, everyone, Xiao called. After a brief introduction, he cut straight to the point. You're all freshmen who chose to spend your limited anima on my course, which tells me you're eager to develop your bodies. I respect that initiative. He paused, scanning each face. But let me repeat, my class is exhausting, painful, and grueling. How far you go and how much you gain depends entirely on your own effort. Do I make myself clear? Clear. The group answered without hesitation. They had already paid their points. There was no turning back. Good. Xiao's thick eyebrows twitched as he suddenly pointed. Bai Wushang stepped forward. Bai Wushang obeyed, and every eye locked onto him like spotlights. My course is called Physical Technique, Xiao announced. The body and the technique neither can be neglected. A strong body without skill wastes potential, and skill without a solid body is a rootless weed. I want you to develop strength, coordination, agility, reaction time, and flexibility. This isn't about charging ahead in a Beastmaster battle. It's about staying alive only. Then can you talk about youth and the future? Many students nodded thoughtfully. Xiao raised his arm, muscles rippling. Yes, as Beastmasters our bodies improve naturally whenever our soul power breaks through. Because of that, most Beastmasters never truly master their own flesh and fail to use their power fully. What's missing is self-awareness and time to blend with each new surge of strength. His gaze swept the line. To be blunt, all 24 of you have solid bodies but poor technique. After awakening your soul power, your physical growth outpaced ordinary standards, and right now you're using at most 70% of what you have. He turned toward Bai Wushang, eyes blazing, yet his words felt like ice water. Bai Wushang, you're even worse, maybe not even 50%. On the obsidian ring, Bai Wushang felt a tinge of complex emotion. So he really was the weakest one here. Xiao Tai's explanation had been blunt. Awakened Tamers possess exceptional innate soul power, but when that power merges with the body, the fluctuation is far greater than it is for regular students, making physical control much harder. In other words, Bai Wushang would have to work twice as hard just to close the gap. Let me show everyone what superior technique can do when your body is at a disadvantage. Xiao Taisher clapped Bai's shoulder, his teeth gleaming under the lights. Wushang, summon your demon ape. The silver-white pack tome materialized in midair, and a hulking shadow leapt out with a crash. Ruhar. The moment Aizhou landed, he swung his head toward the drunken fist monkey, unease flickering in his eyes. Oh, the red monkey grinned, circling the ape and nodding nonstop. Nice, very nice, great pecs, perfect waist-to-hip ratio, solid glutes. Growing up strong. Xiao Taisher arched a thick brow and laughed. Haven't seen him for a day and he's already livelier. Good. Keep it up. The students below watched intently, whispers spreading like ripples. Most were cries of surprise and envy, though a few eyes shone with fighting spirit, the confident ones who trusted their own beast partners too much to be jealous. With every gaze on him, Xiao Taisher produced a suit of emerald green metal and slipped into it with practiced ease. This is a special training suit forged from pliant green alloy. It weighs over 1,000 gene, about half a ton in all, but kills my mobility. He flexed his arms and legs, the plates scraping lightly. With it on, I'm no stronger than a frail peak juvenile beast. He tapped the floor with a toe, drawing attention to a circle painted on the ground. And this is our battlefield. The ring was only 15 meters across, cramped for man or beast, leaving little room to dodge. Bai Wushang, have your demon ape attack at full strength. If he can push me out of this circle or land a blow on my chest within 10 minutes, you win. The spectators burst into chatter at once. A few poised girls stared in shock. Restricting his body is normal, but isn't this rule way too harsh on Instructor Xiao? The ape is several times his size, and the arena is tiny. Is he really okay? I think so too, but he set the rules himself. He must be sure. Quiet. The fight's starting. Aizhou. Demon and Tamer were of one mind. No further command was needed. Aizhou powered forward, his massive frame shooting off like a cannonball. Just short of Xiao Taisher, he drew back a fist. Mountain-cracking punch. Impressive force. Xiao Taisher shouted in praise. Even as he spoke, he bent his knees and leaned back, letting the punch's wind whistle past. A swift side roll later, he was behind the ape like a ghost. His own punch lashed out clean. Economical, not emotion wasted. The blow was sudden and deceptively subtle. Caught off guard his first bout with a human, Aizhou reeled at the man's advance. Instinct said not to take the hit heed in. Both arms slammed to the floor for support, while a rear leg whipped back. Boom. Fist and foot collided with a thunderous crack, like a pocket-sized sonic boom. Xiao Taisher staggered back 2 steps, sweat rolling off his brow, his eyes alight with both excitement and awe. This demonic ape really was a walking wall of muscle, and a straight-up brawl was exactly what had hoped for. Still, the creature was stronger, faster, and sharper than had expected. My youth is on fire, come on again, he shouted, kicking off the ground and charging in. Aizhou roared in answer. Fists and palms pelted down like rain, followed by kicks, knees, slides, and headbutts. With his opponent weighed down by gear and restrictions, losing would be a disgrace to apes everywhere. Dozens of furious exchanges later, Zhou only grew wilder. His punches howled through the air, yet they still couldn't finish the man in front of him. Xiao Taisher was drenched in sweat. The morning workout had already drained him and his reactions were slowing. But the initiative never left his grasp. Bai Wushang observed every move. Despite that seemingly rigid frame, Xiao's body was surprisingly supple, capable of impossible contortions. One moment he pounced on an opening, the next he slipped away just to stay alive, his style shifting constantly. The onlookers were convinced. Honestly, I thought 10 points of secret energy was a ripoff for the entry fee, now it feels cheap. Bro, you're not the only one. Instructor Xiao, please come trash us next. Come on, ape. 1 minute left, try not to lose too badly. Ruhar. Zhou bellowed, stifled by frustration. He held every advantage. His opponent looked increasingly battered, yet victory stayed out of reach. Xiao Tai's performance showed not only physical mastery, but a deep understanding of combat and space. Every detail fell under his control. Zhou 10 seconds. Bai Wushang warned him telepathically. Got it. The ape's speed spiked. He barreled forward like a moving mountain, lifted his right arm high, and brought it crashing down. A gale exploded outward, the enormous black palm cutting off every escape route. Shattering palm. Zhou had been saving this strike all along. From the start, he and Bai Wushang agreed. Conserve 10% of his strength, then unleash it at the very end for a decisive blow. Boom. The arena shook. Stone shards scattered, and a thin haze of dust filled the air. The students who had been chattering moments ago fell silent. Only gulps and sharp intakes of breath broke the hush. That ape is insane, a girl whispered, her face pale. Did the instructor lose? A boy stammered. Holy crap, was almost could manage. Bai Wushang alone stayed silent, sighing inwardly. He still blocked it. Truly worthy of the title, Instructor Xiao. When the dust settled, two figures emerged. The man in green held his forearms crossed above his head, completely stopping the ape's blow. Though battered, his calves buried in the floor, body trembling, forced himself upright, and beneath those sword-like brows, a dazzling smile spread across his face. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Xiao Tai's laughter rang across the training ground, yet bright tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He sprang from the rubble pit, landed squarely on the ground, and looked the demon ape up and down with unabashed admiration. Such blazing passion, such fierce hunger for victory, such exhilarating combat. I felt it all. Ho ho. Zhou heard the praise, thumping his chest with both arms to show his delight. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, Xiao Taisher turned to Bai Wushang and the watching students. In this duel, he announced, I lost. Huh. The trainees exchanged bewildered looks. Xiao Taisher had clearly blocked the final blow. I concede? An inkling dawned on Bai Wushang. Xiao Taisher smiled calmly. For me, anything short of a decisive win is a loss. My boat has been forged countless times. Adding mere weights can't dull its resilience. That last strike, if it landed on an ordinary tamer of equal rank, would have shattered an arm and left him spitting blood. Mentor Xiao, Bai Wushang began, ready to argue that by the rules the result shouldn't count that way. Wushang, it's fine. Xiao Taisher waved him off. Winning or losing isn't the point today. What matters is this. Youth and failure go hand in hand. And if you dare to face your shortcomings, there's always room to grow. Oh, the drunken fist monkey clapped in agreement, clearly pleased with its master's outlook. Enough introductions. Xiao Taisher stripped off his metal training suit, his sweat-drenched torso glowing with vigor. Time for real practice. Chitai. Oh. The red ape stamped the ground and let out a thunderous roar. Bunga metal gate slid open, and a troop of monkeys no taller than a meter poured out, chattering and laughing as they surrounded everyone. Their fur was bright red, their palms oversized, their fists nearly as big as their heads. These are little fist monkeys, your sparring partners for today, Xiao Taisher said. The drill is simple. Strap on your protective gear and dodge their attacks for 2 straight hours. You may evade or block, but no counterstrikes. The students traded uneasy glances. Bai Wushang's eyes swept over the monkeys. Everyone was a mid-stage juvenile, mortal bone rank 5. Unknown, he could only just break even barehanded. Then he noticed the catch. Each of his classmates got 1 monkey, but he had 3. Wushang, make your youth count, give it everything. Xiao Tai's voice echoed in his ears. Before long, sweat had soaked through his clothes. The other trainees trickled out of the arena, some leaning on friends, some carried on stretchers. Bai Wushang noticed none of it. Fully armor-red greaves, breastplate, bracers, even a shield owed his survival to the gear. Time and everything else had slipped from his mind. 3 little fist monkeys circled him, leaping and fainting. From the start had been on the receiving end. If he dodged 5 or 6 punches out of 10, it was a win. The rest he had to absorb. As his stamina drained, even dodging grew harder. The little boxing monkeys never grew tired. They rotated in and out, sending fresh fighters forward in an endless stream. Bai Wushang had lost track of how many times a heavy fist had flattened him, but each time he hauled himself up again, face swollen and bruised. Wushang, stay on your feet. That punch is slow dodge right. You'll have more room. Xiao Tai's voice echoed across the training ground. Watch your back. Keep an eye on the blind spots. He wove among the trainees, sometimes frowning as he corrected a stance, sometimes clapping a shoulder in encouragement, always firing off practical advice. On the other side of the arena, the demon ape refused to stay idle. Though the course was meant to toughen up the masters themselves, the drunken boxing monkey had gladly stepped in as a beast class instructor on Xiao Tai's orders. Any contracted pet of similar type could train with it. So the demon ape teamed up with 3 or 4 tigers, bears, leopards, and bulls to swarm the drunken boxing monkey. The result never changed. Every assault ended with them slammed aside, knocked flat, or sent skidding across the ground until they lay there panting. By the time it was over, nearly 70% of the trainees had collapsed and been stretchered to the infirmary. The survivors barely hit their targets, then dragged their spent bodies away after earning Xiao Tai's praise. Bai Wushang and the demon ape were still locked in a brutal struggle. Chiku not far off, little Galaxy covered her eyes with tiny paws. A glance left showed her master getting pounded. A glance right showed the big guy taking a beating. Too miserable. She pawed at the floor in frustration, scattering chalky dust. Wushang, that's enough for today? Xiao Taisher watched Bai Wushang fight to his feet, raised a thumb, and chuckled. Even youth needs rest. Push any further, and the cost won't be worth it. The words snapped Bai Wushang out of his focused trance. Suddenly his chest burned, sweat soaked every inch of him, and he felt as though had just been hauled from a river. Here, take this. Xiao Taisher handed him a pouch. My own blend. Take an herbal soak within 12 hours. The bath will speed up recovery and ease the fatigue. It suits you perfectly. Surprised, Bai Wushang thanked him, feeling luckier than ever to have such a teacher. Chiku. A white blur bounded over, and the little rabbit landed on his shoulder. It stamped twice on his pauldron, clearly uncomfortable. Ku. All right, he'll take it off. Bai Wushang laughed and poked its puffed-up cheek. Galaxy, the tiny creature whimpered. Roar. After 2 straight hours, Izhou was gasping as well. Dust coated his black fur, and gashes crawled shut across his skin. Still, he was exhilarated. The drunken boxing monkey was a fully mature, top-tier beast. Sparring with an opponent that strong meant the worse the loss, the greater the insight. Wushang, be sure to refuel after training. Don't skip meals. Got it. Bai Wushang said goodbye, recalled Izhou, scooped the rabbit into his arms, and hurried out of the gym. Oh no, I'm already late. He checked his watch and grimaced. Do Not Disturb had been on during practice, and it was nearly 1 o'clock. He was supposed to meet Mu Xiaoxiao in the cafeteria at noon. His head throbbed as he pictured the girl ranting and waving her fists in fury. The shuttle bus stopped beside a rainbow-colored building. Bai Wushang clenched his teeth against the ache in his muscles and strode toward the public cafeteria of Shanghai Academy. As he pushed open the heavy glass doors, the smoky aroma of fried chicken, the sugary sweetness of honey, and the clean tang of licorice rushed to greet him. He inhaled deeply, and his stomach growled. After a full morning of training, he was starving. The circular ground floor hall was wide and bright. Students and their beasts wove through the crowd, choosing food from the various counters. Bai Wushang scanned the room. Windows 1 through 90 were packed, offering every kind of pet feed imaginable. The meat section was especially chaotic. Knives rose and fell in a spray of blood, and some vendors were hawking live wild animals whose roars echoed through the hall. Windows 91 to 100, by contrast, catered exclusively to masters and were far quieter. The standard meal matched what the gold coin mall delivered, while the premium meal was meant for latestage spiritier and soul souvenir masters. As for the mystic energy meals that cost 5 to 20 points, Bai Wushang spared them a glance and moved on. 1 premium meal, please. He ordered without a second thought. As in strength talent, he could claim 1 premium meal a day for free, saving him dozens, sometimes hundreds soft gold coins. Tray in hand, he headed upstairs. To prevent beasts from tangling with their own kind, say, Master as pet showing up at Master BS table. The academy had built hundreds of private dining rooms. Knock, knock, knock. Using the room number Mu Xiaoxiao had sent him, Bai Wushang rapped on the door. Brother Wushang, you're so slow. Mu Xiaoxiao's playful voice drifted out. Afternoon classes are about to start. If you took any longer, would have left without you. Sorry, training ran long, so I'm a bit late. He pushed the door open, apologizing as he entered, then stopped in mild surprise. Her pale lavender dress fell just above her knees, revealing slim calves, and her once loose hair was now tied in a high ponytail, giving her a sharper, more energetic look. Hasn't even been 2 weeks, and you've already changed. He gave her a quick once-over and couldn't help commenting. Hee, it's easier to move around like this. Mu Xiaoxiao grinned and pulled the girl beside her forward. This is Wei, a teammate I met during the trial. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lasted to the end. Bai Wushang greeted the newcomer while sizing her up. White blouse, blue slacks, wheat blonde twin ponytails, bright eyes, and cheeks lightly flushed. She seemed lively yet a bit shy. If Mu Xiaoxiao is the picture of sweetness and mischief, This girl is still a little raw like a green apple that hasn't fully ripened. Beep beep, a half-meter. Purple-black creature clung upside down to her belt, tiny eyes staring up at Bai Wushang as it squeaked. Its body resembled a mouse, yet it had wings, a stubby neck, and a broad chest and shoulders. Fine velvet fur covered it, darker outside and paler within. Clearly, it was a bat. Bai Wushang's gaze swept over it, and a stream of data surfaced in his mind. Name, Echo Muddling Bat. Contract species, Beast Realm Avian Beast Echo Muddling Bat Clan. Life stage, Infant Mid-phase. Bloodline grade, Mortal Bone, 5-star. Condition, Satiated Alert. Intelligence, very low. Traits, Flight, Echolocation. Skills, Piercing Screech, Sonic Probe, Wing Slash, Gust Blow. Gourmet Cells, 10. B by Senior by Yi Wei stammered, her eyes flickering nervously. Mu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose. Come on, Wei Wei, why get shy around strangers? Relax. Okay, Yi Wei muttered, studying her toes. Hissia, a brown-green creature, tugged at the hem of Mu Xiaoxiao's skirt and peeked out. Oh, you actually contracted a treant? Bai Wushang sounded surprised. Yep. Mu Xiaoxiao brightened. Caught it myself. What do you think? Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. The little fellow stood a meter tall, shaped like a cone, looking at first glance like a chunk of tree trunk. No inch of its body was smooth. Crisscrossing rings were sprinkled with tender buds, each pulsing with life. It had arms and legs, thin and woody, their leafy tips swaying with a soft rustle. Right now its emerald eyes were fixed on Bai Wushang, brimming with curiosity. Name, Treant. Contract species, Beast Realm Spirit, Treant Clan. Life stage, Infant Mid-phase. Bloodline grade, Mortal Bone, 4-star. Condition, Satiated Curious. Intelligence, low. Traits, Affinity with nature. Skills, Rooting, Fortify, Entangle, Nature's Shelter. Gourmet Cells, 9. After a moment's thought, Bai Wushang nodded slowly. Nice choice. Control plus defense suits you perfectly. Exactly. Mu Xiaoxiao beamed, words spilling out. With Wei Wei's Echo Muddling Bat and my Treant working together, we've taken down a bunch of monsters. He ate while listening to Mu Xiaoxiao describe their trial. Compared with his own experience, her journey with Yi Wei from meeting, to teaming up, to finishing had been smooth and mostly uneventful. Treants are rare spirit-type beasts. Thanks to their affinity with nature, they perform it well over full strength in forests or anywhere lush with vegetation. They excel at defense and crowd control, and their skill Nature's Shelter even lets them merge briefly with trees to hide. The Echo Muddling Bat, though small, is far from weak. Built for speed, it's a textbook agile attacker, and its sonic abilities are perfect for reconnaissance or stunning foes, giving it impressive versatility. Together, the two pets complement each other so well they can hold their own even against ordinary late infant stage beasts. After finishing her story, Mu Xiaoxiao tilted her head, sneaking a look at the little rabbit sleeping soundly on Bai Wushang's chest. Not wanting to wake it, she asked eagerly, Brother Wushang, what pet have you bonded with? Summon it for us, please. Thud. A zhou burst through the shimmering gate of light, his massive body crashing onto the floor and shaking the entire dining room. The tree sprite and the mean bat were thrown into instant chaos. The sprite quivered, instinctively raising its thick limbs for protection, its leaves rustling violently. The bat flapped about in panic, circling the cramped room so frantically it almost slammed into the ceiling. Whoa! Yi Wei and Mu Xiaoxiao gasped in unison, eyes wide. Yi Wei's face went deathly pale, terror filling her gaze. The demonic ape was simply too large, and imposing its aura alone crushed any will to resist. Mu Xiaoxiao, however, reacted very differently. She trusted Bai Wushang implicitly, so fear never crossed her mind. Instead, she edged closer to the ape, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother Wushang, so this is the kind of pet you like. She circled a zhou with excitement. Makes sense. You already have the moon rabbit, so a combat-type ape is the perfect complement. Is he smart? Can he understand me? What's his name? Her questions rattled off like machine gun fire, giving Bai Wushang a headache. He answered as briefly as possible. Just as she was about to launch another barrage of questions, Yi Wei grabbed her arm. Xiao, class is about to start, we're going to be late. Go on ahead, Wei Wei. They'll be right there. Okay. Knowing her friend's temperament, Yi Wei didn't press. Gathering up the mean bat, she hurried off to call a transport cart. With only the two of them left in the dining room, Mu Xiaoxiao's bright eyes flickered, and she suddenly changed the subject. Brother Wushang, there's something else. Bai Wushang turned to look at her. Mu Tianqing called me and tore into me. She pouted, clearly aggrieved. 128 characters ninety of them scolding me. So unfair. You brought it on yourself, Bai Wushang replied bluntly. Your uncle and aunt arranged a spot for you at Azure Lawn Girls Academy, and you just refused to go. Who else can you blame? And you're still a direct member of the Mu clan, ditching your guards and sneaking onto the airship with me? Hardly appropriate. All right, I know I was wrong. She puffed out her cheeks and lowered her head. I won't be that reckless again, I swear. Bai Wushang studied her. Frustration was plain on her fair little face, but for once her eyes held a rare determination. She's serious. Looks like the girl's grown a bit. He relaxed his brow, feeling slightly comforted. Brother Wushang, I've decided I'm going to work hard at this academy. I won't hold you back anymore. I'm surprised you finally figured that out, he said, knocking her lightly on the head. Prove it with actions. Deal. She nodded vigorously, a smile returning to her delicate face. Oh, and I picked up some intel. Brother Mu Tianxing is actually one of the Shanghai top 10. They call him the Tiger King, ranked 8th. Bai Wushang blinked, but wasn't too surprised. In his mind, Mu Tianxing had always been talented and hardworking, groomed as the Mu clan's next patriarch. His mentality, abilities, and methods were worlds apart from Mu Xiaoxiao's. Cracking the upper echelon of Shanghai Academy was entirely within reason. Bai Wushang found the ranking surprisingly low. He muttered, Brother Mu is a 4th year and only 8th, while Xiao Wanlong is a 3rd year and already 3rd. Something's off here. Mu Xiaoxiao gave a snort and turned her face away. He says he's busy and has no time to mind me. He even warned me not to use his name to make trouble. If I break the academy rules, he can't save me. Whatever happens. Bai Wushang laughed softly. Makes sense. When you were little, Brother Mu had to clean up your messes more than once. In Othat's ancient history, Mu Xiaoxiao stamped her foot, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. After a moment, her brows arched and a bright smile appeared. Still, he's just like his dad. Strict on the surface, soft inside. He quietly sent us some spending money, see? Mu Xiaoxiao pulled 2 bulging pouches from a pale green ring and shook them so the coins clinked. Hee, here you go, Brother Wushang. I'm off to class. Bye-bye. She tossed 1 pouch to Bai Wushang, waved to the ape, pushed open the door, and dashed out. The tree sprite looked back once, then scurried after her on its stubby legs. What a whirlwind that girl is, Bai Wushang chuckled, hefting the heavy pouch. I owe Brother Mu a big favor. Inside was a neat stack of gold notes, exactly 10,000. That afternoon Bai Wushang also had class, though at a different time from Mu Xiaoxiao's. From 2 to 6, he attended mutant biology. The course covered the countless mutations found in the extraordinary world. The instructor, a cultured middle-aged woman, was both erudite and thorough. Bai Wushang filled 10 pages of parchment with neat notes and still wanted more. When the lecture ended, he dragged his weary body to the 10,000 beast mall. The 10,000 gold from Mu Tianxing eased his financial strain. Bai Wushang decided to prioritize supplies that would boost his strength. The recipes for fright T-bird eggs and stench herring were must-makes, so he bought 2 sets of each. Some ingredients were rare: the fright bird egg, the stench flower corpse, the giant rank herring. Including all the auxiliary materials, the bill came to 6,500 gold. Back at the dormitory, Bai Wushang headed straight for the washroom, turned on the brass tap, and filled the tub with hot water. Finally a break. Leaning against the wall, he felt lightheaded. Morning had been intense physical training. Afternoon, meticulous mental work, a double dose of exertion. Jigu? Little Galaxy poked out its furry head. After sleeping all day, it was fully recharged. Night had fallen, time to play. Jigu. Little Galaxy chirped and plopped into the tub. Its snowy paws bounced on the water, sending droplets everywhere. All right, I'm adding the herbal packet. Out you go. Bai Wushang pinched the back of its neck, lifted the wet creature, and set it on the sink. He poured in the special medicinal packet gifted by Xiao Taisher. A pungent smell spread instantly. The clear water turned a deep, blood-like crimson. Achoo! Galaxy sneezed, covering its nose with tiny paws. What is that? It stinks. Bai Wushang took a cautious sniff and felt his lungs burn. Looks like Teacher Xiao's packet isn't ordinary. With that thought, he stripped and immersed himself completely in the water. Hissed Bai Wushang soaked in the tub, baring his teeth as a cold breath escaped him. It hurt terribly. Even with protective gear, abrasions, contusions, bruises, and pools of clotted blood dotted his body, 40 or 50 wounds in all. The medicinal pack Xiao Taisher had mixed was ruthless. The moment it touched water, it felt like fire, and the scalding liquid seared every cut. Bai clenched his jaw and forced himself to endure for 15 minutes. The pain gradually eased, replaced by a tingling itch that spread from each wound to every pore. With nothing else to do, he decided to cultivate his soul power. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and let his consciousness sink into the depths of his mind. See. Strand after strand of invisible mental energy seeped through his flesh, entered the boundless mist-shrouded space, and finally merged with the small black sun floating there. After an indeterminate time, he sensed a distinct blockageous soul force barrier. He tried to punch through twice. It was like ramming a wall of steel, and no amount of surging power could pry open that tightly shut gate. He gave up decisively, withdrew from meditation, and opened his eyes. Jigu? Hearing the splash, the bored little rabbit on the sink twitched its ears and hopped up. Jigu, it's hungry. All right, he'll get you something to eat. Bai rose from the now clear cold water with a faint smile. A lazy stretch chased away every trace of fatigue, and the deep meditation left him relaxed inside and out. Peeking through the window crack, he saw dawn's first light. The sun was on the verge of rising. Had the night slipped away that quickly? After dressing, he pushed open the washroom door, and the demon ape Ajo immediately turned around. Roar. Morning. A new day has begun. I was in a good mood. Yesterday had been his first day at the academy, busy and fulfilling, and he was quite satisfied. After setting out rations for the little rabbit and the demon ape, he checked his schedule. The entire morning was free, no classes at all. He quickly drafted a plan. Use the early hours to prepare a fierce bird egg so his beast partners could attempt to learn the skill gaze of dread. If time remained, he would visit Chongshan Mountain, experience that secret realm firsthand, and use the trip to gauge his next steps for growth. He drew cooking tools from his storage ring one by one and lined the table. A thermostatic burner, a water temperature probe, a sand timer, a weighing tray, a big iron pot, measuring cups, everything he could need. He even laid out several pairs of sterile gloves to minimize cross-contamination. With the tools ready, his eyes settled on the two chalk-white oval objects in the center of the table. Name: Firebird. Wild species: beast realm, avian type, Firebird lineage. Life stage: fetal spirit. Bloodline grade: undefined. Status: unhatched and extremely fresh. Intelligence: none. Traits: none. Skills: none. Gourmet cells: 5. After using the Eye of Cognition for so long, he had figured out its pattern. Fully formed transcendent creatures, and those above could not be appraised in detail, but mature forms and juveniles posed no such problem. The same held true for fetal spirits, at least for ordinary ones. In the supernatural world, 99.999% of transcendent beings pass through this special phase, called the gestation or origin form. Whether laid as eggs or carried in the womb, the concept is the same. Just then, Inha clamped a small purple carrot between her teeth and bounded onto Bai Wushang's shoulder, curiosity shimmering in her silver-white eyes. Catching the motion from the corner of his eye, Bai Wushang smacked his forehead. I nearly forgot, slow down. Save some room for this egg. A terror bird egg was no bigger than an ordinary ostrich egg. Ajo could swallow one without blinking, but Inha would have to gnaw at it forever, so Bai Wushang whisked away the half-eaten carrot. Jigu? The little rabbit stared, uncomprehending, as the carrot vanished. She glanced around, unwilling to believe it, and when she realized it wasn't an illusion, the light faded from her eyes. Jigu. Outraged, she hopped onto Bai Wushang's head, scratching and stomping with her tiny paws. Hey, knock it off. Bai Wushang laughed helplessly, scooping her up and explaining patiently. If we're lucky, you'll learn a new skill soon. Hang in there. Jigu. She wasn't being naughty, it just felt awful to have a snack taken away midway. Fortunately, she was easy to soothe. 2 rubs behind the ears, and she settled down. Go play with Big Brother Abe for a while, or grab a nap and save your strength. He'll call you when it's ready. Jigu. Inha nodded and, without a second thought, slipped like quicksilver inside Bai Wushang's robe. The real challenge in making a terror tea bird egg lay in the seasoning. 42 spirit ingredients: dream tea, ghost branch, doom grass, and more were required. Some added whole, some dissected for specific parts, a rare few ground to powder. With proper tools, however, Bai Wushang worked with tiger-like ease, fast and precise. The recipe demanded latest-stage spirit-grade soul power. Confident he could handle it, he lit 2 stoves and set both pots to boil. Time slid by. An hour later he withdrew his hands and, brimming with expectation, lifted the lids. Whoosh. Twin flashes of gold burst forth and vanished in a blink. The same line of text appeared twice before his eyes. Transcendent cuisine terror tea, bird egg completed. Recipe completion, 91. Food Dao secret probability boosted. Final effect. Eater experiences a nightmare of terror and is guaranteed to learn the skill terrifying gaze. Effective for 1 hour. Usable only by juvenile flesh and blood life forms. 90+% at last. Bai Wushang beamed, then fixed on the phrases probability boosted and guaranteed, turning them over in his mind. The original description had said high probability, but now it read guaranteed. Could triggering a food Dao secret enhance a recipe's ultimate effect? With too little data, he set the thought aside and called out, Inha, wake up, time to eat. Ajo, you too. Jigu? The little rabbit poked out her head, and when she saw the completely transformed terror bird egg, her furry face went blank with astonishment. Chirrup, chirrup. Inha hopped onto the table and jabbed a paw at the enormous bird egg, protesting with its whole face. The egg had already seemed huge, why did it look even bigger now? Glancing at its own round belly, ears pinned back, it worried it might not be able to finish the meal. Bai Wushang felt embarrassed as well. Cooked, the pale blue Jingju tea bird egg had darkened to deep brown and puffed up an extra size. 1 or 2 more growth spurts, and it would be as big as the little bunny. Come on, eat up and get stronger. Bai Wushang grabbed a steaming egg, tapped the shell, peeled it, and placed the fragrant orb in Yinhe's arms. Chirp, the tiny creature had to stand on its hind legs, front paws wrapped around food the size of a basketball to it. Rorejo leaned over, picked up another egg, pinched off the hard shell in one motion, glanced at the gleaming white, and popped it whole into his mouth. For him, this was barely a snack. 2 chews, and it was gone. Watching the ape handle the egg so easily, Yinhe's paws tightened. I have to grow up. If I finish this, they'll be stronger and a step closer to adulthood. Eat, eat, eat. With that thought, it lunged at the egg, biting hard, cheeks bulging as it chewed for all it was worth. But once the food slid down, tears misted its eyes, and its little nose wrinkled in distress. What's wrong? Bai Wushang noticed at once and crouched beside it. Chirp the bunny pointed at the egg, then at its mouth. It loved vegetables, especially sweet, crisp carrots. This rich, gamey flavor was far from its taste, yet it kept biting, eyes brimming as it forced each mouthful down. Sorry, little one. Bai Wushang stroked its head gently and said no more. Across the room, Aizhou reacted first to the Jingju tea bird egg. His eyelids drooped, his massive body swayed. In his ears rose a haze of murmurs, sometimes insect buzz, sometimes beast roar, now near, now far, impossible to grasp. Aizhou, don't fight it. Let the dream take you. Bai Wushang steadied him by the shoulders. Roar. Aizhou nodded, sat against the wall, and closed his eyes. His breathing evened out, broad chest rising and falling in rhythm. Bai Wushang brought up the status panel. A new condition had appeared, Frightmare. Soon the ape's face twisted, unconsciously frowning, baring teeth, clenching and releasing fists. Through a faint psychic link, Bai Wushang felt the storm of emotion inside him. Pain mixed with fury, despair tinged with loss, a whirlpool of negativity. Half an hour passed. Aizhou's eyes snapped open. The dazed look cleared, awareness returning as he glanced around. Relief softened by Wushang's tense features. Congratulations, Aizhou. You've mastered a new skill, Terrifying Gaze. While you're at your peak, test it on me. The ape shook his head hard, scattering the last fog, fully awake. Ready? No problem, let's go. Aizhou's gaze locked on Bai Wushang. The amber iris drained to a ghastly white, the pupil shrank to a pinprick. In that instant, his aura shifted, savage might now laced with a chilling undertone, making him even more intimidating. Although direct eye contact wasn't necessary for the ability to take effect, Bai Wushang still observed the test with great care. A faint shimmer shot from Aizhou's eyes and struck Bai Wushang with pinpoint accuracy. A needle-like pain pricked his brain, as though something were trying to erode his consciousness. So this is Terrifying Gaze? Bai Wushang frowned. No, it hasn't broken through my mental defenses yet, so it hasn't truly taken hold. As a master, I have an inherent edge in soul power and a natural resistance to psychic attacks, provided I'm not exhausted. Besides, I was prepared for this. It's normal that Aizhou couldn't tear down my defenses right away. A dozen seconds passed. The demon ape's eyes bulged wider and wider, the veins reddening, the orbs aching and swelling. He wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Bai Wushang ended the stalemate, voluntarily lowering his guard and letting the Terrifying Gaze seep in. Hiss! The world flipped upside down, colors inverted. He found himself in a chilling cavern. Endless blood surged in from every direction, thick, murky, reeking of iron. Bleached bones floated up and down in the crimson tide, while the gurgle of blood echoed all around. A naked baby girl crawled across his body, her icy gaze reflecting a six-petaled blood flower. Frost shot up by Wushang's spine, and cold sweat soaked him instantly. He snapped his eyes open, forcibly banishing the illusion. For a split second his mind was mush, dizziness threatening to topple him, but firm footing and a few deep breaths steadied him. So that is the thing I fear most. He lowered his eyes and gave a small laugh, saying nothing further. Aizhou scratched his head and stared at his master in worry. That expression just now had scared the ape half to death. I'm fine, Bai Wushang said, shaking his head. Aizhou, this should count as your first strong crowd control skill. Paired with your other talents, it'll be hugely useful in real combat. The demon ape believed him without question and let out a pleased roar. A muffled, garbled squeak came from behind. Bai Wushang turned to see Inha still wrestling with the giant bird egg. Only a sliver remained. Chirp! The little rabbit finally gulped down the last bite, let out a satisfied belch, and flopped onto its back. Tiny paws patted an absurdly round belly as a goofy grin spread across its face. At last, all gone just as expected of me. Swelling with pride, the small creature slipped straight into the nightmare of Terrifying Gaze. Outwardly, Bai Wushang waited patiently, but inside he felt a twinge of unease. He had no idea how well Inha could wield Terrifying Gaze. The rabbit's inherent silver moon eyes were closely tied to its pupils and already carried two passive effects. First, charm. With its eyes closed, the moon rabbit looked ordinarily cute. Once it opened those silver eyes, its charm value multiplied. Second, illusion break. The rabbit could see through simple illusions and automatically block minor psychic attacks, an innate gift. Bai Wushang had worried that Inha might fail to learn Terrifying Gaze, or that even if it did, the effect would be watered down. After all, charm and terror seem mutually exclusive. How can something make you adore it and fear it at the same time? 10 minutes later, Bai Wushang realized just how wrong he had been. Chirping softly, The little rabbit rubbed its eyes with its downy paws and tottered upright. When it glanced at its belly, it froze. The round, ball-like tummy it had a moment ago had vanished without a trace. Its large silver eyes blinked, starlight swirling with confusion. If Bai Wushang hadn't been standing right beside it, the bunny would have thought it was still dreaming. Tilting its fuzzy head, Inha looked up at him. "Don't worry about it," Bai Wushang said, guessing that the food it had just eaten had been converted into energy after awakening a new skill. What really interested him was the skill's power. How strong could it be? In the hallway off the living room, the magic ape Zhou and the bunny Inha faced each other from opposite ends, eyes locked. Roar, chirp. Both beasts unleashed their fear gaze at the same time. The ape's pupils instantly turned blood red, while the rabbit's remained the same, beautiful silver flecked with starlight. Two pale beams shot out like lightning, striking their targets dead on. Bai Wushang held his breath, stunned by what happened next. The energy in Zhou's gaze hit the rabbit and melted away as if it had never existed, leaving not the slightest ripple. The ape itself, though, was frozen in place, eyes vacant for 3 or 4 full seconds before it slowly came back to its senses. Shaking its head hard, Zhou needed a few more seconds to dispel the dark images lingering in its mind. Once it was fully lucid, it stared down at the tiny creature before it, utterly bewildered. How had it been crushed so easily? Question marks filled its large head. Chirp. The little one realized it had won and couldn't have been happier. It leapt so high it smacked the ceiling with a thud, then tumbled to the floor, bouncing around without a care in the world. So strong. The big guy actually lost to me. Amazing. Bai Wushang stood still, counting silently on 3 fingers. Multiple Moonshadow Clone, Super Moonlight Baptism, Enhanced Fear Gaze. Every one of this little fellow's abilities defied his expectations. After enough anomalies, one's capacity to accept them grows. Bai Wushang gradually relaxed. If Yinhe's bloodline was a tier above Zhou's, a bit of absurdity was understandable. Once he had cleaned up the scattered tools on the table, he saw that it was still early. He decided to visit Zhongshan Mountain in person. He wanted to see the Academy's most valuable treasure for himself and learn how it could accelerate both pet growth and master cultivation. Zone 11 of Shanghai Academy, the teleportation hut. From the outside, the small building looked ordinary, but inside it linked directly to the secret realm of Zhongshan Mountain. The Academy had many such structures, and they had opened to new students only yesterday. After his wristwatch was verified, Bai Wushang stepped into the array under the watchful eyes of several disciplinary squad members wearing hammer-shaped badges. The next instant, his body sank, and his vision blurred. A bleak, rain-washed chill seeped straight into his bones. "Wow, this is spectacular," one of the students who arrived with him gasped, eyes wide as they took in the breathtaking view. Bai Wushang steadied himself and looked ahead. A vast, ash-gray mountain range filled his vision, so immense it seemed beyond belief. 3 towering peaks rose in a line, each loftier than the last, as though competing with the sky for height and with the earth for breadth. Not a blade of grass clung to their stony flanks. Every ridge and crevice spoke only of desolation and age. The higher the peaks climbed, the thicker the drifting immortal mist became, blurring their true outlines. Countless pearl-sized specks of gray-white light circled the first peak, some hovering in place, others gliding upward at a steady pace so that from afar they resembled a scattered field of stars. So this is Zhongshan Mountain? Curiosity sparked in Bai Wushang's eyes, and a faint excitement flickered across his face. He lowered his gaze to the foreground. He was standing inside a simple encampment dotted with a dozen plain stone huts. Students hurried past in constant streams, talking little as they went. Not far away, an upper-class woman with rose-colored short hair called out, "All first-timers, gather over here. I'll answer every question at once." Bai Wushang joined a small group that clustered around her and listened while she rattled off rules and reminders at breakneck speed. The core of this realm's training is summed up in 2 words: climb higher. The farther you go and the longer you last, the more you gain. She pointed toward the mountain. Only your companion beasts can climb. The handlers won't benefit directly. However, the ambient energy here is denser than outside, so you may borrow a floating rock wisp for free, follow your beast up the slope, watch over it, and meditate to refine your soul power. The higher you go, the better the cultivation effect. "Senior, why does climbing make us stronger? What's the principle?" someone asked. She pursed her lips, then raised an arm and aimed her fingertip at the mountain's flank. "This place holds a natural force. Any extraordinary creature that begins the ascent will feel gravity steadily increase, slowing its movements. That force pierces straight into the soul, touching hidden depths, so it affects every being, full shan blood, spirit, or elemental alike. Under its pressure, a beast's potential is awakened. Its growth accelerates, its temperament is tempered, and the bond between handler and beast can deepen. Those are the advantages." Bai Wushang listened intently. Advantages? He thought so. There must be drawbacks. Sure enough, her tone turned chilly. "But Zhongshan Mountain is dangerous. It isn't a simple peak, it has a mountain spirit. Think of it as a unique, extraordinary creature. Climbing and growing are gifts it grants you within a reasonable load. If your beast can't bear the pressure, that gift turns into a curse called petrification gray. She spoke with solemn weight. It works much like stone skin. Your beast's body turns to grayish rock and dies. Even retracting it into a packed tome won't reverse the process. All you can do is call for help and pray a patrol squad arrives in time, though the chance of survival is slim. After a pause, she added, one more thing. The force squeezes potential, so repeated climbs aren't healthy for growth. If your foundation is solid, twice a week is enough. If it's weak, once a week will do. You can judge by the appearance of gray flecks provided you have enough secret energy to pay the fee, of course. A trainee couldn't help grumbling. Hiss, it's really that dangerous? I actually thought this was some kind of training paradise. Another student jumped in. Senior, how do we know whether our beast can withstand that aura? You said it doesn't affect the handler, and our bond isn't strong enough for a mind link. So how do we tell? The short-haired senior with rose-colored hair answered solemnly. The higher you climb, the lighter you should meditate. Keep part of your focus on your beast. If it starts vomiting, stumbling, or drifting into semi-consciousness, that's a sign it's about to break down. At that point, don't hesitate, force it back into its seal, and return to camp. Her tone was so earnest it felt like she might tug everyone by the ear. Also, this is your first ascent. Treat it as an experience, not a record attempt. You're only allowed on the first peak 1,024 steps, built for juvenile beasts. Forget about reaching the summit. That's nearly impossible. If you make it halfway, that's already a solid result. Huh. More than half the cadets around Bai Wushang looked puzzled. They had heard of Mount Chongshan, but gossip never matched reality. Just then a squad in full armor, weapons at the ready, approached. The burly man in front snorted. Climbing Mount Chongshan is half about a beast's level, quality, and talent, and half about its heart. Without iron will, you won't get far. Captain Liu. The senior's eyes sharpened, and she dipped her head in greeting. Liu Tiange, a towering man of nearly 2 meters, spoke with unquestionable authority. Zhou Shui, handle the next batch of freshmen. They'll take this group up the mountain myself. 6 others in identical armor stood beside him, each bearing a crimson greatsword badge on the chest. Bai Wushang recognized them at once, the renowned enforcers of the Order faction. Zhou Shui nodded and left without another word. Liu Tiange's gaze swept the group, lingering on Bai Wushang as if he recognized him, but he said nothing. With a broad sweep of his arm, he barked, "Move out, follow me." The trainees traded looks and hurried after him. After a short walk, they reached a corner of the camp where piles of gray-white stones, the same color as Mount Chongshan, were stacked high. Guards wearing the same crimson sword badge stood watch and greeted the captain with wide grins. "Boss, here to relieve us?" "Yeah." Liu Tiange nodded lightly. "Many rescue calls today? For so far all freshmen." "Not too bad. Just one beast fatality." Liu Tiange frowned, displeased, and muttered, "I keep telling them to know their limits. Why are freshmen always so damn stubborn?" "Boss, it's the start of term. They're young, hot-blooded, trying to prove themselves. That's normal." "Normal? My ass, it's just stupid." Liu Tiange spat, then whirled toward Bai Wushang's group and roared, "You lot, listen up. While climbing Mount Chongshan, each of you will have your own trail, so no one will get in your way." Liu Tiange's voice echoed through the open camp, but then he grew serious. "You've seen how massive this mountain is. Our enforcement squad is understaffed, and there's no way we can cover every inch." He swept his gaze over the freshmen, his tone sharp. "Don't think one more try, or just another minute, and force your beasts to dig deeper. You're rookies, not veterans. You can't tell whether your partners still have potential left, or are on the verge of collapse. No one to quit." Liu Tiange licked his lips, nostalgia flashing in his eyes, and chuckled. "Let me give you a benchmark. 2 years ago, when I was a freshman, I brought a pretty tough partner, a 6-star Fanga-grade power porcupine in the late juvenile stage, mean as they come. Even so, it took me almost 3 hours to reach the 793rd level. I couldn't even break 800. He paused with a wry smile. "Even on the day before that porcupine evolved to maturity, my best run on the first peak only reached level 935. It's really that hard." Bai Wushang clicked his tongue inwardly, thoughtful. The rest of the students were stunned, and someone finally asked, "So, senior, does that mean no one has ever reached the summit?" Liu Tiange narrowed his eyes, his expression calm again. "No. In the academy's 100+ years, plenty of monsters have done it. Even among the current students, there are several." Someone tried to press further, but Liu Tiange checked the time and ignored them. He hopped into a pile of rocks, hefted a slab more than 3 meters on each side, and slammed it to the ground with a heavy thud. Scree. The rock squealed like a rat the moment it hit. It wriggled and stretched, unfolding like a crumpled sheet of paper until it became a gray-white carpet. Name, Floating Stone Carpet. Race, Wilderness Realm Elemental Sprite Floating Stone Clan. Life Stage, Peak Mature. Bloodline Grade, Elite, 3-star. State, Awake. Intelligence, Low. Traits, World Imprint, Flight. Skills, World Shelter, Stone Resonance, Burst Dash. Gourmet Cells, 130. This is the evolved form of a floating stone wraith floating stone carpet, Liu Tiange said. brushing the dust from his hands. It's a supernatural creature native to this realm. You can contract it, but the moment you leave this world it dies. Its only job is to protect your body. When the climb starts, just sit on it and behave. Up here, nothing but floating stone is allowed in the air. If you break that rule and anger the mountain spirit, you'll end up a rock yourself. Under Lu Tiange's direction, each freshman got a stone of their own, only half as large. When it unfurled, it became a round stone stool. Bai Wushang tested the fit and found he could sit cross-legged on it comfortably. Once you rent a floating stone, the first peak charges 1 unit of secret energy every 15 minutes, Lu Tiange continued. There's no limit on how many beasts you bring, only on time. As soon as you turn back, the meter stops. Also, there are no signal towers beyond the camp. Your wristbands will shut down automatically if something really bad happens and you need rescue. He spat and grew irritable. After everything I've just told you, if you still need to be bailed out, that'll be pathetic. Pray I'm not the one who finds you. I don't often waste patience on freshmen. Bai Wushang tapped the pale stone pedestal beneath him and called out in a clear voice, begin. A shrill hiss followed as a strange force rose from the base of the pedestal, locking onto his body like an invisible hand. The floating stone golem shuddered, then lifted smoothly into the sky with him aboard. This rocky pet could understand basic commands: help, begin, return, accelerate, and would respond exactly as its master wished. From high above, the ground stretched in boundless shades of gray and white. A vast plain that looked like a snowfield spread across heaven and earth. It was stark, pure, and strangely calming. The encampment behind him shrank to a black dot, and the only sound left was the roar of the wind. The gray-white mountains ahead drew closer, their lofty mass seeming to have been carved by giants, weighing heavily on his chest. Rounding a jagged cliff, the golem began to descend and finally hovered a meter above the ground. So this is the mountain path assigned to me. Directly before him rose stone steps, each about 5 meters wide and 1 meter high, stacked straight up into the clouds. Suspended in midair, they formed a stairway to the heavens whose end was lost in the mist. Looking left and right, he saw identical stone paths, every few dozen meters, some utterly vacant, others shrouded in haze with gray silhouettes moving above, proof that others were climbing. Ajo Inha. Training starts now. Bai Wushang smiled and first summoned the demon ape. Inha wriggled out from his chest. The little creature loved to sleep by day and was still groggy. It rubbed its cheeks with its tiny paws, washed its face, then perked up, eyes wide. It stared ahead, its small head filled with wonder. Wow, it's so high! Excitement overtook it at once. Without waiting for orders, it hopped down and landed on the ape's broad back. Chiku, Chiku. Inha tilted its head. What do we do? Climb, Bai Wushang said, pointing toward the peak. See how far you can go. Remember, only up, never down. And don't stay on any one step for more than 10 minutes, or the gravity will multiply until it crushes you. Chiku. The little rabbit nodded vigorously. Whether it fully understood was another matter and leapt onto the first step. At once, mist seeped from the cliff wall, forming a hazy barrier in front of Bai Wushang. He remained calm. It was a cloud screen, a kind of protective seal. Nothing outside could interfere with what happened within, and only the corresponding master could enter. For now, this path belonged solely to him. Outsiders could neither observe nor intrude. Inha, anything feel off? Heavier body, harder to breathe? He asked. Chiku. The rabbit squealed in delight, showing no sign of distress, and bounded up to the 4th step in a flash. Maybe the early steps are too easy, Bai Wushang mused, then turned to Ajo. Ho ho ho. If the little rabbit was half confused and mostly playful, the old ape was far more composed. It knew this was the training ground its master had mentioned, a place to sharpen its strength. With great seriousness it pounded its chest, stretched every muscle, and brought its entire being to peak focus before taking its first step upward. Bai Wushang's heart clenched. The moment the demon ape Ajo stepped onto the first stone stair, its body went rigid, as though bound by invisible chains. What's going on? My body feels a bit heavier. As his copperbell eyes were filled with confusion. It steadied itself and swung its thick arms and legs a few times, confirming the weight was real. Not just my body, even my mind feels stuffy. Bai Wushang frowned. How could Ajo feel it while Inha sensed nothing? He looked up and sucked in a breath. The little rabbit had already bounded more than 30 steps upward. Even more astonishing, it cleared 3 steps at a time, hopping as lightly as if it were playing in its own backyard. Words failed him. Seeing the rabbit so lively, competitive fire flared in Az's eyes. How could the great ape let a tiny fur ball keep passing it? It planted its pillar-like limbs and lunged upward. The floating stone golem shifted with it, always holding the same height. Jigu, Jigu. Inha hopped up to the 70th or 80th step before stopping. It looked at the endless sky, shaking its little head as if bored by the staircase that had no end. The rabbit crept to the edge and peered down. The rolling sea of clouds made it shudder. It quickly covered its eyes with its paws, unwilling to stare into the abyss. Roar. The demon ape closed the gap, each step heavier than the last. External pressure mounted. Something inside it felt as if it were burning and being tempered at the same time. Its heart thumped, blood roared an indescribably wondrous sensation. While Bai Wushang watched his pets cultivate, the teleportation array in the camp flashed, bringing in another group of students. A lone girl in ornate clothes strode past the noisy crowd, ignoring Zhou Shui and the other guides, heading straight for the floating stone golem. A waterfall of scarlet hair fell to her waist, its brilliance almost dimming the sun. Inha still nothing? Jigu the rabbit weakly shook its head, ears drooping. Bai Wushang's frown deepened. They were already on the 586th step, yet Inha felt no thingyo pressure, no tempering effect at all. Moments earlier it had quit climbing, clung to the ape's horn, and dozed off, yawning now and then. Ajo, by contrast, was flushed, its blood surging as though it hauled an invisible boulder uphill. Half its stamina was gone, yet it looked more exhilarated than after any fierce battle. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Wushang spotted something strange. The third path on his right, empty just moments ago, now held a figure keeping pace with him. Why am I running into her again? Shock rippled through him. Even from almost 100 meters away, he recognized that graceful silhouette. The wild cascade of crimson waves was unmistakable. The crimson flame, which, Zhu Qin. High above, the woman seemed to sense something and turned her head toward Bai Wushang. In that fleeting glance, he couldn't make out her features. He only caught the flames dancing in her eyes, an unsettling, seductive glow that made his heart skip a beat. Such sharp perception. Bai Wushang withdrew his probing gaze at once. The next second his mouth went bone dry, as if he had gone half a day without water. He drained an entire bottle in one go before the odd sensation faded. One look from that distance was enough to dehydrate me. What kind of bloodline talent is that? The thought left him both shocked and wary. What's wrong? The little rabbit asked through their mental link. Nothing. Focus on the climb. Patrol squads on Mount Chongshan usually worked in pairs and would never approach a summoner unless absolutely necessary. They either circled the peak on their assigned routes or lay hidden near crowded spots, ready to respond at a moment's notice. 1,000 meters behind Bai Wushang, two floating stone carpets hovered in the air. The scar-cheeked woman covered her mouth and laughed. Things just got interesting. Two self-awakened climbers at once. Lao Su, feel like betting? 50 points of mystic energy. The wiry, sharp-eyed man curled his lip. Sister Qing, is that even worth a wager? The whole academy's heard of that woman, the Crimson Flame Witch. Arrogant as hell. You're just salty. Sun Qingxiao rolled her eyes. That red-haired girl's little flame sparrow is a 9-star common bone ancient strain. On talent alone it can reach the 1,000th step, maybe even touch the summit. But this is her first climb, isn't it? Su Lang folded his arms and muttered. First-timers hitting the peak is still tougher than veterans who grind it out. Forget last year already? Sun Qingxia twirled a strand of purplered hair. Fine, let's raise the stakes. They'll put up 100 points of mystic energy that Zhu Qin reaches the top on her first try. Last year's climber hasn't shown her face in ages. Su Lang's brow twitched, a clear trace of unease. When you put it that way, the two are alike. One's a flame witch, the other an ice enchantress. Fire and ice bound to clash sooner or later. Enough chatter. Are you in or not? Sun Qingxia sounded impatient. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and nodded. I'm in, but I'm not betting on Zhu Qin. I'm betting on the kid next to her. The one called Bai Wushang? Sun Qingxiao raised a brow. His registered pets are a devil ape and a moon rabbit. The rabbit's probably spent by now, but the ape's decent stronger than we were at his age. Exactly. 100 points of mystic energy says he breaks the 960th step. 960? That high? Sun Qingxia gasped. She thought for a moment, then snapped her fingers. I get it, you're banking on Zhu Qin reaching the top and triggering the mountain spirit's blessing. Su Lang said nothing, only stared at her with a half smile. Sun Qingxia did some quick math, then slowly shook her head. Even with the mountain spirit's blessing, that jump's too big. I say he stalls at step 950. Deal. On the surface, Su Lang answered obediently, but inside, he was smirking. Sister Qing, this time I'm 3 moves ahead. You've beaten me often enough. Now it's your turn to slip. Compared with Sun Qingxia, he had more friends, and some backchannel gossip had reached him. The rumor said Bai Wushang's demon ape was a mutant. If that was true, climbing higher was perfectly possible. Su Lang refocused his gaze. On the right, the red-haired girl was already nearing the 980th step, only a short distance from the summit. To the left, the man in gray hovered around the 800th step, slower than Zhu Qin, but steady. Kid, don't let me down. 100 points of secret energy will keep me comfortable for days. On the mountain path, the demon ape was panting hard, sweat dripping from its dark brown fur. The little rabbit, having grown used to the jolts, had wrapped its 4 paws around the ape's horn, curled itself into a silvery ball, and was sound asleep. Bai Wushang watched his 2 companions climb while maintaining a light meditative state. Even in that shallow trance, the rate at which his soul power advanced was more than twice what it would have been outside. The 900th step. So close to the summit, Bai Wushang dropped the meditation and focused entirely on his beast's safety. Through the mental link, Ajo felt as if he were walking under a raging ocean. Each step took more than 10 seconds to prepare. At this height, neither raw strength nor stamina was enough. It also demanded absolute courage and meticulous caution. One misstep, and the endless pressure would smash him flat, maybe even destroy him. Ajo, you alright? I can do this. The demon ape clenched its teeth, eyes bulging as it flexed every muscle while trying to keep its breathing steady. Numb yet tireless, it climbed step after step. 910,920,930. Boom. Suddenly a deep, resonant bell rolled through the desolate mountains. The note was grand yet gentle, its lingering echo filled with balance and calm. As if startled by the bell, the curtain of mist shuddered and, for a fleeting moment, vanished. Immediately Bai Wushang caught faint, scattered roars drifting from the surrounding ridges. Roar. A woo. Grah. The demon ape refused to be outdone. It threw back its head and bellowed, excitement almost overflowing. Chirp. Milky Way jolted awake, fur bristling all over. Ears twitching, teeth chattering, it scanned its surroundings. What happened? Are we in danger? Where is it? In the distance, Su Lang let out a low whistle. The mountain spirit's blessing, bestowed on all living things, Zhu Qin really made it this far. Makes one jealous. Old Su, why do I feel like I'm about to lose? Sun Qingxia had always favored Zhu Qin, and although the current situation surprised her, most of her attention was still on the man in gray. By tracking the master's shifting position, she could judge exactly how high his beast had climbed. The gray-clad man had passed the 940th step and was still going up steadily. 2 minutes later, Sun Qingxia clenched her fists in fury and punched the air twice. Ha ha ha, sorry Sister Qing, but I won. Su Lang chuckled. The mountain spirit's blessing only restores about 10% of one's stamina, yet his climbing speed hasn't dropped at all. That means his demon ape still has plenty in reserve. Sun Qingxia shot Su Lang a sidelong glare that made him grin awkwardly. Spill it. What else do you know? Well, Su, you really set me up without a word getting bolder, aren't you? Sun Qingxia's brows shot up, her voice dripping with sarcasm. When the patrol's over, they'll take you to the arena for a proper match and show you what real pain feels like. Come on, Qing, don't be like that. Su Lang quickly put on a flattering smile. I only heard the rumor by chance. It's rare to have 3 self-awakened rookies in 1 year, so I paid a bit more attention, that's all. Humph. Sun Qingxia shot him a glare, then looked back at the man in gray. Her brows nodded. Why does his pace still look steady? He's already at 980. What? Su Lang's mouth twitched, his eyes glazing over. That wasn't in my calculations at all. Qingxia, Lang, has Zhu Qin reached the summit? At that moment, a floating carpet shot over from the direction of the second peak and hovered in front of them. A powerfully built man stood on it, radiating confidence, his dark red armor gleaming with a blood-tinged aura under the sun. Yes, boss. The newcomer was their mountain patrol captain, Lu Tiange. Su Lang straightened his face and replied earnestly, she's already on the summit of the first peak. The mountain spirit's blessing ceremony should still be underway. Lu Tiange nodded slightly, seeming lost in thought. Sun Qingxia hesitated, then asked tentatively, Brother Lu, with a freshman this powerful, haven't the higher-ups reacted? Are they not thinking of fast-tracking her into the enforcement squad? Lu Tiange snorted, clearly displeased. Of course they have. Chief Hua went to see her himself yesterday, but she wasn't impressed with what we could offer. She simply answered with 4 words, too much trouble. No, and walked off without a backward glance. That cocky. Su Lang's eyes widened. The enforcement squad has the best resources in the entire academy, and she just turned them down? She's earned the right to be cocky. Lu Tiange curled his lip. You think contracting a Flamefinch as her lifebound summon is just dumb luck? And her bloodline ability, where do you think that comes from? There's definitely a major power backing her. She's probably here just to polish her resume. I'm not surprised she reached the top. What puzzles me is. Lu Tiange paused and jerked his chin forward. What's up with that kid? Sun Qingxia and Su Lang followed his gaze and froze, as if struck by lightning. In the few sentences they had exchanged, the man in gray had climbed to the 1000th step. The 1000th step. In the Academy's history, any juvenile class beast that made it that far was considered extraordinary. Zhu Qin's Flamefinch was expected, but how was Bai Wushang's demon ape doing it? His ape is mutated. Su Lang tried to piece together an explanation, but the words faltered halfway. Indeed, that didn't add up. Mutation could unlock limitless possibilities and greatly alter a creature's power, but a major beneficial mutation would have transformed the ape's appearance. The intel Su Lang possessed said otherwise, meaning the mutation was minor and any boost should be limited. Sun Qingxiao ventured. Maybe its temperament is exceptional? Unusually strong willpower? Who knows, maybe both. Lu Tiange shook his head. At this point, anything I say will just blow past them. Anyone would want to push for their limit when they're this close. Keep your eyes on him. If anything looks wrong, jump in right away. Don't worry. Go, Sun Qingxia said with a quick grin. We're camped here for one reason, protecting that seedling. She hesitated, then added, but what if he really reaches the summit? No way, Su Lang muttered. His pace is crawling now. He's almost out of gas. Lu Tiange licked his lips and said, crisp and sure, we'll see. Either way, if he falls short, he'll file a report and push to bring him into the enforcement squad as a special recruit. Let him train as a reserve first. 1,000 meters up, the wind was a blade flaying Bai Wushang's face. The air was so thin it felt like swallowing ice with every breath. Gale howls tore at his sleeves, but couldn't cool the hammering in his chest. Ajo, keep going. His eyes stayed locked on the path ahead. 4 meters tall, the demon ape loomed like a living fortress, broad-backed, every muscle a fist of iron. Scalding steam jetted from its pores, freezing into white mist that curled around its frame. Roar! The sky-shaking bellow slammed into the clouds. Both fists smashed the steps, spiderwebbing the stone. Blood-rich chi surged through its body as it strode forward. Step 1014. 10 steps left. Bai Wushang's breathing hitched like a bellows, his heart battering his ribs. He dragged in air, fighting to stay calm, but excitement, dread, fever, and doubt boiled through his veins like magma. When the bell sounded, a strange force flooded Ajo, washing away fatigue. Already running on reserve power, the ape suddenly picked up speed. Every footfall shook the stairway. Chirp, chirp. The little rabbit sat steady on Ajo's head, pink paws slicing the air. Come on, big guy. I can see the finish line. Go, go, go. Step 1015. Its foot slammed down, stone chips flying. Step 1016. Sweat and blood seeped from its skin and froze on contact with the wind. Step 1017. Each stride was a dance on knives. Bai Wushang's low growls deepened. The silver book of vows spun at his side, ready to ignite at any moment. Zhou Shui's and Lu Tianzhe's warnings still echoed. One misstep on Mount Chongshan meant eternal ruin. Now, near the peak, the climb had become savage. Zhou trembled with every step. The instant its soul touched stone, it felt like a forest of needles. Muscles screamed, bones groaned, every shred of flesh teetering on collapse. But it refused to stop. Its life had taught it one truth: greater trials bring deeper rebirth. Every time, a phoenix rise from ashes. Only one thought filled its mind. Reach the top. R.I.P. Dozens of gashes burst open at once, blood spraying like springs. The ape's body turned crimson, yet it didn't even blink another step. 3 steps left. Bai Wushang's roar tore from his throat. He could feel Zhou gambling its life, staking everything. Should he intervene? Was it too much? But the demon ape was an 8-star apex species, a creature beyond the usual scale, even as a juvenile. Their bond had already reached soul link, and its rock-solid resolve poured through their contract, shaking his very spirit. Through the eye of insight, he saw layer upon layer of status effects on Zhou, still within control. Boom. The last footfall landed, and the entire mountain shuddered. Zhou stood on the 1024th step, the summit of Mount Chongshan. In that instant, clouds whirled up like 10,000 dragons, and far above, ribbons of 7-colored light flickered across the sky. The final step of the skyward stone path connects directly to the summit, and setting foot on it means you've reached the top. The demon ape Zhou swayed unsteadily on the ashen crown of the first peak, blood dripping from its fur and splattering across the stone. Its chest heaved violently, yet it forced its spine straight, determined to survey the world below in the proudest stance it could muster. Mountaintop, I did it. Zhou roared, breaking into a wide grin. In an instant, the solid curtain of cloud shattered, twisting into a silvery mist dragon that soared into the sky. A vivid rainbow cut across the paper-white heavens, and an inexplicable fanfare erupted, at times like war drums pounding the firmament, at times like flutes and strings intertwining, until it finally resolved into a lingering peal of bells that drifted over the entire range. Roars, chirps, and croaks echoed through the ridges as the chorus of beasts rang out one after another, as though hailing the birth of a new king. The loudest was, of course, the little rabbit Inha. Perched on Zhou's head, its ears flopped from side to side, making its tiny rump wiggle along. We did it. It squeaked. The view is gorgeous up here. What an amazing day. Bai Wushang felt his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, slowly settle, a boundless excitement welling up inside. In his perception, Zhou's aura was feeble, yet the fragments of vitality that remained had crystallized at a new height. These few hours of climbing had done more for the ape than weeks of exhausting cultivation. With the fading chime echoing in his ears, Bai Wushang pondered. So I was right, the bells are triggered when someone reaches the summit. The last time must have been Zhu Qin's little Flamefinch. Where is she now? Did she move on to the second peak? Or did she head back to camp through some area I can't see? He looked around. The summit was still the same bleak gray, utterly bare, with no sign of life. Another thought struck him. The upperclassman had said the stone path was a blessing that hastened a beast's growth. Now that he stood on the summit, would the rewards be even greater? The notion had barely formed when a wave of light swept over the demon ape and the little rabbit, then over Bai Wushang and the hovering stone sprite behind them, and all four vanished. To Bai Wushang, it was no more than a blink. When his eyes opened again, everything around him had changed. He now stood inside an enclosed cavern of pale gray, bone white, and dull black stone. A luminous pearl was set in the ceiling, bathing the chamber in a gentle glow. A crackling burst of scarlet flared at the edge of his vision. Bai Wushang turned, and his expression shifted to shock. A little scarlet bird hovered in midair behind him, wings outstretched. With a wingspan of about a meter, roughly the size of a mid-sized parrot, its plumage was an unblemished, lustrous crimson, like a living conflagration shaped into the form of a bird breathtakingly beautiful. Its pale golden beak was short and sturdy, tapering into a perfect cone whose edges gleamed like polished glass. Nostrils at the base of the upper mandible were covered by a translucent membrane that trembled gently with each breath. Russet claws, slender yet powerful, were etched with streaks, and their pointed tips flashed with a cold gleam beneath the sun. Bai Wushang gazed into the fledgling Firefinch's eyes, and an attribute screen floated into view. Name: Xiao Yanke contracted. Race: Beast Realm, Avian Firefinch lineage, primordial relic. Life stage: late juvenile. Bloodline grade: mortal bone, 9-star. Status: evolving molting absorbing benediction. Intelligence: high. Traits: flight wildfire. Skills: fireball, flame dance, flame jet, rain of fire, fierce peck, wing slap, fiery charge, gust. Gourmet cells: 75. So this is what Xiao Yanke looks like. It's evolving already, almost at the mature stage? That's incredibly fast. Bai Wushang thought in astonishment, his gaze freezing on an unfamiliar status. Wait, what does absorbing benediction mean? He looked up. A gray-white stone hovered above the bird, slowly revolving. It radiated an aura as ancient as time itself, while specks of mottled light drifted from the stone and sank into the Firefinch like a gentle rain. If Xiao Yanke is here, then Zhu Qin must be nearby. Bai Wushang swept the area and immediately spotted her. She wore a frost-white top and a crimson battle skirt, both trimmed with gold. The outfit lent her a regal air that still somehow felt unapproachable. Seated cross-legged atop a floating rock golem, she faced Bai Wushang with her eyes closed. Her delicate, heart-shaped face was flawless porcelain tinged with the faintest blush, and lips as soft as cherry petals. Shapely, bare calves complemented the deep crimson waves of hair that cascaded over her shoulders, creating a striking image. Whoosh! Sensing something amiss, Zhu Qin's lashes fluttered and her eyes snapped open. They were enchanting, blossom-shaped eyes. Normally jet black, they now held twin tongues of scarlet flame. Having paid dearly for provoking her once before, Bai Wushang hurried to speak first. Zhu Qin, I mean no harm. His words had the desired effect. Her breath caught. The flames in her pupils slowly died away. Her indifferent gaze traveled over Bai Wushang's face, shifted to the black, great ape beside him, and finally dropped to the snow-white rabbit at his feet. At that, one brow twitched in surprise. You reached the summit? This was only the second time Bai Wushang had heard Zhu Qin speak. Each word sounded sweet, yet strung together they rang like grinding metal, utterly devoid of emotion. Bai Wushang nodded. Two beasts? She asked. Instinctively, Bai Wushang glanced at the little rabbit. It was craning its tiny neck, staring raptly at the scarlet fledgling, silver-white eyes filled with wonder and envy. In a flash, he wondered how to explain the little one's situation. Claim it had climbed? It hadn't felt or gained anything. Deny it? The creature had reached the summit on its own merits. Even if by hitching a ride, why shouldn't that count? With a soft exhale, Bai Wushang nodded again. Inside the sealed cavern, Zhu Qin fixed her gaze on Bai Wushang, her eyes distant, icy, and impassive. Bai Wushang shifted under the scrutiny, but the moment he nodded twice, her pupils narrowed with predatory intent, as if she were a beast ready to rip him apart from the inside out. A chill shot through him. The red-haired woman emanated a fierce will to fight. Before he could think further, Zhu Qin lowered her eyes, drew back her aura, and uttered two frigid words. Too weak. Her tone was as casual as commenting on the weather, entirely devoid of emotion. Bai Wushang's heart lurched. With his mouth half open, he found no reply. Her record spoke for itself: the ancient blood little flame sparrow, a mature firejade demon spider, a mysterious hereditary talent, and an unknown origin. Each one eclipsed his own achievements. If she called him weak, he had no grounds to object. Rore Zhou refused to accept the verdict. In his mind, his master merely needed time, and so did he. He instantly marked the little flame sparrow and the red-haired woman as new goals to surpass. Boom, boom, boom. Without warning, the gray-white floor shook violently. Bai Wushang had been in the chamber scarcely 2 or 3 minutes when a shadow burst through the ground. It was a humanoid creature, less than a meter tall, resembling a misshapen old man with a hunched back, an oversized head, and a face full of wrinkles. Naked and stone gray, it looked like a finely carved statue whenever it stood still. Yet the tiny body radiated an ancient aura, a weight of years and hidden power that inspired awe. 2 lines of pale gold text flashed before his eyes. Name: Spirit of the Mountain Guard. Classification: Lingkind. Race: Miracle Lifeform. A miracle lifeform. Bai Wushang's mind buzzed. For a moment he could barely hear, while fragments of arcane knowledge surged forth. The Grey Elder lifted a trembling finger and pointed at the demon ape. Mitarubo, Dalarana. The strange syllables belonged to no language Bai Wushang had ever studied, yet a mystical force made their meaning clear to him. To the one who has climbed the summit, a reward is due. I grant you the title of Fearless One and bestow a guardian stone of the mountain. A spark of light shot into Azhou's body, lifting him off the ground. The savage gashes in his black fur closed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his exhausted posture turned razor-sharp. A gray-white stone, the size of a fist, hovered above his head, its radiance seeping into his flesh and blood. Roar! Azhou thundered with exhilaration. Mimicking human etiquette, he bowed to the Grey Elder, then shut his eyes, relaxing as he absorbed the mysterious energy. When Bai Wushang glanced at his companion's status panel, the note receiving blessing had appeared. So the fabled mountain soul of Xinzhong Peak was, in fact, a miracle life form. Bai Wushang's eyes flew open. His heart hammering in his chest was staring at a creature he had only ever read about in legend. He had once skimmed a tattered, nearly disintegrated manuscript that mentioned such beings in passing. According to that book, the transcendental world teemed with all manner of mysteries. Yet the rarest of them all were the so-called miraculous life forms, mysterious entities fundamentally different from any other extraordinary creature. They possessed absolute uniqueness, could not be copied, and could never be bound by contract. Their numbers were so scarce that even a master who might one day meet a monarch-class or sovereign-class beast would still have almost no hope of seeing a miraculous life form. Never in his wildest dreams had Bai Wushang imagined that the core's secret realm sustaining Shanghai Academy was guarded by one of these beings. And perhaps it was not even hidden. Ordinary people simply had no way of reaching the summit. That thought set his eyes ablaze. The book offered no definite explanation for a miraculous life form's origin, only speculation. In an environment of extreme rarity, after an unimaginably long evolution, heaven and earth would lavish all their favor upon one single creature, birthing it as a miracle incapable of being measured by bloodline or life tier. More crucially, any being that harmed a miraculous life form, especially committing outright slaughter, would face retribution from the will of heaven and earth, lightning and catastrophe alike. Conversely, winning such a creature's approval could earn one a miracle's gift, a boon beyond words. Whether the threat of punishment was true, Bai Wushang could not verify, yet the promise of reward might soon be proven. A mountain guardian divine stone, was this the gift bestowed by the spirit of the mountain that watched over the peaks? What change would Azhou undergo after absorbing it? Hope swelled in Bai Wushang's chest. Inside the sealed cavern, the gray-white elder who had just raised a finger hovered wordlessly. Folded skin pressed so tightly over his eyes that they barely opened. Without the ancient aura radiating from that peculiar flesh, he would have looked like an old man on the brink of death. Silently, the elder's lower body began to sink into the ground, was about to depart. The little rabbit panicked at once. The big guy had floated into the air, his wounds fully healed, and even received a precious stone. The Firebird next door had one too. The bunny had been waiting happily for grandfather to hand out its reward. But grandfather was leaving. Where was its stone? Frustration and grievance filled the tiny creature. Why? It had reached the summit as well. Was it too small for grandfather to notice? With that thought, Inha darted in front of the gray-white elder, stretched its neck, and stood at attention. Cheep, cheep, cheep. The little rabbit chirped, ears twitching, face brimming with expectation. The elder acted as though he hadn't heard, half his body already below the surface. Cheep, cheep, cheep. The tiny one tried to reason with him. Surely a rabbit's complaint mattered? Yet he paid it no mind whatsoever. Cheep. Yinhe's silver eyes lost their shine, and disappointment weighed on its heart. It couldn't understand what it had done wrong. Then it truly became angry. Inha. Bai Wushang sensed the surge of emotion through their bond, his expression shifting dramatically. But he was too late. He could only watch as the little rabbit bared its teeth and, head down like a bull, charged straight at the gray-white elder. Hiss. After only a few days, Bai Wushang felt his heart leap into his throat once more. The normally obedient, lively little galaxy had actually launched an attack on a miracle creature. Bai's pupils constricted. He flipped his hand, summoned the Book of Oaths, and fired a straight retrieval beam fueled by his soul power. But he was too late. Thud! Like a tuft of cotton striking stone, little galaxy squeaked, rubbed its head, and hit the ground. The gray-white elder's descent stopped cold. Pale light spread from his body and instantly filled the cavern. The little flame sparrow and the demon ape stayed locked in their trances, while Bai Wushang and Zhu Qin stiffened, and even the levitating stone beast beneath them quivered. A barren chill swept in, as though they'd been dropped into a dead land where no man or beast remained. Squeak! The tiny rabbit rolled once, scrambled upright, and, dusty and indignant, pointed a paw at the elder. Squeak! 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 For nearly half a minute the rabbit's cries were the only sound in the sealed cave. The ashen elder remained motionless, brows furrowed, and Bai found the scene absurd. This miracle creature truly seemed to be listening to a rabbit's complaint. Dala. After a brief silence, the elder's eyelids twitched, as though he were trying to force them open. Boom. Without warning, a thunderous rumble filled the cave, like mountains splitting apart. The deafening roar left Bai Wushang reeling. Amid the clamor, he caught a strange cadence that his mind translated on its own. Very well, I grant you the title of Defiler and award you one guardian stone of the mountain. A burst of gray-white light flashed, and Bai lost every sense. By the time he silently counted to 13, his vision cleared. The pale elder was gone. Little Galaxy now floated in midair, wearing a thoroughly satisfied grin. See, Grandpa can be reasonable. I got a stone too. Squeak, squeak. Thank goodness the miracle creature hadn't been angered. Bai let out a shaky breath. He would have to give Galaxy a serious talking to. That had been far too reckless. Still, what exactly did the title Defiler mean? The little one hadn't been bound by the mountain's rules. It had climbed the stone path with ease, yet gained nothing. Was this a rare exception, or could the mountain spirit simply not cover every kind of extraordinary being? Interesting. The words came in a chilly, emotionless voice. I turned. At some point Zhu Qin had risen, and scarlet flames now burned in her eyes, fiercer than ever. Heat surged outward from the red-haired woman, rippling through the air. Bai's expression shifted. Now that he was this close, he finally sensed it. Zhu Qin felt like a humanoid fire beast under seal, a savage blaze roiling restlessly inside her. Chirp. Seemingly stirred by its master's aura, the little flame sparrow hovering overhead let out a piercing cry, and its form changed in an instant. Its body swelled to 3 times its former size. Talons thickened and lengthened. Its beak grew sharper, and pale gold feathers deepened to dark gold. With a wingspan close to 3 meters, every feather shone crimson like fresh blood, the tips alive with dancing fire. It's evolved into a greater flame sparrow perfectly, no less, and has reached maturity. Bai Wushang exhaled softly as he scanned its stats. Its bloodline rating had leapt straight to 6-star elite. A third trait, conflagration, had appeared, along with 3 new skills. His eyes paused on the final skill on the list. In midair, the greater flame sparrow beat its wings and drifted to the ground. Ruby eyes reflected human-like confusion, surprise, and delight. Head high, it glanced over Bai Wushang, the demon ape, and the moon rabbit, a hint of scorn flashing within its gaze. These 3 together were no more than a single wing's worth of flame and posed no threat at all. All of its attention settled on the beautiful girl. Walking with poised steps, it approached Zhu Qin and affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Good. Zhu Qin spoke the single word and stroked its feathers, paying no mind to the flames leaping across them. Her gaze then shifted to the moon rabbit, where it rested, blank and emotionless, for several seconds. Lowering her eyes, she tapped the ground softly with her foot and said coolly, leave. Head to the second peak. Zitsidi, the floating stone golem, quivered and sank toward the floor, as though in prayer. With a crack, a side wall of the sealed cavern split open, letting light spill inside. Just as girl, bird, and stone were about to depart, Bai Wushang coughed and couldn't help interrupting. Wait a moment. Zhu Qin turned. The flames that had been fading in her pupils blazed anew, as though ready to incinerate everything. Beside her, the greater flame sparrow flexed, eager for violence. A casual flap of its wings scattered brilliant sparks, its elegant exterior barely disguising the savage power beneath. Zhu Qin, I'd like to make a trade, Bai Wushang said bluntly, producing an item from his storage ring. Boom. Scarlet fire surged. The greater flame sparrow's eyes went wide, locking onto the blood-red, gem-like fruit in Bai Wushang's hand. Flames along its body roared higher. Its dark gold beak opened uncontrollably, saliva dripped to the ground and sizzled on contact. Agreed. The red-haired girl faced him fully. She showed almost no surprise, only a naked, fervent possessiveness burned in her eyes. Bai Wushang smiled, quietly relieved. Since obtaining the bloodline fruit, he had pondered how best to use it. He could save it for a future contracted beast, but that would take time and carried countless uncertainties. Turning it into other resources now would accelerate his own growth far more. Among all possible partners, Zhu Qin was the perfect choice. Her life-bound pet, the little flame sparrow, could trace its ancestry back to the ancient sacred vermilion bird, making it a distant offshoot. Over countless generations the blood had thinned and dimmed, leaving the creature stalled in its juvenile form until now. Bai Wushang was convinced that the bloodline fruit would be invaluable to Zhu Qin. Once the little flame sparrow swallowed it, its bloodline would be slightly purified, boosting the chance of an atavistic awakening. Even if that boost was minuscule, victory and failure often hinged on the smallest margin. Given Zhu Qin's means and background, she could easily afford such an item. His only concern was whether Zhu Qin would agree to a proper, above-board trade. Rumor had it that her behavior in the trial grounds was even more reckless than Sidu Kai's. Yet after meeting her today, Bai Wushang sensed something different. Zhu Qin disliked talking. From start to finish her expression barely shifted, as though some flaw ran through her temperament. She was like a wild beast cloaked in flawless human skin. One faint disturbance and flames leapt in her pupils, ready for a life-and-death clash. People like that were aggressive but also straightforward, making it hard to picture her playing political games. Then there was the setting, the true summit of Chongshan Mountain, a special domain belonging to the miracle creature known as the guardian spirit of the mountain. With both the demon ape and the moon rabbit immersed in their blessing, Bai Wushang felt safer than ever. Hurting a master right after blessing a pet would be an insult to the miracle creature itself. So he gambled a little and stepped in front of Zhu Qin. Everything was unfolding ideally. The red-haired girl's eyes blazed as she stared at the bloodline fruit, then glanced at the gray-robed man. You, name your price. Chirp. The great flame sparrow echoed her, turning its head with difficulty mostly, because drool was pouring down. The blazing fire on its body betrayed its excitement. 12,000 gold coins, or 100 points of secret energy, Bai Wushang said bluntly, smiling as he explained. I know your flame sparrow can use this, but I won't gouge you. I'm sincere about the trade. That price is only a hair above the academy market rate. If I spent time finding another buyer, I'd get the same. Zhu Qin nodded lightly. Not expensive. Quite cheap. Those 6 words were the longest sentence she had spoken so far, and Bai Wushang's smile froze. He muttered inwardly, the world of rich people is beyond me. Then Zhu Qin's next words left him gaping. But I'm out of money. Gold all gone for now. Secret energy bottomed out, need it myself. She looked awkward, as if unaccustomed to speaking so much. Didn't you clear out the trial grounds 2 days ago? Already spent it all. Bai Wushang was speechless. This spending speed was outrageous. Gold was one thing, but she must have earned 300 or 400 secret energy points. Those were nearly gone too. Was this the joy of being filthy rich? Just buy? Or was that flame sparrow simply a money-devouring beast? Ignoring his questions, Zhu Qin changed tack. Trade goods. Pick 2 out of 5. Exchange for the fruit. Deal? As she spoke, she lifted her right wrist, and a crimson storage bracelet glinted faintly in the sunlight, while she laid out one item after another in front of her. Bai Wushang leaned in for a closer look, and his eyes instantly lit. Every one of these was a treasure. First came an earth-yellow bead, smooth and translucent like fine jade, radiating a rich, loamy scent. His heart skipped a beat. The Earth Spirit Pearl, mined from deep subterranean caves. This rare gem let a juvenile cultivator break through one entire rank and fetched 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins on the market. Beside it rested a blue heart that still throbbed faintly, crackling with arcs of lightning. A mature lightning serpent heart. Though only an organ, its medicinal value was immense, worth more than a cat demon and an ironbone eagle combined. But the third item held his attention completely. A palm-sized shard of black wood looked ordinary at first glance. Yet after staring for a moment, he felt slightly dizzy. Bai Wushang's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Is that soulwood? Zhu Qin replied lightly. It's been used, just over half remains. That's enough. They'll trade. He blurted, heart pounding uncontrollably. This was soulwood, cut from the core of an ultra-rare soul tree, even scarcer than the miracle fruit tree, and it had a single purpose: to flood a lord-level summoner with vast amounts of pure, readily absorbable soul power. Unable to resist, he asked, is this what helped you break through to Soul Servant? The red-haired woman gave him a silent, calm look. The Flamefinch squawked impatiently. Quit dawdling. Hurry up. Though she didn't answer, the silence confirmed it. This soulwood had fueled Zhu Qin's rapid rise during the trials. A whole piece was worth more than 15,000 gold. Even half could easily fetch 10. Bai Wushang would have traded for it without a second thought if it were the only item here. Within 2 or 3 days it could shatter his soul power barrier and push him into the soul servant realm. And he still got to choose one more item out of the 5. His gaze drifted to the 2 objects remaining in the crook of the red-haired girl's arm, a jade scroll and a yellow egg. He inspected the egg first. Roughly the size of a human head, it had a pale yellow shell covered in uneven black markings, downright ugly. Name: Fledgling Horned Demon. Wild species: Abyss Realm Demon type, Horned Demon Clan. Life stage: embryonic. Bloodline grade: Mortal Bone, 7-star. Status: Unhatched, imminent hatch. Intelligence: none. Traits: none. Skills: none. Gourmet cells: 8. A demon egg. Its quality and potential were decent, yet its role overlapped too much with the Zhou's. The fledgling horned demon would grow into a mature horned demon and eventually a greater horned demona, textbook warrior-type monster built for strength and defense, but lacking special abilities. Compared with the demon ape, the 2 were simply too similar, and for the sake of a well-balanced pet roster, Bai Wushang had no desire to contract another creature of that kind anytime soon. This is a secret heart scroll, isn't it? What's inscribed on it? Bai Wushang pointed at the last item, the scroll glowing with a faint jade light. Soul Servant Grade Art, Fire Armor. Zhu Qin's voice remained casual, as if she were mentioning something trivial. Bai Wushang's breath caught. After a few wild heartbeats, he made up his mind at once. He'll take it in the soulwood. Without delay, he urged the floating stone beast beneath his feet closer to Zhu Qin and carefully presented the bloodline fruit with both hands. Cheap. The great flame sparrow shot forward. Its sharp beak snapped up the fruit, crunched twice, and swallowed it whole. Well, that was intense, Bai Wushang muttered, momentarily stunned. It's yours now, so I guess it won't run off. The fruit was worth over 10,000 gold, yet the bird had downed it like a snack. Zhu Qin's placid expression suggested this was completely ordinary. Let's go. Deal concluded. The red-haired woman mounted her floating stone beast and flew out of the cavern. The rent cave wall rippled like living flesh, slowly knitting shut until it was solid rock again. Alone in the silent chamber, Bai Wushang looked at the soul wood in his left hand and the jade scroll in his right, a broad smile spreading across his face. That was a huge score. In his mind, Zhu Qin earned a new label, a deep-pocketed benefactor. Even setting the soul wood aside, the scroll alone was worth at least 5,000 gold and likely more. Fire armor, an elemental defensive art, wasn't rare or overwhelmingly strong, yet it was a clear step above the most basic techniques. Running his fingers over the scroll, Bai Wushang nodded in satisfaction. Secret arts are special skills a beastmaster can learn only after their soul power reaches the second stage, the soul servant level. They cover offense, defense, healing, enhancement, control, detection, and more. Requirements vary widely. Some work only on the master, some only on the companion beast, some on both, but one fact is certain. From the soul servant stage onward, mastering the right secret arts greatly amplifies a beastmaster's combat strength and survivability. After stowing the treasures, Bai Wushang glanced at Zhou and Inha. Both were still absorbing the boon and needed more time to wake. He sat cross-legged and began focused meditation. The sealed cavern was rich with natural energy, making soul cultivation more than 5 times faster than outside. About half an hour later, the demon ape stirred first. Roar. Gray-white stones above its head burst into dust. Zhou landed firmly, standing on 2 feet with fists clenched, every muscle brimming with power. Bai Wushang snapped from his meditation and examined the changes. The ape's size hadn't grown, but its black fur now gleamed with a healthy sheen. It still exuded primal ferocity, yet Zhou could restrain most of its killing intent when not in battle. The status panel showed that its second heart, which should have needed days to heal, was already restored to perfect condition. It's got a new skill, Bai Wushang exclaimed. Roar, roar. Zhou punched the air excitedly, eager to show off. Zhou flashed a toothy grin and erupted into a sudden roar. In an instant, his powerful arms swelled, every muscle sharply defined, and from fingertips to shoulders they turned the same ash-gray color as Chongshan Mountain. Bai Wushang stepped closer, knocked on the surface, and heard a metallic clang. The arms were hard as iron. Zhou swung them through the air, his motions whistling like wind, each attack and block flowing seamlessly without the slightest hitch. Through their telepathic link, Bai Wushang confirmed what had happened and broke into a delighted smile. The soul of the mountain had granted a gifted Skilla miracle creature's blessing. Such chances were rarer than rare, letting a transcendent being master an ability far beyond its species and rank. The skill Zhou gained was called Rock Arms. The moment a gifted skill is bestowed, all related knowledge floods in at once. It feels innate, requiring no practice to use with perfect ease. Usable only once per day, Rock Arms petrifies both arms from the inside out, instantly doubling their defense, sacrificing no flexibility, and even amplifying strength. Bai Wushang's eyes grew wider, and his grin stretched from ear to ear. He recalled the ash-gray wing blades he had noticed earlier on the Greater Flame Sparrow's stat sheet. Judging by the name, that too was an offensive, gifted skill unrelated to its native fire element. High above, Galaxy opened its eyes and plopped onto the ground. Luckily, it was light and limber, suffering no harm. It flicked its little tail and sprang back up, bright-eyed and alert. Chirp! Spotting Bai Wushang, the tiny rabbit bounded over in 2 hops. Instead of leaping onto his shoulder, it stopped obediently at his feet, tilting its head back with a playful smile. When Bai Wushang checked the rabbit's newly acquired gifted skill, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Chirp! Watch this, Galaxy announced proudly, extending a tiny paw to pat the ground. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Chirp! The rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief. It switched paws and tapped again. 20 seconds later, still nothing. Furious, it puffed out its cheeks, ears standing straight up as it hopped, and stamped in frustration, silently shrieking, "Grandpa tricked me. Shame on you." Ah! Bai Wushang couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. He scooped the bunny into his arms. "You silly thing. This is the miracle creature's turf. Of course your skill won't work here. We'll test it when we get home." Chirp! Galaxy settled down, blinked its big eyes, then darted inside Bai Wushang's jacket, curled into a ball, and covered its face. "Ugh, stupid rabbit, so embarrassing. Come on now, I'd never hold it against you." Bai Wushang chuckled, gently stroking the bunny before turning to the demon ape. "Zhou, it's time to go. Let's get out of here." After recalling the demonic ape, Bai Wushang climbed onto the floating stone golem and left the sealed cave. The golem rose slowly from the summit of first peak. Looking back, he saw a second peak towering behind him, countless figures clinging to its sheer cliffs like ants. Let's head back to camp, Bai urged. Secret energy is deducted by the minute. He had gained enough for now and needed time to absorb the benefits. Secret realm, Mount Chongshan, inside the camp. As Bai Wushang landed, he immediately noticed the surge in foot traffic below. Once his boots touched the ground, the feeling intensified. The number of patrol members near the pile of floating stones had doubled. Something's up. Could it be because of Zhu Qin or me? He wondered, frowning. The little flame sparrow and the demonic ape had certainly caused a stir when they reached the summit. Anyone curious enough could easily trace the commotion back to him. He reactivated his wristwatch and scanned it across the energy pillar. Beep. Total time, 5 hours 11 minutes. 21 secret energy points deducted. The holoscreen showed a remaining balance of 151 points. I did the math. I spent a bit over an hour in the cave and roughly 4 hours climbing. That's 16 points. If I come twice a week, that's 32 once I evolve to the mature stage and tackle second peak. The cost will skyrocket. It's a money pit, but the results are incredible. While he was thinking, a man and a woman approached with friendly smiles. Hi, Bai, how was the haul? The woman had dark skin and pretty features, but a long scar along her cheek added a fierce edge. The man, lean as a monkey and about 170 tall, beamed at him. Junior Bai, I'm Su Lang, and this is Sun Qingxia. We're third years from the Law Enforcement Division, Squad 3 the Mountain Patrol. I nodded. Their armor and the crimson greatsword badges on their chests were unmistakable. What can I do for you two? Su Lang chuckled. You're a sharp one, so we'll be blunt. Your first ascent of first peak and your summit finish can't stay secret. Words already getting around the academy. I kept a neutral expression as Su Lang went on, and our captain wants a chat about you joining the Law Enforcement Division. The Law Enforcement Division? I asked, puzzled. I thought freshmen could only join the discipline group, and only top second years or above could get into law enforcement. True, that's the rule, Sun Qingxia said with a playful smile. But rules can bend. Anyone who reaches the summit has proven their strength and potential. Our captain thinks highly of you. I felt a mix of pride and unease. Unsure whether this was good or bad, he asked plainly. So who is your captain? We have plenty of bosses, but the one who showed up today is our direct superior boss Qin, the water walker, Qin Kong. He's ranked 6th among the 10 elites, Su Lang explained as they walked along. Following the 2 patrolmen, Bai Wushang headed toward the stone building at the center of the camp. The massive door swung open, unveiling a cavernous interior easily 300 square meters. What truly stole his breath, however, was the giant creature dominating the room. It was a toad, blue-backed, white-bellied, 7 or 8 meters tall, squatting like a small hill. Its skin was as gnarled as old bark, and the head, eyelids, and back were crowded with warts, enough to make one's scalp tingle. 2 details were unforgettable. Its drooping belly bulged and deflated with each breath, full of startling elasticity, and on each shoulder rested a deep blue, tube-shaped organ twin cannons whose dark muzzles radiated danger at a glance. Water Cannon Toad. Bai Wushang's heart skipped a beat. Data flashed before his eyes. Name, Water Cannon Toad. Contract species, Demon Beast Realm Reptile, Type Water Cannon Toad Clan. Life stage, Early Complete Form. Bloodline grade, Elite 9-star. Soul power too low for full analysis. Hey, you must be Bai, said a long-haired man in a floral shirt, sprawled on a sofa with his legs crossed. As the group entered, he laughed, sprang up, and strode over to Bai Wushang, clicking his tongue. Not bad. Not bad. Quiet until you amaze everyone. Reminds me of my glory days. Another person sat nearby, the mountain patrol captain Lu Tiange, whom Bai had met before. He didn't budge, just curled his lip. Boss Qin, no offense, but when have you ever reached the summit? Not the first peak, not the second. Quit misleading the kid. Haha, trivial details. Qin Kong chuckled, then turned to Bai. Interested in joining the enforcement team? I can skip the formalities and bring you in as a probationary member. While you're still at the academy, we'll front you resources, weekly arcane energy rations, free private training rooms once your pet reaches late mature stage, and you've got the muscle to match. You'll be promoted to full member. After that, just run a few missions and check in regularly. Bai had just opened his mouth to ask something when a rapid knock rattled the door. Who is it? Can't you see the boss is busy? Lin Lang frowned, cracking the door ajar. Boom. The stone door flew wide. Which one of you is Bai Wushang? Big sister's looking for you. The voice was honey smooth, electric. For an instant Bai felt lightheaded. It was the most enchanting sound had ever heard. Chirp. The little rabbit in his arms suddenly balled its paws and hammered his chest. Huh. Bai's eyes cleared, surprise flickering across his face. It wasn't that the voice was beautiful, it carried a built-in psychic interference. You're? Lin Lang stammered, retreating several steps to clear the way. Bai held his breath and looked up. His pupils briefly lost focus. The newcomer had a devil-may-care, striking figure, long purple hair whipping about, and endless legs beneath a black miniskirt. Every move dripped seductive charm. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Inside the stone hut, Qin Kong frowned and sighed helplessly. Mingyang, what are you doing here? I'm looking for someone. The purple-haired woman scanned the room. The instant she spotted Bai Wushang, her violet eyes lit up as though she had found prey. Black hair, dark eyes, barely any soul poweries. It's you. Who are you? Bai Wushang managed one glance before he couldn't look away. She wasn't quite as stunning as Zhu Qin or Jiang Lingwei, yet an indescribable allure radiated from her. Bai Wushang's heart raced, a hazy desire rising within him as if drawn by an invisible force. Fortunately, Xiao Yinhe was immune. The little creature rammed his chest again, jolting him awake. He bit his tongue, stared at the floor, and dared not look up. Huh. The woman noticed something unusual and studied him with interest. How curious. With soul power that low, you still broke free of my charm field in seconds. Not bad. Zir. Zir. Wait for me. A familiar voice called, hooves drumming closer. Moments later, a tricolored reindeer skidded to a stop at the door, kicking up dust. A short-haired girl dismounted and hurried inside. Seen your sister Dingyu? Bai Wushang blinked in surprise. Seeing things were under control, Dingyu exhaled in relief and patted her pounding chest. Then she grumbled at the purple-haired woman. Zir, we agreed to come together. Why'd you run off alone? I was afraid someone else would snatch him first, the woman replied with an awkward smile. Oh, realization dawned on Qin Kong. The medical division is after junior brother Bai too? Why shouldn't we be? The purple-haired woman retorted, her tone firm. This freshman is ours. Qin Kong's smile faded. He brushed an imaginary crease from his floral shirt. Mingyang, there's still such a thing as first come, first served. Besides, what can you offer that compares with the enforcement squad? Your division would be lucky to have half our resources. That's irrelevant. In the head of the division, me word is law. She faced Bai Wushang. Join us now, and it'll give you triple the standard benefits, at least matching what the enforcement squad offers. And let me be clear, their resources don't come free. While you're this weak, whatever you take, you'll repay with interest later, right, Qin? You make it sound so unpleasant, Qin Kong muttered, then shrugged. But that's how it works. The academy doesn't feed freeloaders. You use resources, you contribute. She flashed a triumphant smile. That's your kind of bureaucracy. The enforcement squad is huge and complicated. Our medical division is different, fewer rules. Bai Wushang, I don't care whether you pay us back. People remember kindness. Decide for yourself. All you have to do is pull one token shift at the infirmary each week. I promise you'll be drowning in secret skills. Are you crazy? Qin Kong's eyes widened. Even as the head, you can't abuse your authority like that. Your division's resources are already thin. Hand them out like candy, and your people will revolt. The purple-haired woman curled her lips into a contemptuous smile and raised 3 pale fingers. First, she said coolly, who told you I dipped into departmental funds? Every credit beyond the basic allowance came straight out of my own account. No one's getting leverage on me. Second, pulling infirmary duty is standard for the medical division, perfectly legal. You put in the work, you deserve the pay. It's fair for everyone. Third, she paused, I'll admit it. As the division head, I barely have any presence. Hardly anyone truly respects me. That's on me. As one of the 10 elites, as their leader, I failed to win more benefits for the team. She suddenly tilted her head back. Violet eyes rippled, her voice turning gentle. But there's only so much time and energy I have. I'm here today only because Dingyu wore me down. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste breath on any of this. Her gaze sharpened. And there's only one thing I really care about, you all know that. Qin Kong, Lu Tiange, Sun Qingxia, Su Lang, and Dingyu traded subtle looks. Only Bai Wushang was still completely at sea. The woman moved closer to Qin Kong, a lavender scent spreading around her. She lightly traced her tongue across her lips and slipped into a sultry tone. Let me join the enforcement team, she murmured, and I'll quit the medical division right now. Whoever wants the captain's seat can fight for it, won't be my problem. Deal? Bai Wushang's eyes went wide. Dingyu pressed a hand to her forehead, half exasperated, half amused. To everyone's surprise, Qin Kong didn't flare up. He only looked awkward. Mingyang, I get what you want, but I can't decide that. He personally banned you from the order division. Without his approval, you're never getting in. Then we're done talking. Mingyang flicked her wrist and turned to Bai Wushang, her voice now a teasing drawl edged with swagger. Bai Wushang, come with me. He'll make sure you eat well, drink well. We're swimming in gorgeous women, pick one, and he'll introduce you. Bai Wushang felt a real tug at his heart. He was beginning to grasp Mi Neng's value. Cultivation at Zhongshan Mountain, special courses, trade for gear, could never have enough. At Shanghai Academy, Mi Neng was worth more than gold. He still had 151 points, but without a new supply, 2 or 3 weeks would drain him dry. Qin Kong caught the flicker in Bai Wushang's eyes. Drawing a long breath, he stepped up. Mingyang, I'm 6th among the 10 elites, 1 rank above you. If you want to poach him, beat me first. His thinking was clear. If she was willing to spend her own money, benefits alone wouldn't sway Bai Wushang. The best way to win the newcomer's trust was raw strength. Head just mastered a new secret art. Confidence surged through him. Croak, croak, croak. Inside the stone hut, the water cannon toad grew restless, its jet-black eyes glaring at Mainyong. Oh, Mainyong arched a brow, lips curling in a dangerous smile. You said it. I've been itching for a punching bag. You and that toad will do just fine. Bang, bang, bang. Inside a private training room at Shanghai Academy, dull impacts reverberated through the thick walls. Even lavish decor, layered defensive sigils, and soundproof arrays couldn't fully muffle the vibrations, and Bai Wushang felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Boom. The heavy door was flung open and a violet-haired woman strolled out, expression serene. Trailing behind her was a 2-meter-tall creature of another race. Its amaranth skin gleamed under the training lights, and its silhouette mimicked that of a seductive human female, curves prominent and exposed, with only a few strategic scales for modesty. Black, oversized hooves struck the floor, while twin blade-like spikes curved outward from its knees. Slender upper arms flowed into forearms that abruptly darkened to pitch black, each fingertip glowing like purple crystal and still dotted with blue blood. From its spine spread bat-like wings edged with rows of serrated barbs. The face was exquisitely human, yet violet red eyes, elongated ears, lavender curls, and a pair of black and crimson horns betrayed its true nature. A demon, specifically, a succubus. Kakik. The succubus cackled, thrusting out its ample chest and throwing Bai Wushang a flirtatious wink. A primal heat surged in his gut, his mouth went dry, and he struggled to restrain the frenzy roaring through his veins. Don't look. Dingyu hurriedly covered his eyes. Bai Wushang snapped back to himself, though desire still raged inside. No wonder they call it a succubus, each one is deadlier than the last. The violet-haired woman curved her lips. Enough, Anu. Stop teasing the kid and return to the pet space. A magnificent violet contract tome appeared, and the succubus vanished. Zir, did you win? Dingyu asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Of course. Zir chuckled. Anu hit mid-mature stage a few days ago. Shin Kong's ugly toad is strong, but it's still a step short of a breakthrough, so I beat it senseless. It won't crawl up for half an hour. Dingyu gasped, then broke into delight. That's great. With our medical division's top firepower rising, we'll get a bigger share of secret energy next month. Zir merely smiled and tossed her a gleaming Trinketa golden sun badge. Here, take this. Handle the follow-up yourself. I trust you. Zir. Dingyu started, brows knitting, but the woman waved her off. Xiaoya, we made a deal. I do my best to recruit Bai Wushang, and whether I succeed or not, you won't pester me for the next 3 months. I want some peace and quiet. She winked. The medical division is in your hands. You're my darling little lifesavers. Mwah. Keep up the good work. And Bai Wushang, you too. Big sis is counting on you. Laughing like a blossom in the wind, Zir swayed her hips and sauntered away. I'm off to study the latest love training manual. My happily ever after is still a distant dream, so I need to keep at it. Bye-bye. The purple-haired woman waved, her heels clicking brightly against the floor as she disappeared down the hallway. The air seemed to freeze. Bai Wushang stood there for a long moment, muttering, love training manual? Dingyu shook her head with a sigh. Junior brother Bai, it's a long story. Pointing toward the corridor where the woman had gone, she added, her full name is Ning Zir. She's a 4th year, 1 class above me. She's also our current head of the medical division, the same hands-off boss I mentioned earlier. It's not that she's incompetent, Dingyu added quickly. For her, being head of the medical division is just a stopgap. The place she really wants to be is the enforcement squad and not for the perks. She fell for someone there and wants to get closer to him. Bai Wushang blinked, feeling the entire tone shift, and his curiosity flared to life. Ning Zir was one of the 10 elites, seductive from head to toe, who had captured her heart, and why couldn't she win him over? Dingyu answered at once, her voice tinged with clear admiration. A little background first. Among this cohort's 10 elites, the top few are my classmates, true prodigies. The man Sister Zir likes is Yu Liang, known as the arrow chasing the wind. She paused, longing flickering in her eyes. He's the strongest and most respected student in the academy. Late in his 2nd year, he challenged 10 people in a row and, undefeated, took the first seat among the 10 elites. He hasn't lost that spot since. He's also the commander of the enforcement squad. Sister Zir has liked him for a long time, but, Dingyu sighed. He's completely devoted to cultivation and has no interest in romance. After signing the enrollment agreement, Bai Wushang said goodbye to Dingyu, grabbed a quick lunch, and hurried to his afternoon classes. That evening, after returning to the dorm, Ouyang Yuan and Shabula dropped by to ask about what had happened on Mount Chongshan, and Mu Xiaoxiao called in through her wristwatch with the same curiosity. Bai Wushang gave them a brief account and encouraged them to keep up their hard work. Cheap, cheap. On the bedroom floor, the little rabbit Inha crouched down, lifted a paw, and tapped the floor. A faint halo rippled outward like a pebble tossed into a pond, then disappeared. In the next instant, its round eyes widened, and it leapt nearly 3 meters into the air in excitement. Cheap. It worked. I shouldn't have doubted Grandpa. What did you find, Inha? Bai Wushang asked with a smile. The rabbit's newly awakened gift was called Earth Detection, an exceptionally rare support skill invaluable for treasure hunting and reconnaissance. Cheap, cheap Inha swayed from side to side, waving its paws while explaining the skill to Bai Wushang through their bond. The skill had no usage limit, but once activated it consumed a great deal of mental energy, quickly leading to exhaustion. It had two modes. 1. Horizontal sweep. Centered on Inha, it extended 500 meters across the surface. Any object making a strong impact jumping, sprinting, or similar movements would trigger an alert, letting the rabbit sense potential threats. The range was impressive, but a careful target could avoid detection, and even if an alert was triggered, Inha would only know something was there, not what it was. 2. Vertical probe. Starting at Yin's position, it reached 10 meters straight down. This scan was far more detailed, providing outlines and even elemental signatures of abnormal objects. Gems, bones, metals, and rocks all had unique traits the rabbit could distinguish. The trade-off was shorter range, and different geological layers could limit its depth. Under Bai Wushang's dorm, for example, Inha sensed an extremely hard layer of black rock and struggled past 5 meters. It also detected faintly glowing patterned slabs, probably the sealing array buried to protect the academy. Delighted to have a new skill even more intriguing than fear gaze, the little creature soon plopped onto its backside, eyelids drooping. So tired, time for bed. Yawning, it climbed up by Wushang's trouser leg, burrowed into his shirt, and curled into a comfortable ball, breathing in his familiar scent. Bai Wushang chuckled, stroked its soft pink ears, then sat cross-legged on the bed, turning the black wooden shard over in his hands, deep in thought. A question lay before him. Should he absorb the soul wood immediately and step into the rank of soul servant, or polish his body for a few more weeks and then break through on a firmer foundation? Bai Wushang laced his fingers together, tapping his knuckles on the desk. With ample time and a secure environment, he would have preferred the latter. Right now, though, prioritizing soul power was the smarter choice. The leap from spirit adept to soul servant was vast. Beyond the sheer surge in both the quality and quantity of soul power, a soul servant could study secret arts and receive a blank soul seal to advantages that would raise his strength in a fundamental way. The only drawback was that his body would undergo another round of enhancement after the breakthrough, forcing him to bear even harsher training, more pain, and greater effort to exploit the untapped potential he still carried. I can handle it. Bai Wushang clenched his fists. During the next 2 days, he attended classes like a madman by day and absorbed soul wood with all his strength at night. His schedule was exhausting, but fulfilling. On the third night, gentle moonlight streamed through the window, flooding half the room. The little rabbit, Inha, lay on its back on the bed, for paws in the air. Its snowy belly shimmered silver under the moonlight. While basking, it nibbled at a golden carrot, its big eyes narrowing to slits of satisfaction. Beside it, Bai Wushang sat cross-legged on the floor, back ramrod straight. Eyes closed, he breathed steadily, holding a black sliver of wood between his palms. Wisps of dusky vapor lifted from the wood and flowed into his body like tiny streams. As soul power swelled within him, every muscle on his face tightened. Sweat beaded across his forehead, the veins at his temples throbbing. Crack! A sound like shattering glass echoed through his sea of consciousness, followed by a muffled boom as gray mist surged upward. The soul power vortex that had been spinning calmly at the center of his mind quivered once, then broke apart. Agonizing pain ripped through his spirit as though cut by invisible blades. When he focused again, the single vortex had split into two. Each was smaller yet denser, and the ripples they stirred were far more vigorous. Whew! He opened his eyes and let out a long, turbid breath. Clarity filled his mind, and his gaze was bright and keen. An indescribable vitality coursed through him. Everything had gone far more smoothly than had hoped. A quick check of his body showed no dramatic outward change, unlike the violent metamorphosis that came with his first awakening. Yet he could distinctly feel the deeper strength woven into flesh and blood, every muscle newly forged and iron-hard. He was stronger, much stronger. If he had previously been able to match a mid-stage juvenile creature of notable power, he was now solidly on par with latest-stage juveniles. Jigu jigu. A surprised chirp from the rabbit yanked him out of his reverie. Bai Wushang turned and froze. Yinhe's fur glowed silver, drawing the moonlight to itself as though it were liquid. The little creature had become the room's lone source of light. Everything else dimmed around it while it shone, crystalline and dreamlike. Was it evolving? The scene was identical to the one he had witnessed with Xiao Yanke. The flame sparrowet was the sign of evolutionary molt. Bai Wushang stood dazed, mind blank. The development had hit him without warning. In truth, his decision to break through first carried a hidden motive. Had he remained at the peak of the spirit adept level, his contracted beasts would have been stuck at the peak of the juvenile stage, unable to surpass him and reach maturity. He wasn't worried about Ajo the demon ape. Its natural evolutionary chain meant progress was only a matter of time. Inha the twin moon rabbit, however, had always kept him slightly on edge. So far, Everything the little rabbit had done fully lived up to the titles elite grade and one-star mutant. It had no offensive power, yet each of its abilities was outrageously strong, leaving Bai Wushang both excited and vaguely uneasy. Could a Gemini moon rabbit even evolve? And if so, how? The basic moon rabbit species had no natural evolutionary chain. To reach maturity, it would have to find another path. He had just broken through to the soul servitor level himself and never imagined that Galaxy would evolve alongside him. Could the little one have been on the verge of evolving all along, only held back because my own soul power was too low? Bai Wushang wondered, feeling a bit ashamed. Roar the demon ape poked its head from a nearby shadow, staring blankly at the rabbit. It had advanced only a few days ago, and even today's haul from scaling Mount Chongshan hadn't pushed it to the next threshold. Ajo felt complicated. The mighty ape boss was about to be surpassed by a tiny run again. Still, what would the little fellow turn into? Would it become even stronger? With those questions, the ape and Bai Wushang waited together. The rabbit lay on its back, paws in the air, eyes closed, murmuring softly. Pure moonlight poured into its body, filled it, then overflowed, draping it in a silver-white veil that looked both dazzling and graceful. A few minutes later the glow receded, and everything went still. The rabbit opened its eyes, flipped over in one smooth motion, and found two pairs of curious eyes inches from its face. The half-eaten carrot slipped from its paw with a splat, staining the sheet. Chirp! What are you two doing? Seeing its puzzled face, Bai Wushang reminded it. Galaxy, you've evolved, you just grew. At his words, the rabbit's eyes sparkled, and its droopy ears snapped upright. No way, I actually grew. Let me see. Let me see. It lowered its head, patted its front paws, then patted its belly. Nothing's different. Looking confused, it stared at the demon ape. Ajo was at a loss. Why was the little guy looking at him? The next instant, cold sweat pricked the ape's neck. With a flash of silver, the rabbit appeared on his shoulder before he could react. So fast Bai Wushang was astonished. Galaxy scampered down the ape's arm, motioning for him to open his hand. Ajo obeyed, and the rabbit hopped onto the broad palm, foolishly measuring its body against the available space. Chirp sighed, utterly disappointed. Still the same size, it couldn't even fill the big guy's palm. It hadn't grown at all. Galaxy, don't worry, Bai Wushang soothed. The little one's body really hadn't changed after evolving. A closer look revealed a stunning transformation in the little rabbit's coat. What was once snow-white fluff was now spotless and gleaming, every strand carrying an almost flawless luster. Even more striking were its silver moon eyes, pupils as deep as a starry sky and shimmering with mysterious silver light. Bai Wushang dared not stare too long, afraid he might lose himself in their depths. He opened the status window, and the data appeared clearly before him. Name, Moon Spirit Rabbit, normal form. Contract species, Demon Beast Realm, Beast Type, Moon Rabbit Clan, Variant. Life stage, early mature. Bloodline quality, elite grade, 8-star. Condition, dejected. Intelligence, high. Traits, twin symbiosis, silver moon eyes, pristine body. Skills, moon shadow doppelganger, moonlight baptism, frightening gaze. Earth sense, silver moon flash, lunar mend. Gourmet cells, none. Host contract partner, cannot be hunted. Bai Wushang checked the panel twice, his eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. He gently gathered the rabbit into his arms, brushing its chin with trembling fingers. Little one, your size hasn't changed, but everything else about you is astonishing. Chirp. The tiny creature relaxed in its master's warm embrace, enjoying the gentle massage. Its head tilted adorably as it asked in confusion. Your species name has changed. You're now a moon spirit rabbit. Bai Wushang shared every detail with the rabbit and the demon ape. After an extraordinary creature evolves, most species names advance, while only a few remain unchanged. Bai Wushang had never heard of a moon spirit rabbit before, so it was likely a brand new species unique to Inha. Its life stage had leapt an entire tier, once again matching Bai Wushang's own soul servant level. Yet the bloodline quality impressed him even more. Two things left him in awe. Inha had achieved a perfect evolution with almost no nurturing, and it retained a superior bloodline, widening the gap with an ordinary mature form. When extraordinary creatures evolve, bloodline quality always rises, falling into 3 categories. A 5-star jump is an ordinary evolution, 6 stars mark an exceptional evolution, and 7 stars signal a perfect evolution. Zhu Qin's little flame sparrow and Bai Wushang's twin moon rabbits had already undergone this process. Perfect evolution is exceptionally rare. In the wild, only about 1% of a species ever reach it. Even with a beastmaster's care, the success rate is barely 5%. Inha managed it quietly, turning Bai Wushang's shock into sheer joy. More importantly, the mature stage usually spans 6 grades, from mortal bone 8-star and 9-star up to elite 1 through 4-star. Inha now stood at elite 8-star, a full 4 stars above average. Such a bloodline would be mid-tier, even in a complete form. Even Zhu Qin's little flame sparrow, blessed with ancient heritage, was only elite 6-star. Bai Wushang gazed at the rabbit nestled in his arms, eyes shining with affection. You really are a mystery, little one. Come on, let's test your new traits and skills again. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.